have onboard water, we have onboard air. These Mason trucks actually have AC, so air conditioning, cold air is pumping through our helmets. So we're a little bit bougie in this truck here. So I don't have it near as bad as some of them, like the moto guys are just straight raw dogging it out there, and respect to those guys. So we're going to be catching them. I've only got 180 miles total in this truck, so I'm going to be learning as I go. I really just want to finish this race out and see where we end up at the finish.
That's so wild that there's air conditioning in these trucks now. Man, technology has come so incredibly far. So being out front, obviously clean air is what we all want, but how do you make sure that you are pushing yourself hard enough? You know, when you're chasing dust, you see what you are aiming for. When you're out there first on course, how do you make sure that you are pushing as hard as you need to push?
Yeah, that's the game, right? And something I still don't even know the answer to, or I'm not exactly sure the pace. I've done 2 races. The first I was able to chase and kind of learn the pace, and then the second race I've done, I was able to lead, and I think maybe pushing the pace too hard. So I think I know the 2 ends of the spectrum, and try to find somewhere right in between. This is a long one, 500 miles, so it's kind of just getting in a groove, and luckily relying on my team to kind of know how is everyone else doing. You know, keeping the truck on the road, making no mistakes. I think that's number one. Keeping the truck moving forward. Like I said, it makes so much dust. So that's the thing I have in my favor, is to kind of just go 300 miles and race the last 200.
That's so rad. Well, I'm stoked for you. I cannot wait until race day to watch everybody charge south to Vegas.
RJ quite well, and you know, RJ, I'm laughing because he says, you know, I just want to finish this thing. I want to finish this thing. Come on, RJ. I've known you long enough to know that goes out the window about race mile 0.5.
No, and it's always funny talking to RJ, and RJ being the older brother over Ronnie Anderson, and you're kind of seeing back and forth in the rivalries with everything with that. But, you know, RJ is one that I always look forward to, especially in short course. You know, coming from the West Coast, he comes out to Crandon, he races with everybody out there, and he just sweeps the entire class. So to know that RJ is methodical, he's got that drive style, he's also got the mentality. He's grown up this entire life, and now also seeing him with Harper, his little daughter, moving forward, and it's kind of cool to see the roles reverse and him come into his dad era, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, you know, and I think that's one of the interesting things about RJ is we're getting a look here at a lot of these beautiful onboard shots. Really actually looking forward to these onboard shots. The first 10 or 15 miles they have to climb up Como. I think it's going to be really awesome to be able to see that in the onboard and put it into perspective at home for our viewers what these drivers are going through. But, you know, RJ, I think people forget, he's still not that old. What he's accomplished, I mean, the guy has won a lot, especially when it comes to short course. But I think his stunt videos and the XP1K and the backflips and all the stuff that he's done, I think people remember that. They forget he literally is one of the greatest off-road drivers on the planet right now. You know, and I think for him to have pole position in that all-wheel drive truck, it's going to be really, really tough to beat RJ Anderson. But speaking of another guy that's tough to beat, that's come on strong the last couple of years and become one of the top contenders in desert racing, Shelby Hall was able to catch up with Nick Whetstone.
Nick Whetstone, congratulations on your fastest two-wheel drive qualifying lap. You were 3rd overall. This is a long race. How do you prepare for 500 miles in the hot Nevada desert?
I think it's just going to be, you know, taking it a little bit easy in the beginning of the race. We start in the rocks this year, which is a little daunting. Full of fuel and a two-wheel drive in the rocks. You know, isn't my favorite thing to do, but at the same time, everyone else has got to deal with it. So I think if we just pick our way through the first 150 miles and, you know, then start to get a check on where we're at the midway point, you know, I think the race is going to be won either getting flats in the start or, you know, making it to the midway point and then running from there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's so cool that this year it's the other way for the first time in 30 years. And we all know that these trucks are mean. They are so fast, but it's tight between the four-wheel drives and the two-wheel drives. So which truck do you think is going to really have the big opportunity in this wide open fast track?
Look, I think, you know, the all-wheel drives have a huge advantage going up rocky areas in the tight stuff. They just have a whole lot more acceleration than two-wheel drives. Where the two-wheel drives have a good run is on some of the open stuff. You know, we tend to have a higher top speed than the all-wheel drives, but really, I just think it's going to be a bit like more of a survival deal for the first half of the race, and we've got a bunch of quick dudes here, so you know, I'm just surprised to be up in the top 5, but at the same time, we came here to win, and we've had a couple of close. We've been second a couple of times here, so I'm back for a vengeance.
I love it. All right. Well, my last question for you is, what do you think your overall time is going to be?
That is a good question, and I haven't actually looked at it yet. But I keep telling everybody it's going to be about 9 hours. So if I can hit 9 hours on the dot, I'll take that.
All right. Well, I'll be counting.
Right.
Good luck. We'll see you at the finish line.
Thank you, guys. Yep.
Well, you know, Nick Whetstone, what a great personality. And, you know, really to see the progression of that career the last couple of years, Tiffany. I mean, at one point, you know, he's out here, was racing, super nice guy. Everybody loved Nick. And now it's like the narrative has changed. Still the same Nick Whetstone, but Nick Whetstone is bad fast.
Yeah, over the last few years, looking at Nick's numbers, you know, in 2024, he had a third at Parker 400. In 25, another third at Parker 400, then took that first at Laughlin. And then this year for 2026, he took a second in his class at the Mint 400. Now, Nick Whetstone is always going to be an incredible guy for when it comes to qualifying. He's got some fast times. I talked to his co-driver when we were right after that. He said we were amazing. We had such a great quick time. We felt great. You know, the legend Ricky Johnson always gave him some insight, and it was really cool to see what he's progress and kind of take it over. And, you know, looking over at Nick Whetstone right now and just sitting in the way that he's sitting for the championship, he's in first right now. He's got 289 points. But then everything below that, you know, we've got Steve Olligis, we've got Tracy Poole and Todd Wiley. They're only 3 points behind, and that's a three-way tie for second right now. And behind him, we've got Joseph Hurling, which actually Cole Mamer is filling in for him this time, and he's only 9 points behind. So if you're looking at that two-wheel drive class, from the first to the fifth is only separated by 9 points right now.
Well, you know, and speaking of that two-wheel drive class, another one that we've got to look at is that team of Dave Mason Jr. and Cameron Steele. I mean, a couple of veteran drivers who've driven just about anything there is to drive in off-road racing, and they qualified second in unlimited truck two-wheel drive behind Nick Whetstone, 6th overall, and we were able to catch up with Dave Mason Jr. earlier this week.
Dave Mason Jr., congratulations on qualifying second in class. You were here for the pre-run. It's going to be a great race day. How did you feel after qualifying?
You know, it's funny. This is our first time out in our new Tisco Yokohama 65, and I felt good about the run we had. We had a very clean run, no issues. You know, there were guys getting flats out there, and fortunately we kept our awesome Yokohama tires on the truck. But I didn't know how to feel. Sometimes you go do these qualifiers, and you just go burn it down. You're like, man, I'm the man. I killed it. And then you're 10th. And then, like yesterday, we're like, pretty conservative, try to keep it clean, but the truck handles really well, it accelerates really well, it's good on the long straights, and so I knew we've got a fast platform, and it turned out we were second in class and 6th overall, so we're stoked.
That's a pleasant surprise. So you're teaming up with Cameron Steele. How do you guys choose who starts and who finishes?
Well, traditionally, I've raced his truck down in Baja with him, and, you know, he's the driver record, he's the monster athlete, and he starts the truck typically and qualifies and everything. In this case, it's my truck, and I have the most seat time in it, so I wanted to, you know, throw down and try and see how I could stack up against everybody else, and I'm very blessed that Cameron's willing to come help us out and hold down the second half of the race. So what it really comes down to, I mean, is it's all about strengths and weaknesses. I think Cameron and I are both solid drivers, so whatever section we're in, it doesn't really matter. It's good to be in that position because a lot of teams have one better and one worse. In our case, we're both pretty solid. But yeah, we're stoked. I mean, Cameron's, he's jumping in halfway. He's tested in the truck quite a bit and given us some great feedback on the suspension tuning. And so he's been a big part of getting this thing as dialed as it is.
That's rad. I hope you guys have so much fun, and I hope you have a really successful race. We'll see you at the finish line.
All righty. Thank you very much.
Dave Mason, such a fun guy to catch up with, and you know he's a guy that he has done a lot, Tiffany. I mean, we've seen him in the Midwest in short course in both buggies and side-by-sides, unlimited cars here in the desert, now unlimited trucks. Dave is just a very well-rounded race car driver. And along with that, Cameron Steele, very much well-rounded as well. We've seen him in buggies, trucks, desert, short course, Ultra 4. I mean, Cameron and Dave, you want to talk about two guys who have probably driven more race vehicles than just about anybody in off-road. I mean, we're talking about those two guys.
No, you're absolutely correct. And I think one of the advantages that Dave Mason Jr. and Cameron Steele will have is that, once again, they attended the Vegas to Reno Legends Rally. That gave them that little up into it, and they're trying to see kind of what the course was going to shape up. But, you know, also Dave Mason and Cameron, they've got that NORA and that Baja experience. So multiple different terrains coming together. And I think if they can keep the truck together, keep all four wheels down, they're going to be super fast. I'm really curious to see where they're going to switch driving duties, what pit they're going to end up doing that, because once again, everything comes down to pit strategy, I feel, especially with this race, because 505 miles is a long, long day.
Yeah, 505 miles is definitely a long day. And, you know, one thing is it's a long season as well. You start looking at the points championship, things like that. Name that kind of gets pulled into the picture is Joe Hurling. And Joe Hurling not able to actually race this weekend. He's got a fill-in driver, kind of a ringer to an extent, Cole Mamer. And earlier this weekend, we caught up with Cole Mamer.
We are here with Cole Mamer. He just finished qualifying and looks like he went for a little bit of a ride out there. Yeah. Can you tell us what happened to this tire?
Yeah, I didn't see the rock on the passenger side, but it is what it is. You know, first time I got the qualified truck in the desert side, and I don't really know the pace that these guys push in qualifying. Apparently the short course came out me and I pushed a little bit too hard, but live and learn. You know, I'm here to fill in for Joe Hurling for this race, and hopefully it did him proud. I think it only hurt about the last mile and a half or so. We're out of all the tight technical. It was literally my last corner of the tight technical section, and I got it. So,
well, you know, there's only one way to learn, right? And this is it. So, although you had that little mishap, how stoked are you to be racing your very first Vegas to Reno race? And it's the 30th anniversary, and it's the other way. I mean, it's a pretty awesome time for you to be entering for your first season of desert racing.
Yeah, definitely. I didn't even know it was 30th. That is rad. So we're doing two. We're doing the 30th anniversary of Reno to Vegas, or Vegas to Reno, and we're doing the 50th anniversary of Bark River this weekend. So I'm stoked. You know, I can't thank Hurling Racing Power Sports Pros enough, Jerry, Joe, for even letting me fill in the seat and, you know, drive their race truck like Joe says, drive it like a rental. Apparently we did a good job of that today. So it is what it is. The real race starts Friday. Our mind's right. I know the pace we need to run on race day. Now I know the pace we need to run on qualifying. So boys will go to work. We got a little bit of fiberglass repair, but we'll throw a new fresh tire on that thing. We'll be ready to rip.
Awesome. Can't wait to see you kill it out there.
Thank you.
Well, Tiffany, I mean, Cole Mamer, obviously, a lot of desert racing fans may be a little bit new to the name. People that follow short course racing, I mean, give us a lowdown, because you've been covering Cole Mamer for a long time. He's highly accomplished.
Yeah, so when we're looking at Cole Mamer, he was the champ Pro Light 4 champion in 2024. And then when he first started coming into this world, he's also competed in Pro Light. For the first 5 years of his Pro Light career, he was a champ there as well. So it's really cool to see this. And Cole Mamer, just like the rest of the drivers out there, is a person who also is a fabricator. So not only is he racing, he's also building and making these trucks, making them what they are. But I think what's going to be cool with Cole Mamer and having him out here is that short course knowledge, you know, coming out here, being able, because when you're in short course, you're battling everybody else, not just the desert, not just the track, but you're battling other people out there. So if there are passing abilities, I think Cole Mamer is really going to be able to do that, because when we're looking at some of the course, there are tons of places to pass, Jim.
Oh, there's tons of places to pass. And you know what? The passing is just getting ready to get underway. We've got green flag racing coming up shortly. We're going to take a short break. We come back. We're going green at Vegas to Reno. The 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno is brought to you by Camberg Racing, MagnaFlow, Ford Racing, Monster Energy, 4-Wheel Parts, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Rugged Radios, Bill Stein, Can-Am, iBox Springs, VP Racing, Power Sport Pros.
Race you. Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels. 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching. This guy watching. Race you to the summit. Maybe not that summit. To sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
There's only one real question. How bad do you want it? Every challenge, every setback, their gut checks, testing your will. The road ahead is rough. No excuses. Built to do it all. Unstoppable.
Steve, you got me on the radio? Yeah, I got you. Hey, Nick, can you hear me? Oh, yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Wow, this is beautiful. Your ride's really good.
I'll follow you.
Crossing the road now.
Copy that.
Everybody getting ready for more ride? We are.
At Powersport Pros, we don't just sell parts, we race them. Every suspension kit, every light bar, every performance upgrade we offer has been pushed in the dirt, the rocks, and the desert at full throttle. Because when you line up at the start line or hit the trail with your family, failure isn't an option. With locations in Lake Havasu City, Arizona, and Murrieta, California, our experienced techs deliver race-proven installs, expert service, and real-world advice. No guesswork, no gimmicks. Powersport Pros.
And we're back here to the 30th annual Casey Folks Vegas to Reno. This time it's the other way, as looks like we are getting ready to go green. That is R.J. Anderson taking the green flag to head out onto this 505-mile course. So, Tiffany, we are off and racing, and, I guess welcome the audience for the next duration of 8-ish hours.
No, I'm excited about this. And when we were talking about the times, we were looking at it. Last year, Tracy Graff did it in about 8 hours and 12 minutes. So we're going to see if it's going to be a little bit faster this year for the 30th anniversary.
All right, so talking to, the people at home, what to expect here the first 50 miles. I mean, you were out here on this course just about a month ago, 3 weeks to a month ago. I mean, how is that first 50 miles of this course?
Well, I fortunately but unfortunately did it in a stock Tundra on 33, so it's a little bit different. You know, R.J. Anderson right here is sitting on 40s with some BFGs, so he's going to be able to breeze right through this. But when we get to about mile marker 28, it kind of really opens up a little bit for a few miles before it gets back to get narrow and technical. So we might be able to see some things happen there. But with these intervals being so close and then dust maybe lingering in the air, it might be a little bit difficult to see in some positions.
Yeah, we have had a little bit of moisture in the area, but that's going to go away real quick, especially with these sunny conditions. But we're going to be 1 minute start intervals for the first round of trucks for Friday group. I guess it would be group 2. Group 1 went off earlier today. That is the motorcycles. I know we've had some questions. We definitely are going to get to some motorcycle coverage at some point today. But right now we're going to be on board with the truck. So it's going to be 1 minute intervals. Then later on in the day, once we get into some of the side-by-side stuff like that, we're going to shift to 30-second intervals. But now with the unlimited trucks, all the horsepower, the speeds, the dust, they are going to have 1 minute intervals. Look at that, RJ just looking so comfortable behind the wheel, just slight movements of the steering wheel. That's what you like to see early on. You don't want to see a driver seesaw on the wheel and have it all over. It looks like he's settled in very, very easily and quickly into that truck. And we're on board here. This is Bryce Menzies. He's going to be rolling up. Bryce going to be doing the first half of this race, then doing the tag team there with Andy McMillan.
And I'm really excited to see what this is, because this is a good glimpse into the Mason, the Gen 2. And Bryce, he said that he wanted to be able to do this with Andy. They're going to switch off later on around the halfway point he was mentioning, just so both of them can get a lot of seat time in this. This is kind of preparing them for the rest of the season and, of course, rest of the year.
Well, you know, the thing about interesting case of Bryce Menzies, I don't want to say interesting case. I mean, you look at him and Andy McMillan, and the last 20 years, these two drivers have pretty much won and accomplished everything you can in desert racing. In case of Bryce, short course as well. And I feel like they're both dads now. They're both family guys, but they're still very young. And I think they've kind of come into this Zen mode where all the outside influences don't bother them anymore. They just come in and they focus strictly on being fast race car drivers. And when you have that laser focus and nothing on the outside matters, it's really tough to beat a combination like that.
And what I really do like, too, about Bryce, and what's kind of interesting, is when we're looking at his last 10 years, you know, 2019 and 2020, he had the back-to-back. He took the overall right there. DNF in 21, but then came back for a second in 2022. And so now he's got a little bit of time. He's in this new truck. So between him and RJ, if he can get past and get that clean air, it could be his game, too.
Well, you know, the thing about RJ Anderson is obviously he's won a lot in short course. People know him from that. He really is trying to, you know, put his stamp as a desert racer as well. Desert racing, something he's come into, I don't want to say late in his career because he's still crazy young. But for RJ, you know, the desert racing shift, he's still really trying to establish himself here. And I think with, you know, the case of RJ, we've seen he's fast, obviously qualified on the pole, but he's still, I feel like that stamp, that I'm here, I feel like he hasn't had that statement race yet, and maybe that race can come today.
No, and now we're looking at the big tag team of Robbie and Max Gordon. Earlier this season, they took the overall win at Parker. They took the overall win at Silver State 300. And what was really cool is when Robbie took that win at Silver State, he had won it 30 years prior with his dad. And to be able to do that and win Silver State with Max is a big accomplishment. And I think that they're looking for that as well. For here, another win to get that father-son camaraderie.
Just interesting to see the all-wheel drive trucks. I mean, I've driven through some of the same terrain in a two-wheel drive, and the all-wheel drive trucks, just the way they come out of the corners and they're so quick, and the way you turn them. And I mean, look at Bryce, just very slight hand movements. That truck handling super well. You know, it's just so much fun to watch. As here we've got another two-wheel drive. This looks like Dave Mason Jr. and Cameron Steele. It's going to be Cameron at the midway point coming in and tag teaming with Dave. So Dave's going to lead us to the midway point in that truck. And Dave, like we said, he's accomplished a lot in desert racing, short course as well. Very well-rounded driver. And, you know, he's not an exuberant driver, but he's a very quick and efficient driver.
Well, and when you've got such a prolific driver in himself with Cameron Steele as your co-driver, as your co-dog, obviously you're listening to some of the things that you're saying. But I'm wondering right now what Cameron's telling Dave Mason Jr. in that truck how to prepare for this race, just because he's done something like this before down in Baja.
This is on board here with Menzies again. You up the back. Look at the dust already starting to form. Look at the rocks off the side of the course. That's what we were talking about, though. This course, first 50 miles, very extremely rocky. We've got, obviously, Como we talked about that they're going to go through. There's some rock gardens and some rock beds and things like that. You know, that first section from Dayton to Pit 1 in Weeks, really, it's 50 miles of just brutal terrain in Nevada. Once you get to Weeks, it gets really fast and flowy about the 50-mile mark, but that first 50 miles is going to punish these drivers. Wow, look at that! A little bit of a whip there off the jump.
And it looked like that was the number 75 of Jordan Dean. We were looking over some information about him this morning. Just a very prolific, multi-generational family with the Deans, and it's kind of cool to see this come out here. You know, the livery on all of these trucks really show what they're looking at, their true testament, who they are as a person, so it's really cool to see all of this as well.
Looks like Menzies going to be getting into some dust here in a few moments. That would be Nick Whetstone. Would make sense that with these technical roads and all that, all the rocks, that all-wheel drive would catch up to Nick Whetstone sooner rather than later. So we're going to see how Menzies can approach that. If you're Nick Whetstone, you really don't want McMillan and Bryce, or Bryce, who's behind the wheel right now, in your rearview mirror. Not a guy you want to see coming at you.
Well, let's talk about that for a little bit. When we're looking at our top 4, Nick Whetstone's the only one that's in a 2-wheel drive. We've got the rest of the guys either in a Gen 1, Gen 2, but in a 4-wheel drive capability. There's a possibility that a 2-wheel drive may be able to overhaul this, because once they get in those high speeds and kind of really open up, they could kind of go away with it comparative to the 4-wheel drive.
Yeah, I think, you know, knowing the start of this course, though, with Como and all the rocks and stuff, I think Nick Whetstone, is going to be tough for him with an all-wheel drive to be able to stay out front early. And I think if you're Nick Whetstone, you're playing the long game here. You really don't want to get into a slugfest with Bryce Menzies at the start. As we're looking on board here with Tracy Groff, as you had said, Tracy Groff, winner last year in Vegas, Reno.
Well, I'm also looking at some timing right now, and it looks like between around maybe mile marker 7, RJ Anderson is at 0 miles per hour right now. So RJ Anderson is actually stopped. So that means Nick Whetstone is coming up. Oh, we're looking at it right now. There's RJ. So that looks like Nick had to have just passed him on the left. We can see a little bit of the dust. I'm wondering what's going on. His co-driver right now is Adam Lunn. He's been around with RJ for many, many years. He's out of the truck right now. Hopefully we can get some information, kind of see what's going on. But this is what we were talking about. Even though that they have that time right here, if you have to pull over, if you have a flat, if you're on the side, yes, you do have about 485 miles more to make it up. But then, like you said, there's not a lot of places to pass. As we're looking at onboard right before that with Bryce, there's rocks lining the entire thing, and heading up over Como, there's definitely nowhere to pass. And I've never been a driver. I've never been in that hot seat. But Jim, right now, I think to RJ Anderson, every second feels like 10 minutes to him.
Yeah, look at all those rocks. I mean, as we're on board here with Menzies working his way through that. I think that looked like RJ wasn't in a hurry to get out of the car or anything. So I think it must have been a tire cut, something like that. Very easy to do early on. Just tough for him. They want to get that changed quick. You don't want to lose position early on. But yeah, look at just such a technical, rocky section here. Those all-wheel drive trucks just eat as they're coming up through here.
I will say, though, Jim, this was not fun in a stock truck.
No, you on 33s through this, it takes a while.
It was I was pulling over and getting past a lot during that rally, but Bryce is making this look way easy. I'm very jealous of him.
It looks like Bryce getting in some dust here. This could be, as we said earlier, Whetstone, and this would be a section where that all-wheel drive would really just eat compared to a 2-wheel drive when you're kind of clawing and going up those hills and the loose rocks and things like that. 2-wheel drive trucks tend to spin. That all-wheel drive of Bryce is just going to grip and hook up and just claw its way up. And this might be more than a tire change here, as RJ just lost the position on course. But a tire change, I would have thought they would have had a change by now. So, yeah, that could be more there for RJ Anderson. Menzies really getting into the dust now. Back on board here with RJ Anderson, waiting to see what happened.
So as we're looking at the tracker right now, based on racing tracks, it looks like Graff and Bean should be up front. Right behind that is going to be Bryce and Oren, and then obviously we've been watching that RJ Anderson's been sitting, and then coming up should be Robbie and Max. They should be approaching RJ, so if RJ still sits on the side, he's going to lose 3 positions right off the bat, right before they ever get to 8 miles in.
Yeah, that's, I've always said in a desert race, the worst time to get a flat tire or have any kind of downtime is really about the first 30, 40 miles of course. Everybody's bunched up, nobody's spread out yet. You get that, you lose a lot more positions than you do later on in the race.
Well, and another interesting thing that I was talking to with Bryce is we were talking about the temperatures. By the time they get down to Crystal, it's going to be 115 degrees. So their trucks are going to be put through so much. They're talking about the lubricants and what they need, and we're really showcasing that. But like you were mentioning, being able to be pulled over on that side and have all of these trucks pass you is going to be crazy, just to know that you've got so much more to catch up. Now we're sitting here with Tracy Graff and Bean. And it's really cool because he did win this last year. Like we were talking about, he did it in 8 hours and 12 minutes. So with Bean being there, and I know that they've been on this nice run, they've been making some small adjustments to the truck. I think this effort of them, the collaborative effort, is really showcasing what they can do as driver, co-driver, because we've also seen Bean jumping over there, and then what the truck can also do.
Well, you know, and I think with the case with Tracy Graff, as you saw, there was just clean air, you know, nothing in front of him. And then you got Menzies, as you saw, and he was just fighting through the dust. Having that clean air out front is such a benefit. And here is Dave Mason Jr., who is now charging up through the pack as well. He's got a bit of a clean air too, so Menzies really getting into the dust when we go on those onboard shots with Menzies. Everybody else seems to be spaced out, so Bryce really pushing. As we said, Nick Whetstone was the one that started in front of him, so Bryce maybe being held back a bit in that all-wheel drive truck early on by one of the two-wheel drives.
We're looking at times right now with Dave Mason. He's putting about 50, 55 miles per hour through this section right here, making it just look easy through there. But what we were talking about, there's very minimal room for mistake. If you go a little bit to the right on certain areas, there is that cliff there's there. Plus, you've also got some of the rocks, very hard passing positions. And you can see a little bit of that cliff right there, Jim. If you make that wrong move going at a high speed, your day's done. Yeah, there's no room for runoff. This area reminds me a little bit of the Silver State 300. There's a Pine Forest we go through up there, and RJ's still sitting. He can't be happy right now. Obviously, this is way more than just a flat. We'll see if we can. Oh, it looks like we've got. Is he getting back in now? We had a little stutter there with Starstream. So RJ looked like he's back on the road, which is definitely a positive for that team. All right, this is Menzies now chasing down Nick Whetstone. As we said, Menzies was getting into the dust of Nick Whetstone. Nick in a two-wheel drive started in the third spot. Menzies in an all-wheel drive started in the fourth. Two different classes. Menzies desperately trying to hunt down Nick Whetstone and get around so he can get into this chase there with Tracy Graff. And this is what we're really talking about, the two-wheel drive versus the four-wheel drive. Jim, in this section in particular, what are your thoughts? Is, you know, obviously a little bit more speed, but the four-wheel drive is going to be able to carry that momentum over those small G-outs, over those rocks. Is he going to be able to catch Nick Whetstone? I mean, he's right in the rear view right now. He's definitely going to be able to catch Nick Whetstone. In the all-wheel drive, they're going slightly up a grade. So anytime you're going up a hill, the all-wheel drive is going to have a little bit better traction. It's not going to spin as much. But the big thing is these tight, technical, twisty roads. As you see Bryce around the corners, he corners so much quicker because you're carrying the speed out of the corners. You got two more wheels biting. And look at that. Nick finally just pulls over and says, you caught me, Bryce, take it. Which classy move there. Didn't make Bryce come up and hit him. Nick, two different classes. Obviously, he wants to factor into the overall, but he knows early on, I don't want to fight with Menzies. I'm going to give him the position. I'm going to live to fight another day. We're going to come back and try and be consistent. Hopefully, Bryce has some downtime. Maybe I'll factor into the overall. But on a sheer speed, especially going up a mountain like this, you got nothing for Bryce Menzies. Well, and both of these two gentlemen did do the pre-run, so they kind of know what's happening. So maybe, like you said, pulling over, giving him that respect, doesn't want to damage anything with the truck, but knowing that we still got 485 plus miles, that there's so much that could happen, he might be able to make up that speed. Once we hit those lake beds, there's a few lake beds out there, there's tons of passings, there's some silt beds out there as well, and maybe, who knows, when it comes down to the wash, he can be able to pull some speed and bring that back in as well. Yeah, and I think that's the key there. Look at Bryce just stretching things out now. He's got that clean air, and he's going to be very, very quick. Now he's on the hunt. Bryce going to be sitting second overall on course. He's going to be chasing down Tracy Graff, who is currently leading out front. Look at Menzies. This is where you get to see one of the best in the world do what he does. Well, just dropping the hammer, and you just see those. Look at just slight movements, just dancing the truck through these whoops and the ruts. No mistakes.
Slow, slow. Medium left to a
And this is going to be Michael Scafuto, another gentleman who did end up going on the rally. He did have some troubles throughout. He brought a different pre-runner out. He didn't bring necessarily a pre-runner for his truck, but he's got some idea. He understands what's going on, and absolutely love talking to Scafuto. He is the one guy that's always out there to have a lot of fun. But Jim, in this position right here, you see the dust is up there. You know that there's people and you know that you're catching on them. For you as a driver, what's the thought process? Obviously, it's like, hey, I want to get them. You smell the blood in the air. You're wanting to go for that, but knowing that you got to keep everything together.
Well, and especially that's one of the big things early on, you know, as a race car driver. You got that adrenaline. The green flag just dropped. You want to go, you want to go, you want to go. Like you said, this is a 505-mile race. We're going across elevation changes from 2,500 feet up to 9,000 feet, and we're going across an entire state. Like, it is a long play here, so you can't get caught up in the little battles early on. You got to think about the war in the long term. I mean, you know, the top driver is going to be between 8 and 8.5 hours to the finish line. That is a long day behind the wheel, regardless of whether you're swapping off or not. So I think, you know, you really have to keep a calm head about yourself and realize, hey, I got to be there at the finish. I don't want to make a mistake at mile 7 that cost me at mile 505.
Well, I think it's going to be safe to say that the word of the day is going to be attrition, and that is what's going to keep it in your head. So if you're a co-driver, you know that we still got so much time. This is what we got to do, and it's really cool to see the terrain. And you know,
and look at that, Bryce Menzies off with a tire change. So all that he did to get around Nick Whetstone, now we're seeing co-driver there doing a tire change. We saw Robbie and Max Gordon just jet by. So Menzies going to lose the position on course to Robbie Gordon.
And this is kind of what we were talking about. You know, when we were at the Off-Road Festival, Shelby and I were chatting because a lot of drivers were saying, hey, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? They're like, oh, if we get a flat, no worries. We've got so much more time to make up. But once again, what we said in the beginning, yes, you've got that time to make up, but you've got to work your way through the pack again, just like Bryce did. So all of that hard work, now he's sitting on the side. He's got to do that once again. And if I know Robbie and Max pretty well when it comes to their drive style, they're not going to let him over like Nick Whetstone did.
Oh, no, Robbie, you got to come up and touch Robbie Gordon for Robbie to see the position. Robbie does not, and that's a very difficult thing to do. But, you know, as we talked about, this first 50 miles of the course, it's tough. It's unforgiving. It's rocky. There's hills. There's mountains. Probably 50 of the toughest miles of the course are right off the start here. And I called it, you know, in the pre-show. We're going to see some flats. We're going to see some mistakes early on. And unfortunately for Bryce Menzies, they're back on course now. But it caught him right off the bat.
Well, and I love how he's just going. Oren is getting in there, and it's really, you know, I absolutely love this dynamic, too, between Bryce and Oren. They've won everything together. I don't think I've seen anybody else with Bryce over the last few years. Oren, to me, is a very methodical, calm co-driver. He's able to keep that. Not saying that Bryce isn't calm and methodical, but, you know, when you're in this, and like we were talking about, every moment that you pull over, it feels probably like 10 minutes to you. But to have a co-driver get you back into that mental game and understand that, hey, once that tire's back in, I'm going to start going. You better strap yourself in. We've got a race to go and some more people to hunt down.
You know, and I think that's what's interesting. You know, the co-driver dynamic, you see a lot of guys, they'll have a different co-driver every other race, things like that. Menzies and Oren have been together for quite some time. And then you look at Andy McMillan. He's got Brady Thompson in the car with him. And Andy and Brady have been together for a very long time as well. So you've got an established couple of drivers who have some very long-term established co-drivers with them, and they know how each other work. You know, they can see each other, they feel each other, they know what each other's thinking. And I think once you get that in a driver-co-driver dynamic, you don't want to lose it. As we're bouncing around here with some of the footage. Looks like, was that R.J. Anderson we bounced in with?
We did bounce into that one. I'm trying to see who this INDYCAR is. Now that we're starting to have these stars.
Miller possibly with the colors, I'm thinking?
Oh, Dane Miller?
It might possibly be with the bright yellow colors.
Yeah. I'm not sure if the hood is going to be blue, but I know the rest of the side is blue and yellow. Now we're going to start needing them to put the names on the inside of the car.
Rinthal, I was wrong.
There we go. I like seeing Jonathan Brenthel out there. It's really cool. I know that he's got a plethora of trucks out there. His team is building them, bringing them, having other people under there. One of the cool people that I like watching is Gerard Lopez. Gerard is a new guy that's coming out here, and he's underneath that the Brenthel team. He's in the Vanguard truck, which is a really cool truck if you've ever seen it up close, but he's one to watch too.
Yeah, the Brenthels, you know, obviously they do a lot behind the scenes. They run a Riven programs. So this we got Mitch Guthrie Jr. in the Raptor T1 Plus. Ford Racing coming on board here. Love seeing that here in the desert. You know, obviously that's the same vehicle he's going to be running at the Dakar Rally come January. But great to see it over here and see what it can do in, you know, in North America in the desert. It's very rare we see a rally raid vehicle. I know we got to go back some 15, 20 years. Mark Miller was able to bring one of the Volkswagen Touareg over here to North America and run down there in Baja. It was also sponsored by Red Bull conveniently. But, yeah, it's fun to see those. And there's only certain tracks. I mean, you don't want to take that Raptor T1 Plus to the Min 400. It's just not made for that. But something like this with these rally roads, it really can be very, very fast.
Hard right 90, hard right 90. Hard left to a hard right tight. Danger. Yep, hard left. Hard left.
And I love hearing the co-driver, just that calm, cool, collected. That's a very good co-driver there on board with Michael Scafuto. Just
medium left.
Really keeping the driver calm. The demeanor's there, and he's just calling out corners.
500 feet, medium left to medium right.
And as a driver, when you get a co-driver like that, it's weird because you sitting at home or listening to that co-driver going, okay, these corners, medium, easy, 500 feet. As a driver, when you understand the language, it becomes subconscious. You hear it, and you don't have to think about it. It's like the co-driver drives the car for you. Your hands just react to the words they're saying, and you can't even explain the connection you get when it's done right. Back with Jonathan Brenthel. He is really moving here. And he is on it, Tiffany.
And there's a little different dynamic between him and his co-driver. His co-driver is just using certain hand signals, and maybe that's something that they've talked about that they wanted, that he wants in this truck. When you're in this position, knowing that you've got some room to make up and you're probably hearing that other trucks have stopped, what are you going for? What are you thinking about?
Well, especially when you know there's a truck that's stopped and they've got downtime, it's much easier. Look at the mud here. We got some mud splashing up here on our cameras. But look at that. Look at all the standing water here for Bryce Menzies. The mud. I mean, that is some deep, deep mud there. Bryce wiping his face shield. And it's like, you need to get on it. You don't want to lose time, but you also know if you do, it's going to cause a mess all over the truck and all over your visor. And trust me, some of that mud in Nevada, it really stinks. You don't want to be sitting in that for the next 8 hours.
Well, looking at our tracker once again, and this is just based on course, not corrected time yet. We've got to get through the timing loops, but we've got Graf up front. We've got Whetstone sitting second, Menzies sitting third. Then we've got Anderson sitting fourth, and then rounding that top five is going to be Gordon. So those are who your top five are, just on course, not corrected time. It looks like Bryce is going to be able to make up some more time, and let's talk about that once again. Four-wheel drive to two-wheel drive, knowing that he's got to make up some time. There are some little tight technical areas through here, especially when we kind of get through mile marker 20. Once they get there, though, Jim, it kind of opens up just a little bit, and then it gets tight and technical once again.
Yeah, and speaking of that, our leader, Tracy Groff, is approaching mile 20, a couple miles out, so he'll be there pretty quick. So we're a few miles into this one as we're going on board with Robbie Gordon, who's got a complete different driving style.
I also had heard through the grapevine that Robbie Gordon had won this back in the 1980s area. He was winning some of these amazing races out here, so it's kind of cool to see that.
Yeah, and I remember, gosh, we're going to have to go back 10 years. I think he jumped into Truggy there very late, and I can't remember, but he ended up starting like 60th or mid-50s through qualifying and everything else, driving for RPM. Showed up. We're just like, oh, let's see what happens. Ended up winning the race from like the 50-something starting position. So we'll probably go back about 10 years now, but it was a bright orange truck. And I remember everybody's like, oh, that's going to be interesting to see what happens with Robbie Gordon starting back there near 60th position and ended up winning the race.
He just looks so smooth out there right now. Minimal movements. Holding a little towel in his hand, getting the dust off of there. And that's what we kept talking about. Yes, there are some muddy sections, but there's a lot of dust, and it's going to be lingering dust as soon as we get, past that. Maybe, oh, there we go.
Yeah, it's back on rental. Handing the towel over. Back on board to RJ Anderson. Had the downtime earlier. They're back underway, trying to fight back and claw back, make up some of that time.
I did reach out to the Anderson camp, and it looked like he had a flat back at Minnow, so that was what took RJ out for just a little bit.
And that was the thing. There must have been something with the wheel getting caught up in the caliper. That was a lot of downtime for a flat. Generally, they're in and out, and 60 seconds. And RJ was down for a couple of minutes. I mean, that one. And once in a while you depending on how the flat is, stuff gets wrapped around, tangled up. The wheel can wrap around the caliper, makes it really hard for the co-driver to get it changed. So maybe something like that happened. Just seemed like they were down a little bit longer than usual for just a routine tire change. Beautiful lines there for RJ Anderson.
I know he was really excited to get into this truck, and he was really excited to get some more time, some more miles on it. And it looks like we're getting set up for our next set of groups going out there right now. Sitting right there is Kyle Jurgensen. We had talked about it earlier for Silver State. He actually had jumped out of the truck, and interestingly enough, that Bean had jumped in there. So Justin Bean had jumped into there. That's a sister truck to the Graf truck, and he said that there was a lot of newer updates on this truck particular that Kyle Jurgensen's in that was different. So he's like, I'm kind of jealous of this. I'm looking forward to it. But another big story right now with Kyle Jurgensen is normally we've seen him on a different tire manufacturer, and for this race in particular, he switched over to Toyo tires.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see that. Is Cadbury Magnaflow, big partner here in Vegas to Reno. Big thanks to them and their support. We're going to see if Jurgensen can throw down as we go back on to RJ Anderson. Look at that, just driving with one hand. Making it look easy there. This is Kyle Jurgensen here. So on board, and he's taken that spec truck and be able to do some magical things with it. And I think this is a race where a spec truck, once you can let the legs stretch out, really can possibly factor into the overall. There's some spots where they're going to be down on horsepower, but we'll see. If anybody can make that happen, it would be Kyle Jurgensen. But we're just getting underway here at the 30th annual Casey Folks Vegas to Reno. Our leaders approaching mile marker 25, and when we return, we're going to have more racing action here at Casey Folks Vegas to Reno. The 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno is brought to you by Camberg Racing, Magnaflow, Ford Racing, Monster Energy, 4-Wheel Parts, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Rugged Radios, Bilstein, Can-Am, Ibach Springs, VP Racing, Power Sport Pros.
It starts with a line, a choice, a commitment to the surface beneath you, on the street, track, or way off the map. We don't just build tires, we build an unfair advantage. From short course carnage to the wide open throttle of Baja, we've proven it in places where the weak don't survive. Built for every track, every trail, and the terrain in between. Maxxis tires, tread victoriously.
Every great adventure starts with confidence. And at CageWorks, confidence is built from the ground up. From roll cages to bumpers and doors, to windshields, roof racks, and tire carriers, CageWorks engineers every product to work seamlessly together and stand up to the toughest terrain. Manufactured in the USA. Built to perform. Built to protect. From the shop to your next adventure, CageWorks.
PCI Race Radio is the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
Welcome back here to the 30th annual Casey Folks Vegas to Reno. This is the 2026 edition. We're doing it the other way to celebrate 30 years of the event. And Tiffany, I'm going to make a prediction here. It's a Jim Beaver prediction, but it's gone over so well with this Vegas to Reno, which I guess we ought to call it Reno to Vegas this year. I think this isn't going to be a one-off. I think this is going to be more often than not. I don't know. I just feel like there's some magic to the race this year.
Very, very much so. And I think everybody got that intensity. You know, talking to some of the drivers, they were mentioning we've done this one way, we've done it this other way, but now it's a new challenge to do it the other way. And it's really cool to see all of it come together. And you're absolutely correct. The magic of it, being able to have this. Now, this isn't the first time we've live streamed this, but it's the first time we're actually getting the remote cameras and really seeing the race course throughout from the beginning to the end. And honestly, Jim, we've had so much drama already within the first 25 miles. We've had 2 flats from our top contenders. We're seeing people pass. We're seeing people pull over. They're being polite. They're moving over. We see them catching up. And this is just the first 25 miles of this race.
Yeah, our leader's now approaching mile 30. That would be Tracy Groff, who is currently leading. We've got Bryce Menzies. He's in the mix of the top 5 as well after that flat. He is battling back. And I think really, to me, the magic here, and, you know, I'm looking at it, if I was driving and the race strategy, survive that first 50 miles, get to pit 1 at Weeks, because then after Weeks, things open up a little bit. There's a lot of fast fire roads, things like that. But that first 50 miles we've seen with RJ and Bryce both getting flats, there's a lot of room to make mistakes and really mess up your day early. It's like you don't want to lose position, but you don't want to push early either. Get to that first pit. You know, it's right around mile 45, and once you get after that, drop the hammer and go, because then it actually gets fun. This first 50 miles is not fun as a driver.
Well, we can see some of the drivers coming up here, and they're getting so close, because once we get to mile marker 30, 31, we make that left, and it is nothing but fast. So we've been talking about fast times, Jim. Predictions. I'm saying in this small stretch from about mile marker 31 to probably about 40, it is fast, it is straight, and I think I'm going to see maybe speeds of maybe 120, 130 plus, especially from those Mason trucks.
As we're on with Brenthal again, and you see all the greenery. Saw a little bit of moisture there. He's up there kind of on the top over by Como, and it is really, I've been there when we're doing it the other way, and I've been up there when there's like 5 feet of standing water, people stuck in these massive mud holes, late in the race, and honestly DNF because they're stuck in a mud hole like 20 miles from the finish. So there's a lot of moisture up there. We saw the green. It's quite interesting just this early on how many different things and layers of things have been thrown at these drivers. This is Robbie Gordon we're back on board with here. Look at the hand movements. You want to see how a truck's working, you look at the hand movements. Look at that, just very slight grabbing here, there. But Robbie, I mean, he's so just the finesse there. Hands just a little bit, inch here, inch there, inch here, inch there, just adapting to micro things that are coming at him as a driver. You see a driver, they're seesawing on the wheels, going back and forth, back and forth. They're trying to gather things. It may look a lot of fun, it's not. You want to be in a car that's working like this is Robbie Gordon's, where he's just along for the ride, and the truck's doing exactly what it needs to do.
And what's great about Robbie Gordon, I did get a little note from Bob Bauer before we move on. He won this in 1989, so it's good to see him back out here.
It's definitely good to see him back out here as they're back on with Robbie again.
And Bob was also mentioning that year he won the Triple Crown of off-road racing. First overall at the 500, then he was called the Nevada 500, and then he first overall at the 1000 as well. So Robbie Gordon, that span, that career, that twin engine that we hear in there, it's a Geyser-built truck. It's really, really nice. It sounds so much different than everybody else when you're up there. And what I like about it is he gives a lot of thanks to Clyde Stacy for that RPM truck, everything about it. He's the most humble person when it comes to having this truck, driving it, because Clyde Stacy's given him that opportunity.
All right, this is going to be Menzies. No, not Menzies, excuse me.
Whetstone's up there, and
I was trying to see who was in the second spot, though.
Let me look on the tracker.
That is Menzies. That is Menzies catching Whetstone again. There's mud on the truck, and I couldn't quite see it. So this is going to be Menzies catching Whetstone again. We've seen this play out once before. Menzies caught Whetstone. Whetstone let him go around. Then Menzies got a flat. Whetstone got back in front. So Whetstone, your current two-wheel drive leader. Menzies, believe running about third. Correct me if I'm wrong, in the all-wheel drive division, third or fourth. But Menzies now really trying to reel in Whetstone. And, you know, the thing is this track matures. If Menzies can't get around Whetstone, the two-wheel drive ends up not being much of a disadvantage. Once you start getting onto those flowy, fast fire roads, Whetstone can be just almost as fast as Menzies. And look at the standing water I was talking about. Menzies is just blowing through it. Not what you want to do, because it just gets all over you as a driver. We see the camera. It's all over the camera. So that's not what you want as a driver, but Menzies knows if I don't push through this, I'm never going to catch Whetstone.
Is that this small little advantage over the four-wheel drive? Because when we saw that first big standing water, Whetstone took the right over there. He didn't go through it. Menzies just blew straight through that. And it's going to be interesting because now they're out of that fast section. Once they get past mile marker 35, it gets tight and technical. Looking at the tracking right now, is he going to let him pass again?
He is, and Bryce is trying to be nice. Oh, there's the tap. And Whetstone, pulls over instantly. That was a very nice tap for Menzies. I've seen some unlimited truck guys never quite that nice. So classy move there for Bryce Menzies. Going, it's early, buddy. I don't want to ruin your day. Just get out of the way and let me come through.
And we're looking at it. He is just wiping the visor, wiping the visor, wiping the visor through that. And he goes through it straight again. And is that the tactical thing that you have to do? Do you just go, and he's pulling over again?
And look at that.
Okay.
Well, and here's the deal. The way Bryce was just blowing through the water, sometimes that water can get into systems in the car. It can get sucked into intakes, things like that. So traditionally, as a desert racer, when you see a big pool of water like that, you don't blow through it. You check up and you just drive through it. Bryce was having to hit those harder than he normally would because he was trying to chase down Whetstone, and he could have, got some water in a place it didn't want to, and the truck reacted.
Now we're back on board with Tracy Graff and Justin Bean Smith, and based on the tracker, Okay, so Tracy's our overall leader right now, which is awesome to see. Like we were talking about before, we keep mentioning it. He's won this last year. He's got a great co-driver in Bean. He's got some clean air right now, but Jim, looking at this course and what we've seen so far, and knowing that they've got that weather, how much more standing water is going to be out on that course? Is it going to be an all-day thing? Because once it starts drying up, or say we got a lot of unlimited trucks going through there, what's it going to look for the rest of the field once we get to the limited cars?
Well, and I actually think with the water, the limited cars are going to be at an advantage because these unlimited trucks, they're blowing through the water and pushing it off out to the sides and things like that. So they might be at an advantage. Some of those mud holes and water holes might have less water in them by the time the limited cars get there because the unlimited trucks just blew right through them and blew it out of the holes. So we'll have to see. I know some of the limited cars will definitely won't be blowing through it like that. But Groff now approaching Weeks. He's about 5 miles out from Weeks, I believe. That's going to be pit number 1. Shouldn't have anybody stopping at pit number 1, maybe to re-rack a spare tire or something like that. But Groff just continuing to blaze through. There is some rocky area that last 5 miles, if I remember correct. And there's Menzies again out of the car. And we've got both the drivers out of the car now. Menzies not happy.
I'm wondering if the water, like you were mentioning, because what are you supposed to do? Or maybe did he not know that the water was there? Or did he figure that Nick Whetstone was just pulling over to the left a little bit to let him through?
And obviously we're not getting a super good camera angle with all the moisture that got on the camera, but I got to wonder, he blew through that water and then immediately had to pull off to the side. So maybe water got in something, but there's also, I've seen in trucks happen before, and I'm just throwing caution at the wind saying what I'm saying, so don't quote me on any of this, but I've seen at times where the water blows up underneath the truck, and it can blow a belt off the engine, can blow a sump belt off. I've seen it do all kinds of different things, so there's no telling. I don't know if he sucked some water in where it shouldn't have been, but it seemed like immediately hit that big puddle, big splash, and then he immediately had to pull over and the truck had some problems. So I don't quite know what that is. Obviously we're just shooting from the hip here and throwing stuff out there, but it could be a myriad of things. But with the hood off, obviously water affected. Yeah, helmet off.
Helmet off now. That is a tough day, especially when you were just going so well and had this brand new Gen 2 for you and looking through everything.
And Bryce had a very quick pace early, and obviously we're not saying the day is done. They're going to try and get that thing repaired. We'll see what can happen. Obviously, Bryce having Oren with him, Oren a great mechanic. So he's going to be able to diag this thing really quick and hopefully make a determination of where they go from there. But we've got Brenthal now back on board. Continue to push here. Going to try and look on our tracker here to see quite where some of these drivers are. Looks like Brenthal going back to him. We are sitting about between about mile 33, I think we're getting on board from with Jonathan Brenthal. So about mile 33, once again, our leader approaching Weeks, which is about mile 50, or excuse me, 44. So probably about 20 or 15 miles back, I think, from our leader is Brenthal at this point.
I love seeing all the stands.
This would be Weeks, yes.
Yeah, I love seeing everybody on the side. They're out here to have a good time. They're all positioned out there watching some of their favorite drivers just go through. So then I'm wondering now if, with the technology that we have, the Starlinks and knowing what's going on, obviously the live stream, and everybody can chat and tell with everybody else, did they say to them, to Tracy and Bean in there, hey, Bryce is pulled over, this is going on, not to let up or anything, but just, hey, you don't have as much pressure behind you at this moment?
Well, they probably, I don't know, at this point as a driver, unless somebody's within striking distance, I really don't want to know who's behind me. I want to know what's ahead. But right now, I think Tracy Groff's biggest concern should be the number 5 of Robbie Gordon, because Robbie Gordon is neck and neck with Tracy Groff right now up front. And so I think that is going to be the biggest concern. And looks like who else is getting in the mix here? Nick Whetstone. Nick Whetstone is in this as well. So Nick, you know, in the two-wheel drive, hold it down for the two-wheel drive drivers. He's in the mix as well. So going on there with Robbie Gordon. Robbie just settling in. He knows what it's like to endurance race. Obviously, Baja, we've seen him in Rolex 24 hours. I mean, Robbie knows what it's like to sit in a race car for a very, very long time.
Just look at the top left over there, and the suspension just working, and it looks so smooth and it's perfect. Minimal dust right now. Can't say that's going to happen for the rest of the course, but minimal dust. You're not eating anything. I feel like the temperatures are a little bit cooler until we head a little bit south. You know, you've got Max sitting there right there on the right-hand seat. Now we're back on with Brenthal. And, you know, some things about Brenthal, he's done this race a few years. 2024, he took 6, a lapse time of 9 hours, 54 minutes. We're still seeing some water out there. 2023, he also took a 7th place, so that's where we've been seeing him. And I'm wondering right now is just how much mud is getting on those visors.
Yeah, there's a lot of mud that gets on the visors, and traditionally, desert racers don't run tear-offs. I never ran tear-offs. You know, obviously there's some shield, some armor that you can put on, cruise armor and some different things that you can put on your face shields, but you go through so many tear-offs as a desert racer, you would over the course of a 505-mile race. It doesn't make any point to even start with them. And then sometimes if that dust get up underneath them and things like that. So traditionally you just put on a new shield and you just wipe it and continue to wipe it. The key here is having dry towels.
Yes. I was just about to ask you about that, because you're looking at it and there's mud on there, and what if that happens? I've never been in that position, Jim, so I'm not sure about the scratch visors. Only ride pit bikes here and there, but I just wouldn't want that to the visibility.
Well, and a lot of times you'll see in the pits, drivers will pull in, they'll give them some fresh towels to the co-driver so you can hand it back and forth to the driver. I know we would do it with Ziploc bags. We would give a Ziploc bag with a couple of towels in it. So my co-driver Brian would have dry towels always handy. So here we are back with Nick Whetstone. Great to get the onboard of these guys. Nick, you know, he has set his pace, and I love this about Nick. He's in a two-wheel drive. He's in the mix with the all-wheel drive trucks right now, but he set his pace. Menzies would come up, and he didn't alter his pace. He didn't get nervous. He didn't feel pressured. He didn't make a mistake. All right, there's Menzies. We'll let him go by. Then he'd get Menzies back when Menzies had a mistake. He set his pace, and that's a pace that's going to win this race. He goes, I'm not going to get in the mix. I'm not going to worry about the overall. I'm going to set my pace, and I'm not going to vary from that pace. We're going to see what comes to us, and he's doing a phenomenal job. This is a veteran driver who's got a great mind space right now to win this.
Well, I did get some information about Bryce Menzies. Shout out to Fish. He just let me know that maybe Bryce took out the trans-cooler during the nerf, or it got rocked from the roost. So that could be something that's going on with him. So thank you so much, Fish, for that update on that. But this is what the drama that we were talking about, and going back to, you know, with Nick and everything, was that a little bit of good desert karma, letting him pull over just a little bit, knowing that, hey, you caught me, here I'm at, I'm going to let you go through, and we're going to battle back and forth throughout the day.
And this is going to be Nick Whetstone here. He's going to be coming through pit 1 weeks. Obviously, speed limit, so they're going to, you know, idle through here. And you're going to see him get back on the gas. Shouldn't have any drivers stopping this early. Look at the moisture, though. Gosh, look at that. Right back into the water. So much standing water up here.
And Jim, just going back to it, it is confirmed the trans-cooler is punched from that. So that's what's going on with Bryce Menzies right now. Which
is wild, because Bryce, that was the nicest tap I've ever seen. I mean, it wasn't an aggressive hit. It was just just kind of came up and a little nudge. I don't know what Bryce could have done different. I think the roost may be the key there, because it wasn't an abusive hit at all. So it wasn't anything to do damage. It's just a rock caught things in the right position, I guess. I don't know. That's a tough one for Menzies, because he did nothing wrong, in my opinion. All right, back up with Tracy Groff, our current leader. He's approaching mile 48.
One of the fastest sections of the course. You can see right there for racing tracks. It is nothing but fast, fast, fast. There are some places that you can pass There will be some rocks on the side throughout, which we can see here. I like to call the things on the side rock bushes. You're not sure if it's a bush, you're not sure if it's a rock. I did that one time at Hammers. I went really fast. I hit the bush, but actually it was a rock bush. My husband was like, what did we learn? I said, don't follow people in their dust. So I know that you're not going to have some spots over here, but this is going to be the fastest section for a little bit. You're looking all the way till about mile marker 54. They're going to make a right-hand turn.
Yeah, and, you know, going back this whole section between Weeks and Top Gun, obviously I've raced it the other direction, but I always looked forward to getting to this section of the course because as a driver, it is fast. There's not a lot of rough, you know, obviously some standing water as now we're on board with Kyle Jurgensen. He is our leader in the spec trucks. Blistering pace he's running here in a spec truck. But, you know, going back to talking about it, look at that, just soaking up that jump there. But Top Gun and Weeks going to be very fast, going to be tough to pass. Nick Whetstone, now that he survived that first 50 miles, really going to be able to stretch the legs on that two-wheel drive truck. Four-wheel drives in that section between the two pits, not going to be much of an advantage.
Another great thing about Kyle Jurgensen for this year for AORC is for 2026, you know, he took that first place in his class. At Parker 400, and then he also took the first place in the overall class win once again at the Mint 400. Now, if he wasn't out because his wife and him were having a brand new baby for Silver State, I'm wondering if he would have been on that because he's been on a heater. And I know that seeing and talking to Kyle Jurgensen, he likes to be able to intermix everybody when they're starting. So with the qualifying order, knowing that he's got to go back, he's got all of these two-wheel drives and these four-wheel drives trucks in front of him. I know with Kyle, he's like, I've got to get there, I've got to get there. He is the most calm, collected person when you're speaking to him on the podium or speaking to him out there, but his drive style shows so much more different than what it's like when you're just talking to him.
Oh yeah, definitely. He's night and day difference, and you know that's what you like to see in a race car driver, somebody that's very cool, calm, collected, and then they get behind the wheel, they're just an absolute savage. Reminds me of Kimi Räikkönen, the Formula One driver. They call him the Iceman, just the coolest dude, but he put on that helmet and it was just like a beast behind the wheel. Look at this though, just look at that truck just right through this.
And I know they've got all the kinetic on there, you know, running with a different tire. That's probably got to be a little bit of a game change for you. Making it look super easy. It's tight. It's narrow. There's little room for error in here. But, you know, Kyle Jurgensen's won this before. He's overall this in 2021, a lapse time of 8 hours and 12. So Kyle knows what it's like to be in there for that long, to go this way. But once again, Jim, we keep talking about it, the other way. I bet you most of these drivers are expecting to feel like a truck's going to come at them because they're so used to seeing this. And correct me if I'm wrong, you've got muscle memory, you've got other memory of how it's supposed to be, and now you're translating it the other way.
Yeah, it's quite different, you know, and I'm sure seeing areas of this course that they have and you're seeing it in reverse, it's, you know, it's got to be kind of mind games you know, on you as a driver. But end of the day, what a beautiful course, and Kyle doing a phenomenal job there up front in spec. Tracy Groff continuing to push here. He's about midway between Weeks and Top Gun at this point. Currently running in the lead, we've got Robbie Gordon as well as Nick Whetstone in the mix. And then fourth on course, going to be a little ways back, is R.J. Anderson after that flat early on. So we got looks like 5 drivers now, including Tracy Poole, who have cleared Weeks. And it looks like we're going to have Jordan Dean clearing Weeks as well. Dave Mason Jr. going to be the next one up through there. So drivers now got that first leg of the race under their belt, as R.J. Anderson now trying to claw back some of that time he had. Got to be a tough one there to start up front, have a flat, drop back early, wanting to be able to lead and control the pace.
This looks amazing, because when I was driving through here with the stock truck, I was going 20 miles an hour, Jim. This was nowhere as fast as I was going on this. This is incredible. This is probably one of the faster sections. You're going to start seeing a lot more silt come together once we start heading a little bit south. Yeah, I was not going this fast at all.
Well, you know, the thing is like a lot of these areas would be silt, you know, some of these big holes, things like that. But, you know, what happens when you get a lot of rain on silt, it becomes mud. So, oh, well, we will see how things shape up here as I didn't get to see who that truck was as he went by too quick in the dust. Back to R.J. Anderson.
And let's talk about that a little bit more. Now, so this silt is kind of turning into mud, but once these 2-wheel, 4-wheel spec trucks get through there, we were talking about some more standing water. It's incredible how much is out there. Let's talk about that. When you're driving in something that has silt with standing water, not knowing actually how deep it is, are there some gotcha moments in there? Are there some rocks in there? Because a big puncture right now, once again, pulling you out of that race, is there a possibility for anything to be bent?
Well, there is definitely at the bottom of those silt holes, things like that. I've cut tires and things like that when you're in the deep silt. Sometimes stuff gets tossed in there, you can't see it, and you run it over, and you normally would have, got out of the ruts and things like that, dodged it. So there can be stuff at the bottom of those. You just never quite know. RJ was doing a very good job on that previous onboard of skirting around the edges of the mud holes. Doing a very good job, losing very minimal time, but really trying to keep the truck out of the water as best he can. It's Kyle Jurgensen just truck dancing, and you had mentioned Camberg and Kinetic and what Jerry and Jason have been able to do over there with these trucks. I give them a lot of credit because building some of the best spec trucks in the business, we've seen what Jurgensen's been able to do with one, but they've developed a lot of their own parts, and I think that's what's cool. There's a lot of good parts that are out there in the world, and they decided, there are good parts that are out here, but we're going to go and we think we can build a better part, and so they've done a lot of internal development to really improve those trucks, and it's really coming in their own, as we've seen with Kyle Jurgensen, is now back on board with Nick Whetstone, our leader in two-wheel drive, currently sitting in the top 3 overall. Nick Whetstone around mile 55 currently. Our leader, Tracy Groff, he's approaching mile 60, so Whetstone within about 5 miles of our leader. Obviously very early here. We're just 55, 60 miles into this 505-mile race feature here on a Friday. You gotta love a race like Vegas to Reno that runs on a Friday. It kills all productivity in the Southwest.
And then you get to end up right outside of Vegas. You get to hang out in Vegas on a Friday night. Everybody's gonna end up and come back together at the Rio right there in Vegas. And I'm kind of sad, Jim, that we're not gonna be there to celebrate with all of them.
Yeah, all the drivers and everybody at home. Yeah, how many office computers are set to stream today? There's not a lot of work happening across the Southwest and the United States, but Kyle Jurgensen back up front here. See that Beast helmet. I feel like Beast for Kyle Jurgensen, it's such a good fit.
It is an amazing fit. And what's really cool about Kyle Jurgensen's signature kind of strategy is that it's patience over horsepower, I feel. He's got that patience. Don't get me wrong, there is the horsepower in that Camberg MagnaFlow truck. He's got it, but Kyle is just super, super patient. So is it patience and methodical? Because we've got other drivers out there, like, certain ones that are checkers or wreckers, Mr. Robbie Gordon out there, he always says that. But how important is patience in this kind of point-to-point race, which we don't normally see here in the States?
Well, I think for Vegas to Reno, it's definitely important. Obviously, we saw Menzies, and, it was a fluke deal that looks like it took him out. But patience, you've got to survive the 505 miles. You can't get caught up in a slugfest early on. It just doesn't work out in your favor. But we have a lot of racing yet to go. Our leader, Tracy Groff, currently approaching race mile 60 as we've got our unlimited buggies off the line. So we're going to take a short break. We come back, more from the 30th annual Casey Folks Vegas to Reno. The 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno is brought to you by Camberg Racing, MagnaFlow, Ford Racing, Monster Energy, 4-Wheel Parts, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Rugged Radios, Bill Stein, Can-Am, iBox Springs, VP Racing, Power Sport Pros.
From the brutal sands of Reno to the high-stakes finish in Vegas, true off-road performance demands one thing: traction, power, reliability. That's why Simple Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the iconic Vegas to Reno the other way. Simple Tire makes finding, buying, and installing the ultimate tires for your rig easier than ever.
Simple Tire, your destination for every road and everywhere the road ends. Shop simpletire.com today.
Because I'll get it done. And it's not gonna. I'm gonna make this happen for kids, and it's one kid at a time, and one step at a time. And I'm a fighter.
There's only one place to go to do your rig right, and that's at 4 Wheel Parts. Now is the time for bigger tires and larger wheels. Now is the time to lift your truck at 4 Wheel Parts. Learn more, shop current deals, and find your local 4 Wheel Parts location at 4wheelparts.com.
The next era of desert racing is here. BITD and UNLTD unite to form the American Off-Road Racing Championship, the premier North American off-road league. One rulebook, one championship, and the country's most iconic races. Parker, Mint, Silver State, Vegas to Reno, and Laughlin. No split fields, just the best racing head-to-head. The American Off-Road Racing Championship. This is where champions are decided.
They say you can't be in 2 places at once. Clearly, they have never been here. Reno Tahoe is the ultimate base camp for those who choose to live life to its fullest. This is a land of extremes, where world-class adventure is fused with 24-hour energy. Go ahead, have it both ways. That's the point. From the heights of the Sierras to the soul of the city, it's all you. No limits. Get going at visitrenotahoe.com.
All right, we are back here to the 30th annual Casey Folks Vegas to Reno. Jim Beaver, Tiffany Stone calling the action. I know at some point today we are also going to bring in Matt Martelli into the show, but for right now it's just you and I holding things down, Tiffany, and our leader approaching. I haven't looked, I think around mile 65 at this point. R.J. Anderson, he's currently running in the top 5. But, you know, that being said, we've had a lot of drama early on. I mean, obviously, R.J. got into flat early. He started out front, dropped back. Bryce Menzies, we had mentioned, currently out of the race. Did the nicest love tap probably in the history of off-road and still somehow broke his truck.
And that's what I was wondering. That's why I was asking about how deep were those waters. Maybe did he just get a little extra oomph towards the end of it when he was coming out of it? You know, because we weren't seeing that, because majority of the desert racers that I know don't like mud, and they don't know how deep certain things are. So we saw that Nick Whetstone had pulled over to a little bit to the right, but Bryce had went right through that. So that's where I'm a little curious. Was that mud hole a little deeper than he thought it was and got a little extra oomph on the way out?
Well, and right now we're going on board with our leader. This is the truck of Tracy Groff, but I got to give a shout out to my buddy Tommy Hunter from Parker. He is currently chasing, the Canadians support the Canadians, but he has told me that Justin Bean Smith is currently driving that truck. Tracy's slated to get in the truck about race mile 175. So Bean Smith behind the wheel of the lead truck right now. And tell you what, Justin Bean Smith, I don't know if anybody knows his story and his history in off-road. Remarkable 15. Kid that's basically built a career from nothing. I mean, his pro-light career and everything, how he was able to just grind it out, find sponsorship. I mean, nickel and dime it to get to where he's at, where he's leading Vegas to Reno in an all-wheel drive unlimited truck. It's pretty awesome.
Well, right now we're looking at Stoney. He is here, and it's really cool. This is his Vegas to Reno season debut. So I know that he's been here. He's the first official Vegas to Reno start as driver of record for Stoney. And he's kind of close to my hometown. Well, I guess hometown now, Cave Creek, Arizona.
You just threw Detroit under the bus. Tiffany Stone is no longer from Detroit.
I just snorted.
She's claiming Arizona.
No, I absolutely love the desert, and as much as I'm ingrained in it, I'm glad that I made the leap to come out to the desert and be ingrained in this. It's great.
All right, so we are going to see a pass here. We're having a little fun, and our apologies to everybody at home. We're gonna have 8 hours here. Just don't have Tiffany bring up karaoke. But we're going to see a pass there, and there we go.
And that's what we kept talking about. There's only certain areas that you will be able to pass because there are a lot of jagged rocks out there, and you don't want to get a puncture just pulling over to let somebody pass. And now I'm really wondering how washed out these certain areas are, because they did have those rainstorms. They did have the flash flooding throughout. So even if you pre-ran this a few weeks ago and we're like, okay, there's a rock here, there could be a puncture here, how much more is there? How much more is washed away? And do those certain notes kind of go out the window?
Yeah, and I'm just looking at some of our tracking app here. Jordan Dean currently sitting stationary between race mile 55 and 60. Looks like about race mile 57, 58. So Jordan Dean, hopefully Jordan can get that truck going. Don't know what that quite is yet, so we're going to monitor that situation. But Justin Bean Smith behind the wheel of number 58.
Well, and if we're still looking at that, oh, sorry about that, Jim. I was just going to say, well, we're still looking about that at around mile marker 66, and about 10 miles, depending on if Bean gets there, we're starting to look at long straightaways, small little to the lefts and right here and there. Not really chicanes, but it's small minimal movements throughout. There's going to be a lot of high speed, but lots of silt starting around mile marker 77. So in about 10 miles, we might see something. Once again, with the weather, is it mud? Are there standing water? Or is it back to silt?
Yeah, here's about the time things get interesting. So Tracy Groff, our leader, Tracy Groff's truck, Justin Bean Smith, our leader, he's approaching Pit 2 Top Gun. After Pit 2 Top Gun, things get a little dicey because you start cutting across what I like to call the no man's land at Vegas to Reno, up through Rawhide to Gabbs, and it truly is no man's land. You're skirting around the Walker River Reservation. It's a very remote part of this course, and that's where I like to say between Gabbs and Top Gun, you really got to hit your marks. And this time we're obviously doing it in reverse, but you don't want to make any mistakes, because if you do, there's no support getting into you. There's nothing, and the chances are you're probably spending the night out there unless you got a helicopter.
Well, I hope they packed a lot of snacks if that happened, because that would be a rough way to spend this, especially with temps coming up. So let's talk about temps too. Now we're getting a little bit further south, Jim. Temperatures are rising. We're getting into the middle of the day. What is it? Around 11 a.m. local time. Sun's out. Dust is there. It's starting to dry out just a little bit more. But what are we talking about for weather?
Well, and that's a big thing. We started out this morning, and we're up there in Dayton, and it's northern Nevada, and we finished by Vegas, which is southern Nevada. So the lows up in Dayton this morning were around 54 degrees. I think right at green flag time we're a little bit over 60 degrees. But as we work our way down, we're going to get upwards of 95 degrees at Armagosa Valley there to finish things out. And traditionally, I don't think it'll happen this year because we're doing it in reverse. Vegas to Reno has caused a lot of vapor lock issues in a lot of these trucks and side-by-side, so that's one of those things to monitor. I really don't think it's going to be an issue this year with the reverse, and this is actually cooler temperatures. I've run Vegas to Reno where at the start we were upwards of 100 degrees. It's been brutally warm in time, and this is what you hate to see as a driver. You get to the highway, so when you race in Nevada, the highway traffic takes precedence over race traffic. So if you get there and there's a string of cars, you as a driver have to wait. You don't get that time back. It's just you unfortunately crossed the road at the wrong time, as he saw the resume race speed sign. So Jurgens is going to lose a few seconds there. And there has been some strategy over the years. I'm going to throw a lot of people under the bus here, but if you've got a chase crew, if you've got a chase crew in Nevada and you know somebody's coming, sometimes your chase crew starts going really slow at the road crossing because you know there's a guy and you're chasing him down, and you try and time it where the chase crew gets to the road crossing at the same time as the guy in front of you. And they lift off the gas a little and they get really slow and maybe drag the brake pedal a little bit and start creeping from 55 down to about 40 miles an hour at the road crossing just to save you about 5 or 10 seconds of time as a driver. So you got a good chase crew. They're going to bat for you on the highway, Tiff.
That is okay. I'm not going to even lie. When I was sitting there waiting, seeing that stop sign and seeing Kyle look back and forth to Sean Shanks right there, kind of going back and forth, my heart's pumping over here, because to me, I'm always like, no, we got to go. But and I'm looking this, and now we're here. Who are we talking to? Is this Justin? I think this is Justin.
So we're in the Top Gun pit here.
Okay, thumbs up for him.
That is Justin Bean Smith. That is Top Gun pit.
And, you know, we've talked about me switching a little bit of roles for this run right here. Normally, I'm at a pit. I'm going to let everybody know there is nothing on my side, let me rephrase that, on my side that's more exhilarating than standing at the pit, waiting to know that that first truck is coming in. Are they going to stop? Are they not going to stop? I'm there to give an update, but I've got 30 seconds to do it if it's a great pit stop and no time to redo it, and that is probably one of the most exhilarating parts of my job, Jim, is sitting there waiting for those trucks because everybody is there. The vibe, the energy of a pit, they're ready for it, and that's also where you can make it or break it, because I've seen a lot of people mess up their pits or mess up their pit strategy and lose by seconds.
Well, that's it. I mean, it is, and you know, it's funny, when I started desert racing, a race like Vegas to Reno was survival. It was 500 to 550, depending on, you know, certain roads, things like that we run every year, and it was a survival race. You just start and you go, you know, if I finish this race, I'm probably going to get a podium. That has changed in all of the divisions. You have to run an elite level pace, and you also have to have an elite level crew, and things where, you know, tire change used to be a couple minutes, you get a flat, we'll get it back on the truck, re-rack, you go and finish. That doesn't happen anymore. Everything is such an elite level pace. These pit stops are orchestrated to a science. Driver changes orchestrated to a science. Every second counts. I mean, we're seeing races won and lost by a handful of seconds, and those could come anywhere in a 500-mile race. It's really remarkable how far the sport of desert racing has come in the last 15, 20 years.
The technology has gotten even better. We keep mentioning, and we've been seeing this, and we're fortunate enough to have this on board right now, to have Starlink, to have the capabilities to be able to see that, and going with that with your pit strategies, because being in the pits, I've also seen it where some people are watching the live stream, and I'll head down to another pit, and they're like, so, such and such driver is out, huh? What, you know, and like, they're continuously evolving their pit strategy. We've got great people out there like Erica Sachs, Jen Hellstrom. They create pit books too for some of the great drivers out there. And with that, you know, those are ever changing as well. I'm really curious to see where the technology is going to take us for the next 5, 10, 15 years. You know, maybe when we're celebrating the 40th running of the Casey Folks Vegas to Reno, maybe we can do what we did back in the day. You know, Johnny Campbell was telling me that it used to be a 6-day rally race where everybody would stop and there would be camaraderie like we did on the Legends Rally, or, you know, for the 20th anniversary, it was a 2-day race. And so I'm really excited to see where it's going to evolve into that. And, you know, looking at this on board right here with Kyle Jurgensen hitting the mud once again. So this goes back to the visors. Are they going to starting to get scratched up? Is the visibility going to be there? Do we have dry towels? Are we switching that? And I think that, yes, we always have a pit strategy going into the race, but it's kind of like the whole old Mike Tyson saying, everybody's got a strategy until you get punched in the face.
Oh, yeah.
Or the mouth.
Everybody's got a strategy until you get punched in the mouth. That's, you know, that's one of the things like I've learned, and, you know, the best crews, and Rob Mack, I've talked to him about this before, and he's always coached this. You have to have, everybody has their pit strategy set up at the start of the race, but depending on what punch is thrown at you at what given time, you adapt that pit strategy. If you're down in a pit, take an extra, you know, 15, 20 gallons of fuel, even if you don't need it, because then maybe it allows you to skip a pit later on in the race. So you have your pit strategy, but it's got to be very fluid concept over the course of the race. So yeah, it's just interesting the way things have evolved. But you want to talk about somebody on a burner right now? We keep going on with Kyle Jurgensen. Look how fast he is pushing. I mean, this is just a crazy pace. And he's not out of control. I mean, this is just Kyle Jurgensen doing what Kyle Jurgensen does.
Calm and collected. And I did make a little mistake earlier. I do want to correct it. Bean did take that class win for him at Silver State earlier. So this year for Parker, Mint 400, Silver State, looking at the class finish, Kyle Jurgensen has taken that first. So I know that Jerry and the whole Camberg Magnaflow team, they put a lot into this, and you know, talking to him and talking to his co-driver Sean Shanks, and knowing that they're friends outside of this and they've known each other for a while, that camaraderie, that how do you say that, that coming together, I'm losing on that word, but you know, coming together, but they're not just co-workers, I guess, in this realm, but you're friends out of here. You've known each other before you started racing, before you started getting in these new trucks. So you're developing as a team together.
No, I agree, and I think it's, that's why you see, teams that stick with each other so long. You get that where you guys know each other, you can read each other without even saying things.
It's kind of like us.
Yeah, you and I do enough TV together. We have the last 10 years. We just flow.
We just flow. All right, so we are looking at it based, this is obviously just based on the tracker. This is just things that we're looking at. This is not corrected time or anything like that. It says right now the number 5 of Robbie and Max Gordon are out before Nick Whetstone, who's sitting second, RJ Anderson sitting third, and then Dave Mason Jr. sitting fourth, and then Tracy Poole sitting fifth. So this is just based on what there are on course, not corrected time yet. So let's talk about that with the time limit.
Tracy Groff, Justin Bean Smith, their tracker hasn't updated in some 11 minutes.
Oh, okay.
So they are currently out front. I know they've cleared Top Gun. We saw that on the screen, but for whatever reason, their tracker's a little slow today.
Okay.
It needs a Monster Energy drink or something at this point. But so Robbie Gordon, I think, is going to be physically second right now. Yeah, and Whetstone in the mix. And
okay.
You got to give Nick Whetstone. I mean, I've talked about Nick before, and he came in, and a few years ago he was there and he was quick, but he was just kind of a guy that was there and he was kind of quick. And really, the last 2 years, we've seen him mature as a driver. And I mean, to be sitting here, close to 100 miles in at Vegas Reno with literally some of the greatest drivers in desert racing and holding your own in a two-wheel drive truck, that's pretty remarkable how far he's come as a driver.
Well, and what we've seen before, Ricky Johnson's on the Mint 400 live stream, and he's talked about it, how he's taken him, how he's shown him how to do some driving, different skills. Shout out to RJ for being one of the best out there, not only in four-wheel, but also two-wheel. He said that he gave him some notes, and when you're learning from some of the best, and in any form of sport, not just motorsports, when you're with the best, training with the best, racing or playing with the best, you become elevated. You move yourself up, and we're really seeing that with Nick Whetstone. We've always seen him get top qualifier, top 5 within that time for it, but now he's putting all the pieces together, and it does come with your truck, your setup, your pit, your co-driver, and it's coming together where we've seen some of the veteran teams who have been together, they already have that in place, but now once it all starts clicking, and I also think that winning breeds confidence.
Oh, winning breeds confidence. We talk about that a lot in desert racing. It's like you get that driver finally gets that first win, and then it's just like wins start coming and coming and coming. It's like you get that mojo, and once you taste that first victory, it's like it's game over. It's like, oh yes, I need this in my life a lot. We got Mike Marcel on camera here, the Spy Optics truck. Beautiful bit of heli footage here. The spec truck. Your truck just planted and handling well.
So this is what we were talking about. This is Gerard. He's in that Vanguard truck. It's a really cool truck to see it, and he's no stranger to racing. He's new to this desert. He's come out here, but we've seen him in open wheeled with Gerard Lopez. It's underneath the Brenthal camp. He is a part of that, so it's kind of cool to see him move from open wheel, kind of in that Formula One type of space, come over here. Nicest gentleman. He was here at Silver State, had a little bit of rough running at the Silver State, but is very familiar now with kind of what's happening in this desert and where this desert's coming from.
Yeah, I love seeing the SUVs. Like, there's just an old school part of me that loves seeing an SUV bodied unlimited truck. Got some more action here. Now that the racers are starting to get spread out, we're starting to get some of the heli footage. We got all kinds of ground cams. They're going to be fired up. Man, this is it's going to be a fun one. Mike Marcel there again in that Spy Optics truck. This is where it's nice. Things kind of ease in. You got the pace of the race that really start to kind of flow. We're about 100 miles in. Drivers are kind of starting to settle in. The pace has been set. We're starting to get small little gaps form. Things are still there, but this is where we get into that long, like, just elapsed section of the course. You know, drivers now have it all figured out. Strategy's going to come into play. This is where you really got to settle in as a driver, hit your marks, and don't miss anything. And let's go back up to that Vanguard truck, as you'd mentioned, Tiffany, and beautiful looking truck. This is that area there between Top Gun and Weeks, Pit 1 and Pit 2. A long distance stretch with all the high-speed roads we're getting a look at right now.
So I was just doing a little research on Gerard Lopez. He was an early investor in Skype back in the day. So he has that, and then he's co-founded Jenny Capital, so a finance and sports investment. He's got all the watches about Vanguard, is an independent Swiss brand known for futuristic, high complicated mechanical timepieces.
Oh. I will say there was a point in time where Skype was a massive deal globally. So he was definitely a smart guy.
Very, very smart guy.
I was never that smart. Had a college teacher one time, I was in college, said, you need to invest in Bluetooth. It's a new technology coming out. Buy as much stock as you can. All of us in college, he's like, it's going to make everything wireless. Like, whatever. Smartest teacher ever. I paid no attention to him.
Well, here we are, Jim. There's things that we probably could have done way back in the day when Bitcoin was a thing. It was down to like 17 cents, and I should have bought a bunch of them then.
Well, I remember in college, it came out, and I was like, oh, this sounds cool. It was so complicated to buy it, I didn't. And I go, yeah, that was dumb, Jim. 25 years later, probably should have done that.
Well, now as we're watching this, let's talk about some of the different classes when we go from a four-wheel drive to a two-wheel drive to a spec, Jim. For everybody who's, just kind of getting new to this, welcome. Thank you so much for being a part of this great race with us. But if you're getting new to this and you're kind of figuring out what we keep talking about with two-wheel, four-wheel, spec trucks, Jim, give us a little bit of a rundown on the main differences when we're watching these. I mean, they're incredible trucks all around.
Well, I think the biggest difference is obviously you've got the unlimited four-wheel drive and the unlimited two-wheel drive, which are one and the same. The difference is one's two-wheel drive, one's four-wheel drive. Might have a little bit of different transmission packages and motor packages based on the two trucks. But really, they're unlimited. You can do what you want, and all of them pushing 1,000 horsepower at this point. Some of them got sequential gearboxes. Some of them still running the traditional gate-shifted kind of turbo 400. I'm back from the day when we actually still ran C6 transmissions in some of our unlimited trucks, but yeah, I mean, things have definitely progressed at this point in those, and obviously big brakes, big shocks, lots of wheel travel, and then you go to the unlimited spec, which is very similar to the two-wheel drive unlimited truck, but the biggest difference is with those, it's spec'd out on horsepower, so there's not much you can do with that. Spec engines, so it's just a little bit down on horsepower, but as we've seen with a guy like Kyle Jurgensen, if you could drive an unlimited truck, you're just as quick in a spec truck as you would be in a two-wheel drive with an unlimited engine. It's not really holding the top drivers of the sport back very long. As we went there with Nick Whetstone, who is currently leading in the two-wheel drive division and running just a very, very strong pace out here. He's approaching race mile 80. Robbie Gordon a little bit past 80, but if you're Nick Whetstone in a two-wheel drive truck and you're only a couple miles behind Robbie Gordon in an unlimited, four-wheel drive truck, that's got to give you a little bit of swagger.
Well, and if you're looking at the starting grid, too, I mean, Nick Whetstone took off third. Robbie took off fifth. We did see some of the drama happen between R.J. Anderson pulling off a little bit. He was able to get past him. Bryce had to pull off, not only for a flat, but also for that little hit that we saw earlier. So Bryce is out on that. You've got to feel really, really good about being with one of the best out there. Robbie is super disciplined, multiple different forms of motorsport. We see him down in Nora. We see him in Baja, stadium trucks as well. We've seen him do everything out there. And, you know, I think the main difference that we see for the drive styles, once again, Robbie's out there. Max drives just the same. We see them at Hammers as well during the desert weekend. Nick Whetstone is still learning all of that and putting all those pieces together.
Well, you know, I mean, Max, it's just funny, this young kid, you know, he's super young, but man, has the kid been behind the wheel of stuff for so long in his life. And so many different things. Obviously, we've seen the side-by-sides, but unlimited trucks with his dad. We've seen him in stadium super trucks. I mean, the kid is just remarkable talent at a young age, and I want to think, you know, what we saw from, you know, Bob Gordon to Robbie was Robbie progressed at such a rapid pace because of who his dad was and what Robbie was exposed to. And now you've got Max coming into the picture, who is progressing at an even faster pace than Robbie Gordon did because of who his dad and his grandfather was. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say I've seen some things with Max that I actually prefer over Robbie. And Robbie's a close friend of mine, but I feel like Max has been able to take what his dad's done and some of the drawbacks to Robbie's driving style and really eliminate them out of his driving style. And I think you start looking at the next 5 to 10 years, Max Gordon, this kid's going to win everything there possibly is in desert racing.
Well, when he was 9 years old for the 50th anniversary of the Baja 1000, he was the youngest finisher of the Baja 1000 at 9 years old, completed 325 miles in a UTV. Jim, I got tired driving 505 miles over the span of 3 days, and we stopped every day and had dinner, which was amazing for the rally. And towards the end of it, I was sitting there telling everybody that I just wanted to, I'm like, I'm over this. I hate every silt bed. I hate every wash. I wanted to cry. And I was in a stock truck. That's 3 days, Jim. And this young man did it when he was 9 years old, probably didn't even think about it, and became one of the youngest finishers for the Baja 1000.
Well, and I think that's the funny thing. You say that. You're like, you get done and you're like, I hated it, this, that. I don't know any desert racer that's ever finished a grueling race unless you're the winner that says, oh, that was the most fun I ever had. Normally you get to the finish line, you're like, this sucks. I want a beer. And then the next day you wake up and go, I'm sore, but yeah, that was the most fun I ever had.
and that's what I did. You know, I put out a vlog and I did all of those things, and I was like, yeah, this was awesome. Looking back at it, I'm so thankful that I did it. But not kidding you, those last 40 miles in this race, when it was a silt bed in a stock suspension truck on 33s, not the place I necessarily wanted to be, but no punctures, no nothing, so I was pretty pumped about that.
All right, so we are going to take a short break here. Racers and our leaders approaching race mile 90. So all the storylines, they are starting to stack up. And when we come back from this break, we're going to start dissecting things. But, man, things are lit up. They are hot here. And we are underway at the 30th annual Casey Folks Vegas to Reno. This time, we're doing it the other way. The 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno is brought to you by Camberg Racing, MagnaFlow, Ford Racing, Monster Energy, 4-Wheel Parts, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Rugged Radios, Bill Stein, Can-Am, iBox Springs, VP Racing, Power Sport Pros.
Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching, this guy watching. Race you to the summit, maybe not that summit, to sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
There's only one real question. How bad do you want it? Every challenge, every setback. Their gut checks, testing your will. The road ahead is rough. No excuses. Built to do it all. Unstoppable.
Steve, you got me on the radio? Yeah, I got you. Hey, Nick, can you hear me? Oh, yeah. I might have to phase the rear sprocket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Oh, this is beautiful. It rides really good.
They'll follow you.
Crossing the road now.
Copy that.
Everybody getting ready for more ride? We are.
At Power Sport Pros, we don't just sell parts, we race them. Every suspension kit, every light bar, every performance upgrade we offer has been pushed in the dirt, the rocks, and the desert at full throttle. Because when you line up at the start line or hit the trail with your family, failure isn't an option. With locations in Lake Havasu City, Arizona, and Murrieta, California, our experienced techs deliver race-proven installs, expert service, and real-world advice. No guesswork, no gimmicks. Power Sport Pros.
Well, welcome back to the Nevada desert. We are, at this point, probably about 100 miles south of Reno, Nevada. Racers here at the 30th Annual Casey Folks Vegas to Reno, starting to approach the 100-mile mark. But with that being said, we're going to bring in the third partner of our broadcast team, Mr. Matt Martelli, joining Tiffany Stone and myself, Jim Beaver. And Matt, I want to talk about this race. I want to talk about what happened at Reno. I want to talk about everything, but I before I jump into that, I just got to say, man, last year, about this time, you started having some conversations with Best in the Desert. You guys decided to form this American Off-Road Racing Championship. Things kind of got unveiled, and you did something in Laughlin. But I got to tell you, I mean, between Parker, the Mint, Silver State, this has been absolutely electric this year, this series, what you guys came up with. You guys got to be happy to be here at Vegas to Reno and see this idea and this brainchild you guys had come to fruition.
Oh, we're extremely stoked. I mean, it was super fun being down on the street in Reno yesterday and watching thousands of race fans with thousands of almost 1,000 racers, you know, all, you know, down on the street, just like Mint. So we're really excited. I really love the race running this way. We got great weather, obviously. A little bit more drama, as you could see right out of the start. So, no, we're extremely happy.
Well, that being said, I mean, you know, obviously, I know Casey was instrumental in your career. Obviously, you know, with the folks is, you know, in Best in the Desert, how big of a deal he was in their lives as their dad. But you know, let's talk about this 30th annual. I mean, this is special. Not many races last this long. I mean, you guys have Parker in the Mint. But the 30th one, what was the idea to run this thing backwards? Because part of me wonders, as excited as everybody's been about it, how come this hasn't happened before?
Well, you know, the logistics of this race are really tough, right? You know, we have over 250 volunteers and just, you know, a ton of work to get this done. I think it's 6 counties we're going through. So, you know, we always wanted to do this. This was something that was always talked about from the Best of the Desert side. And, you know, it just made sense to do it this year, you know, and it's been fantastic working with Brian Folks. But you were saying earlier, like, one thing that I almost cried on stage yesterday during the driver's meeting, I got choked up talking about Casey. Yeah, he was a mentor of ours and obviously father for Brian and Daryl Folks. But when I think about 30 years ago and what was going on in the world and the country, to even conceive that this race was possible, to me is just wild. It just shows you, the cojones that Casey had, and he pulled it off. And here we are today celebrating 30 years with the first live stream, which the coverage has been amazing. I mean, here we go again. Like, that's Gerard. He's looking to pass right there. It's just fantastic.
Yeah, and I think with Casey, talking about that 30 years ago, he was a cowboy. I mean, he really was. He was a renegade. He was an outlaw. He decided, you know what? I'm just this motorcycle guy, and we're going to so we've got one of our drivers pulling off, possibly with a flat. But he goes, I'm going to throw this race called Vegas to Reno on because it hadn't been done in a while, and I'm a bike guy. I don't know anybody. I don't know any sponsors. We're going to do this and see what happens. And here we are 30 years later. Yeah, and what's really cool about it to me is obviously Baja's part of the DNA of off-road racing, but as you can see here, this course is fantastic. It's got a wild variety of terrain. It's not all just flat and straight. As we did it in the Legends Rally, we got to see a lot of it. All right, so we're going to go to our overall leaderboard. Looks like we got the number 20 of R.J. Anderson currently leading. Groff, Whetstone, your top three. Menzies, he's out. So I think this leaderboard might have been a little bit earlier. Gordon, he's up in the mix there in the top couple of ones as well. So leaderboard may be a little bit off. Yeah, what a heartbreaker for Menzies. That's a brand new truck. They're trying to figure out the platform, and we were hoping he was going to get all the mileage and be there to be on the podium. Look at those. I mean, you talk about, weather they've had and come in, and we've got a lot of moisture on the track, but man, Matt, could we have nailed a better day for racing? I mean, it's been fantastic. This section right here, we started calling it the holy rollers, because as you go over them and fly them blind, you're kind of going, holy you-know-what, right?
That's what we were noticing and talking about, Matt. We keep, mentioning the Legends Rally. Once again, thank you so much for allowing me to go on that, because I've really got this cool idea for the course. But one of the words that I keep hearing you say throughout everything, the drivers meeting, when you're talking to people, is called unification. You keep talking about the unification. You just said, I caught a glimpse of the drivers meeting yesterday. Said, look around. This is what happens with unification. Everybody's come together. Everybody's here. And I don't think it was specifically just because it was a 30th, but it gave a chance for everybody to come back together, race under one. You didn't have to pick and choose. There were no close races around this weekend. Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Over 360 entries. Just a tremendous for the 30th. Well, and I think, that's what I think is we're in a very good spot right now for North American off-road racing. Obviously, Baja is Baja, and we've got a very good, stable series down in Baja. And then, in the States now, to have this one premier series up here in North America and the States, I think it's a very good position we finally put ourselves in as an off-road, culture, and we've got a lot of other grassroots series that are great and things like that. But I think to have two premier series, one in Baja, one here in, the United States, it's really something that's been needed for a long time. Yeah, 100%. I mean, the unification proves, itself in the car counts and everything that's happening here. And, there's some amazing terrain in America. Like, we love Baja, but there's a lot of terrain here in America and stuff we haven't even really touched that we're looking at for the future. So we're excited. It's going to be Kyle Jurgensen. This is going to be him through Top Gun pit. Yeah, he's moving. He is flying. It's crazy the pace that Jurgensen's running. And I think as things cycle out, Matt, I mean, obviously it's very early, but he's on a pace, a blistering pace. I think as things move forward, he's going to be one that's going to factor into the overall here. Yep, definitely. Now we're on board with Adam Householder, who's in a spec truck. Obviously, we've seen him in the Unlimited trucks as well. Just got a pass on somebody there. Won a little race called the Mid 400, but well, he's won this race too, so he knows how to do it. I think though that the Unlimited trucks are going to have an advantage here in the high speed sections. Just that top speed is really going to, add some distance in between those guys in the specs. But we'll see. It's an off-road race. Kyle won the Mid 400 overall, which is still baffling to me. But it just shows, that it's not all about it's not Gerard's
back in.
Yeah, it looks like we got one of the Class 1 cars now starting to make a little time on him. That's what you hate as a driver in the back. You see that guy and he wants to pull out. Nobody wants to be in the dust. So you're a driver, you want to get on the course as quick as you can, but the guy behind, you're going, man, if he would have waited like 5 seconds, I would have been by.
I've been pretty surprised at how little dust there's been. I mean, obviously we've been getting some rain, which is great. But, you know, oftentimes we'll get rain and it really doesn't do anything out in these areas. But
yeah, look at that. I mean, normally in a position like this, you would see just a massive amount of dust. You'd have to be charging through things. And, you know, right now there's just nothing.
Yeah, it looks like Mike Marsal again.
Yeah, the spy truck there.
Yep.
Running a pretty good pace. Been very smooth today.
Yeah, it's smart early on. Obviously, you saw some of the flats early on in the race, and you know, that's going to determine your track position and put you at a disadvantage. So you want to, you know, generally save those until later on. We hit some more rocky sections, and you know, the one wash in particular, Tiffany, that I double flatted in. So had to wait an hour for you to come bring me your spare.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit. There's a young gentleman named Blake Wilkie out there who kept telling us to air down, to air down. I said, no, I don't want to air down. I'm going to run 45 PSI through the whole thing. It's going to take me forever, but I don't have to get out to get a change a flat tire.
Oh, that was a clean pass, inside pass.
See, and Jim, it looks like what we keep talking about, now that some of them are drying up a little bit, maybe they're realizing that they don't want to go through that mud. They don't know how deep it really is. Are they going to get stuck? So my prediction is how muddy are these trucks going to be? It's going to add a little extra weight towards the end of the race.
Well, you know, and the thing about mud, too, is we're seeing you really don't want to go through it for multiple reasons. One, you know, if you hit it at speed, it can cause problems. You can get it in the intake. It gets into things. You can also, I've seen belts and stuff blow off. But, you know, two, the other thing with mud is a lot of people go, oh, you water it, makes things cool. It does initially. But as that mud dries, it cakes on things, and things don't breathe as well. So it actually is counterproductive, you know, at times, because then it actually builds heat in the cars.
Yeah, Gerard's not happy he got passed.
No.
He's hunting him down now, so.
That's an ego thing, man.
Absolutely.
It's an ego thing.
Absolutely. But you got to be careful, because you start pushing too hard and you'll go off or hit a rock, and then you're, you know, flat and you're going down. But what a great shot. I mean, again, you know, racing is passing, and we love seeing these battles in all these different classes. I was super stoked on the, you know, the amount of Class 1s that showed up to this race. There's a lot of them sitting out there. We want them out racing with us. We love open wheel cars as well.
Well, kind of looking now, you know, at our tracking map, looks like our leaders would be Justin Bean Smith. He's not showing up on the tracking. We know he's still leading. Robbie Gordon and Nick Whetstone have cleared pit number 3 Rawhide. So looks like we are, yeah, we're really in the mix of this thing. 100 miles in, and that section there between Rawhide and Gabbs, that's there's you kind of along the side of a mountain, stuff like that. Gabbs, Matt, let's talk a little bit about Gabbs. What a cool little town, but one way in, one way out, and it is remote as remote can get.
Oh yeah, you're out there. I mean, again, you know, until you go out and off-road like this, whether it's racing or recreational, you have no idea how huge and vast Nevada and really America is, and how beautiful it is. You know, out in the Legends Rally when we were running it, we saw lots of wild horses, elk, antelopes, all kinds of animals, and just beautiful rock formations and vegetation.
Yeah, I've spent, unfortunately, a lot of time in Gabbs with broken race vehicles, so I know the town quite well, and I know the little local tavern quite well as well.
Well, it's important that there's watering holes, right?
Yeah, there's definitely a watering hole, and I have some fun stories that Travis Pastrana and I shared in that watering hole when we were doing Star Car history. You know,
let's see, who's that? That looked like.
Is it RJ Stidham? It's a teal.
It was that teal truck. It
Yeah.
was kind of that color of RJ's truck. We just didn't get a glimpse that quick at it. That could have been instead of a.
Now I'm knowing how Ricky Johnson feels at the mitt when he says he can't see these ones.
Back on Gerard here.
A big shout out to our friend Ricky Johnson going to the Off-Road Hall of Fame this year as well.
Kudos to him. And
time.
It's about time.
It is. RJ was one of the very, very first people I met back in 2015 when I started short course. His son Luke was racing over there, and everybody was so pumped. And to me, it was just like, oh, you mean Luke's dad? This is just Luke Johnson's dad. I have no idea, but it's really cool to see Ricky's given me a lot of insight throughout the years.
It's funny, too, because there's like all these facets of Ricky Johnson's career, and he couldn't be in it. And there's a flat there, it looks like.
Yeah, you see how he's swaying?
Yeah, it was just a little... Like it was going down that left rear, I was thinking.
Sometimes when you're trying to feel if you have a flat, you slide it around a little bit. So I think that's what he was doing. But it's a really bizarre experience to be in mud, in and out of mud, and then back on hard pack. So the terrain's changing frequently here.
There's going to be RJ Anderson through pit 3 Rawhide.
Yeah, there's quite a few speed zones, and it's really, really maddening when you're a racer.
Hold on one second. He's talking about something about water and pulling it out. Not sure, so I didn't mean to cut you off, Matt.
No worries.
He also threw some nice 4-letter words in there, too.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that.
Off. Now, go.
Okay.
Fucking piece of shit.
I guess this is the blessing and the curse of this onboard.
Absolutely. Well, you see dust up in front of him, and that's going to put him into kill mode right there, because you want to get you want to get past this race car, but also you want to do it a little bit early on in this race, because the further they go on, the drier it's going to be. Right, so you're going to see more dust as the race progresses on.
Yeah, and RJ's currently sitting 4th overall between Justin Bean Smith. We've got Robbie Gordon, Nick Whetstone in the mix. So this possibly might be Nick Whetstone. It's got to be frustrating for RJ. He's run a very, very good race today, minus one very, very small mistake, and that was getting a flat. It started out, he had the lead, was able to control the pace of the race, got that flat, dropped back, and it's been flawless since then. But it's just... you got to be frustrated if you're RJ, seeing all this dust going, you know what? If I wouldn't have that flat early on, this dust wouldn't be here.
Yeah, Nick Whetstone is no joke. I mean, he's really fast, and you were talking earlier about how quickly he's gotten up to speed. I think he's just going to get better and better as he gets more comfortable in the truck, and especially at these high speeds like this.
So, Jim, also going off some notes, once they start, we're starting to see them hit mile marker 117. This is where we really started to see, and we can see it with the dust. It's going to turn into that silty, but then you're starting to get some sand and dirt into that as well. So a little bit of traction, but how much mud is there? And knowing that and seeing it once again, they're going to be slipping all over. And it looks like Gerard Lopez has just been having a little bit of problems over and over. He keeps pulling off. I think, Jim, maybe is this the 4th, maybe 5th time that we've seen on screen that he's pulled over. Something's smoking.
Yeah, it's like he goes and then he stops. He goes, he stops. There's definitely some issues. Yeah, so we got...
Does the hood look a little, or I'm sorry, the roof look a little? There's a puncture in the roof?
I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, white smoke coming from where it's at. And sometimes, though, with trucks... there's some breather tubes, stuff like that could be in the mix.
Yeah, Gerard's been going through the ringer. He threw a drive shaft after smashing a rock in qualifying. I talked to him a little bit, and he said he deserved it. He got greedy, but bummer to see him stopped here. We want to...
Yeah, with both drivers now out, that's definitely not good.
No.
When I'm always in the pits and drivers are out, the car's off, both of them are out, it's probably one of the hardest parts of my job out there, because it's not the place that they want to be. It's probably not what they want to tell, but they know they've got that story to tell as well.
Current leader Nick Whetstone, an unlimited truck 2-wheel drive, currently sitting in the top 3 in the overall picture.
And they are just hauling the mail.
It's... like I said with Nick, he was smart early on. Didn't get in that fight with with Menzies early, and just kind of let him go. And I said once things settle in, Nick's got a pace that he can win the overall here. He's just got to settle in, and that truck isn't going to be once this race starts playing out, Matt, that truck definitely isn't going to be one that holds him back, you know, a two-wheel drive versus a four-wheel drive. It's just that early up that mountain, the rocks, four-wheel drives have a distinct advantage there.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, this long distance stuff, you know, two-wheel drive, and especially I believe he's racing a Geyser truck, which is known for the reliability, you know?
Yeah, well, and I mean, we went through a window of time there where Geyser trucks, I think, for about 2 or 3 years didn't lose a race.
No, absolute domination. Here we're back with Mike Marsall. Yeah, and it looks like he's running a very good pace.
Yeah, it's just settling in, and that's what you need to do. And, you know, I'm watching the trucks, not all over the place. He's just hitting his marks, very clean lines. Just, you know, that's what you want to do. You get into this point of 100 miles into the race, things have settled in. You really just, I call it, you just want to start clicking off mile markers.
Yeah, I mean, it's the flow, right? You start getting into the flow of it, and, you know, we're only a fifth of the way through the race. You know, we've got a long ways to go. You really, you know, I feel in this race, and Johnny Nelson actually, you know, talked to us about it. He's the crew chief for the Polaris team, and he talked about the fact that we're going into heat here, so you need to save the vehicle and make sure all the electrical is working, all the cooling's working when you get to that last 100 miles, because we have some gnarly silt beds you're gonna have to go through in addition. So this is one of those races, especially going this direction, that it's not over until it's over.
No, it's definitely not over till it's over. I mean, I've seen it when it gone the other way. You've got cars 5-10 miles from the finish buried on the top of, you know, the mountain, or broke or ripped something off, stuck in mud holes. And you know, I think the interesting one with this too is that last section of this course has never really been raced before, so it's going to be new for everybody.
Yeah, Brian Folks picked out some really cool sections of the course that are new to a lot of people. Some of the OG guys have run it in different motorcycle races, but there's a few sections of this course that are new.
Yeah, well, we are settling in here. Currently got Justin Bean Smith, Robbie Gordon in the mix. Also got R.J. Anderson, Nick Whetstone. Looking back here a few spots to see where everybody else is. And Tracy Poole now up into the top 5 overall, so great to see that. Going on board here with Kyle Jurgensen, current leader in the spec class.
Yeah, Kyle's, you know, I mean, he is unbelievably fast. This truck is dialed in. You know, the Camberg program is, you know, one of the best programs out there, if not the best in spec right now. I know people give Kyle a lot of credit, but the whole team is really working hard to make this as best as possible. And Camberg's currently developing shocks and brakes that are on this truck, so they're actually learning from every race.
Yeah, here's Nick Whetstone again, and just fine. Love a truck that. I look at two things here. Hand movement.
Yep.
Very, very slight hand movements. Truck's handling well. Look at the bodies. They're not being ragdolled around in that truck.
No, very smooth, and look how calm his co-driver is. Yeah, right? That also tells you that they're in a comfort zone right now, you know? They know what they're doing. They're hauling the mail, but they're comfortable.
Yeah, that's it. When you're in a truck that's ill handling, you're seesawing the wheel, and then you see the in-car, and you got the driver and the co-driver getting ragdolled around the truck. That takes a lot out of you as a driver and a co-driver. I mean, you feel like you're in a boxing match.
100%. And you're boxing match for 500 miles, right? I was describing it earlier to somebody, and I said, you know, what our style of racing is like is getting the top 100 UFC or MMA fighters in a ring and saying, let's go for it, right?
Well, that's like I said, nobody finishes a desert race and goes, that was the most fun thing I've ever done. That comes a day or two later.
Yeah. It takes a while for you to process it, you know?
Yeah.
Like even on doing, you know, this last Legends Rally, which was the pre-run, you know, it took me 2 or 3 days, and I'm like, damn, I want to go back. I want more of it, you know? As soon as I caught up on a little bit of sleep.
All right, we are getting ready to take another break, and the reason for that is we got our side-by-sides. They're getting ready to go off the line here in a few minutes. So our leaders approaching race mile 125. So when we come back here for Vegas Reno, we're going to catch up with our leaders. We're going to see the start of our side-by-side divisions, and we got a whole lot more here at the 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno. The 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno is brought to you by Camberg Racing, MagnaFlow, Ford Racing, Monster Energy, 4-Wheel Parts, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Rugged Radios, Bilstein, Can-Am, iBox Springs, VP Racing, Power Sport Pros.
Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching, this guy watching. Race you to the summit, maybe not that summit, to sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
There's only one real question. How bad do you want it? Every challenge, every setback, your gut checks, testing your will. The road ahead is rough. No excuses. Built to do it all. Unstoppable.
Steve, you got me on the radio? Yeah, I got you. Hey, Nick, can you hear me? Oh, yeah. I might have to tase the rear sprocket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Oh, this is beautiful. It rides really good.
They'll follow you.
Crossing the road now.
Copy that.
Everybody getting ready for the ride? We are.
At Power Sport Pros, we don't just sell parts, we race them. Every suspension kit, every light bar, every performance upgrade we offer has been pushed in the dirt, the rocks, and the desert at full throttle. Because when you line up at the start line or hit the trail with your family, failure isn't an option. With locations in Lake Havasu City, Arizona, and Murrieta, California, our experienced techs deliver race-proven installs, expert service, and real-world advice. No guesswork, no gimmicks. Power Sport Pros.
Welcome back here to the 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno, the 30th annual running of the event. We're doing it the other way this time, and looks like we're getting ready to go side-by-side racing with top qualifier Phil Blurton Jr. taking the green flag. Phil Blurton Jr. I don't know why I said that. Phil Blurton.
Well, his dad's cool as hell, too. So.
Yeah, I would be a junior if I was Phil. Yeah, his dad is rad.
Senior's amazing. One of the best guys, has amazing wine recommendations.
Absolutely. All right, we got some action right here. Pass about to go down. Looks like Mike Marcel trying to get around someone.
Yeah, so much mud.
Yeah. I can't wait till we have a little bit of AI data and we can tell who's who, even with the mud on them.
But see, just like that, he took that corner a little too wide, scrubbed about a second of speed. So it's like,
and that's where races get ended that way. You get a little too greedy, go off the edge, smack a rock. Cool. You got a flat or more damage.
But and that's what's funny about desert racing. 505 miles, and you really can't make a mistake. You got to be almost perfect to win.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like you said, there's so many places, so many corners in a 505-mile race where you drift off 6 inches wide and your day's done.
Yeah, let's talk about the UTVs for a second, because 64 UTVs in the pro class, like, that's a stacked field, and they're all just killers. So that's going to be a really exciting race all day. Phil out front, and of course he has lots of people behind him, including Brock Hager.
Well, that's the thing, Blurton and Hager. I mean, two of the top drivers of the world in, as far as side-by-sides go the last few years. And to see that shootout up at the top, that's going to be fun to watch those two. You want to talk about two guys that can dance in a side-by-side. Oh, man, as a fan of off-road, I'm excited to watch this.
Oh, absolutely. But we've got a whole murderer's row of racers in that class, Yeah. Corbin Leverton's in there.
Ronnie Anderson, Kyle Chaney, Brandon Sims. Yep. That looks like that might be Ronnie Anderson there, judging by the blue. Could be wrong.
It was funny because, we did a lot of work with RJ. And RJ was always the one saying, hey, my brother's faster than me. And I'm like, I don't think so. But in a lot of ways, he was.
In a side-by-side, I've seen Ronnie do some things, and RJ's right. Like, in a side-by-side, I think Ronnie is quicker than RJ.
Yeah. Looks like we're back in with Kyle. And then over to Mike Marceau.
Yeah, trying to...
Yeah, super stacked field of UTV racers. We're hanging out in contingency, and then, a lot of us, we're all at the J Hotel, so we had dinner and some drinks together. So it was cool to see all those guys hanging out and, all getting ready for the race.
Oh, a little mistake there. Wow, went for a ride. Like Marceau. That could have been scary in a hurry.
Yeah, he's not been very consistent right here, so maybe there's something going on with the steering.
It kind of went through that G out and off the course, but that's a scary moment there.
It looks like he's fine, though. These trucks can take a lot.
Yeah, definitely can. So leaders now through Gabs. Looks like we do have somebody pulled over in Gabs. That is Nick Whetstone pulled over in Gabs. So we're going to see how long he's going to be down. Maybe it's a quick routine check at pit number 4, but Nick Whetstone currently sitting in the Gabs pit.
Here we go. 3 stacked up right there. And now we're in with Nick Whetstone. They look pretty calm, so maybe they're taking fuel here.
Yeah, you hear the
tires.
Yeah, you hear the tires being changed through that lug wrench going in the background.
So I'm wondering what actually happened, if anything happened, or is it just a re-rack and a small splash at all?
Yeah, might have been something like that. Change the rears. Well, and here's the deal. With the all-wheel drive, the all-wheel drive trucks get better tire mileage than a two-wheel drive. So Nick Whetstone, we were about 135 miles in with that rocky section at the start. It's about time for him to change rear tires.
It seems a little early, but you're right. After going through that rocky section, he's probably just being smart and safe,
Yeah, and that's one of the advantages to running an all-wheel drive truck. Your tire mileage, you're not just roasting the rear tires, you're spreading the load around to 4 instead of 2, and they traditionally do get better tire mileage in a four-wheel drive.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well then, Jim, I also want to know then, because we've been seeing a lot of mud and a lot of silt, and like within of that, and then kind of getting washed out, are there more rocks that are popping up underneath that we haven't seen before?
Oh yeah, are you kidding me?
We know you know all about the rocks and the double punctures, Matt.
Well, let's talk about these rocks.
These rocks.
No, absolutely. I mean, the rain is both a friend and a foe It's going to bring silt in. Sometimes it bring dirt in and cover rocks up. Other times it's going to push out and uncover rocks. And this terrain out here is so diverse. You know, we went through a lot of sections that had these small, like 6-inch square-edged rocks that are just perfect. Like they're perfectly built to puncture sidewalls. So you've got to be careful.
That highway crossing again we saw earlier. Like Marcel, make his way through there. A little speed limit. He's going to hit that green sign that says resume race speed here momentarily.
Yeah, I'm really glad the 95 actually got back open, because as of last night, when we were going to bed, it was closed due to flash floods. So luck is on our side for sure with the weather and everything in this race.
There he
That's
is.
Sims on the wood.
You know, Brandon Sims, I don't want to say been a little quiet the last couple of years, but, you know, here's a guy at one point, he's won a lot of races behind the wheel side by side. I mean,
he is so good. He's like one of these guys who, you know, is a little quiet, but just one of the best UTV racers on the planet. And I think, you know, he's been racing a little bit in Baja, and he's really glad to be back racing in the States. And, yeah, we'd love to see him on the podium.
Mid 400 winner, UTV World Championship winner.
Yep.
So, talking to Sims at registration, this is one of the races he actually has not won yet. He's got a few thirds out there in 21 and 22, a second in 2017, but he hasn't taken that win, so he's really looking forward to this. He's going back and forth right now from California to his shop in Prescott, still getting prepped for that, but he said he had some time to really prep this before he went down to Baja again.
Looks like I'm not sure who that is.
Sean Saxton.
Okay, awesome.
So that'd be right after Sims, and then the next one to take off the line is going to be Joe Tirana, who is a part of that Polaris factory race team.
And he is a killer.
He has been doing very, very good. You know, talking to him, he has won this, I think, before, and so he has that knowledge. And Jim, we just keep seeing this. Is it getting really slippery out there? What is happening right now with Mike? It looking like it right there.
It looked like there he was dodging some of the water as well, but there might be something going on with that truck. Just don't quite know.
It looks a little sloppy. Like I said, there may be a steering issue. But yeah, Joe.
Look at how the rear. I mean, he's adjusting. The rear's kind of
floating around
a little bit.
Yeah, so Joe, I was correct. In 2024, he won this, and he did it over a margin of 3 minutes, 15 seconds over Cody Miller. So he's no stranger to winning this race. Wow, that was a great jump.
Yeah, we have a nice little popper right there.
Carry that front wheel kind of up and over, a little floater.
That was another one of the factory Polaris racers.
Yeah, here's RJ Anderson. Currently sitting there in that top 3 overall. Top 3 or 4.
That might have been Ethan Groom off the start there. I mean, fantastic racer, very young man. His dad is one of the founders of Method Race Wheels, so he grew up in it, and he has a bright career ahead of him.
Yeah, so looking at kind of our top vehicles out on course right now, we got Tracy Graff. Obviously, we know the tracker not quite working to plan. Robbie Gordon as well in the mix. Nick Whetstone looking a little bit farther back. Dave Mason Jr. Having a great run. Also have Brent Fox now really pushing. And Brent Fox, we can talk about him in a minute. Tracy Poole in the mix. And RJ Anderson as well. But Brent Fox, this guy's got multiple trucks. It seems like he's behind the wheel of something every weekend, Matt.
100%. He's a great guy. What's interesting about it, this is a brand new truck from 19 Industries, and what he did is very interesting. He opted to put in an engine that was a little bit smaller than everybody else's, so it's about a 700 horsepower engine, and his theory, and I somewhat agree with it because Kyle Jurgensen's been proving it, is that you don't damage the truck with a high horsepower, and once you hit a certain speed, it looks like we have something coming up here. It gives you traction consistently. You're not spinning tires, etc. So RJ in another speed section right here.
Yeah, right through the downtown portion of Gabs. All right, sounds like we had a rollover on course, so we're going to get a little bit of heli footage here of the aftermath. So there was a rollover earlier.
No numbers on the bottom of the truck, so it's hard for us to tell who that is. Looks like they're out and they're fine, which is important. That's the most important thing.
It's not the spy truck, is it?
No, I don't think so. That truck looks a little bit more brown. Let me check. Let me check the tracker.
Hope that's not Marcel. He was having a great run.
Yeah, it's hard to see. We can't have.
But it would make sense though if how loose that back end. Well, yeah, he hit that water and came right out. Look at that. One thing is safety is paramount with our league, with the AORC, and these vehicles are so well built and all technically inspected. Like, there's some wild crashes that I've seen. Yep, Jurgensen making a pass.
Yeah, nice clean passer for Jurgensen. We had all the mud earlier. Now we're seeing the dust.
Yeah, one of the other interesting things about Kyle is he just made the change over to Toyo tires. So this is his first race on Toyos.
Yeah, they've been on another tire brand for a while there. So it's interesting to see the change. There's got to be a reason behind it. Let's go back with some of our pro side-by-side racers.
Yeah, the UTV class has just got, fantastic talent pool in it. It's really cool to see, even some of the other classes, this pro stock classes and so on, the turbo class, like some really, really good racers there.
And Jurgensen really just pushing.
It's so cool to be able to go in car with Kyle and see him in his groove. Like, he is a really, really high level driver and just very consistent. Doesn't do a bunch of flashy stuff. Is very controlled in his racing style and very smart. Okay, that's Mike Marcel again. So that was not him in the rollover. That's good news. Yeah, you can see some of the dry lake beds out there, and that shimmer, that means they're not dry.
Definitely not dry, and a lot of moisture up here in Nevada this time of year.
Mike Marcel in some traffic right there.
I was gonna say, yeah, a lot of traffic starting to occur here. I was just going and checking the tracker there. I know a lot of people wondering how Mitch Guthrie Jr. is doing in that Ford Racing Raptor T1 Plus. Looks like he is approaching race mile 125 right now, so definitely moving forward. Let's talk about that, Matt. I mean, obviously Ford bringing that program over from Dakar to run here in the States. I mean, that's a pretty big deal to have that truck here.
It's a huge deal. I mean, it's bridging our style of racing into Rally Raid and Dakar, and I'm really happy that it's Mitchie in the car. He's a young racer who's grown up with us, right? He started in youth racing at the UTV World Championship and has really stepped up and grown as a racer. And, I'd consider him one of the best in the world right now. But yeah, I think, both the Ford team and then Century Racing brought over a T1 vehicle, and we hope to see more of those vehicles come and race with us. They're very, very cool vehicles.
So Nick Whetstone now up front, currently running in the top 3, settling in. See his co-driver there with Rag to keep the face shield. Look at, this is where it comes into play. Look at how dirty both the helmets are. Look how crystal clear those visors are.
Yeah, Connor, his co-driver, is the guy's on top of it, So they're a great team. They click well together, and yeah, they're gonna go for it at this race.
Well, they've got a great pace. I mean, he's settled in. It's beautiful, the pace they're running right now. It's another pass there. But I also know, Tiffany, obviously we got a lot of stuff going on. We've been kind of catching up with the leaders. I know you've got some updates on corrected time, but I also want to mention earlier, you were saying that motorcycles have clipped the midway point there, and you might have an update there as they've kind of passed the midway point and they're kind of on the home stretch now.
Yeah, so looking at the sectors right now, just so everybody knows, it goes from 0 to 287 and then 287 to 505. So just in those sectors, we checked it. We got Kieran Narin. He is at corrected time right out front, 4 hours, 28 minutes, 38 seconds. He is about 11 seconds right now ahead of Shane Logan. And then right behind that, the team of Preston Campbell, Skylar Howes. They're about 3 minutes, 37 seconds behind Kieran Narin. Dalton Shirey is right behind Preston and Skylar. He's pushing about 14 minutes behind the leader, 15 minutes. And then Caden Fenstermaker, sorry about that. He's sitting about 5th right now in corrected time.
Yeah, Fenstermaker and his brother are high desert boys, so we're rooting for them for sure. They stepped into the big leagues this year, and we hope they do well. Back at the start here.
I'm thinking that's
Dustin Jones. Another guy who could win this. You know, like again, you go down this stacked field, and you're just like, you know, oh, it's Dustin Miller.
That being said, a guy that can win this.
Another one, the Miller brothers.
Yeah, you know, definitely, you know, force to be reckoned with. And that's it. This pro side-by-side field is just so ridiculously deep. And as we talked about, Tiffany and I earlier on in the day, you know, you have to run at 100% the entire race and not make a mistake to be able to win this. And used to be you just finished and you're like, oh, I'll be top 3, I'll be top 5. Those days are gone.
And what's really interesting about this length of a race is, you know, everything is timed. So you could come from the back and you could win this race. Now, do I think that's going to happen? Probably not, but it's definitely possible. You know, you got to get out there, you got to run your race, you got to run the pace that you are comfortable with and really not damage the vehicle and get flats.
Well, like I said, I'm going to have to look up, and, you know, I'm sure the internet's probably got it offhand, but last time I know somebody came from the back and won this race was about 10, 12 years ago. Robbie Gordon was in one of Clyde Stacy's RPM Truggies. Started back about 55th, 60th position, charged through and won the race from way deep in the field.
Yeah, we were right. This was Dustin Jones. Looks like we're getting a couple people mixed up there.
Well, looking at Dustin Jones as well, he's made the comment that he's always been the bridesmaid, never been the bride at this race, just like Brandon Sims. 18 and in 20, he got 3rd place. His highest is 2nd place in 2021. Last year, he got a 25th place. So I know that he's really looking for this. He's really coming into his own. He says he's enjoying married life as well, going to some farmers markets throughout. So he's really excited to be here in the desert. It may be hot, but he loves being out here. It's dusty, it's hot, but he's excited to come back and see if he can get that, just because he's had a little bit of a snafu for that last one, but other than that, he's usually on the podium.
Well, yeah, the funny thing is he married into an off-road family, so fortunately his wife understands all this, right? Yeah, it's cool. We got some spectators out enjoying the start line there. Beautiful weather.
Really working that wheel, trying to get the thing turned around. And you know, that's the thing about Dustin Jones. He's one of the top drivers. Nobody's ever going to argue that. And it's just like, kind of like with Brandon Sims. Seems like in side-by-sides, you get a driver that gets hot, you know, Brock Hager, and they go and win a bunch of stuff. And you've got a bunch of other drivers that are just as good, but they just, for whatever reason, things don't click their way, so you kind of forget about it. And I feel like Dustin Jones is in that same boat with Brandon Sims, where still I would call him a top 5-10 UTV driver in the world, but we just haven't heard a lot about him in the last couple of years.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's definitely one that's, you know, podium threat at every race he goes to. Yeah, it's amazing how far the UTVs have come. I mean, you see how well they handle, and, you know, even now some of their top speeds, they're just incredible vehicles. You know, both Polaris and Can-Am making, you know, vehicles that you can just roll into a dealership and buy, like you know, a vehicle that's very similar to what we're racing. It's a great shot from Dustin's car, and you can see the rocks, you know, the consequences of stepping out or sliding corners too hard, and you're going to get a flat there.
Also, we talked about earlier, the first 50 miles of this, unforgiving, and, you know, no room for run out, really easy to cut a tire, as you saw with RJ and Bryce both getting flats early on when Bryce was still in the race. But, you know, that's it. It's just, I've always made it a point, like, first 100 miles of the race, don't get a flat, get no downtime, because everybody's so bunched up. If you do, it just penalizes you so much more.
100%.
This is back with RJ Anderson, one of the trucks in that lead group of drivers.
And he's driving a first-gen Mason, I believe.
Yeah, teamed up with Adam Lund.
Yep.
I believe RJ's right there, about 5th overall currently.
That's awesome.
In the mix, you got RJ, Tracy Poole, Dave Mason Jr. kind of in the same grouping.
That was Doug Matag.
Yeah, Matag's an interesting guy. He's a builder and a racer. Obviously racing for Bill Steen on this one. They build some fantastic suspension products, some shocks for UTVs in particular, and he's going to put them to the test at this race. Yeah, look at that. You know, that I love that section. It was beautiful. We were lollygagging and looking around, but some big treacherous, you know, corners that have big consequences going off cliffs. You know, the one thing that's cool about this view is you can see the signature Can-Am suspension, which, you know, when they came out with that car, everybody looked at how different it was and they doubted it. And it's really proven to be a fantastic suspension style.
Well, I think that's what's really fun about, you know, Pro side-by-side is you've got the Pro R from Polaris, and obviously they just came out with another variant of it with a little more horsepower that I'm sure we're going to see start getting adapted into desert cars. But then you got Can-Am, and it's a completely different concept, and both of them are both very, very quick. You know, Can-Am, a little bit different suspension, different, you know, motor transmission package, and then you got the Polaris, different. You know, they're both bringing different guns to the fight, but they're both very capable units.
Yeah, and we're starting to see other manufacturers build capable units as well. You know, more of them are coming to the table. Segway in particular. Kawasaki has a great unit. You know, and I know there's a CF Moto unit out there that's now going to be racing some short course. So we're excited to see more manufacturers get involved and support us, support the racers. And just show people what these are capable of. You know, like if a UTV can do this, it's definitely going to handle your trails.
Oh, definitely. And you know, that's it's funny. You know, it started out with a lot of side-by-sides where to go race them, you pretty much had to throw everything away and rebuild it. Now these cars are so capable from the factory that obviously there are updates being made to these, but
sure,
they're not as far off as they used to be.
No, I mean most of the stock vehicles are really, really capable. You know, it's funny because we get a lot of loaner cars, and other than tires and wheels, we leave them alone. You know,
it's going to be the Matlocks here. I'm assuming Wayne Matlock.
Yeah. It's really cool to see them out racing with us. They do a lot of time in Baja, which is great, but got to hang out with them a little bit at the Off-Road Festival and say hello. They brought one of their sons out. Their other son just started football, so he's hanging back. But, you know, actually, Wayne's a second-generation off-road racer, and now their kids are who are also doing some racing, third generation. So they're gamers. You know, both Wayne and Kristen are another group of drivers, another two drivers that could win this overall.
Yeah, well, it's funny, vastly different driving styles with Wayne and Kristen too. Wayne's more of that savage, just full send, and Kristen's more of that cool, calm, collected, tactical racer.
Well, she's the Iron Woman for sure. I mean, she's Iron Woman, the 500, I think the 1,000 as well. You know, and done and still finished in podium contention. So incredible drivers and athletes. And just cool people.
Yeah, just rad. Such fun people to be around. Look at the speed here.
Yeah, so confirmed. She did win the Baja 1000.
Oh, sorry, guys. I was just
Iron
showing
Woman.
Iron Woman that, yeah. She did that. She multi-time winner, of course, and then she was a historical 2017 Vegas to Reno victory. She won that class, the UTV Pro NA class, by a massive 58 minutes and 36 seconds.
She's a marathon, for sure.
Sorry, guys. I was just showcasing it. I should have told everybody else about that as well.
In case anybody doesn't know, Tiffany has notes.
I have the stats.
Which is good, right?
Stats and snacks.
Right.
That's what we call her, stats and snacks.
No, but it's fun. I mean, you know, you and I were on the Legends Rally, and we were actually making notes on that rally, talking to some of the drivers and, you know, making notes about the course. It gave us a really, you know, unique perspective into these areas because, like, look at this. I mean, this looks like this could be in Baja right here, right? These mountainous areas that we go through. We go through about 3 or 4 of these throughout the race that are really fun, you know?
It reminds me a little bit of Silver State, too, certain areas of Silver State.
Yeah, Nevada's beautiful, you know. It's especially when you get off the Black Dune, you know, the highway, and start exploring, you know, all the dirt.
Some interesting things that happen in Nevada at night as well. So
yeah, we raced right next to Area 51.
First time I was, it was about midnight. We were out here in the desert somewhere at Vegas to Reno, and I was splitting driving with somebody, and I was out of the truck, and we were standing in one of the pits. All of a sudden I look around me, these things start climbing out of the ground. And I was like, what is going on here? I jump on the tailgate and I look, and somebody's like, oh, those are children of the earth. I'm like, what is a children of the earth, and why does it want me? And it was the creepiest thing, and I look, and there's just these like worm things crawling out of the ground around the desert in the middle of Nevada. I'm like, I don't know that I like this.
It sounds like Nevada.
Yeah, Google Children of the Earth, Nevada. You will know exactly what I'm talking about. But, yeah, we got side-by-side still going off the line here at Vegas to Reno. We got our leaders. Let's check in with our leaders. Where are our leaders? They are way up there on race mile 160 coming down the stretch. Next up will be the Mina pit number 5. So we are starting to settle in here for a day of racing. I would say we're, about 1/3 of the way through now? So
barely.
Yeah, just barely 1/3 of the way. We got a lot of racing yet to go, Matt.
Absolutely. One of the things that we actually, Killian and I did this year is we started a playlist for the Chase Cruise. It's on Spotify. You can search for it. It's the 2006 Vegas to Reno playlist. Put some really good desert rock in there to keep everybody going on the highway. Because it's a long day, especially for the Chase Crews. You know, they're going to basically drive the same mileage as the racers plus some. And, you know, they've got to, in some places where they're chasing along the freeway, they've got to beat them to their spots. So it's a fun race to chase, but it's definitely a long day, and you need a good soundtrack for it.
Yeah, it's definitely a good soundtrack. I know did a favor for a friend of mine from Monster Energy Kindle, and she got her new motorsports theme jam put into there. But we are going to take a short break. We're going to come back, more side-by-sides, more unlimited trucks to come here from the 30th annual Casey Folks Vegas to Reno. The 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno is brought to you by Camberg Racing, Magnaflow, Ford Racing, Monster Energy, 4-Wheel Parts, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Rugged Radios, Bill Stein, Can-Am, iBox Springs, VP Racing, Power Sport Pros.
From the brutal sands of Reno to the high-stakes finish in Vegas, true off-road performance demands one thing: traction, power, reliability. That's why Simple Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the iconic Vegas to Reno the other way. Simple Tire makes finding, buying, and installing the ultimate tires for your rig easier than ever.
Simple Tire, your destination for every road and everywhere the road ends. Shop simpletire.com today.
Right, because I'll get it done. And it's not gonna. I'm gonna make this happen for kids, and it's one kid at a time, and one step at a time. And I'm a fighter.
There's only one place to go to do your rig right, and that's at 4 Wheel Parts. Now is the time for bigger tires and larger wheels. Now is the time to lift your truck at 4 Wheel Parts. Learn more, shop current deals, and find your local 4 Wheel Parts location at 4wheelparts.com.
The next era of desert racing is here. BITD and UNLTD unite to form the American Off-Road Racing Championship, the premier North American off-road league. One rule book, one championship, and the country's most iconic races. Parker, Mint, Silver State, Vegas to Reno, and Laughlin. No split fields, just the best racing head-to-head. The American Off-Road Racing Championship. This is where champions are decided.
They say you can't be in 2 places at once. Clearly, they have never been here. Reno Tahoe is the ultimate base camp for those who choose to live life to its fullest. This is a land of extremes, where world-class adventure is fused with 24-hour energy. Go ahead, have it both ways. That's the point. From the heights of the Sierras to the soul of the city, it's all you. No limits. Get going at visitrenotahoe.com.
All right, we are back here at the 30th annual Casey Folks at Vegas to Reno. Jim Beaver, Tiffany Stone, Matt Martelli was with us. He just bounced out. We'll have him back later on in the broadcast. But right now, leaders getting eerily close to race mile, I would say about 170. But the pro side-by-sides have now gone off the line. We're on board here with Dustin Battle Axe Jones. Things settling in, Tiffany. Obviously, a little bit of drama early on. We had Bryce Menzies get a flat, battled back, then ended up punching a hole in his transmission cooler as he made a little bump pass on Nick Whetstone. And I say that, it was very fluke deal. The nicest love tap of a pass you could ever see in off-road. And it still came back to haunt Bryce. So he is out, which is one of the big storylines of the day. But we've got Justin Bean Smith teaming up with Tracy Graff, who is currently leading. We've also got in the mix Robbie Gordon. We've got Nick Whetstone in the mix as well. So, and we've got a hard-charging Brent Fox.
A hard-charging Brent Fox. So we're looking at some things, and everything that we're talking about with corrected time, it's still unofficial. We're just making sure, but you know, with the corrected time, we're looking at just 2-wheel drive right now. We've got first of Brent Fox, second of Tracy Poole, and third of Nick Whetstone, fourth of Jordan Dean. And this is through mile marker 150 on corrected time. Everything's still unofficial. We're still doing that, but we're just showcasing the differences of what we're seeing on course versus corrected time.
Here we are on board with the Camber Magnaflow entry of Kyle Jurgensen, who really has been throwing down some elite level times in this one. I'm going to go and see where he currently sits in the overall picture on course.
Now we're back up with Nick Whetstone. And if we're looking at that, you know, Jim, starting around mile marker 188, this is where they're going to start to gain that elevation we were talking about earlier. It kind of gets a little bit choppy heading up this mountain. That's where we're going to start to see a little bit of cooler temperatures. Maybe if they did have some rain there, that it really hasn't gone away. There's probably going to be some more big standing puddles throughout that we're not sure of. Just because of what happened within the weather in the last week or some is changing really kind of the outcome or the trajectory of what this race is going to be. And then, like we keep saying, that's also going to change your pit strategies.
Oh yeah, pit strategy is definitely going to be changed throughout this race. There's Dustin Jones again. Beautiful onboard. He hadn't gone through much of the water yet. We got crystal clear pictures coming out of that one. Looking at our spec trucks, we keep mentioning that. They are currently through Gabs, so just clearing Gabs briefly. I've got Dane Miller, Kyle Jurgensen, Connor McMullen in the mix, as well as Cole Harden. So got a group of about 4 trucks that have kind of stepped out in the lead in our spec truck division. This is Nick Whetstone again, and we just keep going to this onboard, but I'm just so impressed with Nick Whetstone today and just the pace he's running, how he settled in, mistake-free, didn't get caught up in a bunch of mess earlier, was clean through that first 50 miles, let drivers go when he needed to, repassed when he had the chance, and just a beautiful drive Nick Whetstone has going here at Vegas Reno.
Well, and I've always heard about the Baja karma or the good karma. You do something good, and I'm wondering if this is kind of going into that. You know, he let them have that pass, and maybe that's kind of where he's coming together and is like, okay, you know, I'm going to give you this, and I'm going to come back and forth with this. So now we're on board with Mark Austin, UTV Pro Class. And I'm wondering if things are starting to dry up a little bit outside of Dayton right there outside of the rodeo grounds. You know, we've got all of those trucks through there. We've got, you know, probably about 40 to 50 UTVs that are going through there as well. And so I'm wondering, is that area starting to dry up a little bit? Is it going to be a little bit easier for those UTVs to get through that first 30 miles?
More drivers off the line. We have wave after wave of drivers. Early on, things started out, we had different time splits. It was 1 minute start intervals. Now, as we've worked into our remaining racers, we're down to 30-second intervals after the top 20 in UTV Pro, so drivers going to get off the line quite quickly. Eamon Patel, UTV Pro in this one. Don't quite know what the...
Do your belt.
Ooh.
This is a bad spot to be in. Looks like he's going to get up and going. Oh, there's a car on its side there. Okay, that's... Oh, they're trying to flip it over, I believe. So we're live on board here.
This is another thing we kept talking about, the technology. We get these first-hand views of what's actually happening from other people's onboard.
Put your window net up if you can.
All right, they're going to give him a little quick
Good
pop
job,
over.
John. Oh, my God. What was going on?
Biggest thing you got to watch is that's on a downhill slope. It's not a bad downhill slope.
Fuck.
Gotta pull up the other way next time.
Yeah, you should have told me move.
I didn't know.
Yeah, it's all good.
Kept falling down.
It's all good. You did fucking great, bro.
Fuck. Oh my God. Can't find my other seatbelt.
Nope, it's got a...
A hard time getting hooked up there.
Woo, that was hot.
Well, and this is exactly what you were talking about. This is a tricky situation right here. We've got cars that are coming up that. We've got silt. You can see it still right here. And then, you know, there was something that almost just happened right there. I think they're coming through. You know, we've got the 117 coming through. Now we just tons and tons of cars. And in that, you know, it's still lingering. That dust and that silt still
watch when it flips over on these downhills. I've seen it actually re-roll. See, it almost went over again there. That was what I was saying. You almost got to watch it because sometimes on those downhills, it'll get too much momentum, and then the car starts rolling and rolling again.
We've actually seen that happen at Hammers, unfortunately, to one of the top drivers out there, and those are the mistakes that you don't make again.
It's almost sometimes you've seen people with another rope anchored on the back so it doesn't go over, and you can hang on and try and keep the car from going, but...
Time to just take it easy.
All right, buddy.
I absolutely love the in-car and hearing the dynamic. Everybody has a little bit different. And, you know, when I'm sitting there on the podium or, you know, chatting, I say, what are some things that you say to your driver to keep them calm? What do you say to get them back into the game if their head's a little bit out of it, if you make a mistake? And, you know, each driver, co-driver has their own thing, but this dynamic was right here. It shows great sportsmanship. You got somebody up and over, now you're making it back on your own and using your own. This is where, once again, that good karma comes in. It's maybe something's going to happen that was great for you that wasn't supposed to, and I love seeing the sportsmanship out of the off-road community here.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, I love hearing the co-driver just calm them down. Hey, let's just settle back in.
Yeah.
Look at the dust, though. You know, we go in these, cycles on this course where it's like no dust whatsoever. Then there's a ton of dust. Speaking of dust, this is Dustin.
It's still
you love my segues, and we're only 200 miles into this.
We're only 200 miles in this, 2 hours and 41 minutes into this. I'll probably be snorting but laughing by the end. But this is that tight technical section that we were talking about. We've got a little bit of a ridge on the right side. We've got the left side. Yes, there are some areas, but once again, the rock bushes that possibly could come out. A lot of punctures could happen here. You've got to be really methodical when you're driving through this. You know, Dustin is such a great driver. He's a hammers guy. He knows what it takes to win out there where there are, rocks like this size out there in Johnson Valley. So I really enjoy seeing how he's taking this. Obviously, we can see that the ruts are starting to get a little bit more dug out right there. More rocks are starting to come out. But if Dustin can really keep his own, I think it's his time. You know, he was talking about being the bridesmaid and never the bride. And, maybe since he got married a few weeks ago, it's his turn.
You know what? He is due.
He is due.
He is definitely due for a big victory. And, the pace he's running, he's looking phenomenal out here today. Look, this is very, very fast.
Well, and I keep noticing these small rocks that keep pushing out because obviously with the mud holes and the silt beds, some people are taking different lines, and maybe that's also pushing rocks in there. So everything that you thought you knew before, maybe you have to redirect that because people taking certain lines around the mud holes, coming back in, bringing some rocks back into the race course.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about desert racing. Every lap is different, or every pass is different for just about everybody because you never quite know how the course is going to mature over the day, and especially with a day as long as this one is. Looking at leaders, probably right around 8 hours to the finish, a little over 8 hours. We've got one of the motorcycles getting past here. We're on board with our leader, Tracy Graff. Obviously, we know that we've had some tracking issues in this one. It's Justin Bean Smith currently behind the wheel. From what I was told early on, he is going to be getting out at around race mile 175. So that should be coming up here at Mina. So we definitely want to stay on board with this truck because from what I understand, Justin Bean Smith will be getting out at Mina at race mile 175.
So let's just talk a little bit about the motos since we just did see one of the motos. I'm pulling up on Racing Track once again. This is unofficial, but it looks through that a majority of our pro motos have made it through mile marker 350. And with that being said, on corrected time, we still got Kieran Narin, but Preston was able to make up some time. He's sitting second right now. It looks like about a minute 40, a minute-ish behind, 50 behind Kieran. And then right behind that is Dalton Shirey, but Dalton's sitting about 15 minutes behind Preston. So we're seeing things that come a little bit through here. I wasn't really sure where Skylar Howes and Preston were making that change. Was it going to be at the halfway mark? But we weren't sure. But it's showcasing the two different drive styles between Preston and Skylar, with Skylar having all of that Dakar knowledge and being able to make it through there with the different terrains. Maybe he's making up some of that time and having it unadjusted.
Shot out the back of our leader. Clipping away here. And for a guy like Justin Bean Smith, who's going to get out of the truck here pretty quick, to go in and put in, a solid, give or take 200 miles, not make any mistakes, be leading the race, beautiful truck, no damage done to it. He's going to hand over a perfect truck to Tracy Graff to try and bring this thing home. With about a little over 300 miles remaining. That's what you want out of a driver split. You want the second driver to have the same truck that the first driver did and also be in a position to win. And what a beautiful run that Justin Bean Smith has had this morning. Luke Roberts, UTV Turbo. It's funny, you go from those unlimited trucks and how the drivers are just nice and not bouncing around, not being abused. And you go to some of the side-by-sides, and it's like, bam, bam, they're just getting beat up.
This was my view, but at least I had air conditioning and ventilated seats and windows, so I didn't get too dirty, but this is exactly what it was like for me. And I just, heading up that right there, going a little bit up over Como, it was just unbearable at times, but once again, did not want that flat. Now let's really talk about the differences though, Jim, when you're talking about with the drive style, with the UTVs and going for the trucks and all that, with the minimal movements. Is it because it's more driving with the throttle comparative to when you're in the truck, or how is it really in these UTV pros?
On the UTVs, it's just a different beast, you know, and I haven't been in any of the modern Pro R race cars, so I really, you know what I mean, I can't speak to those, but I know, you know, I was in some elite level cars the previous generation of side-by-sides. It's just a different driving style. You definitely are steering, you know, and we have steering quickened in those, but they are also all-wheel drive and things like that. But I think, you know, biggest thing I've learned about all-wheel drive race cars, whether it be a side-by-side, a rally car, I've spent a lot of time in all-wheel drive rally cars. Haven't spent much time in an all-wheel drive unlimited truck, but it's when you get into the all-wheel drive stuff, you're actually steering a lot more with brakes and throttle than you are the steering wheel. It's very minimal inputs on the steering wheel. You know how to get the car rotated right and things like that. So as we see with the unlimited truck guys like Menzies when we went on board with them, RJ Anderson, very minimal steering input. They're driving with their feet. A lot of speed being carried here, though. We say he's over 50, then breaks down into 40-mile-an-hour range. Back up here, some of our remaining starters yet to go.
Well, while we're looking at things as well, we can see it. So this is where
they're coming. This is going to be our driver swap.
I was just about to mention that. For this driver swap right here, I'm going to try to see if we can time this.
Justin Speed-Smith is out. Tracy Graff getting in. This is your lead truck. Be looking for Robbie Gordon in the second spot to be coming into the picture here momentarily.
Looks like he's, well, it sounds like he's probably getting 2 fresh rears, maybe a new re-rack if anything ever happened.
So Tracy Graff going to get in there. He's going to be bringing this thing home, but beautiful bit of driving for the first 175 miles for Justin Dean Smith.
Looking at the clock for Bean, if they haven't left yet, he was about 40 seconds.
Wasn't able to see, I don't know if Robbie Gordon got around or not, because the tracker hasn't been working for Tracy Graff and Justin Bean Smith. It looks like there's another. Oh, this is
okay, that is Robbie. Okay. So if Graff, if everything went well, what we did see, we're thinking maybe underneath a minute for Graff. So he's got that time out there. But if we're still looking at what everybody.
The back of Robbie's truck and all the oil and stuff that's all over the back, that's not water and mud. There's some oil in the mix. See that all over the tires and stuff like that. So there might be something going on. Could be just a breather or something. I don't know. That is a lot of oil on the back of Robbie Gordon's truck.
So this has got to be.
It's going to be our leaders here. They're just idling through until they get out of the.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit. If a lot of people don't know, there is going to be your tracker that you see right there in the right hand, and when they're going through a speed zone, it's green. It tells you what it is. There's going to be some speed zones that are going to be 25, and then in certain areas around a mining area, it's going to be 45 through there. And when you're going through that, you'll notice that you have the time or your speed up there. Are there any trucks that you know of right now that you could push a button and it brings you down to that 25? It doesn't allow you to go a little higher than that, or the 45 if you set that?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely can set things, and it's generally set about half mile an hour off of where it should be, as close as you can. And it's funny, when I used to race, we didn't have that, you know, so you really had to modulate it with your watching and things like that, and the GPS, but made it almost foolproof, you know what I mean, where you don't have those mistakes much anymore. But yeah, depending on the areas of the thing, you know, you've got these switches set where you can set the truck where it doesn't go over a certain set speed limit, and you're aware of those beforehand, so they can go in and adjust them before the race. So you hit a button and it just kind of goes right up to the limit.
So it looks like RJ's looking for the pit, and that dust now, the silt is just lingering and lingering in there. And we're still getting a little bit of those pockets right there of where it's wet. And once again, we keep talking about how different it's going to be, the drive style. Now, Jim, if you're sitting through this, we're watching this, and it's very, very hard for me to even see this. Now, this is along the line with the telephone wires. This is a very, very fast section for RJ Anderson. But how careful do you have to be in this section, knowing that you're looking for this pit, you're looking for certain things. You can see dust right ahead of them. So you've got that, and it's lingering, and it's not moving. I can't tell if there's a lot of wind out there or anything, but how many cars and trucks are there, and you're trying to have the visibility.
Yeah, there's like a slight breeze to the left, but it's not much, so it's really kind of lingering. But this is a tough spot for RJ. He sees a car up there, but you really can't push because the minute you do, it changes like that. You're blind. You don't know if there's a G out. Obviously, you've got stuff on the GPS, but makes it hard as a driver. This is one of those situations where RJ probably feels like he's got more pace than the person in front of him, but there's not much he can do with it. And so it's tough. But obviously, yeah, he's coming in. He's talking about the pit, Mina pit. We've got Robbie Gordon still down in the Mina pit. We got Nick Whetstone just about to enter the Mina pit. Dave Mason Jr. in the mix as well. He's about a mile out. Brent Fox going to be the next one on course looking for that pit. Tracy Poole. And then we've also got RJ Anderson. So RJ's sitting in, I believe he's about 7th position overall.
Yeah, and it looks like a hose is leaking right at the fitting for RJ, so that's what he's trying to get in. RJ's sitting at mile marker 173, 174. That's what he's telling his team. And these are the things that we kept talking about, Jim. Everybody has a plan until something happens. Now, this is another thing that adds to the drama, what's been going on for RJ Anderson. And so if he's trying to do that, they're trying to find a -8 hose to replace it. So that's what they're trying to do for RJ at that pit. Now imagine being in that situation. You know what's going on. You're trying to talk to your pit. You're driving through all of this. And that mental strain and the mental game, he's got to stay all together for him.
Well, you know, and the big thing is RJ, you know, what the crews know is there's a 50-mile run from Mina to pit number 6, Coaldale. And some of it is very, very remote. So they want to get whatever's fixed done. It's not one of those. A lot of times you'll be like, all right, so we're not ready, but it's only a 20-mile run to the next pit. It's not that bad. We'll just fix it at the next pit. But RJ doesn't want to do that in this one because it's a 50-mile run and some of it's very remote. So you want to get that fixed if you can and set up so you're not having to, you know, be on the outside looking in. But RJ's still running a great pace here. I mean, he's right in the mix.
Oh, sorry about that. My apologies. That whole thing that we were talking about, it's not going to be RJ. It's going to be Robbie's truck. So Rick Geiser and Robbie are working on it right now. So they're trying to find that -8 hose. They saw the oil. Lindsey Geiser was telling me that as well. They saw the oil. They're seeing that. So it looks like the Geisers are out there with Robbie working on that. And, you know, knowing Robbie and knowing them at that pit right now and knowing that Tracy Graff has already taken off and you were so close, once again, it keeps going back to the drama. We can see it right here. They're working on it.
Yeah, and I kind of caught that immediately. I went, that's not mud, that's oil. So just a tough break for Robbie. But, you know, it's still early on. We're not even, you know, to the 200-mile mark. Obviously, Tracy Graff's having a phenomenal run out front, and this is just going to even solidify that gap back to second even more. Just a tough break for Robbie to have to sit there after all the work he'd been putting in early. So next up on course behind Graff is going to be Nick Whetstone and Dave Mason Jr., Dave in the mix as well. So Dave, you know, obviously we talked about him a lot earlier in the race. Right off the beginning, him and Cameron Steele tag team in this one. But, you know, now he's really settled in and run a phenomenal pace and currently sitting second in two-wheel drive and I guess third overall. So great position there early in this race for Dave Mason Jr. to be sitting. This is back with RJ Anderson. Just keeps battling that dust. He's going to be really happy to regroup after Mina. Look at that. Oh, it turns and then you just get blasted by that. It's just brutal. It's hard to see. It's a great view of them working on Robbie Gordon's truck there. Briefly, we got that. More side-by-side action. On board with Dustin Jones, running a blistering pace. Look how he's driving. You know, we talked about that, where he's not making big steering inputs, but there's times he's driving with like 2 fingers. It's beautiful. Wheel just sliding through there. His 2 fingers. That's a car that's set up and handling really well. You can drive that kind of speed, and you'll see him. He'll lift like 3 of his fingers. He's just driving with 2 fingers right there on that left-hand side. That's a car that he's super comfortable in. Just let the wheels slide between his hands, and I call it a dance. And he's dancing with a car.
It's a little ballet, we like to say.
It definitely is 505 miles of ballet, and sometimes it's 505 miles of an MMA fight.
Well, I know that while we're talking about all of these different drivers, one mention of a driver that we haven't really talked about is Jason Coleman in the 6100s in the spec truck. So Jason Coleman has won this 4 years in a row prior to this. I'm looking at him right now. He's looking right now that he's at around mile marker 145, 148, so he's a little bit far behind. But if things happen throughout the rest of the race, like we keep talking about, we have so much time, so many miles ahead of us. Jason Coleman does know what it takes to win this. Last year, he did it in 8 hours, 24 minutes. So my whole thing is you keep going, you keep going, you keep going until the checker. You never know what's going to happen. We've been seeing a ton of drama throughout the day, and you just have to capitalize on different mistakes that you see from your drivers.
Well, and Jason Coleman, I mean, you know, super good guy, and I love him because he's a product of the ladder system of off-road going here with Tracy Graff, who is our current leader. But, you know, as a guy started out in 1,600 cars and became crazy quick, learned a lot of car control there, won a lot of races 1,600s, worked his way up the ladder system. Obviously, now we're seeing him in spec truck, and he's been very, very fast the last few years and very efficient, runs a very professional program. It's been fun to see him, and, you know, obviously, like I said, a product of the off-road ladder system.
And this is the section that we start seeing the elevation gain that we keep talking about. You can kind of see the terrains changing on the other sides. We've got a bunch of trees coming through, and this is where it starts getting really tight, really technical. And there's no room really to pass in these certain areas. There will be some gotcha moments that we keep talking about, but it's very narrow. We've got rocks on right side. We've got some cliffs up there as well. So in this section, Jim, what do you think the game plan is going to be? You know, Robbie's still sitting at the pit. We've got Graff right up front now. But we still got a bunch of people, Nick Whetstone, RJ Anderson behind that. Where are we going from here if you're stuck in this section?
Well, if you're stuck in this section, I mean, it's where are we going from here? I mean, it's just, you want to get through this. There's going to be lots of elevation up and down and you know, throughout the race. And this is one of those. It's just funny to see the pace everybody's running. It's funny, we're 200 miles in and we still got drivers coming off the start, but it's just, like I say, you just want to click off miles. You want to get through these sections. The elevation, especially when you're climbing, does put a little bit extra strain on the vehicles. And you know, and things obviously now are a little bit different with fuel injection from the old carburetor days and things like that. But, you know, you used to have all kinds of issues once you got at elevation. The car didn't want to run right, down on power. That's a little bit different now. But, yeah, we're going to take a short break. We'll come back. Our leader's going to be right around mile 200 here at the 30th Annual Casey Folks Vegas to Reno. The 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno is brought to you by Camberg Racing, MagnaFlow, Ford Racing, Monster Energy, 4-Wheel Parts, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Rugged Radios, Bill Stein, Can-Am, iBox Springs, VP Racing, Power Sport Pros.
It starts with a line, a choice, a commitment to the surface beneath you. On the street, track, or way off the map. We don't just build tires, we build an unfair advantage. From short course carnage to the wide open throttle of Baja, we've proven it in places where the weak don't survive. Built for every track, every trail, and the terrain in between. Maxxis tires, tread victoriously.
Every great adventure starts with confidence. And at CageWorks, confidence is built from the ground up. From roll cages to bumpers and doors, to windshields, roof racks, and tire carriers, CageWorks engineers every product to work seamlessly together and stand up to the toughest terrain. Manufactured in the USA. Built to perform. Built to protect. From the shop to your next adventure, CageWorks.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
All right, we're back here at the 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno 30th annual edition of the event. Doing it the other way this time around. Up here with our leaders, this is Tracy Graff. Currently out front here. I don't want to say just in the unlimited four-wheel drive division, just overall, and running a great pace. Tracy Graff just getting behind the wheel. Justin Bean Smith put in the first 175 miles. Did a great job, no mistakes. Got the truck clean to Tracy Graff, the truck owner, and now Tracy's behind the wheel. He's going to try and bring this thing home some 300-plus miles to the finish. He's going to look out the back there. There's nobody in sight. Tracy doing a great job.
Comes your 90 left.
This is R.J. Anderson here.
Slide right.
So drivers have cleared pit 5 Mina. Robbie Gordon, who is currently in second overall, he's sitting there with a, as we get a look there, and see all the oil all over the back of that truck. I'm having some video problems here. Sorry about that. For those of you, this is Tracy Graff back up front. So what you like is the driver clean air out front, a little bit of gap back to second place. Nick Whetstone currently sitting second overall, first in two-wheel drive. This is Nick Whetstone here.
They still look so calm right there. Connor's just sitting there, not making many movements. Way different than what we've been seeing in the Pro UTVs.
No, they're not in a rush. There's no chaos. They're just in there, co-driver and driver in sync. Co-driver's talking to the driver, calling out corners.
Well, and I know that I talked to you about it earlier and made a question. When you're knowing that some people are coming out of the race, obviously when Bryce was out of the race and, you know, Nick was able to move that, but now knowing that Robbie Gordon is still sitting over there, does that give you a little bit more breathing room because he's still at Minot?
I think it does. I mean, you know, the biggest thing with Whetstone is he's got Dave Mason right behind him right now, and Dave's not in an all-wheel drive truck. He's in a two-wheel drive truck. You know, the one with the most breathing room right now is going to be Tracy Graff up front. You know, he's obviously got a massive gap back to not only second, but the second unlimited four-wheel drive truck. So right now it's still early as we get this beautiful drone footage there. This is Whetstone just working his way through things.
Just making it look flawless through that. Great scenery, great traction, just driving it. And this is the area that we were talking about, Jim, that it's a little bit tight right there. You know, there's not a lot of room to make those passes. You've got to set things up.
Yeah, look at that. Just a beautiful shot there. See him make the corner.
And with that, we should say shout out to all of the drone pilots, all the camera people that are out there that have been there since about 5 a.m. this morning before the bikes took off and the quads. It's just really cool that they're able to get there, get situated, showcase everybody really how beautiful and long and different terrain this race is.
Yeah, I'm back on board with the cool, calm, collected Nick Whetstone.
And Connor.
Yeah, this is a dynamic duo here. They are, unless something happens, I mean, they are in a position to win this race. And you see the calmness in the cab of that truck, and that's what you want to see out of a driver and co-driver, especially as we creep towards the midway part of this race. Those of you following the tracker at home, do note that while it's not showing up, Tracy Graff is currently leading the race overall and is currently your lead four-wheel drive truck, but it's not showing up. There's a tracker issue with Tracy Graff as we go back on board. Tracy should be approaching around race mile 195 at this point. Slight little mistake there. Kind of got out of the rut. So Justin Bean Smith did the handoff around race mile 175 to Tracy Graff, who's going to bring this one home to the finish. Just love watching him work his way through these corners, just settling in. We got RJ Anderson now. He's in the mix for this top 5 as well. Whoa, big jump there for RJ Anderson. Oh man, he is pushing it. Really pushing it. You got a feather in the throttle there. Get out of it, get through these. There's tight. There's no runoff there to see this pace that RJ's doing. I mean, this is just beautiful bit of driving.
And this section right here is a little bit washy, and I'm assuming it kind of probably got a little bit more washed out with the weather as well. So you've got to be really smart through this area. As you can see, big rocks on either side. There's probably some more debris that we haven't seen, some trees that have fallen over, more rocks coming down, and you've got to kind of pick and choose your way through here. You definitely don't want to get any punctures or anything in this particular spot.
No, and just look at it. I mean, this is a lot of speed here. And, you know, the thing is for RJ being this early on, you really don't see many lines through there. This thing's going to get burned in. By the time the pro side-by-sides get there, there's going to be some ruts. It's going to be burned in. But when you're behind the wheel of a truck and it's this early and it's not really burned in and we're not seeing much burn in there, trucks can get really floaty and skatey. And as tight as that is, to have a truck that's able to get floaty and skatey, it's really easy to get off the race line, go out and clip something. RJ doing a phenomenal job there of kind of, just guiding that truck through that wash.
Now, another driver that we really haven't been talking about, but looking at the tracker, who's making their way to about mile marker 185, is the truck of David Payne and Larry Rossler. So they're out here. Larry's jumping in there as well. It's kind of cool because we haven't really talked about him, but as people start dropping off, people get stuck at Mina, they're getting some troubles, they're having some problems. We're starting to see these other drivers who are very known throughout the desert community, who've done Baja many of times, make their way up through here, and we're starting to see them come towards the pack. And this is what you were talking about, Jim. Everybody's all bunched together in those first 50 to 100 miles. Now we're starting to see the attrition rate. We're starting to see what's going on. We're starting to see things change.
Well, and, there's the attrition and there's things. It's hard to get a race car to drive at this pace through these conditions for 505 miles like Robbie Gordon. I mean, he did nothing wrong. It's just a fluke thing. It's a little fitting that, allowed things to happen, and they're sitting there. They're going to get it repaired. He's going to get back on the road, but, conceivably he's out of it at this point. He's just going to be going for a finish or a top 5.
I don't really want to say that, because remember what you did say about Robbie earlier. He did start in the back of the pack. You never know what's going to happen. We've got 300 plus more miles still going here.
Do that, like I said, watch the hand movement. Very little hand movement.
And you really haven't heard too much communication between Connor and Nick as well. So I'm just wondering if it's only if something's changed or what their style is for communicating throughout.
Oh, looks like we do have.
I'm pretty sure.
Let's see what he says.
Yeah, just Max, let him do it. Let's try one. 7-8.
Oh.
Had a little bit there. You can hear the voice of Robbie Gordon and Rick Geiser in that. So
I heard just let Max do it. Let Max do it. So I'm wondering, is Robbie getting out of the truck now once that gets fixed and Max is just hopping in, and does that change their game plan?
Well, I think it's probably Robbie, knowing what Robbie's knowing. Are they out of the win picture? I guess you're never physically out, but I think it's also one of those where Robbie's going, hey, playing the dad card here, I'm going to get Max more seat time.
Well,
why not?
I just got an update. So it's not been Robbie driving this entire time. It's been Max driving.
Well, that even is a bigger statement that Max has been behind the wheel this whole time. So we're 200 miles in, and Max was pushing, Justin Bean Smith for the overall. I mean, that's, I told you, this kid he's a talent. Give him 10 years, he's going to be one of the best off-road drivers in the world.
Well, and we saw that too. We saw it at Silver State 300. If you're learning from so many different people, your dad's one of the greatest out there, and we keep looking at it and looking at it. It's just, how much can that kid push? I've seen him take those jumps. There was one jump that it was incredible to watch him see, but then it also shows the true testament of the Geiser-built trucks with the suspension, with everything that they're doing as well. And so, like you said, if that's been Max driving the entire time, and our apologies on that, we're trying to figure out who's starting where and whatnot, but it's crazy to see the amount of drive style and coming into your own and making it your own.
Oh, I think so, absolutely. And, everybody gets their own style, and obviously Max has had some great mentors over his young career and been surrounded by some of the best drivers in the world at a young age. And, it's definitely all going to benefit Max in the long run. So we'll hope that truck can get back on the road. I mean, obviously, I don't think a podium's out of the picture at this point. I think a win's going to be tough, as we got some of the stock pickup trucks now starting to get underway here.
It's a great view. Nick's truck just floating right through it. Still a little dust lingering in the air.
Yep, sun's going to start wreaking havoc on these drivers, depending on what direction you're pointed. We were back on board there. That was Tracy Graff there for a brief minute. And this is Tracy Graff working his way through things. driver helping make the calls here. Got a view from the front and out the back. Nobody in the distance for Tracy Graff, just continues to click off miles and stretching the gap just a bit. Like I said, those of you tracking at home, tracker not working for Tracy Graff. Next in second is going to be Nick Whetstone. It's going to be Dave Mason Jr. in third in the running order. Also going to have Brent Fox in the mix as well. Brent making a big push in this one. RJ Anderson going to be your lead four-wheel drive truck, or excuse me, second in four-wheel drive. He is going to be sitting back there in right around fifth overall. And then Tracy Poole. We haven't talked a lot about Tracy Poole today, but Tracy Poole's been right there, right around this top five picture most of the day.
Oh, Michael Scafuto. It's heartbreaking to see that hood come off a little bit.
Yeah, especially when you got driver and co-driver getting out of the car. Scafuto, they're gonna see what's going on. Nice little workbench there. Those rock bushes.
Those rock bushes. Well, let's talk about Scafuto. So he was on the rally, and you were mentioning vapor locking earlier, and he did have a little bit of trouble in that. Not saying that that's what's happening right here, but he was out there. He was having a little bit of troubles because the temperatures were just getting so high, so much dust.
Yeah, fuel pressure once we killed it. No, fuel pressure and oil pressure. Oh, this is so hot. We're losing serpentine. Too many pins.
Yeah, so what they're saying here is that when they said fuel pressure and oil pressure, serpentine belt's a single belt that runs most of the system on the truck. He said where they're starting to lose it. So, yeah, if they were starting to lose the belt, you're going to lose all your pressures and things like that. So they're going to have to replace the serpentine belt, get it back on there, and should be able to get going again. It's a relatively easy, quick fix.
It's a bunch of oil up here.
Going to be down a little bit of time.
Is that oil or water? I don't think oil. Do we want to change the serpentine since we're here? We have to. It's not right, man. You know. It is. We got snips. Where else do we have belts? There's some back here. There's 3 to the front. 3 of each.
Oh, look at this. We got some Class 11s now. It's going to be a long day in the Nevada desert in a Class 11. Just getting off the line here.
I feel their pain. I really feel their pain on that. And a little update as well from Lindsay Geiser. So it's been Max all day. We keep talking about that. Our apologies once again on that. But so it looks like that Max is going to continue from Mina, which is pit 5, and then Robbie's going to get in at pit 8. So we're going to see that happen for that once they get that truck back out there.
Yeah, back to the Class 11s. I will say there's some sections in Vegas to Reno. Those Class 11s can really open her up. Spots, especially as you get further south along the lake beds, things like that. They'll be able to open those up as we go back with Nick Whetstone, currently second overall, first in two-wheel drive. More shots through this beautiful mountain pass. Dust just lingering in there. Makes it really hard to pass and get a run on anybody.
Well, looking at the tracker right now, we're coming up to around mile marker 205. And once we kind of get there, there is a very, very sharp left if you're looking at this, Jim. How much do you think that the dust is going to linger in here? Because if you got somebody coming through here, you're making that quick turnaround. You make a quick right and then another left and back around and then head back over 95. If you're in that area and the dust has been lingering so far right now, how difficult is that going to be? And now everybody's coming up and they're going to have to stop once again, like we were talking about right before they go over 95 to continue on the race course.
No, it does cause some problems, especially as tight as that is, and if the elevation is flat, there's not much as far as, you know what I mean, wind or anything like that. It can cause problems. I mean, obviously, our leader is not going to have any issues whatsoever. Nick Whetstone probably not either. But as more and more come through and they're so packed in and tight, it's definitely going to start causing some problems. As we're looking here, going on board, it's a truck with a windshield in it.
I think this is going to be Chris Wu, and Chris is in the stock production full truck. So we've got a bunch of different ones out of here. We've got Chris Wu, we've got Brad Lovell, we've got Nate Williams, we've got Bailey Campbell, we've got Lauren and Vaughn. They're all in these stock type of vehicles. So they're sitting pretty right now. They've got air conditioning, they've got windows, they've got windshield, they've got ventilated seats, I'm assuming, maybe. So they're going to be able to tackle this weather a little bit differently.
Somebody looks like you're going to get passed by somebody here. The sirens in the back. We'll see that was one of the Ford entries. You didn't get a look at who that was, but I know it was one of the factory Ford entries.
I think that's Brad. I think Brad's going to be in one of the full-size ones.
You gotta love the honesty of the radio.
Well, Chris Wu has had a great time here at Vegas to Reno the last few years, from 23 to 25, taking the first in class for that for the stock production full for that truck. So it's they're teammates when it comes to Ford racing and changing some different, I'm sorry, Chris is not in Ford racing, but it changes when it comes to Ford racing and Chevy, and we're seeing some different ones out here. So a few choice words out there.
Yeah, well, I spent some time in the stock production classes back in the day, and it's quite fun because you're driving a limited vehicle, so you really have to drive to the course. You're not just pounding through things. You got to, line choice is key. You really got to pick your points when you're going to try and make a charge on somebody. You got to conserve the truck because you can really destroy it about a mile if you wanted to. So stock class racing really is quite fun, especially knowing that, these are somewhat similar to something you can buy right off the showroom floor. And Ford's done a phenomenal job with their stock class vehicles and really pushing some out here that is very similar to anything you can get on a dealership lot around the country. See that nice little tight gate shot there. Big aerial view. Starting to see some of the dust clouds come in. Looks like our leader's going to be up by Red Lick. Used to be a pit at Red Lick, no longer, but those of you who've been around for a long time know where Red Lick's at. And this is Scafuto again. They had that serpentine belt issue. So they're trying to get things back together. Said it was causing some oil and fuel pressure issues. Great helicopter footage here. Got another one of these drivers working their way through this course. Through that gate. Looks like the course pushing wide through there. Quite drastic difference in 200 miles from the start. Start relatively no dust, Tiffany. All the water and the moisture they had up there up north, and and we saw the greenery. Now you're seeing more of that traditional dried out Nevada desert silt. You got the dust starting to linger, and definitely a lack of water compared to what we saw 200 miles ago.
And then we're also talking about getting higher temps. We're probably right in the midday. We're sitting at 1:30 local time. Sun is right above you. You're beating out on it, and it's got to do a little bit of a mind game too, because you're trying to stay cool while you're out there. People like Scafuto, and now you've got to have the sun as well. And then we've got Nick Whetstone going right through there, making it look seamless. Do you ever get scared when you're coming up to something like that, going underneath an underpass?
Well, I will tell you, some of these at Vegas to Reno are quite tight. So yes. they are quite tight. So yes, part of you goes, we did a bunch of measuring, and I know the truck will fit. But then you get there, you're like, will the truck fit?
Well, there is one spot where you've got two of them right underneath. So you come through this little wash. There's a ton of rocks through there, and there's a little rock garden, and then you've got one on one side, one on the other side. And if you pick the wrong side, it drops off real quick over there. So you got to make sure you have to know. another thing that was a really good benefit of doing the pre-run. You know which side because there's one right next to each other, and if you pick the left side, you're pretty golden because it's a little easier to get up and out, and then it's just back onto flat ground for you once you get on the other side of the tunnel.
Yeah, and I do want to mention, obviously, we keep going on board with Nick Whetstone. I want to mention Dave Mason Jr. because Dave Mason Jr. has caught Nick Whetstone. They're running almost an identical pace at this point. We haven't had any on board with Dave Mason Jr., but he's within, I believe, about a half a mile of Nick Whetstone right now physically on course. So we do have a battle for this two-wheel drive lead between Nick Whetstone, who is physically leading, and Dave Mason Jr. So definitely want to mention Dave Mason Jr. and bring him into the picture here because he is pushing Nick Whetstone.
Well, when did you mention, and I think I forgot about it, but when did you mention that him and Cameron are switching? What pit was that?
All I heard was the midway point. I don't quite know exactly where that's at. And as we said, things can be a little fluid in desert racing, but sounds like they were going to try and do about as close to a 50-50 split as you can. Once I get a chance to look at the big map and the big picture here, maybe we'll get a better idea. Honestly could come as soon as pit 6 at Coaldale if they were actually splitting it down the middle. But I would say it's either going to be Coaldale or Tonopah, pit 6 or 7, depending on the way their strategy works out. So I'd say be looking for Dave Mason in one of the next two pits to get out, Cameron Steele to take over driving duties. But right now, Nick Whetstone on board with him, currently second overall behind Tracy Graff, first in two-wheel drive. Dave Mason Jr. second in two-wheel drive, third overall out on course right now. All right, so we got a shot here. This is Dave Mason Jr. You see the dust up front. That dust is going to be Nick Whetstone. So, like I said, they are eerily close right now to each other. Thanks for the wipe there.
I was just about to mention that. And then, so you're sitting here right now. You're knowing that you're so close. This is a fast section. Small little G-outs that you're not really going to feel when you're in a truck like this. I felt every single one of them. It was not pleasant. But you see them. You can almost smell the dust, no pun intended, but you're seeing it. What are you thinking about at this moment, being like, okay, I'm so close, but keep it together? Because there are still some small moments here.
Well, and I think that's the key. Dave Mason knows, hey, that we're early. I see his dust. I know where he's at. He's not running away. Dave doesn't want to push and make a mistake that's going to cost him a lot of time where he cuts a tire. I think he's just settling in, and if he can slowly reel him in, I think he's going to be fine with it. But Whetstone's run a phenomenal pace. I think this is very smart for Whetstone and Mason. Sometimes you just fall in line and just click off the miles, and then when you get about 100 miles out, you're all right, now it's time to drop the hammer and get racy. But speaking of getting racy, we're just getting started here. Leaders have crossed the 200-mile mark, approaching 215 miles, and we're going to come back here to the 30th annual Casey Folks Vegas to Reno with a full update of what's to come. The 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno is brought to you by Camberg Racing, Magnaflow, Ford Racing, Monster Energy, 4 Wheel Parts, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Rugged Radios, Bill Stein, Can-Am, iBox Springs, VP Racing, Power Sport Pros.
Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching, this guy watching. Race you to the summit, maybe not that summit, to sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
There's only one real question. How bad do you want it? Every challenge, every setback, their gut checks, testing your will. The road ahead is rough. No excuses. Built to do it all. Unstoppable.
Steve, you got me on the radio? Yeah, I got you. Hey, Nick, can you hear me? Oh, yeah. I might have to tase the rear sprocket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Wow, this is beautiful. It rides really good. I'll follow you. Crossing the road now. Copy that. Everybody getting ready for my ride? We are.
At Power Sport Pros, we don't just sell parts, we race them. Every suspension kit, every light bar, every performance upgrade we offer has been pushed in the dirt, the rocks, and the desert at full throttle. Because when you line up at the start line or hit the trail with your family, failure isn't an option. With locations in Lake Havasu City, Arizona, and Murrieta, California, our experienced techs deliver race-proven installs, expert service, and real-world advice. No guesswork, no gimmicks. Power Sport Pros.
Well, things are definitely heating up here at the 30th annual Casey Folks Vegas to Reno. Jim Beaver, Tiffany Stone. We've been anchoring this thing for a few hours now, but now we're on board with Cole Hardin, who we haven't talked much about, but he's in the mix here for a top 5 in the unlimited spec truck.
It's been really cool to see Cole Hardin kind of come into his own. He got second at Parker 400 this year. He got the 3rd place at the Mint, 7th overall. And after we talked to him about qualifying, he just said he was ready for this. He felt good. The truck felt good. He didn't feel like he had a great time or great, running and showing at the Mint. So he's coming back for this. So it was really, really cool to see him. And he said he can't wait to get to Vegas and party tonight.
I think that's what's really fun about this. You start in Reno, you end up in Vegas. It's like you span an entire state in a day. I like to call this an adventure race. Some races are races. This is an adventure race, not only for the drivers, but the chase crews as well. I mean, they're really just pushing the limits of technology with the racers and their bodies, with the chase crews, man, to keep the mental capacity to be dialed in, set up pits, tear down pits, move, set up another pit, tear down a pit, move. It's a lot. It's taxing, and it really comes down to, drivers that have the best chase crews and the best teams. All right, back on Ford. This is going to be Tracy Graff, our current leader overall. Got the lead early on after a flat from R.J. Anderson and hasn't ceded the lead. Justin Smith took the green flag about mile 175, 176, stepped out. Tracy Graff now behind the wheel, going to be trying to bring this thing home to the finish. You hate to say so far they've had the perfect day, but this team really has had the perfect day so far. Big gap over second place Nick Whetstone, who is getting a lot of pressure from Dave Mason. They're also in second place overall, but in a complete different division. So right now, really the team to beat out here is going to be that team there of Tracy Graff. All right, now with some stock class vehicles, this is Chris Wu again. Gotta love the manufacturers getting involved out here. And, you know, these trucks can still move along. You see here, I mean, this is a pretty good pace here, Tiffany.
Looks like they're getting a little bit moisture out there. Jim, as a driver, how difficult is it to kind of see through the wipers?
It's not bad, really. Biggest thing is times like this, it's actually perfect. You know, you've got the windshield wipers going. The problem is when it gets to be really muddy and stuff, and things really stick to the windshield. But when it's just that kind of drizzly, clear rain like this, it actually helps. It blows a lot of the dust off, and you get some great visibility. They don't have to worry about wiping their face shields. But it's when you get that heavy rain and the mud, the dirt, and the dust. There's the INDYCAR open face helmets.
Well, let's talk about it a little bit. He's in a Chevy Silverado. He always talks about that. It's a part of the Chad Hall team as well. He kind of talks, I see them all the time. They did do the pre-run out here. They, you know, when we were talking about that, they were saying even though we're in the stock truck class, there's a lot of different things that are on there. They're equipped with different shocks, bigger tires. You got different lights on there, so it's really helping it. So yes, they're still in that stock class, but well far away from a stock vehicle.
Oh yeah, definitely. This is night and day difference than a stock vehicle out here, but still, if you look at the components, suspension arms, things like that, obviously bigger shocks, and they're also going to have you know, different spring rates, things like that. But it's going to be quite a bit different than what you have just, you know, off the showroom floor, even though the arms and a lot of things like that are very much one and the same. As Chris Wu just continuing to work his way through here. We saw Brad Lovell earlier just blow right by. He's got to keep clicking off these mile markers. That's the biggest thing with the stock class vehicle. You just want to keep moving forward, and I say that about stock class racing. Sometimes the winner is the team that just moves forward the most, and obviously Brad Lovell was, you know, a rocket ship earlier going by Wu, but Wu wants to just continue to make his way down towards the finish line.
All right, so Jim, we've got another member of our team that we really haven't been able to chat with too much, but she was with me at qualifying. She was with me at the Off-Road Festival. We've got Shelby Hall, and she's got a little update because she was the lucky one that got to leave Dayton and to chase it all the way down to Vegas. So let's see what Shelby Hall has to say from the road.
Thank you, Tiffany. Here we are. I'm with race director Brian Folks, and we are jamming down the highway trying to beat those top trucks, but they are flying. They are reaching speeds over 140 miles an hour, and man, we have got a race out there. Tracy Graff is leading. He just flew through Pit 5, Mina, with Robbie Gordon on his tail. Things are heating up. Brian, what does the course ahead of our leaders look like?
Right now, they left Mina, so they are going over Dunlop Pass, and as soon as they dropped over Dunlop, they worked their way down into Dunlop Canyon, and as of recent, it got the whole freaking wash got washed out, so it's super rocky and it's really technical, and there's a good opportunity for Robbie to get close and maybe make a move on Graff, because there's enough going on in that area that good driving will potentially get him up to Graff and possibly make a pass.
Man, I mean, it is a race of attrition already. Bryce Menzies was out early, as well as a few of our other heavy hitters. So, man, I'm on the edge of my seat, and we're having an awesome time heading to the finish line. So, you guys keep us posted on what's going on.
What an awesome catch up there, right on the road. You know, Brian Folks, obviously, it's actually kind of cool we had Brian Folks in that one. We had Matt Martelli in the booth with us a little bit ago. We'll have Matt back later on. But to get the other half of the American Off-Road Racing, you know, Championship Series, Brian, you know, on camera, that's kind of cool too, because, you know, Matt and Brian have been putting in the work, man, for this series, and it's been really good. But Shelby, you can tell she's just loving life right now.
And I did text her this morning, and I've gotten this advice from many other people that have done this before me, but they said, whatever you're doing, take a moment, take it all in, see where you're at, and especially since she's that third generation, Rod Hall's her grandfather, she's getting this opportunity, she's seeing it from a different point of view. I said, just take it all in and be in the moment. So it's cool to see her enjoy it so much.
Yeah, and she knows these roads like the back of her hand. I mean, if you're a Hall, you know, Northern Nevada, that's your backyard.
She was so excited to be here. She said, man, I left 5 years ago. I live down in Huntington Beach now, but coming back here every time, it feels like home, because this is her home in Reno.
Yeah, Kelly McNeil here, Unlimited Truck Legends. Little old school there. Legends, no driving gloves. That's a little old school playbook. Like to feel the steering wheel, they say.
My hands would get sweaty after a while.
Now we're on board with RJ Anderson. So RJ has picked up a lot of time recently. He's really been on a charge. He's in the mix here with Dave Mason and Nick Whetstone. So RJ seems like, after that flat earlier, and he's just been really charging and making up a ton of ground. So RJ trying to get back into things. He also knows Tracy Graff is on a blistering pace out front. So he can't really settle back. If he really wants to make a play for the win, he's got to start carving back some time.
Well, we're just looking at how smooth it is and how it feels so comfortable in there. Co-driver Adam Lund as well is just sitting there, not making a lot of movements. His hands are right there, not making some calls. And once again, it's just, we're seeing the dynamic of co-driver, driver. Thank you again, Adam, for wiping off that camera for us. I think he heard us talking about him. But you can just see the dynamic of these two. It's really a comfort zone. RJ's really enjoying this, and, he's had a few miles on that Gen 1, but seeing him and just everything he's doing right here, we can start to see that there's going to be a little bit, some small G outs that we see. It's still wide open, but like you were saying, there's no room for error right now, knowing how close it is and knowing you've got to make up a little bit of that time.
All right, so we are approaching pit 6 Coaldale for a good chunk of the lead. Tracy Graff already clearing pit 6 Coaldale, but we're going to see Dave Mason Jr. I made the prediction. It's either going to be Coaldale pit 6 or Tonopah pit 7, where he gets out of the truck and hands it over to Cameron Steele. We're going to see which one here it is momentarily, but right now our lead truck through, but we've also got RJ Anderson, Nick Whetstone, and Dave Mason Jr. approaching pit 6 Coaldale.
Do we make a bet on this? Do we say pit 6 or pit 7?
I don't know what the pit strategy they're running is right now, so I don't want to, I can't tell you. I don't know. We're 238-ish miles in. I almost think it's going to be pit 7, but we will know here.
I think pit 6. I think it might be pit 6.
Okay,
if you want to pick pit 7.
Well, yeah, I'll pick 7, I'll pick 6. I have no theory behind what I'm saying.
And I should have asked him yesterday. I should have been specific on which pit they were going to and have that little in my pocket. But, oh, nice.
You hear that different change in tone from the throaty V8s to side-by-side.
Doug Mittag, yeah. And it's great for those guys, once again, if you've seen Doug. Doug was a very, very prolific short course racer. We saw him out in the Midwest a lot. Love that he's doing this and building his own cars. These cars are some of the most beautiful ones I've seen.
Yeah, and Dougie, a lot of people are running that factory, Polaris Racing Pro R. Dougie's kind of taken a little bit different look on things with some of the cars he's built and things like that. And it's quite fun. He thinks out of the box. He's a fabricator, and he makes some absolutely beautiful race cars.
And being that Pro Light champion from 2015, he's been in this for a long time. He's raced short course. We've seen it at King of the Hammers. He was a second-place runner-up in the limited class for the Desert Challenge. Now, that's 259 miles, but when you're coming into second to Brock Hager at King of the Hammers, I mean, I'm still taking that as a win.
Oh, absolutely. And, there was a win. I actually hate to say it because it's like there was a window there where Brock Hager was unbeatable. I think that window is still here, obviously. You know what I mean? We'll see later on today with the side-by-sides. But Hager, anytime you can hang with him in anything, he's one of the best in the world.
Well, and what's really nice about Dougie as well is, I've known him since my short course career starting about 11 years ago. And he's one of those guys that you'll see around. He's doing a lot of great things for the industry. He's an Ormhoff Impact Award winner as well. So this is like an award for the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame that his impact in short course off-road racing, and that's what he got it. I would not be surprised if in a few years he gets one again for being that the fabricator, for being the designer of these new cars. And it's cool to see that. So having that short course background, moving around, you can see his co-driver just making a little bit, we're going left, we're going right, not really speaking as much, but we're showcasing what he is, and you know, short course is quick, it's fast, we see everything right here. So moving from that mentality and really moving into the desert and making his name and making his own out here is really cool for Dougie, and I really enjoy seeing that for him.
Yeah, I just saw Nick Whetstone spend a little bit of downtime in the pits. Looks like he may be out now, but did spend some downtime in the pits. So he's just now coming out of the pits, but spending a little downtime in the pits. So we're going to see how that affects things. Which makes me wonder if maybe Dave Mason Jr. is on the same pit strategy as Nick Whetstone, both being in two-wheel drive trucks, but he is back up to speed now. So, you know, judging by things and the mile marker there, about 237 miles in, that was probably just a routine pit stop, probably some rear tires.
Splash of fuel, maybe.
Splash of fuel.
Is this inside with Graf? It looks like Bean's out of the co-seat.
Yeah, so yeah, we got this is our leader, and I don't know mile marker because their tracker hasn't been working. But this is our leader, Tracy Graf. He had a little bit of time on his hands. So the next car we should see will be Dave Mason Jr. Dave Mason Jr. electing not to pit at pit 6. So I wonder if that transfer with Cameron Steele will come at pit number 7. But going through pit 6, Dave Mason Jr. now currently running second on the road. It'll be R.J. Anderson third on the road, and now after that pit stop, Nick Whetstone fourth on the road.
Oh, I can hear a little bit. It looks like maybe a flat.
Yeah.
I can hear the impact going a little bit.
Yeah, you hear that, the lug nuts. There you go. That is going to be Dave Mason Jr., who now should be the lead truck on course. So Cameron Steele's going to get thrown into the he's going to get thrown into the war here.
Well, now do I change my pit strategy of when they're swapping, now knowing this? Because there we go. Once again, everybody has a plan, but now you see that Graf and Bean are sitting on the side of it. You were able to just clock past them. Do you know, are we switching that up, or is it still with the same game plan? Now it looks like Bean's getting back into the co-driver's seat.
And he wants to get out of here quick because what he's worried about wasn't Dave Mason. It is R.J. Anderson who has been pushing, and now R.J. was able to make up all that distance that Tracy Graf had. So now we got a race on our hands. This race is far from decided. We got Dave Mason Jr. leading in a two-wheel drive truck. We got Tracy Graf now in second, and R.J. Anderson hot on his heels in third, both in four-wheel drive trucks. Man, Vegas to Reno at the midway point, things are getting electric here, Tiffany.
Well, and if we're looking at that, R.J. Anderson got that flat. We saw Graf just get that flat. Right now, I don't want to jinx anything, but Dave Mason and Cameron is the only one that hasn't. So my thought is, if they're switching, depending on which pit they switch, whenever they're there, I would put 2 fresh rear tires on there. And if you're re-rack or if you got to do anything, maybe some splashes of fuel, but I would go into this with 2 brand new rears, mostly because when we hit mile marker 259, Jim, there is this one hill climb. If you do not make it, it's going to be a bad day. We're going to see some lower horsepower vehicles have a tough time, but that's the spot. It's a difficult spot that you got to have a lot of power and a lot of speed to get up there.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you're a desert race fan, we're approaching the midway point in this one. We're about almost 240 miles in. But we've got a 4-truck shootout here. 2 four-wheel drives, 2 two-wheel drives. Nick Whetstone, Dave Mason in the two-wheel drives. We've got Tracy Graf and R.J. Anderson, excuse me, I'm so excited, I'm getting tongue-tied, in the four-wheel drives. 4 trucks out front here at Vegas to Reno, and you can't write storylines better than this one.
All right, well, I guess I got another little update. So Bean is not in Graf truck. He's actually getting into a spec truck now.
Man of many talents.
Man of many talents.
Justin Bean Smith.
Shout out to Nate Hunt for all of this great information. I appreciate it. Sorry, guys. Please, as soon as you get some information, give us. We are trying to do the best figuring out all of these great pit strategies.
Here's a car with nobody in it. This is Kyle Jurgensen. Not what you want to see. Especially with a driver that had pushed so fast early on. So,
and you can kind of see the cell phone on the right side, and the blue text is a little longer than you would want it to be.
So we want to close this hole pretty much right here. That way any air coming through the cab has to go through the radiator just to get us down to the pit. If you can text them and try to scrounge up some
Fans?
Some fans, and we'll try to limp this thing in without blowing the motor. That's like our main goal today, is don't blow the motor. Because we got to get to.
So what I'm hearing here is they're having some cooling issues here with the Camberg MagnaFlow truck. Sounds like they're trying to get a bunch of air into the radiator. Maybe some fan failures, it sounded like. They're going to be looking for some fans, but they're just trying to get it so it doesn't overheat and limp it to the pit. So Kyle Jurgensen, that one stings for them because they had a great pace early on. So that's going to end their day as far as a victory goes. They may get some fans and try and get that thing to the finish, scrounge some points up. But tough break for one of our top contenders there in the spec class.
Well, let's talk about some other drivers that we really haven't got a chance to talk about. He won this last year in a UTV, Mitch Guthrie, but now we're seeing in that T1 Plus. Looking on some time right now, it looks like on corrected time that Mitchie might be out in front of everybody else. We're still getting official results. We're still looking at everything, but we haven't been able to see that yet. And that was a type of vehicle that we haven't even seen in North America. And if Mitch won this last year, he knows what it's going to take to do it again. He did this last year in 8:19. We talked about this earlier. Are we looking at our first overall winner possibly getting under that 8-hour mark?
That would be a blistering fast pace for Vegas to Reno to do that. This would be the year to do it. There's been some where it's been pushing 550 miles. It's going to be really tough, but with 505 miles of this one, it is quite possible that it happens. You know, we'll see. It's interesting. I've been watching Mitch Guthrie's tracker dot. I didn't look at overall corrected time, but he is pushing. He's right around mile 225 right now, which is about 5 miles outside of Coaldale, pit number 6. So obviously out on track, he's a little bit behind, but he started so far back in the field that, yeah, I mean, Mitch Guthrie Jr., definitely one of the storylines to watch. Right now that we're on board with R.J. Anderson, who is, smelling blood in the water. Things are back. Things are back, and we have quite a battle on our hands out front.
There's the dust. Jim, I'm nervous. See, that's what I kept talking about, those little small G-outs. Wondering right now if they're getting washed out a little bit more. So those little, like, single dangers are now becoming double danger, a triple danger, in your notebook, in your notes. I'm getting nervous because this is exciting. You see the dust. It's lingering. It's so close. Knowing that you had that little mistake at the beginning of the race, but being able to catch up and get all those times. I mean, it's phenomenal to see the drive style that RJ's really coming into, especially with this first gen we keep talking about.
Yeah, and I believe that dust is probably going to be Dave Mason Jr. that RJ's going to get into. And obviously Dave's going to let RJ go by. He doesn't want to deal with that. He's got to worry about Nick Whetstone at this point.
All right, so we got another update. So RJ's not in front right now. It's Dave Mason Jr. first. Tracy is second. Brent Fox, which we talked about, is going to be third, but we think that Brent might be leading on time, and that's through pit 6, and that was a visual on it.
There's Nick Whetstone, who we saw, pulled into the pit, had a routine pit stop there at pit 6, which I believe, if my calculations are correct, we're going to see pit 7 Tonopah. That's where Dave Mason, our leader, is going to be pulling in. So Nick Whetstone going to get some of that time back here at the next pit.
Connor's just still so calm in there.
It's a good co-driver. They're therapists. That is Nick Whetstone's therapist right now.
Jim Beaver, you are also my therapist for things, so thank you.
Ditto. But yeah, it's been so fun to watch Nick Whetstone today. Like you said, it's the most unemotional cab of a race car I've ever seen, which I say that with the best possible intentions. You don't want chaos, you don't want screaming, you don't want yelling, you don't want excitement. Like, it's complete zen in the cab of Nick Whetstone right now.
Well, and we keep talking about that. Nick Whetstone is due for this. Yes, he did take that top spot at the Laughlin Classic last year, but for this one, for the 30th anniversary, for everything you put together for your race program, how amazing would it become to get that win?
Oh, this would be a huge one, especially the 30th anniversary, doing it the other way. Look at that. He's just glancing down. I mean, what more can you say as we go up with Dave Mason now? Dave Mason Jr. And he's just been very consistent today too. Hasn't had any mistakes. Hasn't no flats, no downtime. And that's what you need to do at a race as long as Vegas Arena. You got to keep pushing forward. You just got to keep clawing time, making time. You don't necessarily need to be the fastest driver through a sector. You just need to have a bunch of clean sectors. And I think that's what Dave Mason's done. And he's, out front now because of it.
Well, let's talk about that as well. How important is it to have all the pieces aligned together? You said no flats, no mechanical, no mishaps, no weird G-outs, everything is coming together for him and figuring it out. And then you've got another great driver, knowing that Cameron, as long as you give him that nice truck, all put together, that Cameron may be able to do this.
Yeah, Cameron's not abusive on equipment or anything. I mean, Dave's going to give him a beautiful truck, no issues. Cameron, a very accomplished off-road driver. I think it's going to be very, very hard unless they have a problem to catch Dave and Cameron at this point.
Oh, now we're on board with Hunter Miller, and it looks like Sadie Gray is his co-driver. Sadie Gray's been a great co-driver. She's done it before with him, Silver State. We've also seen her jump in with Sarah Price as well, so it's really cool to see this. Hunter Miller is just phenomenal. I know he wants this, had a great time. We were chatting with him. It's cool to see him out there. It's cool to see the Miller brothers out here and how much Can-Am is focusing on the races in the States.
Yeah, and talking about Sadie, just such fun to follow her on social media and things like that. She's just stoked on life.
Oh, she has this is a girl thing, but the most beautiful hair as well. I'm sorry, all the ladies out there, Sadie Gray has beautiful hair.
Dan Fisher now in the Lone Star Racing Machine. Talk about a driver that's been around the UTV division. He's a UTV OG, Dan Fisher. Done a lot behind the scenes as far as, race car development, building parts, aftermarket parts, support of racers. Great to see Dan Fisher out here. And like I said, he's very fast too, very accomplished driver. Always a threat, to podium anytime he's behind the wheel. He's calling stuff out to his co-driver there. Hey, look at that tree.
I just saw that as well.
That's definitely a calm driver, and it is funny because sometimes driver and co-driver, the banter gets to be quite humorous at times. So you never know what he saw.
No, I would have done the same thing. I would have been like, oh, there's a cow over there. Only if cows knew that women that are driving by are their biggest fans, waving at them. We saw a few out on the rally when we were out there. So predicting that could possibly happen. There's a section called Finger Rocks as well, once you get down through there, right before you get to the double tunnel. We might see some cows out there as well.
Cole Harden here, the limited spec truck.
Oh, that dust.
Yeah, it's just some nasty, nasty dust. We've got this course, it's really starting to come into its own. We've got a shootout with two-wheel drives and four-wheel drives, 4 trucks on a breakout here up front at Vegas to Reno. We're nearing the halfway point of the race. Let me tell you, things are firing up. It is going to be a great afternoon of racing here in Nevada, and we'll be back with more here with the 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno. The 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno is brought to you by Camberg Racing, MagnaFlow, Ford Racing, Monster Energy, 4-Wheel Parts, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Rugged Radios, Bill Stein, Can-Am, Ibach Springs, VP Racing, Power Sport Pros.
From the brutal sands of Reno to the high-stakes finish in Vegas, true off-road performance demands one thing: traction, power, reliability. That's why Simple Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the iconic Vegas to Reno the other way. Simple Tire makes finding, buying, and installing the ultimate tires for your rig easier than ever.
Simple Tire, your destination for every road and everywhere the road ends. Shop simpletire.com today.
Because I'll get it done. And it's not gonna. I'm gonna make this happen for kids, and it's one kid at a time, and one step at a time. And I'm a fighter.
There's only one place to go to do your rig right, and that's at 4 Wheel Parts. Now is the time for bigger tires and larger wheels. Now is the time to lift your truck at 4 Wheel Parts. Learn more, shop current deals, and find your local 4 Wheel Parts location at 4wheelparts.com.
The next era of desert racing is here. BITD and UNLTD unite to form the American Off-Road Racing Championship, the premier North American off-road league. One rulebook, one championship, and the country's most iconic races. Parker, Mint, Silver State, Vegas to Reno, and Laughlin. No split fields, just the best racing head-to-head. The American Off-Road Racing Championship. This is where champions are decided.
They say you can't be in 2 places at once. Clearly, they have never been here. Reno Tahoe is the ultimate base camp for those who choose to live life to its fullest. This is a land of extremes where world-class adventure is fused with 24-hour energy. Go ahead, have it both ways. That's the point. From the heights of the Sierras to the soul of the city, it's all you. No limits. Get going at visitrenotahoe.com.
Welcome back to the Nevada Desert. Jim Beaver and Tiffany Stone. We're here calling to 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno, the 30th annual Casey Folks Vegas to Reno. Doing it the other way, and right now we're up on board with Tracy Graff, who's one of our lead trucks out here, coming down from Canada. In the mix with RJ Anderson for that 4-wheel drive victory at the midway point here. Had a great run going, was leading this thing from the start here about 10 minutes back, had a flat tire. Ended up ceding that overall position to Dave Mason Jr. But lead trucks, we've got Tracy Graff, Dave Mason Jr., RJ Anderson in the mix, Nick Whetstone coming out of a pit. He was pushing hard for that overall and dropped a couple spots back with that pit. Going to get time back, though, when we get to the Tonopah pit, which is going to be the next one on the drawing board. That's going to be about mile 287.
And, Jim, I think they're getting close to that section, what we were talking about at mile marker 259. You've got to have a lot of momentum to get up get up that hill, and I think he's going to be the first one to attempt that.
Here's Wayne Matlock. Wayne, look at that, just screaming. So Wayne just absolutely on a blistering pace out here. They got through the rollers. Check it up a little bit. Make sure he keeps it on all fours. Got a little air time there. Now we're on board with his wife, Kristen Matlock.
Last year, Kristen took this 6th in UTV Pro with an elapsed time of 8 hours, 43 minutes. So if Kristen can keep a lot of things together, you know, we keep talking about that. Once you kind of get that little taste of it, you understand what it takes to win. Kristen's no stranger to that. We've mentioned before she won in 2017 by 58 minutes. But if you can keep everything together, Kristen's one of those ones, the drivers, you know, that could possibly take away with this.
Well, Kristen's, you know, I've been friends with her for a long time, watched the program, spent a lot of time around her. She's not abusive on equipment. That's the thing. She's very good at having a good car towards the end. A lot of drivers will go out, they'll be really fast first 150 miles and use up all their car. Kristen may not be quite as quick, but come 400 miles in, she's going to have a perfect race car to do battle with. And I think that's one of the reasons she's very strategic with the way she approaches races. And like I said, she's very easy on cars. There's drivers that are very abusive on cars. Kristen isn't one of them.
Well, knowing that Kristen has so much knowledge down in Baja and the different terrain, you know, I've never raced in Baja. I'm not familiar with that type of terrain while racing, but is some of this what we're going to see or what she's going to see throughout these 505 miles kind of similar where she can take some of that knowledge, bring it over to this race?
There is to an extent. I mean, I think, you know, obviously at the start we saw some of those things with no runoff and the trees on both sides of the road and things like that. So bits of that are similar to Baja. There are a few mountain roads that could be similar to Baja that you're going to, you know, come across at Vegas to Reno. There's some silt beds that we probably won't have quite as bad this year as we've had in the past, but, you know, they are definitely silt beds like Baja that can swallow you whole. So there are bits and pieces, you know, just because Vegas to Reno is so expansive, there are parts that are similar to what you can encounter in Baja.
And we're starting to see the ruts right there just get a little bit deeper and deeper. All the trucks have made it through. We're getting through the Pro UTVs. Let's talk about the Class 11 that we saw. Once they get there, how difficult it's going to be for them.
Yeah, sometimes the Class 11s, they run on the skid plates. That don't have the tire height. You know, obviously, you know, side-by-sides now, 35-inch tires. I mean, I remember when a 30-inch tire was a big deal. Brian Russell, stock mod UTV. Coming all the way from South Carolina.
I like that. It's really cool to see all the different drivers from all of the different states make their way out of here, even international when we talk about Graph, and it's kind of cool. Everybody's making their way. I saw one that was from New York, the state of New York, so it's nice.
Giving us a nice little wipe. It's almost like they know when they're going on camera. Big thanks to Hardin.
Yeah, thanks, Cole. He's done it before, so it's good to see.
Doing it for the gram.
Doing it for the gram, as the young ones would say. Or is that old now?
Are you aging us?
I am aging us very much.
Are you as excited as I am that MySpace is coming back?
I am. Jim, I would let you be in my top 8.
Oh, I'm going to be a top 8 with Tiffany Stone. What's the playlist look like on MySpace for Tiffany Stone?
I don't know. Things have changed. Things have changed this year. Don't get me started, Jim. We're not way into this. This
We're
race.
not deep enough into the race to talk about MySpace.
No. Let's talk about Cole Hardin. Now, Cole's been having such a great time. 2026, he took 2nd place at Parker for the Mint. Like we talked about, he took 3rd. You know, usually when Cole goes out there, he usually gets that podium spot, especially in the spec truck. And, you know, we talk about his family member, Eric Hardin, all the time. But Cole's really coming into that his own that we keep talking about. He's one of the brightest young stars in desert off-road, you know, commanding top finishes, and I absolutely love what he's starting to do, and he's taking this race program and really making it his own, separating him from Eric, and it's really nice to see this. Oh,
look at that little, you know, you wanted to say it was a mistake, but I think it was everything but that. He just set that up very, very nicely. Great bit of driving there. I love being able to just go on board and watch drivers just check off miles. Looks like they're having a little conversation there.
And I'm wondering now, is it getting a little bit more silty? Is the silt lingering a little bit more right there? It looks like it. And we keep talking about it. Visibility throughout this entire race is going to change. The further south that we get, the drier that it's going to get, the warmer that it's going to get. Oh, right there.
Well, and I think, you know, obviously there was a lot of moisture in the ground early on. We're in a different part of the state now, but we're also, so many cars go through, a lot of that moisture comes out of the ground and starts working its way up, turns into dust. Dane Miller here.
Nice.
I don't believe this is Dane Miller.
No, Dane's a blue and a yellow one.
This is side-by-side here.
Sounds a little different.
Yeah. Kind of a cool over-the-shoulder view.
This really gives you the perspective of what the driver's seeing there. Normally we see it straight from the middle, but this is every single turn, how close we need to go in there. Are we pushing it out into the berm a little bit? Because there are some of those when we have those sweepers. Things start moving out of the race course. The edges start getting a little bit higher. We start seeing some more rocks. This is a super fast section that we're going to start to see through here. Once we come through, there's going to be some more power lines throughout, right on that left side of it.
Car really shut down. Going to be a tight corner here.
When we're looking at UTVs, Jim, what's the speed that it looks like that they're going through here? 60, 70, 80?
I'd say, yeah, this is probably right around 60 miles an hour. UTVs, obviously, you know, we've seen, especially, you know, with the pace that guys like Phil Blurton and Brock Hager are running now on the Polaris Factory team, you know, how fast they've pushed things. And, you know, they're going upwards of 100 miles an hour in a lot of spots. But generally, the happy medium still in a side-by-side is going to be that 40 to 60 range for most of the race. Going on board here with Fox. You hear the difference in shifting in a spec truck versus the unlimited trucks. Just the horsepower, they're just trying to fight through things, and really momentum based when you start talking about spec trucks, and you know, got to try and keep it up on the power band. And
throughout the season, though, Brady's been having a pretty nice one. Last year, 2025, took 3rd place at Laughlin. 4th place at the 2025 Mint, 2nd place at the 24 Parker 400. You know, so he knows those podium spots, how to really push it. 6th at the 2024 Cal 300. It's really cool to see this. He's representing Lehigh, Utah. And with the Fox family, they're leading contenders, bringing the Utah desert into the spotlight against California, Nevada, so Arizona team. So we don't really think so much sometimes with Utah and having that desert and having some of that terrain out there. But when you get a little bit further south, obviously we've got Moab, we've got Sand Hollow for any of those ones that love rock crawling or side-by-sides. It's cool to see them representing Utah, bringing it down here, showcasing that, hey, just because I live a little bit northern, I can still race with all the Californians, Nevadans. Is it Nevadans?
Nevadians?
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 Nevadians? Is that it?
I would say so. Arizonans, Nevadians, Californians, Utonians. Utonians. Speaking of Utonians, yeah, they do have some racing and smaller series up there in northern Utah. Utonians broke the internet. There you go. RJ Anderson, and we know this guy. He is, like we said, sitting 2nd, well, right in the mix here, I believe, in the overall picture, along with Tracy Graff, Dave Mason, Nick Whetstone. I believe RJ currently might be clawed back to leading this thing overall now. It's kind of hard to tell with Tracy Graff not having a tracker, but Dave Mason, he just pinged also, so I think Dave still is leading this thing, and this is going to be his dust that RJ's chasing down. But like we said, it's going to be interesting to see. I believe that if I am correct, Pit 7 Tonopah, which is coming up in about 20 miles for these trucks, you're going to see Dave Mason get out, Cameron Steele get in.
So you won the bet?
No, because Cameron hadn't got in yet.
Okay. I'm over here side-eyeing you, Jim. Oh, look at those big rocks right there. This is a part of the wash section, too, that we were talking about, that it's really, the gravel in there is a little bit thicker. It was very hard to kind of go there. There's no room to pass. You've got canyons on both sides of you. You're just kind of making your way through there. And then still, at any moment, we could see a rock, maybe a tree branch, a whole tree, if something happened through that wash.
Yeah, this is, RJ's doing a great bit of driving. Obviously, this is the type of terrain where the four-wheel drive is quicker than a two-wheel drive. But he's got the dust in front of him, so he's slowly making up ground, but he's not pushing it. He goes, you know, we still got a lot of time left. There's no point really, you know, making a move here. Just let it come to him. But he's doing a phenomenal job. I mean, RJ is such a calm driver, you know, and it's funny. You would think a guy like that who has made a living backflipping side-by-sides and doing crazy stunts would be a wild man behind the wheel, but RJ is everything but that.
And they're going to be coming up to a section around mile marker 272, 273. There's going to be big rocks on each side of it. Very light technical turns throughout there. So really, once again, no room to pass. We're starting to see the bigger ones come up through here. These are no room for mistake. You hit something, you get that puncture. There's no room you can kind of move over. You don't really have a lot of space to change that flat, that spare. And then you've got somebody on your butt pretty much coming right after you.
Yeah, and you really don't want to make a mistake in here. Like you said, there's no room for run out with those jaggy rocks on the edge and the big boulders. And RJ, I mean, this is just a great pace he's running. And you got to give Dave Mason, who's ahead of him, credit too. Great pace Dave's been running. You can see the truck up there that's caused the dust. RJ's getting eerily close to Dave Mason. If the course turns just right and they get a slight breeze, RJ's going to be right on the bumper of Dave Mason Jr.
Bike on right, Jesus.
Yeah, you can
so
see
close.
the truck now. Oh, mistake for RJ. Oh, he was right there and then blew the corner just a bit. I mean, no harm, no foul, but he got excited. I know what that's like, and he lost just, I mean, a second or two. It wasn't that big of a deal, but it was just one of those. You get really excited. Yep. Again, RJ, another mistake. He's getting in the dust of Dave Mason. It's making it really hard to make those. And so he's starting to make some mistakes trying to chase down Dave, and it's cost him a couple seconds here, a couple seconds there. But you don't want to make that mistake at speed because that's when you cut a tire.
So if you're RJ Anderson and you know that you've made a back-to-back mistake right there, a little not over-rotate, but you're trying to get through there, do you slow down just a little bit in this section? Make sure you kind of get through cleanly where you don't have to come down, you don't have to lose your speed, you're still up there, and then when you have that fast open section, that's when you capitalize?
Yeah. Well, and I think like right here, he made up a ton of ground because the wind was just right. And he's got to wait for the wind to be right. Right here, you can't push. Just settle in, and then the wind's going to get right. You're going to go around a corner, and then you're going to be able to jump on him.
Ditch right, coming up.
But co-driver's so calm in this too, you know, and RJ to make those two mistakes and just gather it. And he's like, all right, well, let's get back to work. This is just a beautiful shot we're getting.
Right, straight, staying straight.
This is going to be a pass for the overall lead as we're going up. This is Dave Mason. You saw about 100 yards ahead of RJ Anderson. So now we're on board with Dave Mason Jr., who's currently leading overall. Keep in mind, RJ Anderson in a four-wheel drive truck, Dave Mason in a two-wheel drive. Two separate classes, but this is for the overall lead. So Dave, you can see he is a hair slower than RJ Anderson with that two-wheel drive. He's making enough dust that RJ hadn't been able to jump on him.
So let's talk about this. RJ's not really going to probably switch anybody. RJ's going to drive this entire thing. Knowing that you're so close, and if you're Dave Mason Jr. and realizing pretty soon Cameron's going to get into that car, do you have to clock it just a little bit more so it gives that time to do that driver change? Because if RJ Anderson doesn't stop for that pit, if you do know that, if you're RJ, do you stop? Do you get fresh tires? Do you get some more fuel knowing that Dave Mason Jr. is also going to pit? And then your pit's got to be a little bit quicker and you get out in front of him, or do you blow by that and go to the next one?
Well, I think right now you've got RJ wanting to get around Dave, not necessarily for the overall position, but because he's got Tracy Graff behind him. And so I think that's the key storyline there. And Dave, he obviously he knows RJ's there, but he's probably more worried about Nick Whetstone, who pitted previously. So Nick is not going to have to pit at pit 7 if, in fact, Dave Mason does pit at pit 7.
And I guess we never really talked about this, the fuel cells, the capacity of the fuel cells. Obviously, when you're at the start of the race, you're fully fueled up. You've got a lot in there. You're weighing a little bit more. That might add a little bit for the two-wheel drives, but as the further you go along the race course, the less fuel you're going to have, the lighter you're going to be. Once again, the whole two-wheel versus four-wheel. Four-wheel's obviously going to burn a little bit more, can make it through these washes. Two-wheel's going to have that high speed, but they're going to be able to maneuver in that tight technical.
Yeah, you know, and you're right. You know, other than the four-wheel drives, that four-wheel drive, the tight technical stuff, they're just a little bit quicker out of the corners. They can fight just a little bit more, whereas the two-wheel drives tend to dig and spin. So, man, this is just a beautiful four-way race. So we've got in the mix, we've got Dave Mason Jr., Nick Whetstone, R.J. Anderson, and Tracy Graff out front here at Vegas to Reno. We're just bouncing between cameras with our leaders. Back on board with R.J. Anderson, who's trying to get around Dave Mason for the overall lead. Two different classes.
And there's about 20 more miles till they get to pit 7, Tonopah. And that's really where everything's going to kind of change, Jim. I think that's really going to change the dynamic of it. I mean, we're having the great POV. We're seeing what they're seeing. Beautiful drone shot, just how long and fast this section. All right, so now we're looking at third place moto. Wow.
Look at that, just on it. Beautiful shot there.
This is right outside of Crystal for the finish. And this is what we keep talking about, Jim. We're getting a glimpse of what we're going to see for the rest of the field. This section right here, I remember driving out of it, out of the silt. This is after the wash, after all of the big silt beds. You're making those turns, and this is right, heading straight through the desert. And I almost wanted to give up and cry. You make that right turn, you're coming through it. There's Crystal right for you, Jim. So this is going to be one of the fastest sections leading all the way to the end of the race.
Yeah, a little bit of relief there at the end to have a fast section after you've been beat up for 504 miles. Oh, we're going to give you a breather here for 1 mile.
But this section right here, 3 weeks ago, when you finished, we finished around 5 p.m. and it was 115 degrees. So I could only imagine what it's going to be around that same time.
All right, so we're back with R.J. Anderson now. Going to be chasing down Dave Mason still, not able to make up that ground. RJ just kind of settled in. Now we're back up. This is Dave Mason, the leader overall.
Right. Going 90 left. Into a 180 right.
And, you know, when you're RJ Anderson, there's not much you can do in this position. You're just kind of a victim of the dust and the wind, and he's doing the right thing. He's staying calm. He's in it because the drivers behind him aren't doing anything either. They're doing the exact same thing that RJ Anderson is doing, and that's what you got to remember as a driver. I'm going through this, but the guy behind me is going through the exact same thing. So you feel like you're slow, but in reality, you're not slow. You're just as fast as everybody else.
Well, since we got a little bit of time, we're still on board with R.J. Anderson. Let's just talk about the top 3. We have our top 3 Pro Moto overall finishers. Taking that top spot, Kieran Narin. It was really cool to see him. We're looking at times. He did it 7 hours, 44 minutes. Next up is the team of Preston Campbell, Skylar Howes, finished at 7:45. So about 33 seconds behind that. That is a lot that comes down to it, 505 miles. And then rounding out that top spot, or the third spot, we've got Caden Fenstermaker. He was putting out 8:23. So once again, the battle between Karen and Preston is crazy because this is a thing that we're talking about. We're talking about Preston and Skylar on a Honda, and now we're talking about Kieran on a Ducati, and he has just been on a roll this season. So Kieran coming in with that, you know, it was just incredible that it came down to 33
seconds in open motorcycles. Like, and the shots we got, they were just flying. That's just so fast. But that being said, who's going to break the 8-hour barrier? Tiffany Stone. We got two. We had Preston Campbell and Narin both do it.
Oh my God. Look at that.
It doesn't matter what the trucks do. We got 2 bikes that already broke the 8-hour barrier.
Well, and it's really cool for Kieran because he's gotten that all-new Ducati. It's really cool. He had a 23-point lead in the motorcycle championship after victories at the Mint and Silver State. He just added more. So congratulations to you, Kieran Narin.
You know, and I got to spend some time with him about 1.5 years ago in Oceanside. We were doing a podcast, and I had some lunch with him and a few other guys. But it's just a nice guy. You know, he's just a solid guy, and great to so humble, and the guy gets on a bike and he's a complete savage.
Well, and let's talk about that. Ducati coming in, that's a statement right there.
Yeah, and they couldn't have picked a better ambassador.
No, I agree with that. So once again, you know, I know everybody's been looking for moto stuff, so congratulations, Karen Nairn.
All right, so back with RJ Anderson. He's kind of working his way through things. We're getting closer and closer to Tonopah. Looks like we are about 10 miles out.
I loved this section, Jim. You've got these big white rocks on either side of you, tons of elevation change. This is that tight technical that I was talking about. You'll see some of the white rocks on either side, and you're coming down. Once you kind of crest over and you get down into that area, you're going to come down a little bit of a hill. You're going to have a wash section, and then it's just a speed race right there to Tonopah. And it looks like that RJ's getting at that point, so he's gotten through all of the white rocks. This is fast through this section once you get through the technical.
RJ just working through things, like I said, been very calm through this section. Dave Mason's dust up front.
All right, so I just got a little bit of another update since we're talking about RJ. So somebody from Fox's team said that Brent Fox is in between Dave Mason and RJ. The physical position is Dave Mason, Brent Fox, RJ, and Nick going into pit 7.
Okay, so we've got some of our trackers updating a little bit differently. So, okay, so Brent Fox now in the mix in the 2nd spot. Whetstone going to be back there. Behind them as well. Look at this, look at the mud.
This is adding so much weight on there. Shane Lewis.
That is a lot of mud on that unlimited truck there. He must have got the raw end of the deal with one of those mud holes, because none of the other trucks in the race have had near this much mud on them.
Maybe he was just following a little bit too close, didn't have time to correct that. You don't want to overcorrect it and mess up your day and that early, so you just said, hey, we're going to go straight through there.
All right, back on board with the Matlocks. This is Wayne, I believe.
Wayne's in somebody's dust, too. Who's up front with Wayne? Let me see.
One thing I'll say about Wayne, he's not a patient person either. Wayne will push.
I can't even see where Wayne's going.
Oh man, look at the dust there for Wayne Matlock, just fighting through it. That's a tough spot to be in for Wayne. He's faster, but you're just fighting through things. Oh, looked like the driver pulled off there, so Wayne able to get around 1. Got another driver there, so Wayne's going to continue to battle through the dust. We got a 4-truck shootout up front. Brent Fox now in the mix as well, so we're going to come back. We're going to have pits at Tonopah. Return to the 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno. The 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno is brought to you by Camberg Racing, MagnaFlow, Ford Racing, Monster Energy, 4-Wheel Parts, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Rugged Radios, Bill Stein, Can-Am, iBox Springs, VP Racing, Power Sport Pros.
Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching. this guy watching. Race you to the summit. Maybe not that summit. To sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
There's only one real question. How bad do you want it? Every challenge, every setback, your gut checks, testing your will. The road ahead is rough. No excuses. Built to do it all. Unstoppable.
Steve, you got me on the radio? Yeah, I got you. Hey, Nick, can you hear me? Oh, yeah. I might have to tase the rear sprocket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Wow, this is beautiful. The ride is really good.
I'll follow you.
Crossing the road now.
Copy that.
Everybody getting ready for more ride? We are.
At Powersport Pros, we don't just sell parts, we race them. Every suspension kit, every light bar, every performance upgrade we offer has been pushed in the dirt, the rocks, and the desert at full throttle. Because when you line up at the start line or hit the trail with your family, failure isn't an option. With locations in Lake Havasu City, Arizona, and Murrieta, California, our experienced techs deliver race-proven installs, expert service, and real-world advice. No guesswork, no gimmicks. Powersport Pros.
Welcome back to the 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno, doing it the other way. Jim Beaver joined in the booth by Matt Martelli. Tiffany Stone stepping out to, I don't know, grab some lunch, get some storylines. But, Matt, I mean, we're getting close to Tonopah. We've cleared the halfway point of this, and this one is heating up, my friend.
Yeah, this is really where the racing starts, right? We've had some good racing leading up to this point, but it doesn't mean a whole lot, considering that you still have halfway to go.
Miles. Triple danger roller.
Yeah, you get some digital
roller coming down.
Some digital commentating there from some of the apps that they're running.
Yeah, which is cool.
That's right.
It's too calm, though, and it doesn't have an accent, right? It's like rally. Triple caution over 5, Ken.
In 1,159 feet. Triple danger roller.
1,159 feet. That's...
Triple danger roller.
Oh, that'd be not fun. Whee! Yeah, right?
Oh, they're having fun.
Oh, they're having fun. When you hear the wee in the race car, you know they're
in
having a good time.
945 feet. 102.
Yeah, I love that. That's a cool app.
Yeah, that is
102.
Looks like he's running lead nav as well.
Mile marker 102.
Lots going on in that race car. You know, it's funny, you know, you talk about, you know, looking up at some of the leaders, and we keep talking about Nick Whetstone and, you know, he and his co-driver and the calmness, and R.J. Anderson, like, that's it. You get that flow state with your co-driver, and it becomes like a zen in the car. There's not chaos. They're not screaming. There's not, it's just constant dialogue. Driver normally doesn't talk at all. He's just subconsciously, everything the co-driver's saying, is going into the head of the driver. And it's like, I tell people, it's like, it's hard to explain it, but at times the co-driver really is driving the car.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, depending on how much you allow that to happen, vice versa. I mean, one of my favorite stories in off-road is when Armin Schwartz came in and spanked everybody in San Felipe in a Class 1 car. And a big part of that was his driving discipline, but also his notes and his co-driver.
Well, and I think that's earning the trust of a co-driver where you can allow them to do their job at that level. It's pretty tough. It's, as a driver, you don't want to do that. Like, you have your instinct, but then it's like you've got somebody in your head telling you to do something different, and you've got to trust in that and fight what you want to do.
100%. You got to trust that person with your life. And that's what's cool is when you see the relationship between driver and co-driver really mesh. And you could see the difference. You could see how well they operate together.
Well, it's like we were talking about Menzies, and obviously, unfortunately, they had that little mishap earlier and cost them out of the race. But, Oren and Bryce been together for quite some time, and then you've got Brady and Andy McMillan. They've been together quite some time. And when you find that person you just sync with,
yep,
you don't want to lose them.
No, 100%. Looks like RJ's hitting those rollers.
Here's Matlock. Wayne was fighting through that dust before we went to break.
He's coming through gaps. Is that where he's at?
Yeah, back with RJ Anderson here. Back into the dust. Poor RJ just hasn't been able to shake it. He hadn't had an opportunity where the course turns. Now you're going to see him just fly. The wind turned when he went around that corner, and then RJ was like, yep, we're making up time.
Yeah, it looks like they hit our midway gate, and the time is all adjusting here right now, and the first two times uncorrected is Dave Mason Jr. out in front with Tracy Graff right on him. And as everybody hits the gate, it'll adjust all the times accordingly, so we'll have accurate midway point time.
And we're predicting that Dave Mason's going to be stepping out. This is going to be Tonopop hit here. This is Graff. So Graff looks like are they racking a tire, it look like, maybe?
Yeah, likely. We need more cameras on the cars. Yeah, that was quick. Yep, they racked a tire.
He had that flat earlier, and I think they were just swapping one out. So in and out, it's going to be a quick one for Tracy Graff.
Nice. Let's see what the time splits come in when RJ hits that gate.
Let's talk about the run Dave Mason Jr.'s having, though. What a phenomenal effort. Like I said, a lot of people know the name Dave Mason Jr., but he's such a soft, I don't want to say soft-spoken, but he's such a nice guy. He's not an arrogant guy. You forget how much he's accomplished in short course, desert. He's driven so many different kinds of race cars, Matt.
Yeah, he grew up and his dad was also a racer, so second generation. He really knows it. And then he's got some people helping him. Like, I know Steve Barlow's part of his program, so, Steve is a Obi-Wan Kenobi, like full-on Jedi of off-road. So
I know with his short course program, and he was involved with Jamie Campbell with Honda and things like that. Like, he's surrounded himself with some elite level people.
Wow, so we're getting hits through the gate right now, and on corrected time it looks like Brent Fox has moved up to second place. That's fantastic for him.
So it's going to be Mason, Fox, Graff, and Anderson currently your top four on corrected time. So you got a couple of two-wheel drives followed by a couple of four-wheel drives.
Yeah, and this is, this is Brent's first race in a unlimited truck. So, a little bit more horsepower than the spec truck. And like I was saying before, he opted to not go for a big block and 1,000 horsepower. He had an engine built that was around 700 horsepower. He was telling me. So we'll see how that plays out for him throughout the day. But
which is,
he's in second place right now, which looks great.
All right, sounds like we're getting more finishers as far as motorcycles go. So we're going to jump to our finish line. Looks like we got fourth place in motorcycle.
Wow, what a good feeling. You're on a bike. You've just been up since 0:00 in the morning, and here's the finish line.
Well, and, talking about that, obviously, Kieran Narin, Tiffany and I were talking about that 8-hour barrier, 7 hours, 44 minutes, and then just a few, around 30-ish, 35 seconds back was Preston Campbell. So 2 motorcycles breaking the 8-minute barrier, or 8-hour barrier, excuse me, Matt.
Well, that's great. I mean, and Kieran especially, like, he's on a Ducati. To be sitting here talking about a Ducati leading the championship, and these bikes have only been around in the desert for a year, it's really, really remarkable and shows the testament of how well the Ducati machines are built.
So that was Dalton Shirey there that finished in 4th on the Open Pro motorcycles. So I wanted to make that noted. So your finishing order was Kieran Narin, Preston Campbell, Matt Grant, and Dalton Shirey are your top 4 in Open Pro motorcycle currently.
Yeah, and this is a great shot. I mean, it shows you like the mountain ranges that we go through on this race course. There's a handful of them. They're really cool. Like all the pines, nice narrow roads, super fun.
Yeah, we were laughing, Tiffany and I, before we went to break. There's so much mud on this truck. Look at the amount on that hood.
Yeah. What we need to do is races like this, we need to teach the pit crew to draw their numbers on the mud. All right.
Great run down through this mountain pass. And, that's the thing about Vegas Reno. So many of these roads, there's just not much runoff. You make a mistake and, you're into a tree, you're off a cliff.
Yeah, or you get a flat and you've got no place to pull over.
No, that's one. I've been in places in Baja. You get a flat, you want to change it. You got to go 2-3 miles before there's actually a place where you can have it.
It looks like this is Shane Lewis. He's a great racer. He's been doing pretty well. Keeps getting better and better. The Speed Shark team. Their shop's over in Vegas, so I know those guys really well. Came over from road racing, did a lot of road racing, and then obviously, as they do, once they get introduced to off-road, it's off-road and off-road only.
Game over.
Yeah.
Well, that was a few years back. We did Star Car. Steve Torrance, the NHRA top fuel champion, when he came and did the Mid 400 with me, I ended up going to one of the NHRA rounds after that. His mom, who's the team owner of the Capco team, they call her Mama K, and I love Mama K to death. She points at me and she goes, "Mr. Beaver." You don't want her to say that. She points at the chair. "Come sit. We got to have a conversation."
Right.
I go and sit. She goes, "We have a problem." And I go, "Oh, Mama K's not who you want to make mad."
Right.
And she looks at me and she goes, "My son Steve likes off-road racing because of you." She goes, "Look at this." And I look around. They've got 2 top fuel cars, all these semi-haulers. She goes, "We can't have another addiction for Steve. Please don't invite him back." And I just start laughing.
That's pretty funny. But it's true. A lot of road race guys that I meet, the first question they ask me is, what's it like? And, I invite them to come race with us.
Yep.
I guarantee you they'll have a good time.
I've never met somebody that tried desert racing and didn't want to come back.
Back aboard with RJ.
The patience he's had in this, sitting there in the dust of Brent Fox and Dave Mason and just kind of biding his time. It's been quite remarkable. I mean, just a lot of patience. He's pushing when he can, and then he checks up when he can't. I said earlier, Matt, I said, one of the things you got to...
100 right in front of you, Graf in front of him, Mason in front of that. Cameron Steele is inside Mason's truck.
So we did get the cue there. It sounds like Cameron did get in, which we were predicting he would. But, it's one of those, Matt, where... Hold on, I want to hear what he's saying.
We're into this, the dry stuff. There's really nothing I can do but just follow his gut. I don't think Fox is at a 61. No, if it does, they're fucking gross. No, it's a trophy truck for 100%.
That's funny. I see everybody thinking Brent Fox is still the 6100 truck, which is funny because Brent's so fast in a spec truck.
Oh, yeah. No, and he's been on a tremendous winning streak,
But like I was saying, RJ had the right mindset. There's nothing I can do. I just got to sit back. And as a driver, that's hard. And, hard because you want to push, but then you got to realize I'm running the same speed as everybody else. Everybody else is fighting the exact same thing I am right now.
Correct. Yeah, it is frustrating, though. And we like to see the little bit clearer here. But, when the wind picks up, and that's always a blessing.
All right.
Danger up the next one. Right here is danger.
So giving you guys the rundown currently on how we sit on corrected time. It is Dave Mason Jr. and Cameron Steele out front. Brent Fox in the second spot. Third is going to be Tracy Graff. Fourth going to be Nick Whetstone. Fifth going to be RJ Anderson. And sixth on corrected time now is Jordan Dean.
Yeah, really cool to see the Deans out racing this one. They are fast. Third generation off-road racer. Of course, his grandfather is the legendary Butch Dean out of Las Vegas. You know, launched the career of tons of people, including B.J. Baldwin.
Yeah, there's so many racers that the Dean family has, you know, been a part of.
The Herbst family.
The Herbst.
Yep.
And, you know, that Vegas crew there, I mean, they've launched so many careers and supported so many, and even at the grassroots level. But obviously, we've had some of the motorcycle finishers now. We've got a look back here at our top 3 in Open Pro Motorcycle from earlier this afternoon.
Because he's got to go if Mason's up there, dude. Can't run around. Right, left.
All right, got first and second finishers there. A little bit of an arm pump.
Yeah. They're exhausted.
This is going to be Matt Grant in the third spot.
Awesome. That's such a good feeling right there, getting to that finish line. Looks like they've been through the gate because they're not hauling. And they're just cruising back to the Mesa for that cold one. Nice cold belching beaver.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, man. With a motorcycle, you think you get beat up in a desert car? Try doing 505 miles on a dirt bike.
Oh, yeah. Completely different thing. Those guys are real men.
That's back with RJ Anderson here. Trying to get around Brent Fox. Brent in a two-wheel drive truck, RJ in a four-wheel drive.
Yeah, I'm really stoked to see RJ in a truck, and in a really nice truck. You know, I mean, that's the other thing is he's raced a few different trucks, but they were not super competitive. So it's good to see him up here battling for the overall. He's definitely capable of it.
Well, you know, and I said earlier on in the show, you know, RJ, as far as short course is, he's accomplished everything you can in short course. Multi-time world champion, he's won the Cup race, you know, things like that. But you start talking, Vito Arnullo, he's driving a car. This one's built by Phil Blurton, I believe.
Yeah, they're close, but Vito's very fast. You know, he's another one of those guys who doesn't get a lot of credit or a lot of publicity, but you know, he's one of those guys that, like, all of a sudden at the finish line he's on top.
No, he is, and you know, he's not a flashy guy. He goes in, he puts in the work, and Vito, I mean, like you said, I think because he's such a nice guy and kind of so quiet and things like that and humble, sometimes he gets passed over and he shouldn't.
Sure.
Because he is that fast.
Yeah. No, absolutely. No, look at that Can-Am move. I mean, those cars are so well built.
Especially, you know, being built out of, you know, Phil Blurton's No Limit shop.
Yeah, and Phil's philosophy is just to really keep them light. He makes them very race car-ish, you know, no frills, like, you know, wants to keep them very, very light.
Just amazing the technology in side-by-sides in the last 15 years, Matt. I mean, it's just how fast these cars are getting and what they're able to do, and, you know, factoring in the overall in races.
Yeah, no, it's really cool, and they're super fun to drive. I mean, I love, you know, getting them and just going ripping. Fortunately, I'm in San Diego, so I've got Ocotillo right there in my backyard, and Placer City south of us, Bardstown north of us, and then you know, we used to do a lot of rides in Baja. That slowed down quite a bit, but they're super fun. Dunes, trails, they'll handle everything. Rock crawling. most fun you're going to have for the dollar.
Well, it's definitely an off-road Swiss Army knife.
Yeah.
You know, you take the same car, like you said, dunes, desert, rocks. You do a little everything.
Mud. I've even done mud in them, which I didn't think I was going to like, and I had a blast.
I like mud when it's not my car.
Right. Well, it wasn't my car.
I hate cleaning the mud up, but I love the mud.
Yeah. But there's nothing like this right here. Wide open desert. You know, he's probably doing about 80, 90 miles an hour right there.
Yeah, just screaming down the course.
Yeah, Can-Am has a lot of racers out here at this race, which is awesome to see.
I'm really excited to see here. We're going to get a time slip for Mitch Guthrie Jr. when he clears Tonopah. And we've heard that he might be factored into the overall here. So he's getting eerily close to Tonopah. So we're going to be watching this to see when it updates Mitch Guthrie Jr. because he might be a factor in this overall.
Which would be wild, right? That'd be really cool. Those vehicles are very interesting. You know, it was cool to get up close and personal with them and, you know, see the technology that the Europeans have derived really more from rally and less from off-road. But really cool vehicles. We want more of those guys to come out and race with us. All right, we're getting some updates. Tracy Poole just hit the gate.
Look at that, Mitch Guthrie now into the 3rd spot overall. Look at that. Wow. Mitchie, how far back is he? Just about 34 seconds back on corrected time to our leader. So Mitch Guthrie Jr. and the Raptor T1 Plus has inserted himself into the situation here for this overall victory. What a statement this would be, Matt.
Yeah, that's crazy. You know, if you would have bet me money that would be the case right now, I wouldn't have bet money on it.
And he's had to come through traffic and dust.
Yeah.
You imagine if he was out front. I mean, wow. This is quite remarkable. So that's the storyline of the day. Mitch Guthrie Jr., he may be a few car lengths, you know, a few miles back, but he is a factor in this overall now. So rundown for those of you at home. We'll give you the rundown here, our top 10 overall on corrected time, not the way they physically sit, but on corrected time at the midway point, or a little bit past the midway point of the race, right around mile 300, 287 to be exact. Dave Mason Jr. out front along with Cameron Steele. Brent Fox in the 2nd spot. Mitch Guthrie Jr. now in the mix. Eric Harden up to 4th. Tracy Graff back to 5th. David Payne now into 6th. Whetstone in 7th, RJ Anderson in 8th, Jordan Dean in 9th, and Tracy Poole back in 10th.
Yeah, what a race. What a race. This is awesome. I love this level of competition.
There you got our overall leaderboard on the screen for those of you at home.
Yeah, Menzies is in there, but he hasn't, obviously he's out of the race, so he hasn't cleared the gate.
Yeah, so the top 10 have cleared the gate on the screen. Past that, everybody else has not. Obviously, Gordon having those issues. And how great was that to see Max Gordon, though, up front, you know, and battling for the overall, you know, until they had that line
look,
or that Max fail.
Max is fast. He's going to get better and better and better. So we expect to see big things out of him. There's a little rumor that he may be racing spec truck next year. So we'll see how that goes. We'd love to have him in spec.
Here we go, back with RJ Anderson. Poor RJ's been battling through the dust. Getting a little breathing room. Looks like he's on a dry lake bed here. Tapped out. I was trying to see on the GPS screen if I get a reading on how fast he was going across this lake bed. He just had to shut her down there towards the end here.
I know right where that's at.
It's always an interesting transition off those dry lake beds to back to the normal desert because there's G-outs. It's like everything goes from, you know, 10 lanes wide down to 1. It gets quite eventful as you got to get them shut down.
But you can see all the silt pockets he's hitting. All right, this is actually really cool. This is Lake Adler. He's doing really well.
Yeah, great.
UTV Pro NA.
Great to see Lake out here.
straight over 50.
All right, so we're just past the midway point, pit number 7 of this. We've got our updated time splits. We're on the home stretch here at the Casey Folks Vegas to Reno. We're going to take a short break. We come back, we're going to regroup, and we're going to see where our leaders are and all of our runners here at one of the biggest off-road races in North America.
So same deal, this guy passes that guy. Be careful.
The 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno is brought to you by Camberg Racing, MagnaFlow, Ford Racing, Monster Energy, 4-Wheel Parts, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Rugged Radios, Bilstein, Can-Am, iBox Springs, VP Racing, Power Sport Pros.
It starts with a line, a choice, a commitment to the surface beneath you, on the street, track, or way off the map. We don't just build tires, we build an unfair advantage. From short course carnage to the wide open throttle of Baja, we've proven it in places where the weak don't survive. Built for every track, every trail, and the terrain in between. Maxxis tires, tread victoriously.
Every great adventure starts with confidence. And at CageWorks, confidence is built from the ground up. From roll cages to bumpers and doors, to windshields, roof racks, and tire carriers, CageWorks engineers every product to work seamlessly together and stand up to the toughest terrain. Manufactured in the USA. Built to perform. Built to protect. From the shop to your next adventure, CageWorks.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
Welcome back to Nevada. We're here for the 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno, brought to you by the American Off-Road Racing Championship. Jim Beaver and Matt Martelli here. Looks like we're on board with Lake Adler.
Let's see if, get up a little bit more. Just turn, okay, go ahead, go ahead.
That was pretty slow speed there, Matt. They were fighting through something.
Yeah, it's all right, nothing you can do there, dude. Well, on, boss. Okay, 40 left. You didn't hit him that hard. I don't think they're okay.
I hope they're okay.
Yeah, you're all right. Nothing you can do.
Yeah, and that's Baja Brian in there with
too
him.
hard. Balls. Okay, down with it, down with it. 40 right. No, just keep going. That's the guy behind us. I don't know who it is. Okay,
I guess that a good co-driver's a therapist.
Ignore that.
100%.
Please load for that guy.
Just got to
Right, wide
keep
open,
him
all you
on
got.
rails, right?
They're way back there. Okay,
Now, Luke
61 left.
Lake is coming up. I think I was talking to his dad about it, and he may actually move from this class up to trucks next. We'll see. Back in the pine forest up here. What a beautiful shot. It's funny because we're bringing you shots from places on the course that have never been shot before. Straight up has never been captured. And we did our recon during Legends Rally, tested all the equipment, and then most of these camera positions, these guys are camping out there. So they're out there for, 2 nights and a day.
It's going to be Dave Mason Jr., the onboard. I believe Cameron Steele is behind the wheel now.
I think he's in a speed zone area, 45 mile an hour.
This is just beautiful. And like you said, as a driver, I've always called this an adventure race. I love Vegas to Reno. One, you're going across an entire state. But two, there's just beauty. And a lot of people at home don't ever get to see that beauty. They don't understand how special this racetrack is. Now, for the first time ever, viewers at home are actually able to see it, and I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, this is like Nat Geo meets the stock car race, right? And then a little bit more.
Well, and just the vastness of this race, 505 miles, an entire state, elevation changes anywhere from 2,500 feet up to about 9,000, Matt.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many different varied terrains that are thrown at drivers in this one, and I think that's kind of what makes it so special is that you do get to see so many different things. And the course, there's so many different, a little fist bump there for RJ and his co-driver, but it's so many different types of terrain. You know what I mean? Mountains, rocks, silt, sand, mud. A lot of courses are a one-trick pony. This one, definitely not.
Looks like we got a UTV coming through.
It's a beautiful shot through that little canyon there. I love how green the desert is. I've raced this race before when everything's just brown and nasty, and this year, lots of water here.
Yeah, lots of water. Look, lots of variety on the course, like you were talking before. This area that you're seeing right now is still up on the northern part of the course. UTVs are coming through. But yeah, what a bitchin' shot.
Well, it's kind of nice. A lot of people at home might be wondering why there was things released in phases, but with the UTVs, they're so fast now. You wanted to give them a little bit of a breathing room so they didn't get into dust immediately.
Yeah, the idea is we want there to be a race within a race, right? So they're racing for their class win, and we want to gap them out so that they have at least some clean air, and they can race through it.
Back through this sand wash, kind of downhill. It just goes back and forth for miles. You get into a flow, and it's like a rhythm through this one.
Yeah, really fun, actually.
I love. It's one of my favorite sections of this course. Like I said, if your rhythm's right, it's a really fun to race this wash.
Yeah, if you're connecting corner to corner, yeah, it's super fun.
Especially this year because it looks like we're going downhill. I raced this one where you're going uphill, and then it starts to get the chatter bumps and things like that.
Well, I just love the fact that, at the end of the race, you're not going into Como at night, right?
Well, that's the thing. It's traditionally, like I've been saying, in Vegas to Reno, that last 50 miles, you feel it. You're like, all right, I'm almost to the end. And then it's like it's a sucker punch right to the face for 50 miles.
Oh, yeah.
This year, you just sucker punched him to the face right out of the box, Matt.
All right, we're on board Landon McMath here. One of the 64 UTV pros racing.
Nice job, left 6. We're going to have a right 5. Right where they're at, right 5 into a left 5. Right 5 here.
Calling out the hybrid rally notes.
Let you go. You're good. Go for it. Left 5 here. Nice job.
Yep,
right
clean
6,
pass.
right here.
Looked like that was a Class 1 car. Maybe having a little bit of issue that he got around.
Beautiful job. Left 6 here. stay straight, left 6, and then we're going to have a right 5 into a left 5. Right 5 right
This is exactly the example that we were talking about before of a driver and co-driver working really well together.
Stay straight. We're going to have a right 5 into a left 4. Yep, 500 feet, right 5. Right 5.
It's a great flow. This is a great onboard.
Into a left 4. Yep. There's your left 4. Okay. Gonna straighten up after. Stay straight. Nice job. We're gonna have a left 6 up here. Watch the rocks around here. Yep. Good job. Right 6. Beautiful job. Right 6. And then we're gonna have a left 4 coming up. Yep. Left 4 right here. Into an immediate right 5. Right 5 right here. Stay left, yep. Stay straight. Nice job. Right 6 here, nothing big. Right 6. Stay straight. And then we're going to have a left 6 again. Into a right 6.
Yeah, he's making pretty good time.
Yeah, he's moving, and this is downhill.
Right 6 up here. Beautiful shot. Stay straight. We're going to have a left 5.
Yeah, one of the challenges with areas like this, and you can see it, you can see these big boulders right on the outside. A lot of those are hidden behind bushes, and so you step out and bam, you've cleaved a
What does Tiffany call them? Rock bushes or bush rocks?
Yeah.
Stay straight. Nice shot. We're going to have a right 5.
Definitely moving here, though.
Right 5 right here. Into a left 6.
Yeah,
Great
great
bit of driving.
shot.
That made any mistakes, and then co-driver and him are syncing really well.
Yeah.
Yep. Left 6 right here. Into a right
That's what we
6.
talked about. When you're feeling it and you've got the flow, and he's definitely got the flow in this wash.
Stay to the right. Stay right 6. Yep. And then left
No,
3.
not chaotic driving, not switching lines and things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Motorcycle finishing up.
Well, Travis Pastrana is watching this live stream, and he just texted me and said, ask Jim about the rough one we had that he paid for all the drinks.
TP and I had mentioned that at one point, but so TP came in and did Vegas to Reno, and we ended up breaking down in Gabs. And I love Trav. Well, first off, we got to talk about anytime there's a bet, or anytime you do anything with Trav, there's a bet. So the story goes, we do this, and it's him, me, and Jolene. And Jolene goes, I'm not a part of this. So Trav goes, all right, whoever breaks the car owes the other person $1,000. All right, cool, Trav. I'm not going to break the car. I'm not worried about it. All right, cool, Trav. Bet. So we get to Gabs, and Trav had been driving. Trav pulls into the pits, and we're switching over, and I'm going to take over Pastrana. So TP jumps out, I jump in, and the car goes 10 feet and brakes. And I'm still in the pit, but I had got behind the wheel and went 10 feet and it broke. Trav comes running up the course, screaming, you owe me $1,000, you owe me $1,000.
That's hilarious.
Technically, I guess I broke the car. We'll just ignore the fact that Trav had been driving for 150 miles up to that point.
Right.
But yeah, it was
he
quite
handed
funny.
it off to you.
Yeah, he handed it off to me, but it was funny. I love Travis. We need to get him back in the desert soon. So I know you're tuning in, TP. When are we going racing again, buddy?
Absolutely. Well, you know, I mean, he's been busy and really just cheerleading rally, you know, doing more than racing, which is cool. So,
you know, and that's the thing about Travis. We can talk about his connection to desert racing, short course. He's done a little bit of everything. Rally.
He damn near won the Mint with a broken leg. He finished second, you know?
Yeah, his stage rally. I mean, action sports. I mean, he really has kept a lot of different industries, you know, going and moving forward.
You know, what I'm seeing here in this shot is you're starting to see the course deterioration, right? Like all the soft areas, it breaks apart, and then it gets really silty. So the back marked cars, or the cars behind the trucks, are really going to be dealing with a real beat up course.
All right, so we got Dave Mason here.
Just running clean. Look at that.
Well, I say Dave Mason, believes Cameron Steele behind the wheel now, and you know, they tag team this one, and we're past the midway point, so Cam's in. And, you know, it's one thing I said about Dave when, you know, and it was the same thing with Justin Bean Smith when he handed it over to Tracy earlier on in the race. When you're that first guy, you want to not have any downtime, and you want to hand the car over in perfect condition. And, you know, both of them did that. Dave handed it over to Cam, and you had, you know, Justin handed it over to Tracy, and, you know, in the lead with a beautiful car. And that's what you want, is that second driver to be able to actually go racing and have the same car that started the race. I've seen so many times that first driver in the first leg hands it over to the second guy. There's no brakes. It's smoking.
Yeah, it looks like the Century rally raid car just hit the gate and puts him in 11th position.
Wow.
He's doing well. Those guys came all the way from South Africa to race with us. Cool story.
That is great.
And they were especially excited because we don't quite have the rules that the FIA does.
No.
So they pulled their restrictor plate off, and they were able to get that car up to like about 130.
They're like, wow, this is how the other side lives, right?
I was making the analogy. It's like, you know, Rally Raid is kind of like playing jazz, and we're over here doing American off-road racing, and it's like Metallica, right?
Well, I know they're different tire sizes. They've got all kinds of rules over there based on whether you're two-wheel drive, four-wheel drive. It's, yeah, there's lots that go into it. Some more heli and drone footage as you go. This is going to be Nick Whetstone.
Yep.
Currently sitting, I guess, on corrected time 7th overall, but he's been in that lead breakout group for most of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I mean too. Like I think I talked about a little bit earlier about you don't have to be physically first across the finish line to win this race. You know, it's a timed race. You can win it on time and be several positions back.
Well, and I think that's the key point here with Mitch Guthrie, to see how he was in that first half of this race, and to be sitting, you know, 3rd overall in corrected time. I mean, he's going to be a factor in this overall. It doesn't matter if he runs away and actually crosses the finish line first. Mitchie's going to be a player.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, look, Mitchie is one of the, he's one of the best drivers in the world now at this point. I mean, with his experience in racing UTVs and now racing this vehicle in Dakar and in North America.
That looks like that is going to be Dave Mason there, I believe.
Yeah.
Overall leader.
Great shot.
Cameron Steele, Dave Mason. You know, Cameron, I mean, great to have him here, especially teamed up with Dave Mason. And, you know, the thing about Cameron is obviously he finally got that Baja 1000 overall win here a few years back. And I know that was a monkey that had been on his back for a long time. But, you know, I don't think that people realize how good of a race car driver Cameron is. He's driven so many different things, Matt, and he's really come into his own as a very well-rounded race car driver.
Yeah, I think, you know, just like a lot of people, you struggle with equipment, right? And that's been one of the things that Cam's struggled with is, you know, equipment. But when you get in a well-prepped truck and it's handed to you in first place, you know what I mean? Like, Cameron could definitely win this race overall with Dave Mason. That would be really cool. It would be really cool to see those guys do this.
And here we are 330-ish miles in, and the zen that was in that truck, like Nick Whetstone and his co-driver, it's just crazy. It is the most vanilla cab I've ever seen in a race. And I mean that in the best possible way. Like, no excitement, no anything, and that's what you want. Like, just cool, calm, collected, like, just putting in the work.
Yeah, it reminds me of really Rob Mack's driving style of, like, you know, you lean over and need to check the guy's pulse, right?
Yeah, I've seen the INDYCAR of trucks before. Is that Fox there?
Yeah, it looks like Brent Fox.
All right, so our leaders now. Let's see where we're at here. We're about mile
101.
Between 325 and 330, so almost 330 miles in.
Back in with Lake Adler, son of Greg Adler, built 4-wheel parts.
I'm not sure if I told
also
you, but
races with
Lake
us.
would like a turkey roll, and I'm fine. Straight over.
Oh, he's putting in lunch orders.
Yeah, I like it. I would like
a
one of
turkey
those,
roll.
little sustenance there.
Copy. We got Lake's food order. Anything for Brian?
And that would be Greg, the dad, taking food orders. But it's really cool to see, father and son racing together, sharing a passion. And Lake definitely is passionate about off-road racing.
And you got to love Greg Adler. I mean, just one of the nicest guys. Done so much for the sport in so many different capacities and ways. I know they're involved here with 4 Wheel Parts and, Vegas to Reno this year as well.
Yeah, they came aboard as a sponsor this year, and, we're going to do more with them. ORW and 4 Wheel Parts now merged, and it's a great place to get all the stuff that you need to go off-roading. Whether you're a racer or just, cruising around. Support who supports us. Yeah, you can hear the engine bogging a little bit in that soft stuff.
Yeah. Well, that's the difference in, two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive is, things like that where it's bogging and it's starting to get chewed up and spit out, and those four-wheel drives just eat.
Yeah.
Tracy Graff taking over for Justin Bean Smith, about 200-mile mark, give or take a few. Continue to push here. Going to be a factor in this overall.
Yeah, a few years back we were shooting a feature piece on Tracy for the Mint 400, and it was great to go up to Canada and spend some time with them. We actually went to a great hockey game, and I had a great time up there. But of course it was freezing. And so, we didn't even have the right gear for that. I looked like a runaway.
Around there? How's the bike?
Yep. Clean pass.
That is a rough day for a bike if you're only 300 miles in still.
That's where you want to start rethinking things.
That's where Jim gets about 200 yards off the side of the track and pulls a six-pack out of my backpack and I sit for a while.
Exactly. But we got quite a bit of bike racers, and I couldn't tell what bike that was, but we do have some Harleys, some hooligans racing with us.
That is a long race on a Harley Hooligan, 505 miles. Well, mid 400 isn't a cakewalk on a Harley Hooligan either.
No, but this is longer and it's more desolate. So they're all asking me all these questions about driver changes and all, I told them, I said, hey, do what you need to do to get it done, right? You can have 10 riders for all I care. Just have a good time, be safe.
Graff here starting to get into some dust. Tracker hadn't been working since about the 100-mile marks. It's a little tough to see exactly where he's at on track, but he's factoring in here. The overall running, I believe, top 2, 3.
Oh, so we got an update. And moving into 4th on corrected time is Mr. Eric Harden.
Wow.
That's great. Glad to see that. Eric's had a rough year. He took a big tumble at the Mint 400. Actually, wild story. He stepped out on a line, and somebody had dumped concrete. And so it was basically this giant concrete boulder, and he hit that, went for a ride, and really damaged his truck terribly. So glad to see him back. And
I remember watching that. It was in qualifying, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was one of those where he wasn't real far off the line, just a couple feet. It was just like, we go, what did he hit?
That looks like the Deans.
Yeah, that's going to be
that bright green Patrick Signs livery.
Dean.
Yep.
And that entire family, James, I mean, gosh, we could talk about Pat Dean himself. I mean, what a talented guy. And one of the nicest dudes in the industry.
Yep. Still fast.
It's crazy fast. I feel like he's like the dark horse of the ringer people bring in. You know what I'm saying? He's just chilling and somebody needs a driver. Oh, we're going to bring Pat Dean, and immediately everybody goes, oh, man, you really went there? Because everybody knows he's a gamer. He shows up and it's game on. Really making some tracks here. Love those long-range shots. See somebody way off in the distance. Back into some of the tighter technical stuff. Some of our stock class vehicles. Those are the stock class. Tracy Poole.
Yeah, that's Tracy Poole.
He's not going real fast here, though.
Yeah, there's a speed zone through this area, so we're limited to 45.
Okay, that makes sense because I'm like, man, this is going awful slow.
He's
here
currently in.
He's currently in top 10 overall. 11th now, back to 11th overall.
Back to 11th, yep. Oh, and another update. It looks like in 10th position is Cole Harden.
Wow, so a couple Harden entries now into the top 10.
Yeah, that's what's rad about this is like, you know, you have track position, but then once they hit those gates, it gives us reality. And we've got...
I got Steve Oligas there. He's 16th. Filling in for Joe Hurling. That's Cole Mamer. He's going to be back there in the 15th spot.
Looks like Connor McMullen is sitting right at 12th. RJ Stidham, 14th.
Shane Lewis there. Hood completely covered in mud, starting to flap a little bit.
All right, I see my good friend Bill Apgood back there in 21st position. He's cruising along. JP Gomez right behind him. Jordan Brenthal directly behind him. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm jumping the gun. They haven't hit the gates yet.
Yeah, great to see the Gomez's out here.
Yeah, what a great family.
Got some hardware to their name as far as King of the Hammers is concerned also.
And they won some hardware in the desert as well.
Yeah, it's a family who, you know, they work hard, they play hard, and they just, you know, this is their outlet. They love off-road racing, whether it be in the rocks, in the desert. They just like to have a good time. And I love the bragging rights between the brothers.
Well, it's no different between you and your brother and me and my brother.
Fair enough. Fair enough. It's one of those, I can make fun of my brother, I can fight my brother, but you can't touch my brother.
100%.
Donald Mankey here, UTV Pro. Looks like he's having an issue. He's going to pull over.
Oh, no. He's got another car on him. That's good etiquette. If somebody catches you, move out of their way. Yeah, and even four-wheel drive vehicles bog down pretty hard in this silty sand. But this is actually giving you a good view of how difficult the visibility is at some points.
Looks like another car behind him. He's going to pull over again.
Yep, that was a truck.
Yeah, that was some kind of...
Probably the Bronco.
Yeah.
That could be Vaughn.
Another car going to go by here. No. I talk about that. You know, obviously we've been talking about Mitch Guthrie Jr. and what he's doing in the Raptor, you know, T1 Plus, but Ford bringing a full stable of vehicles out here.
Yeah, they did. And it's really cool to see their commitment to off-road.
Going to get back up on the pipe here. And see how those ruts started to form there in the silt early on. There, this was nothing. It was pretty flat. Everything's starting to get burned in now.
Yeah. That's going to get dusty from here on out.
Right 5 right here. And do a left 6. Watch your rocks on the right.
On board here.
Rocks on the left 5.
Probably followed along earlier on today.
Nice shot.
Landon McMath, he was going down that runaway kind of wash back and forth, left and right. Looks like they've emerged out of that.
Into a right 6. And then a left 6.
Yeah, the tricky thing is, like, you're starting to see these big ruts form, which is very dangerous in terms of flats, right? Because you're in the rut, and there's a lot of embedded rocks, random places. So by running the ruts, you take a very high risk of getting a flat, but getting on top of it sometimes isn't the right move either, so you got to make those decisions.
Yeah, you take those sidewall cuts with the stuff on the side, but then also if it's hard to get out of the ruts, so if there's one right in the middle of the rut, sometimes you just got to hit it because there's no way to get around it. All right, a few more of our trucks.
Rounding out the top 20, it looks like Eric Husted just hit the gate.
Leaders are getting pretty close to Cottontail. That's going to be about mile 345. Current leaders right around race mile 340, so about 5 miles out from pit 8. That's going to be Cottontail.
Well, we got some corrected times here. It looks like Sam Berry's up there in 16th. Jason Coleman's right behind him in 17th.
Yeah, Sam Berry, talk about a guy that knows the Nevada desert.
Oh, so this is his 30th race. So he's raced every single one of these Vegas to Renos.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
It's going to be Dustin Jones here that we're on board with.
Yeah.
Like Tiffany and I were saying earlier on, Matt, Dustin Jones, he's due a big victory, I think.
100%. He's flying through there. Look at him move. See if
out of Louisiana, they have a lot of fun down south. He's been trying to get me to come down there and have some fun for quite a while. I haven't been able to take him up on the offer quite yet.
Well, if you need a wingman, I think that would be a good time.
Jim and Matt take on New Orleans. I don't know if that's good or bad.
That could be a movie.
Definitely could be a movie.
It's not going to be G-rated, but it's going to be a good time.
Oh, not here for a long time. We're here for a good time.
That's right.
Yeah, but Dustin Jones, he's definitely flying here. You know, we've had a lot of onboard with him today, and you know, he's really, really quick. I feel like he's driving almost a bit like he's on a mission.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's consistent.
Oh, what do we got here? I'm looking at our tracker. Looks like RJ Anderson was showing a red dot. Nick Whetstone was showing a red dot. His red dot is gone. RJ Anderson's is still currently there. So don't know what we've got going on with some of our leaders, but it looks like Anderson currently sitting on side of the course.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good. But this is really where attrition is going to start taking hold, right? Like, you know, we put a few hundred miles down, and we'll start, you know, seeing more vehicles fall off from here on out. This is a great shot from Paisley Bear in the Pro Stock Modified class. We have a couple of Pro Stock classes, and this is one of them that has a little bit more modification on the suspension usually than just straight stock, but it's pretty close to stock, you know?
It's back with Dustin Battleaxe Jones. So we are going to take a short break. We come back. We're going to got about 150 miles to the finish. We've got pit 8 Cottontail coming up. So we're going to restack and we're going to get a regrouping and see who's leading out here at the 30th annual Casey Folks Vegas to Reno. We're doing it the other way. The 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno is brought to you by Camberg Racing, Magnaflow, Ford Racing, Monster Energy, 4-Wheel Parts, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Rugged Radios, Bilstein, Can-Am, Ibach Springs, VP Racing, Power Sport Pros.
From the brutal sands of Reno to the high-stakes finish in Vegas, true off-road performance demands one thing: traction, power, reliability. That's why Simple Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the iconic Vegas to Reno the other way. Simple Tire makes finding, buying, and installing the ultimate tires for your rig easier than ever.
Simple Tire, your destination for every road and everywhere the road ends. Shop simpletire.com today.
I'll get it done. It's not gonna. I'm gonna make this happen for kids, and it's one kid at a time, and one step at a time. And I'm a fighter.
25. He's a 4-time Rod Hall Milestone Award winner. So yes, you may have a few extra miles. You may like to go a little bit slower pace at this time, but that doesn't diminish all the things that you've done, leading up to this. And being able to do all of that, it's really cool. I mean, he was the Limited Truck Legends class champion this year at the Mint as well. So doing a lot of things still at his elder age.
Easy there. Easy there. Say over 30.
Hey, then I'm in the elder age as well.
Well, you called it.
I did call that, but no, it's cool to see that. I mean, still looking at this race course, we're still seeing a lot of dust out there. Seems like the wind's picking up a little bit. It's not lingering as much as we've seen before, but this is looks like one of those rally raids, the 2-wheel drive.
Yeah, it looks like the Sentry guys, and so that's a 2-wheel drive, but he's definitely flying. Super cool to have those guys over here racing with us. We invite more rally raid racers to come over and race with us in America, especially this race, because this is a relatively smoother race compared to the Mint. So your vehicles that are capable of handling all this don't come to the Mint. I mean, you come, but I wouldn't recommend racing in a rally raid car.
Now it looks like we're back on board with Nick Whetstone and Connor Jackson. See if I can get some more updates on where everybody's at. Looks like they're passing through mile marker around 3:56. So they just really got out of this kind of fast, flowy opportunity for the race course. Perfect. And seems like we're going to get an overall leaderboard right now, Matt. So looking at first, we got Dave Mason Jr. Next, we got Fox. Guthrie making his way up there, still putting down some amazing times. Next, we've got Cole Hardin moving into Tracy Graff. And then we've got Payne. I'm wondering if Payne's still in there or if it's Larry Rossler. Have you ever heard anything? Because I know that Larry Rossler was supposed to hop in with the 61 of Payne. And then right after that, we've got Whetstone and then Anderson, Dean, and then rounding out that top 10, the 279 of Cole Hardin.
Yeah, I'm not sure where Rossler's getting in, but I saw him at the drivers' meeting. He's pumped, just super cool to see him out. He's just still a gamer. You put that guy in good equipment and, he's going to be top 5.
Looking at this, coming up for those next 20 miles, Matt, we're starting to look at on racing tracks. There's a lot of turns throughout. Right after mile marker 360, we've got a quick right hand, and then there's a very, very fast section through there. A lot of passing is going to be able to happen. If we could get all these trucks coming back together, it's still going to be an amazing race. We've still got a lot of miles ahead of us. Now we're on here with Jason Locke, the Rock stock class.
Yeah, this is cool, man. So we have all the rock racing classes, all the different vehicle classes. We want those guys to come out and race with us. So, do it, guys.
Yeah.
Come out and race with us.
Well, and we haven't had a chance to really talk about it earlier, but we've had the likes of the Casey Currys out here, the Gomez brothers. We saw Darian was out here, JP was out here, Raul was out here. Raul was a 2-time king. So going over rocks is nothing for those guys. And I absolutely love being around the Gomez brothers, Matt. If you ever hear them laugh and you know that they're around, it is one of the most infectious laughs I've probably ever heard in racing. And it's cool to see them come out here, showcase what they can also do in the desert. So it's good to have some of the Ultra 4 guys out here. I know Miles and all them are probably pretty excited that they're getting some more seat time. So when we come up to Hammers in just a little bit, we're going to be able to see some of these drivers maybe translate from this series over there as well for those desert races.
Certainly. One of the cool things that we did this year at this race, we had a youth class. So a group of about 8 youth racers were taken on the first 2 pits, about 72 miles. And we have our first finisher in that class, Aiden Coots. So they're going to have to all finish and must get corrected time before we can declare a winner, but made pretty good time. And now they get to go back to school on Monday and say, hey, guess what I did over the weekend?
I just drove What is that really from?
72
miles.
Yep.
Nice. And then,
but you leave out the mileage. You just say, hey, I won Vegas to Reno.
Oh, that is, I mean, put that in there. We've got some other great drivers. We've seen Maggie Flores as well as one of our youths, Jackson Cotter, Kyson Christensen. It's really cool because we always talk about this, Matt. This is the future of the sport, and I know you as a person who's so ingrained in this, it's nice to see the generational newcomers coming into it as well.
Yeah, it's really important. We actually started youth racing at the UTV World Championship about 10 years ago now, and it's really exploded. Short course racing in youth and desert racing in youth, and we're going to do more of it.
Back on board right now with Dustin Jones. This is that section, Matt, we've been talking about all day where it's super fast. The ruts are starting to come out. We're starting to see them getting a little bit deeper. Minimal wind, so of course the silt, the dust is still sticking through there. But Dustin is just putting down a heater right now, trying to make up some time. We keep talking about that he is due for that win. He's always been that bridesmaid, hasn't been that bride yet. Podium majority of the times he's done Vegas to Reno. And you can see that he's got this little bit of not redemption, but a little bit more, I keep calling it oomph, a little bit more oomph to be able to want to get to that and get that top spot for his
some
class.
attitude. Yeah,
some attitude. Good. See, I like that, some attitude.
Right? I just got a text from Mr. Larry Rossler. He said he started and drove to Tonopah.
Okay.
And then got out there, and the rest is...
So David Payne is in there right now.
The rest is David Payne.
Well, thank you so much, Larry Rossler, for letting us know. Let's talk a little bit, since we're on board with Dustin Jones. Let's look at this UTV Pro class. Right now in the class, we've got Phil Blurton, and this is based on not corrected yet. We're still waiting them for they'll go through those sectors. Brock Hager, Corbin Leverton. So this is still the starting order. I'm going to have to look on racing tracks to really see where they're at to see on the race course. But once we get them through that first sector, which is around 287, we should have some corrected time on the UTV Pro class as well. All right.
Yeah, here we go with the dust, right?
I think I was going 40 through here, Matt. That was about it.
Well, is this where you did your famous tail whip?
No, not yet.
All right. Overall leaderboard. Class 10. Oh, this is mixed, Class 10 and UTV Pro.
So it still kind of looks like that right now. When we're looking at it, it's still the same. I think we've got to look at the racing tracks a little bit more, see where they're kind of splitting through there. But
yeah, once they hit the timing gate, we'll have the truth, right?
The truth. But when we're talking about UTV Pro, we keep talking about Mitchie and how Mitchie's kind of moved up. He's sitting right now 3rd overall in corrected time. But last year, Mitch did this in his UTV, 8 hours, 19 minutes, 22 seconds. But the crazy thing about that, Matt, is he only beat Cody Bradbury by 11 seconds. It came down to the wire. So that's how close it is. And talk to me a little bit about pit strategy while you're here, how important it is, because 11 seconds is not that big of a time over a course of 500 plus miles.
It's super important, like where you're going to take fuel and tires. It's definitely a strategy, and you get around people. Track position's always critical. So some of the guys have taken a strategy of light fueling and having more frequent stops, whilst other guys have they're going long, and trying to go as far as they can go without taking fuel or changing tires. A little bit different in UTVs. They don't chew the tires up as much as trucks do. So you go a little bit longer there, but they don't have the fuel range that the trucks do, right? So generally you're about 120 miles, right? And you've got to refuel in UTVs, and that's if you have a big tank.
Well, I'm just looking over the tracker here, and we got a little bit of an update. Brock Hager sitting right now. He's battling back and forth with Phil Blurton. They're kind of neck and neck. When we're looking at pit 6, Coaldale, we've got Ethan Groom right there, and right behind him, Ronnie Anderson. It keeps moving through. So we've got a few drivers, 2 drivers that have made it through pit 6, and we've got a few coming up. Like I said, we've got Kyle Cheney's coming up through there, Ronnie Anderson's coming up through there, Cody Bradbury as well, and right now Ethan Groom is making his way. So we've got 2 drivers through there, Brock Hager, Phil Blurton. Let's talk about that dynamic for a little bit. Phil Blurton, he's won this multiple times. He's due for another win. In the last few years, he's had a few DNFs. But then you've got Brock Hager, who is on a roll with everything, but never won this race yet.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because, you know, Phil's got this race. Like, he knows how to do it. And, you know, he takes extra measures. Like, he literally had a contest with him and his co-driver one year of who could lose the most weight. Because in a UTV, 5 or 10 pounds makes a big difference, right? And they're not big guys to begin with. So we're going to see, you know, like, and again, it's a platform battle, you know, where I think the Can-Ams are a little bit faster in top speed than the Polaris's, but the Polaris's, you know, have a lot of advantages in the rough stuff. And when you start getting into these big ruts and things like that, I think the Polaris's could have a little bit of an advantage. But you don't know. They're close. The racing's been very close all year. 64 people entered in the UTV Pro class. Just a ton of competition. So we'll see what happens. I mean, it's still, you know, relatively early on in the race. We still got hundreds of miles to go. And they haven't even hit the midway point yet. So we'll see.
We'll see. Well, let's continue a little bit about the Polaris Can-Am kind of thing that we've been talking about a little bit. A big known guy that we've known out here that has raced, won King of the Hammers multiple times, 4-peat, 5-peat, Kyle Cheney.
Yeah.
Kyle Cheney was one of them that actually took that overall in the 4400 class in a Can-Am. Yes, it was modified, completely different.
Sure.
But Kyle Cheney is a GNCC winner, is a short course winner. He's a rock winner. So bringing all of those things.
Won Silver State.
Won Silver State.
Yeah.
And Can-Am has been putting all of their drivers really in here. So that's why we're seeing the Miller brothers, Cheney, Phil Blurt, and Dustin Jones. Plus, you've got that, and now you've also got the Factory Razor team of Tirana, Groom, McCachran, Brock. Putting those two dynamics, that's 10, almost 10 amazing drivers right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, it's a stacked field. Can-Am has a fantastic team, as does Polaris, you know. Let's see who that is.
This is a beautiful shot, Matt. This is where we did our 2 Tundra drone shots through the Joshua trees. It does get a little silty right there, and just a little bit. You kind of got to climb up this little bit of hill, kind of comes down, but it's a beautiful view. And coming out of here, they just came out of all of that tight, twisty, that smaller speed zone of 45 that we were going through. So now this is a time where they can just kind of open up and get through. This is exactly what we were talking about, coming down through those washes. This looks like where those white rocks were earlier throughout the course.
Yeah, and on board Dustin Miller, Class 10 racer. Really cool to see. I think we had almost 10 Class 10 racers, but there's a lot more of those cars out there. We want to see them racing with us. Yeah, you can hear that engine. That's definitely a Class 10 car.
There's where those rocks keep just coming out just a little bit.
Yeah, you can see.
Yeah.
And like, you remember driving through that area, and there's not a lot of area to pull over.
No, not at all.
You got to change a flat, and you're probably gonna have to limp it and risk damaging the, you know, the whole axle.
And that's what's so unique about this race, what we were talking about from the beginning.
Oh, great shot. Slide in that corner. Look at that. They are having fun.
Just the different terrain. Temps are getting a little bit warmer. Things are drying out a little bit.
Nice shot.
I love the enthusiasm on this. We keep saying shout out to the drones, shout out to the cameras.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, you got to love this or this isn't going to be fun. And we've got a great crew of guys who are willing to, you know, go out there, camp, shoot a spot, and you know, hike out. It's a ways in there. And that was one cool thing about this Legends Rally that we did, is we were able to really go look at a lot of areas that we wanted to capture that hadn't really been captured before, and you're seeing the results of that hard work by our team right here. It just gets me pumped for the future of like, all right, we did 6, you know, cameras. Let's do 12 next year.
Is that all we're working with right now? It's just 6 cameras? 8?
Yeah, 6 camera positions.
Wow. Back on board right now with Nick Whetstone. Once again, super calm, collected. I know Jim keeps talking about how just, I feel like there's a lot of synergy right now between, you know, Nick and Connor. It's just very calm. Still some dust throughout. You haven't seen too much movement within the, you know, the truck, and just kind of making sure that the visors are clean. Obviously, the dust is still down there. We're looking almost 4 p.m. So, Matt, if we're looking at temperatures right now, based on what it was, I know it's been a little bit cooler, but we're probably still in 3 digits, maybe 100, 105 down in this area. And, you know, that does a lot for a truck.
It's super taxing. It's taxing on you as a driver, but it's taxing the truck. You know, the truck's trying to stay cool, right? So it's working overtime, like the fans and everything are at full tilt right now, and that's where things can go wrong with the electrical systems, and you know that's part of it as well. You know, when you think about racing and people talk about heat, and I always laugh when pavement guys are talking about heat. This is heat. You know, when it's 100, 110 degrees outside, and then you're getting the ambient heat from the engine as well. I mean, you're talking about hundreds of degrees. It makes hydration really an important thing to challenge, because you're losing a lot of body water right now. You're just sweating. You're sweating your you-know-what's off, right? And even if you don't have them, you sweat them off, right?
You're sweating.
Yeah.
We've got, looking at the tracker once again, trucks are making their way into mile marker 370, and this is kind of where it gets really, really tight. They're going to make their way through, and if we're zooming in on this, between 370 to about 380 is tight and technical. 380 to about 385 opens up. It kind of gets a little wider right there.
Yeah.
So 100 degrees, sunny. Also looking at my notes, Matt, because during the Legends Rally, I was making notes here and there about the mile markers. All I wrote for 382 was very rocky.
Yes, yes.
Hometown boy of Sparks, Nevada for Jimmy Alford. UTV Pro Turbo class. For everybody that's kind of watching, not really super familiar with all these different classes, what's the real main difference between UTV Pro Turbo? Obviously there's a turbo, and the rest of the field, like the ones that we're looking for UTV Pro.
Well, so this was actually previously the, you know, top of the class, I guess, is what you would call it, until the Pro R came out. Pro R came out, a bigger engine, a 2-liter engine, and a bigger car altogether. So that became a more dominant class. So then Can-Am answered that with their Can-Am R. So that's really what's racing in the UTV Pro class is those two platforms. So, you know, we always want to give people a place to race, and there was a lot of people invested into Pro Turbos, and so we kept that class, and it's a healthy class. There's like 15 or 16 guys and gals in that class, and it makes sense.
Well, we're getting
on board some.
Oh, Brad Lovell.
All right, here we go.
Well, we haven't chatted much about Brad Lovell, but Brad was another gentleman that actually, you know, went on the rally for us. Saw him, he was on my tail a little bit. Didn't realize him and his son Adam didn't realize it was there. But you know, if we're looking at Brad has got so many different accolades, and he's one of the lead factory development drivers for Ford Racing, and it's really cool to see him do this. You know, we see him at King of the Hammers, the stock class. He brought out that Ranger way back in the day, and this year for 2026, it was really cool to see Adam Lovell, his son, bring out that Ranger, and then that he built back in the day and raced over here. Now he's in the stock classes throughout, and you know, I think he's sitting a little bit pretty with the air conditioning pumping through the vents. Of course, you got windshields, you've got windows, and it's really nice. And I chatted with him a little bit yesterday, and he was looking forward to this. You see Adam right there as well, and it's really nice to see another generation that we keep talking. They've got another son behind them, so see this.
And this is you know, proof of concept of how durable those Fords are. You know, they're currently doing development on products that end up on your street trucks. And that, you know, we were talking earlier a little bit about Rod Hall. You mentioned one of the guys got the Rod Hall Award. You know, part of that award is doing every mile of every race, and particularly in stock vehicles. That's what Rod was known for. So, and Reno native, started the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame. You know, just did so much for the culture and community of off-road, and just an honor to have met him and known him, and you know, and spent time with him. And obviously his His granddaughter's here racing with, or here working with us, Shelby Hall, and then he's got 2 sons that are racing in this race, Josh and Chad Hall. Chad both heading up the Chevy factory team.
And, you know, shout out to Shelby for running that. She's going to be down there meeting our winners and everything. And it was so infectious to be able to watch her during qualifying and get that different perspective and not be there and racing, but being a little bit more there. And it's showcasing the generational things that keep happening, that we keep talking about, that especially in this sport. And it's great to see. And then with Ormhoff coming up in November, we've got some other ones. Ricky Johnson is getting inducted this year.
Yep.
The Geyser brothers are getting inducted. And it's really, really cool to see all of this. So we've got so much more coming over here. The 30th anniversary of the Casey Folks Vegas to Reno. Matt and I will be back in just a little bit.
The 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno is brought to you by Camberg Racing, MagnaFlow, Ford Racing, Monster Energy, 4-Wheel Parts, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Rugged Radios, Bill Stein, Can-Am, iBox Springs, VP Racing, Power Sport Pros.
Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching, this guy watching. Race you to the summit, maybe not that summit, to sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
There's only one real question. How bad do you want it? Every challenge, every setback. They're gut checks, testing your will. The road ahead is rough. No excuses. Built to do it all. Unstoppable.
Steve, you got me on the radio? Yeah, I got you. Hey, Nick, can you hear me? Oh, yeah. I might have to phase the rear sprocket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Oh, this is beautiful. Your rides are really good.
I'll follow you.
Crossing the road now.
Copy that. Everybody getting ready for more ride?
We are.
At Power Sport Pros, we don't just sell parts, we race them. Every suspension kit, every light bar, every performance upgrade we offer has been pushed in the dirt, the rocks, and the desert at full throttle. Because when you line up at the start line or hit the trail with your family, failure isn't an option. With locations in Lake Havasu City, Arizona, and Murrieta, California, our experienced techs deliver race-proven installs, expert service, and real-world advice. No guesswork, no gimmicks. Power Sport Pros.
Well, welcome back, everybody, to the 30th anniversary of the Casey Folks Vegas to Reno. Well, we're doing it the other way this year. Tiffany Stone with Matt Martelli inside the booth. Now, Matt, we've had an amazing day so far. A lot of drama within those first 30 miles. We've seen some driver changes. We've seen some downfalls. We've seen other drivers help some riders that are out there. We've seen a lot of onboard action, and then we've seen how amazing this course has been. The terrain, the silt, the dust, some of the rain, the mud holes, and everything. It all comes down to the very, very end. After 505 miles, Matt, I brought something over here that we had earlier, and I just want to show everybody. If you have never received one before, this is what you'll receive at the very, very end. It is going to be the Vegas to Reno the Vegas to Reno 30th anniversary finisher medal. And on the back it says, "Life is an adventure. Come with your adventure. Come live your adventure with the best in the desert, Casey Folks." Matt Martelli, you've been giving these out for many, many years throughout the seasons and throughout the different races. What does that mean to you to have this here?
It's really cool. I mean, it's one thing that's driving me crazy about today is not being at the finish line, to see all the smiles and hand everybody a beer and shake their hand and hear the stories. But yeah, I'm here with you guys. But yeah, you know, just to get to the finish, like, it really means something, especially in this race. So we make sure we give them some nice hardware and then a cold beer.
A cold beer, and this is another one that if you've never seen before, I always try to take these home as a memento. This is going to be the Belching Beaver, the light amber lager. It also has the amazing logo on there. This is something that I look forward to. Not necessarily drinking the beer, but this is what I absolutely love. Taking something home like this. You know, we see before, back in the day, we had the Mint 400 decanters. I'm a huge fan of them. I absolutely love collecting them. The jackets as well. During the Mint, I try to wear a brand new one every single day. So having something like this to put on your shelf, having the finisher medal, I think that's amazing, you know, for every single driver and rider out there.
Well, it's part of it. We all want to have trophies and have things that remind us of the experience that we had. So we always try and produce really cool stuff that we're proud to see hanging on people's walls, and beer that actually people want to drink. Belching Beaver, they're good friends of ours. They're actually in San Diego, one of the premier breweries, and they make all of our beer for us. So go check them out. Tell them you're a racer. We started with the lighter beers because when we were handing people IPAs at the finish line, they're a little shocked. So.
But, you know, after 505 miles, it's hot. A nice cold beer is going to be great. Now we're back on board right now with RJ Anderson. We've seen him have a little bit of drama in the beginning. He's been able to make his way through the pack. He looks like he's got some clean air right now. That hood, Matt, looks exactly like our Tundras back in the day when we're driving out there. Oh, a little over rotate, but he was able to bring that back in together. Wiping the visor once again because the dust is there, but it seems like he has a little bit of clean air. We're trying to look at the tracker right now, and a lot of drivers are going to probably make their way through mile marker 380 soon.
So this is interesting too to point out is he did not switch. He's still driving, so he's 6 hours in, and it doesn't matter how good a shape you're in. You start fatiguing. You know, you're losing a lot of water. You know, you burn through a lot of your energy. Whatever you ate in the morning, that's been long gone at this point. And you still have hours to go. So you'll see, you know, later in the afternoon, people fatigue a little bit, make some mistakes. You know, that's where a lot of the drama starts to happen.
And talking about that, once we get to pit 9,
it sounds like the siren's on. So is he either? Yeah, definitely. Either there's somebody on him, or he's tracking somebody down.
Is that oh, it's a moto. It's a moto guy.
Gotcha.
That would be a very scary situation. I've never been in that situation, but I could not imagine being on 2 wheels knowing that an all-wheel drive truck is right behind you.
Yeah, it's really cool of RJ's being patient here. And there's a quad. See how he came out of the dust? That's definitely scary.
Oh, it's scary watch. Yeah, see? Let's see what RJ has to say.
Yeah, we need that guy to pull off. That's where you gotta have your head on a swivel. And same thing here as a, you know, as
no fucking way.
and you're revving. How do you not hear that? Oh,
there he goes. He got the memo.
The fuck out of the way. Rock.
Oh, and then Adam.
That's French for move over.
Move up the polite way. Well, and then that's what it is. And then that shows the calmness that Adam Lund has right there. He's like, hey, I know you're in this tense moment, but rock.
Right. Yeah, that's where, you get pissed off, you get hot-headed, and boom, you can make a mistake. So good on RJ for being patient there. I know that's frustrating. That's part of it. Traffic is part of it.
Another beautiful shot from the drones coming through there, Matt. We made a little pit stop there, so you and I decided to pit stop a little right there. You found us. They make this right turn. They go through this amazing silt bed. Right on that other hill, Matt, is where I did that little 180 turnaround that I wasn't expecting. And I had to mention to Chris, hey, just an FYI, I spun around and I'm facing you now, so please be careful.
Right. That's part of it, though. You got to find the limitations of the vehicle, limitations of the driver, limitations of everything, right?
I did that vlog drop today, and I'm laughing because it's the first thing you see. So back up on board right now with Nick Whetstone. Got a little bit of dust there. And we've been talking about this all day, Matt. When you see that dust and you know that something's going on, what do you do?
You know, it's funny. I asked Rob Mack that same question. And you know what he told me? I slow down.
You do?
Yeah, that's basically you can only drive to what you can see. You know, people want you to have some Jedi mind trick, but dust is dust for everybody. And when you don't have visibility, you've got to slow down. You know?
Yeah, we even
I don't know
did
who that
there.
is pulled over, but that sucks.
Trying to get in here. You know, I always used to listen to Ricky, and Ricky's like, I can't tell who it is. Now I'm in that position. So my apologies, Ricky. I see what you're talking about.
Yeah,
right
I thought
now.
AI was taking over the world. It's supposed to be telling us right now who that is, but
we need a little arrow like they're a sim.
They're jacking the truck up for sure.
So that's in that same area that we were talking about where it opens up. There's a lot of silt. Drones coming in just a little bit for us. And we've been talking about that, and we've been mentioning it. It looks like a lot of drivers been getting a left rear flat.
Yeah.
We saw that earlier with Bryce Menzie. Unfortunately, he did have that break early on, but he got that left flat. But during qualifying, we saw that Eric Harden and Cole Mamer both got right rear flats. So we've been talking throughout the day, Jim and I, it's if you're in a pit and you have some time, do you put fresh tires on? Do you take both of those rears off, put the fresh ones on?
Oh, that's Sam.
Oh.
Having a bad day, Sam. But it's a good day because you're out racing in the desert.
Yeah, but I think he'd like to be moving just a little bit further than that.
He'll get moving.
He'll be getting moving.
You're talking about a guy who has won this race, soloed it in a single-seat Class 1 car. That was his original style. It was a Jimco buggy. And, yeah, he did really well.
And it's nice to see that, you know, him being a Hall of Famer, and he still continues to land in the top and doing so well right now. And it's nice, you know, he was here with us in 21 all the way to 25. So
yeah, no, super hard work, and just, you know, that's one of the cool things about this sport and culture is we have a big group of people that are all diverse. Brady Fox here in Spec Truck, part of the Fox family.
And looking at the co-driver, once again, I've never been in this position, but I don't know if I'd rather have verbal cues or if I'd like to have hand gestures, because we keep seeing our his co-driver with the left hand make those movements, but then we hear from different drivers, you know, 45, left here, crest over here. For you, Matt, you know, what would you rather have, the hand signals, or are we looking for vocal cues?
To me, I hate the hand signals because they're not very descriptive. It's just left and right, right? So having done rally school and raced a little bit in rally, I like rally calls, right? Like I want to hear, you know, hey, it's, you know, right 3 over crest or whatever the call is. It allows you to drive faster, right? Mm-hmm. So the more confidence you have in your co-driver calling notes, the harder and the faster you can drive. I'm also a visual person, so I want to be looking at the road and not the co-driver's hand. I don't even look at the speed. I just feel what the vehicle's doing and listen to it. You know, I definitely want to hear audio cues from my co-driver.
Well, and I've also talked to a bunch of drivers as well, you know, and they've also mentioned, I don't want to know what's, you know, 20 feet, 30, 40 feet in front of me. I want to know what's 50 feet, what's coming, because if we're looking at the same windshield, I already know what's there. I want to know what's coming up. Now we're on board right now with Austin Kimbrell. And this is the things that we're talking about with the co-drivers, having audio cues.
Killian just texted me and said, you better give me co-driver props. He does have some funny signals, some hand signals, but to be fair to him, he's rolled cars with me, or he's been in cars I've rolled, so.
Well, I did hear, though, Matt, during the Legends Rally, he was like, hey, we should probably slow down just a little bit.
He said that to me multiple times, but then the fun started happening, and I think that's where I ripped the front valance off the Tundra, so.
I get that. Well, now that we're looking at Moto, let me pull this back up and we can get some more corrected time for your finishers. We've already talked about our finishers, our top ones. We've got Kieran Nairn, Preston Campbell, Caden Fenton-Maker. 4th place is going to be Matthew Grant for you. 5th is Caleb Tate. 6th is Clayton Renner. 7 is Jason Shakespeare. Your 8th finisher is Zachary Eaton. 9th finisher, Shane Logan, which we've seen Shane before as well. And rounding out your top 10 was Austin Wilson. Now, there will be some different classes, Open Pro Moto, Open Expert, over 30 Expert within of those, but those are going to be your top 10 finishers for Moto. Now, Matt, there's no way I could ever think about finishing this on a Moto. 2 wheels, 505 miles. It's just you, the desert, the terrain. Nobody really there to kind of get you back into that mental game if you kind of knock yourself out of that. So it's a true attrition. Kudos to all of those 2-wheel riders.
Yeah, they're true savages, tremendous athletes. You know, it's really cool. We want more bike racers racing with, honestly, and you know, we're talking in the future of going to a 2-day format to let the bikes race on 1 day. So bike guys, get off your butt and come out and race with us. And yeah, the quad guys too. Even we've been hit up by some 3-wheel guys, bringing a little bit of that action back, right?
Yeah. Don't tell me there's going to be a pit bike option though.
I'll leave you and Drew out of this.
He did mention though he wasn't going to do it on 110. He said maybe an off-road Grom. Wyndham said that's not even better.
There would have to be a couple additional days to allow you guys to finish this race.
Well,
I think the volunteers would be pretty pissed. They've been out there for 3 days and they see a clown motorcycle cruise by.
All right, so we are back over here. I do want to give you guys a little bit of an update, though. We've got some of our First Unlimited trucks making their way through Pit 9 Bonnie Claire. So this right now, Matt, they're at mile marker 390. They've got 115 miles until the finish.
Yeah, I'm getting an update, too, back from Killian. It looks like UTVs are just about to be in Tonopah. They're about 10 miles out, and they're gonna hit that gate, and we're gonna have time updates. We'll see who's in front on corrected time.
Now we're on board with Connor McMullen. It's been really great to see Connor. Connor was one of those that did come out to pre-run as well. He absolutely loved it. He spoke nothing but great things about the camaraderie, being able to get the views on the course, being able to pre-run since you're normally not usually having your pre-run options for stateside races. But then also he talked about the food, Matt. The food was amazing. Chef Roddy from Flying Pig came out, made us some tri-tip, made us some amazing lunches throughout. I had Milano cookies, I had beef jerky, I had all of this great stuff, and Connor spoke great things about it. And I know he's been having little issues this season, but it's cool to see him back out here.
Yeah, they've been having lots of electrical issues in their truck, and they just rewired the whole thing, so I hope everything goes well for Connor out here.
So this is Dave Mason Jr., but more specifically Cameron Steele in Pit 9, Bonnie Claire pit, like we were talking about. This is a little bit longer than we're normally used to. I don't hear any impacts. I don't see anything changing. They're just kind of getting a look around the truck itself. We saw them look underneath. This is sitting here a little bit longer than expected, and noticing everybody standing back there makes me feel like something's happening. Now I can hear the impacts, but I'm wondering if anything's happening with that front left.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He did stop to help. Oh, somebody just got by him right there.
RJ Anderson just passed him, it looked like. All right, so giving hand signals. Once everybody has a thumbs up, he's going to. Yep.
Yeah, and you know, interesting because that's, you know, he's in a two-wheel drive truck. That's actually a Tisco truck. John Vance built that one. Really good trucks, very durable as well. So we'll see what goes down from here. He's got a little. He's going to have a little dust to deal with RJ in front of him.
So let's talk about some more pit strategy right now. So pit 9, as we go, we still have got pit 10, pit 11, 2 more options, Matt. You know, when we keep talking about the beginning with pit strategy and everything, how do you really determine where you kind of want to space everybody out? Because it's obviously the further down that you go, you're not necessarily sure if you're going to make that there at the beginning of the race. So do we kind of bunny hop this? Somebody's going to start here at pit 3, then we're going to bunny hop to 6, or we're going to move to 7. Is there going to be a real, what are your thoughts on pit strategy specifically for this?
I mean, a lot of times you want to, first off, you want to have guys with spares everywhere, right? Because if you have a problem, you know, and you go through tires quicker than you thought, you want to pick up extra tires so you're never stuck in a position where you're without tires, right? Fuel, less of an issue because these trucks can go long, but you also want to pick your pits based on where you think your competitors are going to pit. And just like we saw right there, RJ was able to get around Cameron, you know, because Cameron had to stop in the pit. That's part of the strategy of this style of racing. I'm getting some notes in from the Camberg team. Looks like they had an alternator acting up and blew some fans, and so they had to stop and do some repairs and basically build some fan shrouds on the side of the road in a pit. And you know, they were down for a bit, so we'll see where they come up. You know, they were leading the specs there for a while.
Well, we did notice that Kyle and Sean, they did have to get out. We overheard Kyle just a little bit talking about that, and he said, hey, if we can limp it to the pit, maybe we can get things fixed. Reach out to them, tell them what's going on. So it's good to see that they were able to get those parts, get things back together. Hopefully Kyle's back out there moving along. I mean, we're looking right here on board. This is some of the fastest section. We kept talking about this, that the second half, more so the third of this race was going to be super, super fast, passing Bonnie Claire all the way to the end.
Yeah, and one thing, people look at this and they go, oh yeah, that's easy. Well, I'll tell you what, it's really not, because if you make a mistake here, it's going to be huge. And that's what happens at all the high-speed sections of off-road race courses is you get to them and you're so excited and you're like, cool, I'm going to max this thing out. I'm going to do 160, and one little mistake can yard sale you.
And what you can kind of notice right here with the terrain, you're going to start seeing a lot of washes come out in between. You kind of go a little bit in a small little wash. You kind of go a little bit in a small little wash. You know, when you're in these larger trucks on 40s and everything, you're not going to feel it at all. We definitely felt it. You kind of got to figure that out, because in that, it kind of goes down just a little bit, Matt. It's a small little G out. You can kind of see the nose of the truck as he kind of goes over. It goes, dips down and dips up just a small amount. But you're absolutely correct. In this spot right here, if you're not paying attention, your speed can get up to the 120s, 130s, 140s in those areas, but you've got to be really careful for those small little areas that have come out, those small little washes right there. And on one side particularly or the other, the ruts are a little bit deeper than the other, so you kind of have that off Camberg kind of feeling if you don't directly get it right in that, like a race line that we've seen before.
Well, it plays mind games with you because it pulls the truck around, right? And so you think something's happening, and a lot of times you'll jerk and make a bad adjustment, and that's what causes the crashes, right?
Yeah, right there. That was another one that we had seen. So there's smaller ones and then there's wider ones. And with this entire stretch that we're kind of seeing, that kind of goes until about mile marker 405, 410. This is the terrain right there. Is another wash. You kind of go and it's a small, and then you can can see where it's coming, though, because on the right and left side, the terrain colors change. It's a little bit darker right there once again.
Yeah, and there's a big right-hander, as I recall, coming up at the end of this that caught me by surprise. You know, that was the day they said, oh, you should lead and keep everybody going slow. And of course, I didn't go slow, so...
This was the same area where Cameron, one of our amazing camera guys, was out there. He was in the back not wearing his seatbelt, and I accidentally didn't see that, so that's why I know what they're going through with this section. Yeah. And he kind of hit his head.
Yeah, a little bit different with 36 inches of travel in an unlimited truck.
Comparative to stock suspension and 33s.
But those Tundras did great. I was really impressed.
Phenomenal. Did have to drive a little slow. Did have to understand that, because I think this is kind of the part where you called me as well, Matt, and said you had got a double puncture.
I was a little bit after this.
Oh, no, that's where I was at.
Oh, gotcha.
Now we're back on board right now with Tracy Poole. It's so good. I got a chance to talk to Tracy right after his qualifying session. He was all smiles. He said this course was going to be amazing. You know, it's really great to watch him see this. He had a great run at Silver State 300 as well. And Tracy's one of those guys that I think that no matter what happens, he's really excited, happy to be a part of this. And Tracy Poole is one for the books, because always smiling no matter what. And took that first place at Silver State. He dominated that two-wheel class with runner-up Joseph Hurling. 19 minutes he was in front for Silver State. So 5th in the Mint 400 this year. Last in 2023 is when he raced this for Vegas to Reno with a time of 10 hours, 19 minutes. He took 9th in that. So nice job, Tracy Poole, keeping everything together right now for Vegas to Reno.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he's also leading the two-wheel point battle heading into this race, too. So
yeah, let's talk about specs for a second, because I'm looking at our spec truck lineup right now as reported through the gate at the midway point. So Cole Hardin leading, Connor McMullen in second, Brady Fox in third, RJ Stidham in fourth, Sam Berry right there in fifth, Troy Grabowski, I don't know why I can't pronounce that today. I know those guys. The Grabowski sitting right in sixth. Nick Eisenhower in seventh. Jason Coleman 8th. Kit Stokes 9th. And Danny Brown in 10th. Interesting, though, because Kyle, I don't think he's pinged yet. He had some downtime. Yeah, he hasn't come through the gate yet. Good to see Ruslan still moving. He had a bad day at Silver State, popped a engine right out of the gate. Well, that really sucked.
And what's really cool about Ruslan is I got a chance to talk to him yesterday at the Off-Road Festival, and he's in the Roar Tribe truck, which is really nice to see him. We've seen Ruslan come up through the ranks of UTV. Now he's in that spec truck, but he is doing it. He was talking to me that he is a part of CODA. It's Children of Deaf America. And within this truck right now, everybody on his crew is deaf. His father is deaf. His father's co-driver, when he gets in there, is also deaf. But during that time when Ruslan was in it, his co-driver was signing to everybody out there what was going on, because even though we see what's happening, sometimes when you are deaf or hard of hearing, you're not necessarily what's going on with the truck. So his co-driver right there, Matt, was signing the entire way to let everybody know what was going on during this race, which is amazing. It's a true testament of how he feels about, you know, being a part of the deaf community.
Yeah, they brought a person to sign at the driver's meeting, which was really cool. But probably the coolest thing was that we kept saying whistle dick, so she was showing us how to sign that.
I absolutely love that. Maybe someday we could have somebody come on here, do a lower box so they can sign and really tell everybody what's happening with the race as well. We'll keep some of the words out of there, though.
Maybe not.
I probably won't say that.
It's off-road racing, you know?
Probably won't. Can't guarantee Jim Beaver won't say that, but I know I won't.
Absolutely. It's off-road racing, though. We definitely verbalize our frustrations.
Still on board right now. The dust is still lingering. We've got some of our top drivers making it up to mile marker 410, so less than 100 miles in this race. Matt, it has been up and down throughout. We've seen so many different things. We've seen driver changes. We've seen some mishaps. We've seen some flats, some, lead drivers that we thought were going to take this race, like Bryce Menzie, already out. We've seen other drivers that we didn't think were going to be here in that top spot. There's so much going on right now for Vegas to Reno.
Yeah, this is off-road racing 101.
No.
What you think is going to happen is probably not going to happen.
Is probably not going to happen. Well, we're still looking at some dust right here. We're still on board, but it has been a great race day so far. We'll be back in just a little bit with some more content and some more updates from Vegas to Reno.
The 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno is brought to you by Camberg Racing, MagnaFlow, Ford Racing, Monster Energy, 4-Wheel Parts, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Rugged Radios, Bilstein, Can-Am, iBox Springs, VP Racing, Power Sport Pros.
It starts with a line, a choice, a commitment to the surface beneath you. On the street, track, or way off the map. We don't just build tires, we build an unfair advantage. From short course carnage to the wide open throttle of Baja, we've proven it in places where the weak don't survive. Built for every track, every trail, and the terrain in between. Maxxis tires, tread victoriously.
The narrative that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't fed them top of the throne of this league. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the.
Every great adventure starts with confidence, and at CageWorks, confidence is built from the ground up. From roll cages to bumpers and doors, to windshields, roof racks, and tire carriers, CageWorks engineers every product to work seamlessly together and stand up to the toughest terrain. Manufactured in the USA. Built to perform. Built to protect. From the shop to your next adventure, CageWorks.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
Welcome back to the 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno, the 30th annual running of the event. Jim Beaver, Tiffany Stone here, bringing you the action as we're going a little bit on board. It's like Ronnie Anderson here. Had plenty of on board with RJ Anderson today, but not a whole lot with Ronnie Anderson.
It's been great to watch Ronnie Anderson this season. He's really come into his own. You know, earlier we were talking about how RJ always makes the joke that, hey, I'm fast, but Ronnie's faster, and he's really showcasing it, what he's done in the last few years for the series.
Yeah, Ronnie, very well-rounded driver. Obviously, you see him running side-by-sides in short course, see him doing it Pro 2s in short course, seen him at King of the Hammers on the wheel of a side-by-side, deserts and side-by-side. He's just all over the place, and I mean that in a good way, as he's chasing down a driver here.
Well, and when we just talk about the season and we want to talk about 2026 Silver State 300, he got second place in that, but it wasn't, a little love tap there.
Whoa.
Was that a little love tap or a big?
That was a little one. He just caught him at the right time.
Okay, he's pulling over.
Yeah, I was going to say, I hope he doesn't jackrabbit on Ronnie there. It looked like a Class 10 car of sorts.
But what I was saying is that even though he finished second place at Silver State, he only finished about 24.6 seconds behind Kyle Chaney, so that margin is super tiny right there. But there was a lot of things that were going on with Silver State, but showcases that, you know, just blink once maybe and times can be a little bit different, but Ronnie Anderson's really coming into it. He's coming in this section we've talked about, white rocks on both sides of it. It's super tight and technical, not a lot of places to pass, so luckily that guy did pull over, because once you get a little bit further in here, it gets a little difficult. Then right here, this is where we start seeing it. It kind of gets faster, and then we start getting to Tonopah.
Yeah, well, and drivers start to feel it. You know, obviously, side-by-sides a little bit past the midway point here. But we've got the Unlimited cars now within 100 miles of the finish.
And here we go. We keep talking about that. We've been seeing a lot of rear flats. We've been seeing them mostly on the left side. Now we're starting to see them on the right side. It's David Ziegler for the Truck Legends class. And this is what we keep talking about, Jim. If you have that opportunity and say you have a little bit of time at that pit, do you get 2 fresh tires? Because now we're looking at this. He's already down 1. No matter what, one he stops into a pit, he's going to get a splash of fuel. He's going to get a re-rack. But do you take those 2 fresh sets?
Well, you know, if you can, especially if you're a 2-wheel drive truck, you do. If you're, you know, a 4-wheel drive truck, you may, depending on how close everybody is, opt not to do it. But it's also pretty easy to change 2 tires if you've got a good crew. Also, you know, as we've got Ziegler down, it looks like looking at our leaderboard, Jordan Dean, just shy of his mile 400, is currently sitting as well. So we're going to see how long it takes Jordan Dean to get back underway. Speaking of underway, I talked to Jerry Zayden when I stepped out, the kingpin there behind Camberg MagnaFlow race team, and Jerry was telling me, I know you and Matt had talked about it, but talk about some ingenuity that they did to get that running. They said they didn't have any radiator fans, but they did have oil fans. They're smaller, but they actually draw more power. So he said they put them there, but they couldn't fit them in the thing. So they took a aluminum table that they had, cut the table completely up, made custom fan shrouds, put the oil cooler fans in there, and Kyle Jurgensen is up and running again. He goes, we're trying to get her to the finish for the points leader. We need to maintain our points lead.
I get that. And so getting there, finishing, just getting some points does help you. You don't want to take that DNF like we've talked about. He's got 3 class wins. He did take that overall win as well. So we're still looking for a lot of things right now. And every point right now is a lot, especially for the championship. We've got Laughlin in just a few months, and that's going to round out the season.
Looks like Marshall here. And I am looking, you know, mentioned Jordan Dean. He's still down. So he's been down for... trying to get just a couple of minutes, so still could just be a tire change. Hoping that's all it is.
And it looks like he's coming into that fast section right now with Mike Marsall. You know, earlier in the day, it shows kind of what's been going on with the terrain and the weather. We could see the spy on the side of the truck, no longer there. It looks kind of just like a brown truck that we're seeing it. But this is those fast sections that we were talking about. The suspension is definitely cycling through here. We're starting to see everything change, but those ruts, Jim, like we've been talking about, once everybody gets there, they're just getting deeper and deeper. So when we start seeing the UTVs come through after Tonopah, we're going to see really how crazy gnarly those are going to be.
That was Kid Stokes, who had a brief onboard out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Been around the industry for a long time.
Small little movements through here, Jim. Matt was talking about that. It feels like sometimes you might be a little out of loose or out of sorts, so you can't really overcorrect, over-rotate in here. It's getting right there. You can kind of see it a little bit more, how deep those ruts are actually getting.
Yeah, it's slot car racing, we like to say. And
wait, what did you just call?
Slot car racing.
Oh, okay. Tracy Poole.
You know, in Tracy Poole, haven't talked a lot about Tracy Poole today. But he has been in the hunt all day long, right around the top 10 overall in corrected time. He's running the top 5 in physical position at one time. But, you know, he's just been putting in some work today and running a clean race.
Is this 25, Corbin?
That's Ronnie Anderson.
Oh, sorry, 52. It looks 25 on here. Okay, it does, right?
It does.
Okay, thank you.
Ronnie Anderson here charging. We saw him get around that Class 10 car just a few moments ago, and now he is back.
So Ronnie's been racing this for a few years. In 23, he took 7th. In 24, he took 11th. 25, he took 14th. So maybe this is the year. We keep talking about certain drivers, especially UTV drivers, that now is their time. It feels like all the things are coming back together. We talk about setup all the time. You have to have everything dialed in once you go into there, because as soon as that green flag drops, everything you probably thought about or wanted to think about throws out the window, because we never know what we're going to encounter. And he's just on a clinic right now going through this section. Look at how fast that is. You can barely catch up what's going on the sides.
No, and it's just remarkable to see how fast he is. I mean, I've driven this in, you know, obviously going the other direction, but I mean, Ronnie, this is fast in race car terms, and I mean, not just by side. He's just crazy fast there.
All right, now it looks like Ziegler's back out there, but I'm really kind of confused about this area that he got this flat. Yes, he's coming out of a really rocky section. He's coming out of that 45-mile-per-hour speed zone. We didn't really get to see where that is, but on here, if you kind of don't take your time right out of there, you get that flat. So I'm wondering if he had a small puncture, if he was just driving on it to see how far it would go, or didn't really notice it. But this area, once again, is going to be super fast. You can obviously see a lot of the silt still there, and he's going to see some dust, and we keep saying we're going to smell the dust, and that's where you're going to keep on going.
Speaking of smelling the dust, I can smell it here. Lots of dust.
And this is a weird section too, because there's canyons on both sides. So not only are you stuck in this dust area, but you really don't have places to move. You've got those rock bushes that we keep talking about. You can see that we're getting into the mountain, that the canyon's going to be on both sides.
Yeah, so Nick Whetstone factored into this overall, and like I said, he's just been running a beautiful race today. No real mistakes. You know, had a flat tire earlier, but other than that, it's just been clean running. And, you know, to do a 505-mile race like Vegas to Reno, most of the time you're going to get a flat at some point. You just want to make sure you make it a manageable section and get in, get it swapped out clean. And he was able to do that. But to Whetstone, you know, he's set his pace and he's really not reacting to anybody around him. That means it's a driver that's got some confidence right now. He knows his pace is solid, and he's just continuing. Like I said, you get in that zone and you just click off mile markers. As now we're going RJ Anderson, co-driver out. Looks like RJ may have a flat here. Another driver that's factored into this overall. Looks like RJ's trying to restart the truck. See the flashing lights and that. Possibly running some jack systems as well.
Is this a flat situation that we're looking at, or is something going on?
I'm thinking it's a flat situation, but the way he was pushing the button, it was almost like he was trying to start it. But I don't know. But I haven't seen the truck elevate.
Elevate with one of the jacks that we normally see on the side. Well, when we're looking at all of our top drivers right now, they're just getting into Beatty as well. So that's about mile marker 425. We've got the Omni Station pit 10, just a little bit beyond that. So if it is something that he's struggling with, if he can limp it to one of those pits, there's a possibility. Obviously, we're just speculating on what's going. We're not sure what's going on with RJ Anderson. Adam Lund is outside of the truck right now. Okay, we can see a little bit movement. Adam's getting back into that co-driver seat. He's starting to move.
Yeah, something minor. It must have been a flat. We maybe just not saw the jack system go up. But yeah, like you said, you know, racers and leaders getting right up around the Beatty area, which means the Omni Station pit, is really about 7-8 miles out.
I really liked how he was a little, I guess safe is the word there. He tapped his co-driver, made him look out, make sure you get the thumbs up. You don't want to be in that situation where it's so high intensity. You're trying to figure out what's going on. You're trying to make up some time and not noticing somebody's coming down the race course.
Yeah, it's really important, especially to get the co-drivers suited up, at least get some lap belts on before you take off. Now that we've been able to actually go to can lock belts in desert racing last decade, it's made it a lot easier to put on belts. We used to have those 5-point harnesses all latch and link. You got to get them all in a way, the right direction to be able to snap it over, and it was quite a pain. And these cam locks have made things infinitely easier. So he's still cinching down his belts, and this is back with R.J. Anderson. That was a shot out the front. Try to get back up to full speed. R.J.'s truthfully run a very good, strong race today.
Only that one little hiccup earlier, but you know, if you're running something like this, 505 miles, me personally, I know we've talked about it throughout, I would much rather have that small flat, that small thing, noticing that once that's out of the way, others are maybe able to drop out, you can be able to make up that time.
Look at this beautiful shot coming down this hill. Just some of the beauty of Nevada as we get a look at some of our leaders here.
This is an amazing shot right here. So they're driving down, they're going onto the side of the mountain. You have to be very, very careful through this section, Jim, because you're starting to see that you make one little turn towards the left as it gets through this canyon, and it is a straight shot down. You have to be super careful about that. It was one of my favorite parts as somebody who enjoys rock crawling and enjoys driving a little bit slower. You can see that right here. And it doesn't look so bad right there, but that ledge is super far down. So one little bobble, one little thing. This was such a beautiful part of that section because coming into it, you've got this big, wide area. You climb up this mountain, you have the elevation through there, and then you come down on the other side. It was a phenomenal time during there.
You know, going downhill, just carrying a ton of speed down into this valley. Just the pure raw beauty of the state of Nevada. Back with Nick Whetstone. Currently one of our lead trucks. A little bit dustier in the cab than it was earlier today.
Well, while we're watching on that, I do have a little bit of update since we've got our UTV Pro. They did get through that timing sector right outside of Tonopah. And based on corrected time right now, with a corrected time of 4:34, we've got Brock Hager. Right after that, 4:36, Phil Blurton. And then 4:37, Ethan Groom. So we've got Phil sitting behind Brock about 2 minutes, 28 seconds. And then Ethan Groom behind Phil about 53 seconds. So Brock Hager making his way up there. We keep talking about that. This was the one race that he has not taken that overall spot. Is it possible that Brock might be able to do that? However, Phil Blurton's sitting right behind him 4 times. He knows what it takes to win this race.
Yeah, you know, and talking about Brock Hager in that 4:34, just for those of you that don't have the live timing up, that puts him in 5th overall. So Dave Mason, Brent Fox, Mitch Guthrie Jr., Eric Harden, and Brock Hager now moves into 5th overall. So Brock could be a player for this overall victory, some 4 minutes back to Dave Mason Jr. at the midway point. So we're going to see how that comes into play here. As they're a little bit past the midway point. Our leader's only about 100 miles out. Tracy Poole now putting in the work. 6 hours and 48 minutes into this. Are we going to have the trucks beat the bikes, Tiffany Stone?
I was talking about that, and a funny story is with Nick Whetstone, we were talking about that, and we were asking Nick, he's like, I think we should do this in 9 hours, and I said, no offense, Nick, they did this last year in 8:12. So when he put out the math and he did an average of 65 miles per hour, he's like, okay, yes, you were right. 8 hours should be that time. So he's like, maybe I just jinxed myself. But we've got some more coming through now. We've got for the Tonopah sector, talking about the Pro UTVs. We've got Sean Saxton, who actually moved into 4th place. Kyle Cheney's moved into 5th place. Ronnie Anderson is into 6th, and Corbin Leverton, he should be the next one making in there. So we've got a handful of drivers that have gone through, about 7 of them so far, through the Tonopah sector for that timing loop.
But I'm also looking at this, and somebody coming from the back of the side-by-sides, Cody Bradbury, now in the T23 car, moving into the 6th overall position. So currently 2nd behind Brock Hager on corrected time when it comes to side-by-side. So Phil Blurton now moving back into 8th overall, 3rd in UTV Pro. Cody Bradbury inserting himself into the equation, saying, hold on, hold on. I got a little something to say about this. So going to be interesting to see how Cody Bradbury comes into things now.
Well, and if we're looking at the stats from the last year, specifically for Vegas to Reno, Cody Bradbury took a 2nd place, but he only finished behind Mitch Guthrie by 10.6 seconds. So yes, he is saying, hold on, I'm making my way here. Don't forget about me. But 10 seconds, we keep talking about that. That's a small little driver area. That's a small little pit error. So, could he possibly make his way and keep pushing forward, because he's got such a stacked field in front of him, though.
This is Tracy Graff here, one of our lead trucks. Love that we get the front and the rear view camera of this. What a race Tracy's had.
I think it's due for him. If
he's the reigning champion here at Vegas to Reno.
And it's really great to talk to him. He's such a humble gentleman. Every time we talk after qualifying or at the podium or the pits, like I keep saying, all smiles all the time.
Working his way through this rocky little wash area. It's funny, I remember when Vegas to Reno used to be an all-night affair, and now drivers looking at shooting for sub-8-hour times.
I do want to wonder what that was like, back in the day with different things, not necessarily a lot of the GPS and not a lot of the things that we're used to right now, the Starlink, the comfort, the pumpers, the suspension, everything was so different. I remember seeing photos way back in the late 60s, early 70s from the Mint, and just imagine just having to wear a face covering and your goggles and an open face helmet, Jim.
Well, I can tell you the first time I raced down in Baja, we did not have GPS back then. So I was doing the Baja 500, I finished, and we're coming into Ensenada late at night, and you're on these mountain passes and stuff, and it's 2 in the morning, and you're trying to finish, and you've got all the locals there, and they're telling you to go to one direction, and you go, okay, are they telling me to go one direction, going to drive off a cliff, or are they telling me to do it because that's a race course? So you had this double-edged sword, and it was quite interesting. Ended up making it to the finish, but it was quite eventful. But yes, Baja without a GPS back in the day that was an adventure.
Now we're back on board with Cole Hardin, and this was kind of the section that we were talking about a little bit earlier. This is where the silt beds start getting a little bit bigger. There are some rooms to pass depending on how wide you kind of want to be, but the ruts keep just getting deeper and deeper. And this was also the section that we're looking at right now with the drone coming down out of there. We can still see some dust. This is the elevation changes, Jim, that you've been talking about all day long. How it's going to change. What were the elevations again?
Yeah, anywhere from 2,500 feet, and that's going to be down by Armagosa Valley, that area of Crystal, but all the way up to upwards of 9,000 feet on some of these mountain ranges.
Whose rear is this?
This looks like Robbie Gordon's back going again. Obviously, you see where some of that oil and stuff was earlier on in the day. So this is going to be Max Gordon, not Robbie Gordon. But yeah, they're back up and running.
Well, there was some rumors that Robbie is getting into pit 8, so depending on where they're at on the track right now, but at least they were able to fix things, you know, get the hose for the fitting that they needed, get themselves back out there. But once again, what you've always talked about, don't ever count Robbie and Max out.
No, don't ever count him out. You know, and I will give young Max Gordon some credit. It's been a long day behind the wheel for him so far, and he's probably going to love for Dad to spell him at some point.
Well, let's look back once again while we're talking about some different things and some different standings, because now a lot of the UTVs are making their way through that sector. We were talking about Cody Bradbury earlier. Now looking at corrected time, he is 1 minute 40 seconds behind Brock Hager. So now Cody moves into second, Phil Blurton moves down to third, Ethan Groom moves to fourth, Sean Saxton moves to fifth, Kyle Cheney moves to sixth, Ronnie Anderson moves to seventh, and we're still waiting to see if it's going to be Corbin Leverton, Brandon Sims, Joe Tarana, Chase Carr. Who's going to make that through that next spot?
Side-by-sides are in the hunt for the overall. Might be a little bit farther back on track, but they are definitely going to be gamers and up for this one. So it's going to be interesting to see how things cycle out as we look at our overall leaderboard here. And look at that, Alexia Limming in the mix as well. Back there, I guess 168th overall, but good to see her name up there. Great young lady. Timothy Moore, Christopher Peak, Reed Shalene, Trevor Lee. You look there, Brock Hager and Cody Bradbury leading. 1 and 2 in UTV Pro. It's Phil Blurton, Ethan Groom, Sean Saxton. Running order there in UTV Pro as well. Cheney and Anderson, Corbin Leverton. I mean, just a stacked group of drivers. Look at that. I mean, murder's row of UTVs. Blurton, Groom, Saxton, Cheney, Chase Carr. I mean, this is shenanigans, Tiffany Stone.
Right, and you can't.
Dustin Jones, Vito
Miller Brothers, Renulio. You can't count anybody out because yes, we're moved on. We're seeing where the trucks are at. They've got less than probably 75, 85 miles now, but this is still happening. We still have so many miles before we ever see who's going to be that top finisher for Pro UTV.
Yeah, that's just to see all those names in a row on that list. I'm going, what are we doing here? What are we doing? This is wild. Oh, man. They're going to earn the Vegas to Reno title this year.
And once again, this is them coming out of that tight technical rocky section. We did see Ziegler have that flat. Instead of going straight, they're going to make that right over here. It is a beautiful view. We've got Joshua Treaser out, but now, once again, we keep talking about the silt, and that's going to get dug out even more right there.
This is going to be R.J. Anderson in Omni Station.
It tightened up normal.
It may just be re-racking a tire. We saw co-driver get out of the truck early, and I believe that's probably what it was. Pulling in Omni Station, they had a flat tire. They're just re-racking a tire, so he's got a full set of spares. They're going to pull out. RJ's going to lose maybe 15 seconds of time on that one. Not too bad, but made the right call. Back up to speed real quick.
So this section that he's pulling out, once we get out of Omni, this is where Matt and I keep joking about the flats, how he got that double puncture. There are a ton of jagged rocks through here. It's in a wash section. It's kind of narrow. We're going to start seeing that RJ's going to kind of go through that, and he comes through here, and it's both sides. There's not a lot of room to pass. There are a lot of those rocks that we keep mentioning, but this is that part right here, because once they kind of get out of here, it's fast, and then we're going to get into those deep washes that we've been talking about the entire race, Matt. Washes that nobody's ever raced on. We haven't seen that. We haven't seen some of those tracks. You're going to have to pick the correct lines through those deep washes, and it's all about throttle control.
He's just kind of sitting back there. RJ, it sounds like that was Brent Fox ahead of him, they were saying. Is this a quad we have here?
Yes.
Oh, look at that. We got a quad rider.
That's an amazing shot through there, Jim.
Looks like he's just trying to get her to the finish at this point. Yeah, we've got all kinds of racers here. We got Harley Hooligans in the mix. Dirt bikes, quads. Had some youth racing earlier on today. Run into the first two pits. A lot of different looks here at Vegas to Reno. I think you got what it takes to run one of the longest, most grueling off-road races in North America. A lot of people do, and they get in the mix and go, you know what? I don't know what I signed up for.
Well, let's talk about some of the quads right now, since we do have some of them that are finished out there. Finishing first, Dylan Walraven. Finishing second, John Higgins. And third, Don Higbee. So those are your first 3 quad finishers.
Wow, we got 3 of them across the line. Congratulations to them.
9 hours and 24 minutes for that top guy.
You know what? That's not bad. That's not bad at all. All right, so we've got less than 100 miles to go. I'm just looking at the math here, and it looks like we got about 60 miles to go left in this one. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, Tiffany Stone and I, we're going to bring them home here at the 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno. The 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno is brought to you by Camberg Racing, MagnaFlow, Ford Racing, Monster Energy, 4-Wheel Parts, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Rugged Radios, Bill Stein, Can-Am, iBox Springs, VP Racing, Power Sport Pros.
From the brutal sands of Reno to the high-stakes finish in Vegas, true off-road performance demands one thing: traction, power, reliability. That's why Simple Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the iconic Vegas to Reno the other way. Simple Tire makes finding, buying, and installing the ultimate tires for your rig easier than ever.
Simple Tire, your destination for every road and everywhere the road ends. Shop simpletire.com today.
Because I'll get it done. And it's not gonna. I'm gonna make this happen for kids, and it's one kid at a time, and one step at a time. And I'm a fighter.
There's only one place to go to do your rig right, and that's at 4-Wheel Parts. Now is the time for bigger tires and larger wheels. Now is the time to lift your truck at 4-Wheel Parts. Learn more, shop current deals, and find your local 4-Wheel Parts location at 4wheelparts.com.
The next era of desert racing is here. BITD and UNLTD unite to form the American Off-Road Racing Championship, the premier North American off-road league. One rulebook, one championship, and the country's most iconic races: Parker, Mint, Silver State, Vegas to Reno, and Laughlin. No split fields, just the best racing head-to-head. The American Off-Road Racing Championship. This is where champions are decided.
They say you can't be in two places at once. Clearly, they have never been here. Reno Tahoe is the ultimate base camp for those who choose to live life to its fullest. This is a land of extremes, where world-class adventure is fused with 24-hour energy. Go ahead, have it both ways. That's the point. From the heights of the Sierras to the soul of the city, it's all you. No limits. Get going at visitrenotahoe.com.
And we're back here. I used to say northern Nevada. We're getting closer to southern Nevada, probably south central Nevada at this point for the 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno. Jim Beaver, Tiffany Stone, we are calling the action, about ready to bring it home. We got our leaders. They're some 60 miles out of the finish line in the unlimited trucks. Getting a look here at a couple of our drivers. We've also got the side-by-sides in action. They've crossed the 320-mile mark. It looks like we've got a look here at some timing and scoring. So we're going to go and take a look at that and what some of these side-by-sides have got. But right now it is Brock Hager currently up front. He is running about 5th overall at a blistering fast pace in that Polaris Razor. But Cody Bradbury inserting himself into the equation. Phil Blurton's been strong all day long in 3rd as well. Ethan Groom, the young gun, sitting there in 4th, which is about 10th overall. Sean Saxton, 5th in side-by-sides in UTV Pro, and then we've got Dustin Jones, Kyle Chaney, Ronnie Anderson, Hunter Miller in the mix as well. So, man, it has been quite a few drivers here in this shootout. I'm just looking at some of the times. There was a 4:34 for Hager. We've got Cody Bradbury, what is that, about a minute and a half back. So still pretty tight in the game, but Brock Hager doing what Brock Hager does, and that is running up front. As Tiffany said, this is the one that's eluded him. Is today going to be the day for Mr. Brock Hager to scratch that Vegas to Reno itch, get the monkey off his back, and bring this one home? I mean, there's not much left on the resume Brock Hager needs to accomplish, Tiffany Stone, but I guess Vegas to Reno somehow is one of them.
Well, and that's something, if you know that this isn't one that you've won, but you've got that on corrected time. And the thing is Brock is so calm inside. He is one of those racers where he puts on that helmet, he turns into such a different person. Not saying anything good nor bad, I'm just saying he turns into this person where he's laser focused on what his goals are, what he wants to accomplish, and what he's doing. But then you get him out and he's just so calm. Every time I talk to him, it's just the calmest person that you could talk to, and you just won overall, or you're just winning in your class.
Just comes in, he does the job like it's nothing, and he's like an assassin.
Yeah. Very much a silent assassin, essentially.
He is the silent assassin, Brock Hager.
So now we are on board with Kit Stokes. Kit was super elated after his qualifying round. You know, he was just happy to be here. He's been working on this truck. It's lovely. I absolutely love their dog that they have. One of the cutest dogs out there.
His wife's a sweetheart as well. But yeah, Kit, you know, he's been around the industry for a long time doing various things. I know his wife's raced at times in the past as well. And you know, some trucks and things like that. But Kit, you know, he's got quicker and quicker. You know, he's been around for a while, but it seems like last year or so he's really kind of picked up the pace. And like you said, I know he's been working on this truck for a while. So great to have some on board here with Kit.
Well, and it's really nice to see this because this is his Vegas to Reno season debut for AORC. In 2020, he DNF'd this, so cool to see him come back, a different type of truck out here. But I do want to talk about some things that we necessarily haven't talked about before, visors. We're looking at Kit right now. He's got this amber color visor. His co-driver has kind of got a reflective one. We've seen other drivers who have clear ones. Is there really a kind of game plan, or is it just kind of a preference on what you're looking for your visor?
I'm an amber visor guy like Kit, and I run that in the day or the night. You know, and the amber, it really cuts through the dust to an extent, but it also cuts glare, and I feel like I can see changes in the terrain. It's kind of like if you snowboard like I do, we run an amber or a yellow-colored lens when it's really bright, and you can start seeing the variations in the terrain and the snow, and it's the same thing in the desert. A lot of people think the amber, you know, it affects your vision at night. It's never affected my vision at all. I've been able to see at night just as well as I do in the day. A lot of drivers like running the clear shield. They'll wear sunglasses underneath, so that way when it does get night, they can ditch the sunglasses. They've still got a clear shield. You know, obviously running the dark tent and stuff like that, like the co-driver. That's a co-driver that's confident they're going to finish before night.
Well, and just looking at some times right now, when we're talking about Las Vegas in that area of golden hour, we're looking between 6:30 and 7:30 p.m. So that's when the sun starts to set. Like you talked about, things start popping out. You start seeing different shadows.
All right, so now we're on board with Brent Fox. He's right around the top 5 overall. now with all the side-by-sides being inserted into things are getting a little dicey. But let's see here where he is wrapping up. He's down just a bit. But he's been up front most of the day, Brent Fox has. Did get a note from James Dean during the break. He sent me a text message. Big thanks to James. Said they lost a fan, but they're back on the road now and cranking and trying to get her to the finish. So they were able to get the car repaired and back on the road. So big thanks to James Dean for the info.
Was that a moto rider on the side? Looked like that through there. When you were out of here, Matt and I were in here, and we were just talking about how crazy it would be to be a moto rider still out there, realizing you've got either a 4-wheel drive, 2-wheel drive, spec truck, any type of big vehicle coming at you, and not realizing it and trying to figure out where is a safe place to pull off.
Well, you know, and I think for a lot of the moto riders, especially some of the older guys and, you know, and things like that, this is a race, but they're not here to win. They're here for the experience, and they want to. It's a bucket list thing. It's an accomplishment. I want to finish Vegas to Reno on a motorcycle. So they go out there and they get to start early, and they have a big gap back to the trucks. And then once the trucks and cars and stuff start coming, they kind of slow up and they'll pull off. They'll kind of let people go by. And it's not about time for them. It's about getting to the finish. And then when things start to ease up, they'll get back on the track and they'll go for a while. And, you know, their goal is just let me get to the finish line 505 miles later and say, hey, I finished Vegas to Reno, which is an accomplishment.
Very much so. Now back on board with Ronnie Anderson. He's in this fast section that we keep talking about right here, but we're starting to see the ruts, the silt bed, getting a little deeper. It's drying up a little bit more. Everybody's kind of making their way through there. All the trucks have pretty much made their way through there, if they're making their way through there. And when we're looking at suspension and we're looking at tire size and everything that comes from a UTV Pro over to, let's just say, a spec truck, Jim, how much difference is it in ground clearance, suspension, travel that you have right there?
Well, I think with the side-by-sides, definitely tire size is the big thing. You know, we've got 35s on the side-by-sides. You got 40s on most of the trucks. And I think that's the biggest thing. You start getting into the ruts and things like that. That's where the trucks really start to prevail. That, and you can really just pound these big trucks through the whoops quite a bit more than you can side-by-side. Side-by-sides have come a long way, but their advantage is, you know, they're light, they're nimble. You can throw them around the corners, mountain passes. They're all-wheel drive. So there's advantages to both. I mean, the gap has definitely been narrowed in more recent years. Got some of the trucks. Like shadows starting to get pretty long now.
And this is going to be a difficult spot through there that we were talking about. You kind of maybe not necessarily have to check up, but check your speed, because you're starting to, like you said, the long shadows, you're going to start seeing them. So you're not necessarily seeing everything around there. But if you make a mistake in this area right here, Jim, that could cost you the day.
Well, and our drivers now have cleared our leaders the 455-mile mark, which means we're less than 50 miles away from crowning a winner here, Tiffany Stone.
And these last 50 miles are going to be incredible. When you're looking around mile marker 469, the course really opens up. There's going to be multiple line choices, high speeds. So if we are having a battle back and forth, if somebody checks up, if there's a flat in between that area and you're neck and neck, you'll have multiple line choices. You're going to have multiple areas to pass. And this is what you're talking about, Jim. The last 50 miles, then you start to put the hammer down. You really see what you're doing. And it said, okay, we've made it this far. Let's push just a little bit further.
Now we're on board with Cole Harden. It's in the spec class picture. Let's take a look at where Cole was at the midway point here. 14th overall, but he was sitting there in the lead in spec trucks. So Cole Harden, you know, running for a victory here. That was at the midway point, but he's had a very strong run.
But Connor McMullen's not that far behind him at that split. Connor's only about 38.5 seconds right behind him. So sitting 1 and 2 for Harden McMullen.
Yeah, we're going to take a check in here with the tracker here. on the laptop. We're going to take a look here at the green dots here. These are our spec trucks. So you got there, that is Connor McMullen in the mix, Cole Harden. So they're neck and neck, and it depends on when those ping. Got RJ Stidham in the mix as well. So this is our spec truck leaders just outside of Beatty, about 420 miles in. So you look at that, you know, as they move through here. This is heating up here in the spec truck.
And this is kind of what you're talking about. They're going to have a road crossing once again here. So all of that time that you made up, if there's traffic, if there's anything going on, if what you talked about earlier was some things that you're not supposed to do with your crews chasing down there, if you come over here and you get stopped, say, if we're looking at Cole and Cole gets that, but then we've got Connor McMullen stopped there for so long, that's got to be itching at you too.
Oh, it definitely does. And oh man, we've got so many battles here. Spec truck up for grabs. We got, oh, what do we have here? This is Jordan Dean back down again. See the little red dot. Let's see if we get an update on that. Looks like we've got Mitch Guthrie Jr. has, oh, now it's Brian. He has cleared Omni Station. There is Jordan Dean. See the little red dot. He is down. Mitch Guthrie Jr. is going to be down here around mile 440. He's running dual trackers on that truck. I like that. So he's got a tracker to back up. They don't always ping at the same time, but you see that with Mitch Guthrie Jr. down there. So he is nearing the 50 miles till home mark. So Mitch Guthrie Jr. was a factor in that overall. Look here at some of our leaders. We don't obviously have Tracy Graff and things like that. But they're at 460. Big dune recreation area they start to come into. Lots of sand there, silt. It is a little nasty area, and then hit Armagosa Valley, which is the last pit, and then it's that home stretch, Tiffany Stone, where 25 miles of that sand wash, and I think things are, it's going to be fun with multiple lines. I love that. It's like everybody's been single file, and then for the last 25 miles, it's like free-for-all Mad Max style. Go for it, boys.
I'm having a little bit of PTSD, though, knowing that wash section's coming up, because I've never driven anything like that before. I've never been in that, so having that experience was crazy. Let's go back here, though. Ronnie, this is what I was talking about. This is that kind of 45-mile-per-hour zone, tight. We've got trees on each side, no room to pass. This is the elevation change where we keep seeing them. As soon as they crest over this and get down on that other side, that's where they get that long sweeper we've been seeing with the Joshua trees on both sides. This was a beautiful place to go through here, but no room for error, no room to pass.
Well, and as we saw there, that is really tough for Ronnie as a driver. You got the sun shining through, you got the trees, long shadows, really hard to see. To be able to run the pace Ronnie was, you're really threading the needle at times. It's just brutal. You know, the dust is kind of lingering there. There's no sand. This is very hard as a driver, especially when he makes those right-hand corners and you see that sun and it glares right in there. When that sun hits that dust, it's just blinding in front of the car.
Well, and you know, it's also playing a little mental game, because you see some dust lingering, but there's so much going on through there. So are you catching somebody? Is somebody right there? Is it just the dust that's stuck in the trees? Like you said, you still got the sunlight. So are you, if you're Ronnie Anderson, paying attention to a lot about what your co-driver is saying? Are you relying on them more so in that section?
Back on board with Ronnie Anderson. I'm going to say I think he might possibly be catching somebody. I think that somebody is quite a ways ahead of him still. This must be one of those speed zones Matt Martelli was talking about.
The 45 through there. There are some areas, there's some mining areas as well that they wanted to make sure and ensure that that surrounding area was still intact. Obviously, you know, shout out to everybody who lets us race in these areas, but they still want to be mindful of some, not damages, but make sure that kind of leave, not necessarily leave no trace, but make sure everything's still in the up and up. So they want to do that. There is a house that's in this section as well. One house that is over there. So it's kind of cool. That person probably had the best view of the race all day.
That's my style. Let's go off the grid in Nevada.
You got a very long, cool driveway to get to your house, though.
Look at that dust. You know, and it's funny. You get this aerial footage here. It looks like the truck's going slow. And you're like, why are they going so slow? It's because they can't see. We can see, but they can't see.
And that's that section that we keep talking about. You should just start seeing the Joshua trees coming out. Oh, I'm sorry. No, this is a little through the gate, a little bit slower. Tons of silt, though. I think this might have been where I spun out.
Back with another bike here. This rider's coming into the finish here.
Let me pull up and see who that one is going to be.
a lot of moto finishers there.
If everything's correct, and I can't tell, it might be Dalton Shirey. Oh, nope, William Gross.
All right, William Gross finishing. Look, he's don't wreck the bike at the finish, buddy. He almost dumped her there celebrating.
That was an Ironman Pro Moto.
Well, I'll tell you what, you Ironman 505 miles, I'll buy you a beer at the bar. That is not an easy task. Looks like, is this? Thought I knew who that was. Another finisher there. Oh, we got the bikes coming through, and they're happy. They're finishing ahead of the trucks, and they really don't want to get caught by the trucks.
Yeah, we've had 41 bikes right now. The last one that we just seen, like we were just talking about, 11 hours, 11 minutes, Jim. That's what we just have for all of it. So if you're looking at the time, and we're looking at Kieran did it in 7:44. Well, these ones right here are doing it in 11 hours. 4 some hours still out there in the desert, in the beating sun, the heat. And look at all these. This is a true testament. If I had my option to race, I don't think I would be in a two-wheel to do this.
More bikes finishing. And, you know, I'm looking at the tracker, and obviously it's not completely updated, but I'm going to say, you know who's putting a massive push on here with about 50 miles to the finish? Mitch Guthrie Jr. He's just reeling in the rest of the field right now.
Well, and I really do think that vehicle itself, that T1 Plus, will have no problems at all through that wash section. They're so used to the terrain from Dakar. They're so used to being the big sand hills, seeing all of that. My prediction is if he can pick those correct lines and keep on moving, he's going to gain so much time, even comparative to the two-wheel drive trucks.
Trucks have really been put through the ringer out here in the Nevada desert. Just silt, mud. I mean, we went from such green, wet, conditions earlier in the day to now at the bottom just dry, and sun's starting to come out. Temps are going to be hitting about 95 degrees in this home stretch.
Got another moto coming through here. It's really great to see all of these motos, the men, the women that are racing that. If you're seeing that stretch, Jim, you're seeing that last timing loop, you're seeing David down there with racing tracks, and in your mind, you're just like, I cannot believe I made this. Because that's how I feel like everybody's going to feel.
It's funny. We always have that thing where it's nice to finish because you don't have to mail in your tracker. I love to be able to hand it over at the finish line and go, you know what? I don't have to mail this back this time.
Yeah, I get that. I think during that moment, I was kind of over the washes in the silt bed. I think I was getting teary-eyed, and I think I was saying, kudos to all of these drivers because I'm exhausted right now, and they're doing this all in one day.
You had air conditioning.
Also, I had to go very slow. But yes, I did have air conditioning, but I'm not used to that.
You're not used to air conditioning?
No, I'm not used to driving 505 miles. I'm not used to those things, and I don't know. I kind of like being on this side a little bit better, but it was a lot. And knowing that these drivers are doing, if they do it in sub 8 hours, I think it took me 8 hours just to go the first 155 miles.
Gosh.
See if we got some more updates.
Brent Fox again in the factor here for this overall. First race in Unlimited Truck two-wheel drive. Was quite funny earlier on. Those of you that are tuning in, RJ Anderson was on board. He couldn't catch Brent Fox, and he goes, he can't be in a 6100. He can't be in a spec truck. Well, it was his first race in an Unlimited truck.
Well, let's give some more updates since we're back on board with Ronnie Anderson. There has been some movement here for your Pro UTV. It looks like we've got some more that have finished through there. So Dustin Jones has actually moved up to 6th. Kyle Chaney has moved up to 7th. We've got Ronnie Anderson sitting at 8th, Josh Rose sitting 9th, and then Hunter Miller sitting 10th. So Brock went through there at 4:34. Hunter Miller went through at 4:46. 12.5 minutes, not too bad.
Well, and I will say, you know, as we start looking at things, Cameron Steele, Dave Mason, they're in the mix here, obviously, for the overall. There's a point in time where Cameron pulled the truck over. They were checking on a downed rider. So traditionally, you get that time back. So once we go across the finish line, they can tell the timestamp when he stopped, when he started again. You'll get that time back. So even when they cross the finish, we're not going to have an exact, because I think Cameron's going to get a little time back because he stopped for a down rider.
Well, let's also look at where they started this morning, too. It's been a long day.
Back on board with Tracy Graff. Teaming with Justin Bean Smith. Bean running just shy of the first 200 miles.
So if we're looking through there with Graff started second. And you've got 1 minute intervals. So Nick is one, Bryce was another. So that's 2 minutes. Max Gordon was 3 minutes. Dave Mason, so he had about a 3 minute gap right there. So
yeah, and where was Brent Fox at?
Brent Fox was started 9th. So
Brent's in the mix. So yeah, we got 3 trucks, and it's going to be interesting to see the one shakes out. I think still too early to make any kind of predictions as we get eerily close to Amargosa Valley. I guess I've always called it Amargosa. I guess it's Amargosa. Amargosa Valley. Nick Whetstone here. Still very uneventful in the cab of this truck, and I love every minute of it.
Well, let's also look at some times through that first sector. You know, we were talking about it's from the start of the race to about 287. That first part, Dave Mason did it in 4:30 with 24 seconds. Brent Fox did it 4:30, 45 seconds, and Mitchie did it 4:30, 59 seconds. So close right there for those top 3 for those overalls. And then Eric Harden right behind that at 4 hours, 31 minutes, 54 seconds.
All right, on board with Chris Wu in the stock production class.
And let's talk about that third person back there, too, when we saw Chris Wu.
Third person there, back for just having some fun. Handing out the waters, maybe changing the playlist.
Did you get a chance to listen to the playlist?
Yeah, it's a great playlist.
It is a great playlist.
I was just listening to it when I was sitting over there when I took my little break there, but it's a phenomenal playlist. I know what I'm listening to on my drive back to Arizona.
Was it a little nod that it was under 8 hours for us?
Yeah, it's great too. There's quite a mix of music on that playlist. That's one that I hope it stays there, and I hope we do this more often than not for desert races. It's quite fun. It's one of these beautiful shots coming down into the valley of that mountain pass. Should be Brent Fox again with the onboard. You know, what a great run, first time running this truck. Oh, kind of kicked it a little sideways there. That's hitting those G-outs quite hard. I mean, he's really pushing this truck, you know, and almost 500 miles in, we're, you know, well past the 450 mark, and, you know, things start to get warmed up in these things. Shocks are warm, brakes are warm. I mean, it's not going to quite act exactly like it did when you take off the start, so.
And this is the section that we were talking about, that there's different line choices that you are able to make. You can kind of see that some of it runs parallel to it as well. So if we were getting in that battle, you can kind of see you do have the option to be able to do it. There's that right a little bit that you can also see. This area right here is very, very silty. I'm assuming now that it's gotten a little bit more dug out. Make that really, really sharp left. And then once again, you've got so much open space right here. Just kind of run your own pace, run your own race. Now also looking at our leaders, Jim, we've got a little less than 30 miles.
Yeah, it looks like our leaders should be coming into Amargosa Valley.
I'm getting a little nervous.
You're getting a little nervous?
Very much so. This was the point where I would be sitting there waiting for everybody, getting my questions ready, but being on this side is really cool to see how it's playing out.
There's still a few more bikes out on course trying to bring it home to the finish. We said the goal is always to bring it home before it gets dark. Back on board with Nick Whetstone, who's almost to Amargosa Valley, which is the last pit of the 2026 Vegas to Reno. So Amargosa Valley sitting about race mile 480, and we're going 505 miles, 25 miles from the finish. So look at Nick Whetstone. We're going to see if he's able to bring her home. Win this thing. Got Brent Fox in the mix, as well as Dave Mason Jr. and Cameron Steele. Back on board with Wu in the stock vehicle. Having a great run there in the Chevrolet. Really getting on it. Listen to that. Stock truck is humming right now.
They look very, very clean inside that.
They do. All right, we are going to be back with more. We're going to bring them home to the 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno finish line when we return. The 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno is brought to you by Camberg Racing, MagnaFlow, Ford Racing, Monster Energy, 4-Wheel Parts, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Rugged Radios, Bill Stein, Can-Am, iBox Springs, VP Racing, Power Sport Pros.
Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching. This guy watching. Race you to the summit. Maybe not that summit. To sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
There's only one real question. How bad do you want it? Every challenge, every setback, your gut checks, testing your will. The road ahead is rough. No excuses. Built to do it all. Unstoppable.
Steve, you got me on the radio? Yeah, I got you. Hey, Nick, can you hear me? Oh, yeah. I might have to tase the rear sprocket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Wow, this is beautiful. Your ride's really good.
I'll follow you.
Crossing the road now.
Copy that. Everybody getting ready for my ride?
We are.
At Powersport Pros, we don't just sell parts, we race them. Every suspension kit, every light bar, every performance upgrade we offer has been pushed in the dirt, the rocks, and the desert at full throttle. Because when you line up at the start line or hit the trail with your family, failure isn't an option. With locations in Lake Havasu City, Arizona, and Murrieta, California, our experienced techs deliver race-proven installs, expert service, and real-world advice. No guesswork, no gimmicks. Powersport Pros.
Here to the 2026 Casey folks, Vegas to Reno. Lots of action during that break. Getting word that Tracy Graff has passed pit 11 out front. His tracker obviously has been down most of the day. Whetstone 1 minute back. And the big news, though, Brent Fox in the 2T truck has been down. So he didn't quite make it to the Amargosa Valley pit. He's about, I would say, 1 mile shy of the Amargosa Valley pit. So Brent Fox is down with some semblance of an issue. But our leaders, Whetstone and Tracy Graff, have come through Amargosa Valley on the home stretch to the finish. So one of those trucks is an all-wheel drive. One of those trucks is a two-wheel drive. So lots of storylines, Tiffany. We're less than like 25 miles from the finish as Whetstone currently sitting second overall on course. On board with him, he's leading two-wheel drives. His main competition is still currently sitting. I'm looking at the tracker. He is sitting down. He has been down, Brent Fox. This has got to be something, especially that close to the pit. Normally, if you have a flat and you're within a mile of the pit, you flog it to the pit on the flat, you let the crew repair it, and for him to be sitting, that is not something like a flat. That is something more, especially 1 mile from Amargosa Valley. Heartbreaker there for Brent Fox. Now on board with Nick Whetstone, who is trying to chase down Tracy Graff. But at this point, if you're Whetstone, you kind of just want to settle in here. It's going to be really hard to chase down an all-wheel drive truck. This is Tracy Graff, our leader. He's approaching race mile 490. It's going to put him about 15 miles out of the finish. So inside of 20 minutes, we're going to have some official finishers here at the Casey folks at Vegas to Reno.
I wonder how Tracy's feeling right now.
I'll tell you what, he came in, obviously Justin Bean Smith did a phenomenal job the first 175 miles of this race, handing him a beautiful truck out front. Graff got in, minus I think, what, one flat tire. He hasn't had any sort of issues today. Just a beautiful bit of driving that Tracy Graff has done, and he's got to be feeling good. The truck looks phenomenal. 15 miles from the finish. The only threat he's got behind him is a two-wheel drive truck who's in a complete different class. If you're Tracy Graff, you know, you don't count your chickens before you hatch, but the smile is starting to get on your face a little bit.
And while he's driving in the right direction right now, in that upper box we just saw, the sun is behind him, so he's not having any of those visibility issues. He's not driving into the sun right now. He is going to have to make some turns here, but that's a little bit playing advantage to him, because what we keep talking about, driving in the sun, seeing the dust, the shadows start coming out, you're getting a little bit tired, your attrition rate's coming to it, you're noticing that you're at the end. This is where those small minor mistakes start popping out.
Well, and I think the big thing is like you'd said, this wash that's coming up with the multiple lines, things like that, lots of room for error in there. And when you have multiple lines like that, there's good and bad to it. If you went and you did the pre-run, the chances of you taking the same line you did sometimes are a little bit harder. So, there's multiple lines. He may get in a line he didn't get to pre-run. He doesn't have notes on. Maybe there's a rock he didn't see, something like that. So lots of little things that can happen, when you're sub 15 miles. And this is RJ Anderson here. RJ down. It's possibly another flat tire. Yeah, truck's still running, which means it's probably a flat.
Well, and going back to Tracy Graff real quick.
See the co-driver there under the front wheel well.
Tracy actually did not pre-run, so he has no idea which lines to take. And with him being out there first right now, he's the only one setting those lines. So it's going to be a game of chance a little bit on which line is going to be the perfect line to take.
All right, so here's Tracy Graff again. Big shout out to my friend Tommy Hunter, who is embedded with the team. He's been a long-time crew member there for Tracy Graff. He's been sending us the updates on Graff throughout the day. So big thanks to him for all the input. Honestly, everybody, Tiffany, it's been remarkable between Matt, you, myself, the DMs I'm getting, the text messages, the phone calls. Like it's been great, man. I love the off-road community when they support the broadcast like we have. So everybody at home that sent any kind of messages or anything to anybody on the broadcast team, thank you guys so much. Look at this, he's not missing a step here. Co-driver's locked in. Tracy's locked in.
We're locked in.
We're locked in. I'm just loving this view. It's going to be about 10 miles from the finish now. Shadow's really starting to get long out there.
And let's just talk about how well the truck has stayed together for this entire race.
Nick Whetstone. So Nick is currently sitting second overall. The dust cloud you see in front of him is Tracy Graff, who we were just on board with. So Whetstone really close to Tracy Graff here.
And this is kind of what I was talking about. You can be able to have these passing moments. So if you're noticing that he's getting up there, obviously we can see that the silt in the wind is going a little bit to the left of Nick Whetstone right now. But you've got to make these correct lines. And what we were talking about earlier, Matt was saying that Rob Mack said, what happens what you do when you go in silt, and you have to slow down because you're so close. You don't want it right over there. That could have been a big bobble for him, but you kind of have to slow down. But you're in this position. How much is slowing down is needed, and when do you kind of reel it back in?
Well, and here's the key here. Whetstone started one spot behind Tracy Graff. He doesn't need to pass Tracy to win the overall. He just has to be within 1 minute of him at the finish line. So Whetstone can still win this race overall from the second spot. He does not need to physically get around Tracy. That's the key here. So if you're Nick, you just kind of settle in. I don't have to push this. I don't have to risk something to get around Tracy. As long as I'm within that 1 minute window, I'm going to take this overall victory.
Okay, but then let's throw another spin on that. Let's keep in mind the Dave Mason, Cameron Steele thing with the Good Samaritan. Yeah. Is he going to get that time back? How much time did he take? What is that going to happen? So we keep talking about the back and forth. Oh, and see right here. Now you're getting into the dust. You're making those little bobbles. Not sure if it's just the terrain or the way that the truck is, the suspension is cycling. But we have 3 different contenders. Plus, let's add another layer on top of that, Jim. Mitchie in that T1 Plus, he's got that time. He's coming through there. We're looking at all of that, and Mitch started way behind everybody else and made up so much time and worked his way through the pack.
How many minutes do we have? We're going to have to look back here.
Mitch started 24th.
So Mitch has got 24 minutes on his side, where I guess 23 minutes up to Tracy Graff. So Mitch conceivably could take this overall.
There are so many layers on this race and what's going to happen. You can see right there, lapse time, 7 hours, 42 minutes. Jim, we're getting close to my under 8.
They've already, they're not going to be quite as quick as the bikes. Correct? I think the bikes are 7:41.
7:44.
7:44. So, yeah, but definitely I think we're going to blow past that 8 hour barrier. I think we're going to beat that with the trucks for sure. But, well, and honestly, with Guthrie, 24 minutes on his side, that's a lot of time. I mean, Mitch may beat the bikes. And, you know, Whetstone's doing a phenomenal job here managing the dust. I think he knows what we had just said. And looks like we're really close to the 500-mile mark. We're going to see that hard right-hander here momentarily.
And then you just kind of go away with it. But once again, how fast is fast enough? How much do you need to reel back in? How much time is there? And you know that this entire pit crew has been telling them the splits, the time, what's going on. So not only are you navigating this, but once they make that right hand, are they driving into the sun as well? Because we keep seeing that with the motos.
Yeah. Well, and I can tell you, like, he's in the dust. You know, Whetstone, right now, Whetstone is ahead on corrected time. I'm going to go on a limb and say that, but I think he's within that 1 minute mark. And it's really tough on the tracker to be able to see because we don't have a tracker on Tracy Graff, but we're getting really close here to the end. We're within 5 minutes of a finish. And this is a shootout. I mean, this is exciting. This is what you want out of Vegas to Reno. Two trucks within a minute of each other, 5 miles from the finish, and we're going to bring them home here and crown a winner in an unlimited two-wheel drive. Can't say overall yet because there's so many more things we got to throw in that blender. Was that Brent Fox there for a minute? I don't know if he's back up and running or not. No, Brent Fox still down. That wouldn't have been Brent Fox, which is a tough break for Brent Fox.
We still got Tracy Poole in the mix too as well.
Yeah, we haven't talked about Tracy Poole. I mean, kind of a quiet day in a good way for Tracy Poole, who is about 20 miles out. I don't think he's going to factor into the overall here. It's going to be a solid possible podium finish for Tracy Poole.
And then we've also got Cameron Steele, Dave Mason Jr., they made their way out of pit 11, past that through there. Not that they stopped, but they passed through there. So we've got a handful of drivers, and like you were talking about, this corrected time, seeing where they started, so many different layers, the sand, the silt, sun. Look at this right here, Jim. The visibility is gone because once those trucks start getting closer and closer together and you're in this fast section, there's really no wind. We can tell that, and everything is lingering. And once again, how much do you pull back? We're looking at Nick Whetstone.
Yeah, Whetstone about 4 miles from the finish in the dust of Tracy Graff. Going to bring it home here to the finish line at Vegas to Reno.
And, you know, talking about Nick Whetstone, especially at Silver State 300, he did have a few issues coming into the finish, so that's why he ended up taking that third. Maybe this is the kind of redemption that he wants, that he was looking forward to. But we do realize once everybody starts stacking up and they'll get that high horsepower and that's lingering, that silt is just going to sit there for minutes.
He's just really on it here. I mean, beautiful job here for Tracy. Nice and tight lines. Got the clean air. It's a vastly different view we have from Nick Whetstone, who is less than a mile behind him, just completely sucking the dust of Tracy Graff. That is the advantage of being the lead truck on course.
Well, let's remind everybody as we're getting towards the end right here, we've only got 2 timing loops. We've got one right outside of Tonopah, that's 287 miles, and then of course we got the last one. So we're still looking at the tracker. Things are changing back and forth right here, but based on corrected time and physical time, we'll get some more once we get a lot of those trucks getting towards that finish, and we can see it. Look at all of that dust right there, and if you are Nick Whetstone right behind that, it is sitting there. And this is an amazing sight to see. You're at the end, you got a little bit, you're taking that right-hander, Jim, you're seeing the checkered flag, all of the hard work, all of the energy, those small little minor things that happened at the beginning of the race are out the window, and you're looking at the finish line.
Well, and regardless, Tracy Graff is going to bring this thing home and win the Unlimited four-wheel drive division. We just don't know where that's going to come in the overall picture. But Tracy Graff with just a burner of a race today. Beautiful effort. He has officially crossed the finish line here. Our first official finisher, Tracy Graff, an Unlimited truck four-wheel drive. He will take the win in that division. We don't know if it's going to be enough for the overall. Nick Whetstone now moving into the overall spot. Wow, all right, Nick Whetstone about 45 seconds over Tracy Graff. So Nick Whetstone now the top spot in Unlimited two-wheel drive has finished. Tracy Graff finished second overall. So like we said, he didn't physically need to finish first. He just needed to be within that 1 minute window, and he was by some, it looks like
51 seconds.
Something like that. Yeah, 23, so it's 37.
Yeah, 51 behind
51
the next.
seconds, so.
But look at this, 7 hours, 45 minutes, only 1 minute slower than the bikes this morning.
Well, and like we said, Mitch Guthrie Jr., he may have something to say in that Raptor T1 Plus. Yeah, let's take a look here where Mitch Guthrie Jr. is on our tracker. So he is in Armagosa Valley. He has officially cleared that pit. So Mitch is about 20 miles from the finish. And he had a 24-minute window on his side. So we're going to see, it's going to be close for Mitch Guthrie Jr. as well. So we're going to have to see how this one shakes up. So we're still quite a ways away from determining an overall finisher. We still got side-by-sides in the mix.
We still got Cameron Steele, Dave Mason Jr. Are they going to get that Good Samaritan time? Brent Fox was down for a little bit. Is Brent Fox moving again? No, Brent Fox is still outside of pit 11.
So Dave Mason Jr., he's about 10 miles from the finish. I don't know that he was down for that long, though.
I'm not sure how much time he was down.
I don't know either, but I don't think so. But
well, and then let's look at Tracy Poole, number 78. Tracy Poole started 10th.
Yeah.
So on those corrected times, we're going to see how much. Obviously, right through here, you've got a little bit. You've got to pick that section that you want. Once they pass the mile marker 500, it's really, really fast, faster than what we've seen for the rest of the race. And that's really going to determine it. Once again, Jim, how fast is fast? How much do you have to pull back? All right, now we're back on board with Tracy Poole. We've been talking about him. And this is another guy that we've been talking about throughout the day. He's been very excited. He said that this was going to be fast. He felt like everything was coming together. I don't think that we've seen any problems or anything from Tracy Poole. I haven't heard of any flats. There could still be something, but based on what we've seen, it's been a pretty flawless day for Tracy Poole as well. It might be the day for the Tracys.
It definitely is the day for the Tracys, one way or another. Both of them have some phenomenal efforts out here.
And then now we're on board right now with Stoney as well.
Really easy to spot just because of the helmet, right?
Helmet. But look right there in the center section. Did something happen? Was there some spillage? Did some mud kind of get in there? Some silt?
Yeah, it looks like maybe some water came over the hood, and you know, you got some mud all over the truck there. Kind of bouncing through the silt there. And Larry Rossler texts me about Eric Harden, who was leading early on. And it looks like Brent Fox locked up engine. And that is a tough one for Brent Fox, right outside, within a mile of Amargosa Valley. That pit. Looks like his day is going to be done. What a tough break for Brent Fox. Pushed that thing early, and within 25 miles of the finish to lose it like he did. That's not fun. But Brent Fox, I mean, if we know anything from Brent Fox and what he's done in Spec Truck, to see what he did here in two-wheel drive and his debut in this truck, he's going to be a force to reckon with for the rest of the season and moving forward.
Just curious, obviously you're mentioning that if he was able to limp it into pit 11, is there a possibility that he could have fixed that for Brent?
Oh, absolutely. If he can get it to pit 11, and truthfully, they're within walking distance. So if there's something, co-driver can walk over to the pit, get what he wants, walk back to the truck, fix it, get it to the pit then. So that is conceivably could happen. Now we're back on with RJ Anderson, who's having a great run today as well. Just had a few minor issues here and there that have taken RJ out of things and out of contention for this overall, but he's definitely had the pace today to win this thing. It's just a couple of flat tires that inopportune times kind of derailed the race for RJ Anderson.
Well, while we're still on board with RJ Anderson, let's talk about Spec just a little bit. We've got a battle happening between Connor McMullen, Cole Hardin, and RJ Stidham is behind them. But Connor and Cole right now going back and forth, pinging up there. We're, you know, with the tracking, we're still making sure everything's there. We're trying to see who's in front, who's behind. We won't really be able to see what's happening for corrected time once they hit that timing loop at the very end. Like we keep saying, there's only one, and that was right before Tonopah, or right at Tonopah. So once we see some corrected time, but they've been battling back and forth throughout the whole time.
Yeah, well, and, going back, another one in the mix here, too, that we got to talk about, Eric Harton. Obviously, Larry Rosser texted me, but he was up there in the mix for the overall at the midway point. He started back in 21st position, so he's going to have some 18 minutes on his side in regards to his finish with Nick Whetstone. So let's not count out Eric Harton yet either. We got so many storylines in this one. We do have finishers. That doesn't mean this is decided.
Well, let's go reverse right back to that again with the Connor McMullen, Cole Hardin. Connor McMullen started 29th. He's 1 minute ahead of Cole Hardin, who started 30th. So Connor right now is sitting up front. Cole's on the tail of him, but Connor does have that one minute time adjustment.
This is going to be Cameron Steele behind the wheel of Dave Mason Jr.'s truck. Unlimited two-wheel drive. This is going to be a podium finish. We just don't know what spot on the podium that's going to be. We don't know how much time they're going to get credited back after stopping for that bike.
Well, and this is a perfect scenario for Cameron, the time credited. However, he does not have the dilemma that Nick Whetstone had. The silt has moved. The air is a little bit cleaner for him. He's got a little bit more. He's going to make that hard right coming into it. But this is really a kind of perfect, ideal situation, unlike what we saw with Nick Whetstone and Connor Jackson.
This is another bike coming into the finish.
Is this bike in front of?
Yeah, well, that bike is coming into the finish, had a little wheelie, but you don't want to have that in your rearview mirror. And the bike probably has no idea he's here, so that's the scary thing, because we're fighting for an overall victory here, and we got a bike kind of in the way.
We are on the edge of our seats right now, Jim, just waiting for this. Because like you said, you don't want to be that bike. You don't want to hold somebody up. You don't want to be responsible for that. The bike is a little bit further. Okay, he's got that. What do you do if you're the bike here?
Well, you were hoping people are waving at him, going, get out of the way, get out of the way.
Oh, my. See, look at this. And
this is a scary. Yeah, the bike's going, This is costing crucial seconds here. The bike's just ready to celebrate, doesn't realize Cameron Steele is just barreling down on him. That's a tough one there.
All right, let's see if... All right, so he did that. So right now, not with the Good Samaritan time, we're still going to look at that. Cameron Steele, Dave Mason Jr., right now, third, second in class, 7 hours, 49 minutes, 44 seconds.
Yeah, and I'm going to say that was, 4 minutes back, Cameron Steele to Nick Whetstone. The Good Samaritan time, there might be something there. I mean,
that's
Dave Mason, it's going to be close.
And I know that everybody in timing and scoring, Killian and all of them, they're making sure, looking over at those times, but that's super close. And what if it comes down to seconds and you're Cameron Steele knowing that bike is holding you up and you lose it by 3 seconds?
Yeah, that's splitting hairs here, but that, and that's off-road racing though. You get behind slower traffic at times. I mean, that's just, sometimes they say you got to be luckier than good, and sometimes the luck isn't in your favor. That one definitely wasn't in Cameron Steele's favor, but not much you can do about it. That's just racing.
That is. Everything that we keep getting from everybody unofficially, these are some notes that we keep getting, but some people are saying that Cameron was stopped for more than 4 minutes to help out that downed rider. So if that comes back, we're going to see that. That's a tight one right there, But once again, don't take out Mitchie.
Yeah, we've got Mitchie and we've got Eric Harden in the mix as well. So, let's check in with the tracker, see where Mitchie's at. Looks like, Mitchie's going to be coming in here pretty quick. He's cleared mile 490. So he's about 15 miles from the finish-ish, 14 miles.
Okay, and we just seen Tracy Poole now finished. Tracy's corrected time moved him from 7 hours, 47 minutes, 44 seconds, which pushed him up into third overall, second in class, which moves Cameron Steele, Dave Mason Jr. down to fourth overall, third in class.
And keep in mind, Mitch Guthrie has 24 minutes on his side. I guess probably 23 minutes to Nick Whetstone, but back with RJ Anderson here. Back on kill mode. Just screaming. He's hunting down a second-place finish here. Which should be a phenomenal race for R.J. Anderson. Second in Vegas, Reno. Nothing to shake a stick about. He just, you know, pole sitter going into this one. It's not going to sit right, but it's still, I mean, it's been a statement race for that team to run up front of Vegas, Reno all day long.
Got a little squirrely right there. But going back with RJ, did he only have the 2 flats? I think we've seen Adam get out a little bit.
They might have a flat tire here. It's pretty squirrely.
Well, we saw that one earlier in the day. We saw Adam get out as well for the second one. If so, it looks...
Yeah, the truck's kind of going down sideways. Couldn't quite tell if there was a tire down or not. Guy was kind of tracking sideways a bit. Stony now.
That was Eric Harden. So Eric Harden has just tripped that. We're changing things around here so much, Jim. So Eric Harden right now finished at 7 hours, 37 minutes, 55 seconds.
What a blistering fast one for Eric Harden. Larry Rossler, you called it, my friend. You texted me and said, don't count out Eric Harden. You know what? You don't ever argue with Larry Legend.
No, and knowing how much of a, not disappointment, but what happened to Eric Harden at the Mint 400, especially during qualifying, to come back with such an amazing show, a clinic that he put on for this one, for Vegas to Reno, the 30th anniversary.
Well, I will say Dave Mason is going to need 12 minutes of credit to win this one over Eric Harden's time. I don't know that Cameron was down for 12 minutes.
I'm not too sure.
Yeah, that one, I don't know. We know Cameron and Dave are going to have some kind of time coming back to him, but I don't know if it's going to be 12 minutes worth of time. That one, I mean, Eric Harden, my gosh, that is a fast race.
Well, I'm kind of wondering what happened in that second half after Tonopah, because if we're looking at Eric Harden, when he tripped that timing one, it was 4 hours, 31 minutes, 54 seconds. Cameron Steele, Dave Mason Jr., they tripped it at 4 hours, 30 minutes, 24 seconds. So he got to Tonopah a little bit quicker, about a minute faster. But Eric Harden just, I'm assuming, picked all the right lines, didn't have to worry. I'm wondering if it was that driver change that changed it, that brought them down for that minute, because if Eric started and finished that race, he gained that by not having to do a driver change.
And we're on board with R.J. Anderson. One we ought to be watching for, though, Mitch Guthrie Jr., only about 6-7 miles out at this point, and he's got a lot of time credit coming to him. So right now, as they sit at the finish line, Eric Harden provisionally in the top spot for the overall win. Nick Whetstone second in two-wheel drive, second overall. Tracy Graff, first official four-wheel drive finisher. R.J. Anderson now across the stripe, back in sixth, but it's Harden, Whetstone, 1-2 in two-wheel drive, 1-2 overall. Graff in the third spot, and first in four-wheel drive. Tracy Poole in the fourth spot overall, and third in two-wheel drive. Then it's Dave Mason Jr. and Cameron Steele. They'll get a little bit of time credit, don't know how much, and then R.J. Anderson sixth overall.
Well, what's really great about this for Tracy Graff, yes, he's taken that, but he did take first in class right now on corrected time. As we came into Vegas to Reno, he was only 3 points behind Robbie Gordon. Robbie and Max had that little bit of issues. They were looking for those fittings earlier. So now moving into Laughlin, this gives a little bit extra points for Tracy Graff over Robbie Gordon. And going into Laughlin for that championship, I mean, it's going to be a tight one through there, and especially because we're going to still figure out where Robbie and Max Gordon finish out.
Yeah, a little. You got to say this one's a bit bittersweet for RJ. Obviously, they're going to be on the podium here, but, you know, had the pole, he had the pace to win today. It just, luck wasn't on his side. And like I said, RJ's still looking for that statement win in Unlimited Truck, and today was eerily close to getting that statement win.
Do you think that if everything went flawless for RJ, there was about a 23-minute gap between him and Eric Harden on corrected time? Do you think those small tire changes, getting out, stopping, restarting, kind of played into how the day unfolded for him?
Well, I think that, and I think the other thing that we've got to look at is he started on pole, and if he wouldn't have got that flat early and got shuffled back into the traffic and the silt, I mean, he went as far back as I think like 7th or 8th overall at one point. So he really had to claw his way back, and I think that really hurt him early on, not having that clean air out front. If he would have had that, not had that initial flat, I think it would have been a little bit different day for RJ Anderson. So, like I said, nothing to be ashamed about. Second in unlimited truck full-wheel drive. Great run there for Adam Lund and RJ Anderson.
Now we're on board Connor McMullen. We keep talking about the Connor McMullen, Cole Hardin battle back and forth. Connor starting 29th, Cole Hardin starting 30th. They've been neck and neck throughout this entire thing. We're getting into this right here. This is what we're talking about, the fast sections, but the ruts are getting deeper. The silt is getting deeper. You can see the truck kind of maneuvering a little bit back and forth, trying to stay into that. You can't over-rotate. You can't over-correct right here. You're going at very fast speeds. And these are those gotcha moments I was talking about, Jim, that now the silt is kind of getting knocked away. Are there any small rocks in there? Are there any large rocks that you may not be able to see?
Yeah, he's just screaming here. Looking at Mitch Guthrie Jr., it looks like he is only about 2 miles out. So we're going to go on board with Ronnie Anderson in the side-by-sides. Mitch Guthrie Jr. about 2 miles out. Like we said, he's got some 20-something minutes of time credit coming at him. Well, I guess Eric Hardin, maybe not so much, because Hardin was back there, way back there. So I don't know that he's going to have that much. Let me see where Hardin was in regards.
21.
So he's only going to have a couple minutes. So Mitch might end up second overall, possibly. Probably second overall, but I don't think he's going to be able to catch Eric Hardin.
Well, and this is kind of what we kept talking about, the visibility. We're kind of getting to that golden hour right now between this and about 7:30. You're driving into the sun. The silt is sitting there. You're not sure what's going on. There's no room to pass. You can see the small Joshua trees. You can see the rocks on the side, and you've got to pick that right line. You've got to hold it. If you're Ronnie Anderson right now, what are you thinking about? Your brother just finished. You're trying to make it through here, but you're driving straight into the sun.
Well, like you said, this is brutal. That's the worst thing as drivers. Sun, silt, you can't see anything. It's absolutely blinding. That's one of those as a driver, you're like, can we just go left or right so we get some of this out? And this is going to be Mitch Guthrie Jr. at the finish line. And he is going to move into second overall. He's about 6 minutes shy of Eric Hardin. So great run there for Mitch Guthrie Jr. in the Raptor T1 Plus for Ford Racing.
They've got to be super happy. This is the first showing of the Raptor T1 Plus here in the States. We've seen it overseas. We've seen it in Dakar. We've seen what he can do over there. And I think he was bringing all his knowledge. He said he felt very, very comfortable in this, coming into this vehicle to showcase what it could do here in the States.
And, you know, that is definitely a lot of people, you know, coming into this thing when, you know, that's not going to do very well out here against these unlimited trucks.
I don't think they know Mitch Guthrie Jr.
Well, they don't know Mitch Guthrie, and they're not familiar with that truck, but that was a blistering pace he set today. You know, and Eric Hardin, I mean, that's just a next-level run he had there, 7:37. But, you know, but that being said, we're talking about that. I want to overlay that with the bikes, because Moto, 7:44 for Moto. I just want to see where that. So yeah, I mean, you got to give Siren a lot of credit. He's third overall currently behind Hardin and Guthrie. So
well, let's talk about something else, because we're looking at this right now. When Brock went through Tonopah, Brock did it in 4 hours, 34 minutes, 12 seconds. He was only about about 3 minutes behind Eric Hardin when he went through that Tonopah sector. So you're showcasing what he can do right there.
Oh, that was a little bump there. Little bump. Tried the bump and run. Look at the rear bumper's about to fall off that buggy. See it all shaking?
And you're Ronnie Anderson right now, knowing what's happening. And you're doing your push to pass. You're pushing that button so fast, so hard. And this buggy, but you really can't see so much spots to really move. Yep. Like I said, the Joshua trees right there.
Ronnie's doing everything he can here. He's going to get out of my way. This is what we call a jackrabbit. He bumped him already. Buggy didn't move. So now Ronnie's going to come and put the hammer down.
All while still driving in the dust, driving
Here's
in
the
the
hammer.
sun.
Oh, he didn't do it.
Oh.
I can't believe the buggy hadn't moved yet. Ronnie, now the hammer is really going to get dropped. Ronnie's going move, move, move. That's 3 bumps.
That's 4.
4.
And this is where you kind of...
The buggy still isn't moving, so now you're going to see the war hammer drop.
The Thor hammer. That's
the Thor hammer. Look at that buggy's going, oh!
There we
get
go.
Out of the way.
See, and that was he only waiting for that spot?
Well, generally you give some kind of signal. I mean,
there's a button where you can say, I see you, I hear you, I'm trying to move. I got you.
But, I mean, Ronnie, a lot of patience there for Ronnie. Yeah, 3 bumps, a couple of jackrabbits. That's what. The Thor hammer comes down, and when the Thor hammer comes down, all bets are off. And you know what? You get what you deserve.
And that was the thing. There were so many things during that moment of 15 to 30 seconds. But how long has that actually been going on? Because we just kind of clicked over to his onboard. So how long has that been going on? How patient, once again, do you have to be if you're trying to make it to that finish?
Well, yeah, and and the thing is like side-by-sides, I don't want to say they're fragile, but you really don't want to just ram people. When you're in a truck, you got all that weight and big bumpers, it's a little bit easier, but side-by-sides, damage happens when you start just dropping hammers, but sometimes you have to.
Now we're back on board with Cole Hardin. So we've been talking about the battle back and forth between him and Connor McMullen. It's really cool to see this next generation of the young guns coming up in the spec class right here. But once again, we're seeing what he had to deal with Nick Whetstone had to deal with. You're so close, you're chasing down, you're sitting in that dust though, you're driving into the sun. It's just the fast section. When do you kind of push? When do you pull back?
Look at the dust. I mean, he's just blinding dust there. This really isn't some kind of camera trick making it look worse. It's just that bad.
And are these the moments that you rely a little bit on your co-driver, a little bit on your notes?
Yeah, co-driver, GPS, feel. You feel a lot of things through the tires and through the truck. And nobody wants to drive off of GPS, but when you're in a situation like this, to an extent you are.
This makes me nervous even just watching it.
It's not fun as a driver. These aren't the situations you want to be in.
Well, this is not fun either for me on this side. I don't want to see anything. Cole's a great young gentleman. He's a great driver, but once again, look at that. You're just blindly driving straight into it for seconds at a time.
It's tough. And it's not comfortable as a driver to do this. That's the thing. You're doing it because you know you have to, but it's not comfortable to do this. There you go. Then you get that little breather and you're like, all right, I can see.
Jim, this is going to be kind of funny, but about 3 minutes ago, my heart rate's 108 right now.
Oh my
watching
gosh,
Cole Hardin. Look at 105. I'm more nervous than anybody else.
Drew, you can pick her up at Cedar Sinai.
108, what is happening to me? You guys, this has been an amazing race. There's so many levels to this that what we've been watching. We've been seeing back and forth, back and forth. We've got Nick May right here as well, showcasing still that some of the spec trucks are making their way. It can be anybody's race.
All right, so those of you, I don't want to say those of you just tuning in. Everybody's been here for a while at this point, but Eric Hardin currently sitting on top of the leaderboard with a 737 unlimited truck two-wheel drive. Mitch Guthrie Jr. in the Rally Raid four-wheel drive, second overall with 743. Then you go back to Nick Whetstone, second in unlimited truck two-wheel drive. Then you move to Tracy Graff, Tracy Poole, Dave Mason Jr. and Cameron Steele, who are going to get some credit back. We just don't know how much. And then R.J. Anderson. Those are our official finishers. We've got 7 across the line. Go back to our racing tracks and see who's going to be up next. Look at this. We got another Dakar vehicle that's going to be up next. Century Racing Team, Brian?
So this is one of the two-wheel drives. We've been talking about Mitchie's been in the four-wheel drive, but this two-wheel drive, they ran the entire race with no restrictor plate for the first time as well. So it's cool to see both of these vehicles. So let's talk about that, Jim. We're seeing this for the first time over here. Two-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, very well put together. Is this the next step? Is this the next generation of what we're going to see, the evolution of what these unlimited trucks are going to be? Not saying right now, 5, 10, 15 years down the line.
Vegas to Reno's it's an interesting case because this and something like the Baja 500, we've seen in years past some Dakar vehicles go to the 500. They're races that I guess, hide some of the limitations of a car vehicle. You take that truck of Mitch Guthrie Jr. I love Mitch, and I'm obviously a Ford guy, but you take that to the mid-400, it's not going to compete.
Why?
It's not. They're too fragile, not as big tires. It's just...
Don't you say that, Jim.
I'm just being honest with you. I'm being honest with you.
I don't think they're fragile. Did you see everything they had to go through today? I know what they went through today. That is not fragile.
I don't know. You know what? I hope they prove me wrong and take it to the mid-400 next year.
Okay, this is that shout-out. Mitchie.
If anybody can
Kellen,
do it, it's Mitchie.
Mitchie, Kellen, they've won everything. They know how to win. They've been together for so long. I think that's a possibility.
All right, so we still got some races to be cited here. Obviously, we got that spec race. We got Connor McMullen, Cole Hardin in the mix as this one. RJ Stidham down just after Amargosa Valley, so he was in a podium spot. So he is down now just outside of Amargosa Valley, so that's a tough one there for him. Steve Oligas now is making his way towards the finish, as well as Jordan Dean. So Jordan's still having a great run here. Brent Fox is now officially on the trailer. Gosh, what a tough break for Brent Fox.
All right, while we're watching this, I know we've been talking about two-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, some of the specs guys, but let's go back to Pro UTV right now. So we've got some of our leaders making their way into Bonnie Claire. Let me just make sure before I keep talking about this, I want to make sure I see where Brock is at. I'm only seeing Phil Blurton
yeah,
right
I'm
now.
only seeing Phil Blurton as well. I've been so enamored with this limited truck race.
So
Brock Hager a little bit behind Phil, it looks like.
Okay, and I did get a thing from a senior that him and Brock, Phil and Brock were kind of going back and forth, but when we're looking at it, Phil right now, he's about to make his way into Bonnie Claire. We've got Brock behind him on Bonnie Claire, but we do have, let's look at the corrected time of what that's going to be. So Phil, let me double check on this. So Phil took off first at 78th. Brock was right behind him at 79th. So they were 1 and 2 out the gate right there for the UTVs.
Yeah,
they're both coming into Bonnie.
Yeah, they're in lockstep together here.
And then we've got Ethan Groom right behind him at mile marker 380 with Ronnie Anderson, who we've been seeing on board sitting right behind them. He just passed about 375. Cody Bradbury is right behind him, and then Sean Saxton. So those are kind of like your top 5 leaders right now as they come, top 6 leaders as they come through for UTV Pro.
Yeah, I'm seeing Brandon Sims on the trailer on the highway heading home, so that's a tough break for Brandon. I was really looking to bounce back at this one, so tough one there for Brandon Sims.
All right, let's look at this too. They're coming through here with Brock and also Phil Blurton. They're coming up to the road crossing right there, right at Bonnie Claire.
This is Jason Coleman.
We've been talking a little bit about Jason Coleman. 4 times in a row that he's won this race. He's going for that 5-peat for that spec. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like he's going to get that, but
looks like he's currently sitting 4th in spec.
Okay.
So, yeah, he's quite a ways back to Stidham, who is now back up and running.
And he's got a great co-driver, Brady, over there. I know that they were changing and working on some things, but it's cool to see them out here.
Let's go back and look. So the other rally raid truck, the 2-wheel drive one, 7th overall. Oh, Pete Bruno, last 10.
This is awesome. We talked to Pete Bruno. This is his first race for Vegas to Reno.
Yeah, I know we haven't run the interview today, but yeah, it was a great interview. He was just excited to be here.
And he was a part of the rally, so this is his 2nd time doing this now, but he got a chance. He was so excited. Big smiles out there. He was just happy to be here, and it looks like he's running a good pace right now. For being your first time out here, granted you did get that pre-run, but you're having a blast. You're still working your way through.
I can tell you what, if this is your first desert race and you can actually finish Vegas to Reno, that is an absolute accomplishment. There's a lot of drivers that go years without finishing Vegas to Reno. We're talking veterans. So if you can somehow bring this home, first desert race and you're finishing Vegas to Reno, that's a win in my book.
And I know he was splitting duties, so I don't know if Pete's in right now. He did have a person he was splitting duties with, but He was excited when he was going through tech and contingency yesterday at the off-road festival. It was a great time to see him be so excited about it.
Just look at him work through there. You can tell the difference. These Class 10 cars, a little rougher. Oh, Bailey Campbell.
It's awesome that she's in here.
Yeah, I got that Ford Racing background.
Yeah, part of the RTR group as well. Brian Crofts, her husband, is in that front seat with her, or on the co-driver's seat.
It's going to be a 45 sweeper right.
Yeah, I love Brian and Bailey, just super salty other people.
Well, and it's really cool to see the backing that Ford Racing is bringing all this. Obviously, she's got a ton of knowledge. She comes from the Campbell family, you know, some of the biggest pioneers in Ultra 4, rock racing, her dad, Shannon Campbell, her brother, Waylon, as well. And she said that it was nice to see that she was going to be able to have some of that knowledge. And I asked her what her favorite section was going to be, and what do you think her favorite section was?
The rocks.
The rocks. Yeah, she said the rocks were going to be her favorite section. So it's cool to see her out there. That stock vehicle. A lot of stock vehicles out here for Ford Racing.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. And, it's talking with Bailey, I've got to be good friends with her and her husband. And, it was like with the Ultra 4 thing, obviously she's eerily close a couple times to being, a queen of the hammers. But for whatever reason, it was like, she got to a point in her career where she was just like, what's next? And then Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Lauren Healy stepped in, brought her into the RTR program, and she's just been thriving ever since. This is Jordan Dean now coming into the finish. See where he stacks up. Obviously, they had some downtime. It looks like he's going to be into 9th overall. 5th in Unlimited Truck 2-wheel drive. On board here with Stoney. All right, getting a update here from Jason at High Rev. Big thanks to him. Says trackers, because of the way they're pinging, aren't showing the real picture, but he said Brock is currently leading at Bonnie Claire. Blurton is literally within seconds behind him. So they're 1-2 bumper to bumper through Bonnie Claire. Hager's still currently physically first.
Well, once again, let's talk about that. Somebody who's won this 4 years in a row has had a little bit of difficulties, a few DNFs, and Phil Blurton. And then you've got the man, Brock Hager, who's won everything except this race, knowing that it's so close.
Yeah, this is seeing Blurton and Hager go head-to-head is the MMA equivalent of Ngannou and John Jones finally fighting. Like, it's just, like, I can't put it in perspective. You want to take the two biggest heavyweight prize fighters in side by side and have them throw down. That's what we got with Hager and Blurton.
Well, right now on camera, we're with Alex Fleming, and looking at some of that. Hometown is in Colorado. He did win the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Your Victory, captured first place at the Big Sky 200, breaking his streak of mechanical DNFs. So the fact that this is still going right here, we keep talking about that. He got that win there. He King of the Hammers in rock racing is a little bit different, especially when you're in that 4,600 stock class, Jim. You've got people like Brad Lovell, Lauren and Vaughn, who are also in that class, who are dominating. But to get a win, we keep talking about that breeds confidence. And I'm wondering if that's given a little bit more confidence right now for Alex.
Oh, it definitely breeds a little bit more confidence.
Oh, the founder of Sherpa Equipment.
Really?
Yeah.
Jason Locke here. This is stock class. Stock class is definitely going to be driving into the night.
Oh, sunglasses under the visor. So let's talk about that, because we kept talking about that a little bit. Different visor. So do you have the clear visor with the polarized sunglasses, or do you just...
I just run an amber visor nonstop because it does cut the sun quite a bit, but it also doesn't hinder my vision at night. A lot of people like the sunglasses underneath. I've never liked that. It's always bothered me having extra stuff underneath my helmet.
Are they just trying to get a little bit more airflow right through there, putting those visors up?
Yeah, it looks like it. And so I don't know if it's stock class, but I don't think they got a windshield in that thing. But yeah, just getting a little airflow. And once in a while as a driver, obviously you've got the pumper, but I'll crack it just a little bit. You get a little bit of fresh air. And if it's not dusty, you can crack it. It doesn't really affect anything. If it's dust, you got to slam it real quick. But it's funny, you can tell it's a stock class vehicle by how many turns of the steering wheel he's having to do as a driver. Most of the unlimited class vehicles, you got quickeners on there where it's just very small hand movements. When you see somebody doing the whole school bus thing, you know that's a stock class vehicle. They don't have that sped up much at all.
That brings me back to all those, but I did that a lot. Oh, who are we back on there with? They've got a windshield, they've got a big screen.
Andrew Shapiro. Shapiro family been around for a long time.
Oh, I do. I was with Andrew during the rally. So he's an engineer for Honda in Ohio. Yeah.
Yeah, as an engineer for Honda.
We did see him at Silver State as well. They were having some issues at Silver State. They were able to regroup, but chat with him. Andrew, nice gentleman out there. Really liked it. He came out here on the rally too. They brought some Honda passports. They were doing some R&D. They were checking out to see what they could handle and what they could do. So it's kind of cool. Looks like we're getting a little bit of weather right there. Some dark clouds, some sprinkles on the rain, the windshield.
Yeah, Shapiro family. I mean, we got Emily Stats Shapiro, Greg Shapiro. I mean, been around the industry for a long time. Obviously, Greg, highly involved with Class 11 stuff. Emily Stats Shapiro, she's run unlimited trucks before, buggies, Class 11s. I mean, the family's been around, is supported off-road. I mean, go all the way to Emily's dad, Will Stats, and what he's done. Just a great family in off-road.
All right, so as we're looking through some more, it looks like Connor McMullen, first in class right now, unofficially for spec. So he's our first spec driver. So I'm wondering where Cole Hardin is, and they have that little bit of time. We've got about 10 finishers now. We'll just kind of run through this. This is going to still be unofficial. They're looking at times. But taking that top spot right now, Eric Hardin. Next is Mitch Guthrie. Sitting third, Nick Whetstone. Fourth, Tracy Graff. Fifth, Tracy Poole. Sixth, Dave Mason Jr. Seventh, Brian Bargwanoth. He's in that Rally Raid two-wheel drive. Eighth, okay, Cole Hardin just finished eighth. Ninth now pushes Connor McMullen back down.
What did he win by? Less than 20 seconds?
Less than 20 seconds. But let's look. Oh, that is corrected time. So he got that minute.
Oh, it's a great day for the Hardin family. Eric, first place in unlimited truck two-wheel drive. Cole, first place in unlimited spec. Obviously, we still have that storyline there with Dave Mason Jr. and Cameron Steele. Going to get a little bit of time back. I don't think it's going to be enough to beat Eric Hardin, truthfully. Going to move him up the order for sure. I just don't know that. I mean, we're talking 12 minutes, and I don't know that they were down for 12 minutes. So on board here with Stoney, trying to bring this one to the finish. So we settle in. We got the calm here. Got bringing in some racers to the finish. Looking for our third and final podium spot in spec. Looks like right now it's going to be RJ Stidham. I don't know that fourth place. Oh, looks like we got Brady Fox and Jason Coleman in a little bit of a battle for fourth in spec. I don't think that they're going to have a shot here to beat Stidham. Stidham got about probably about 15 miles on the two of them. Looking back here, though, we got to start looking at side-by-side. See where we're at with our pro side-by-sides. So we're going to bring them home here. About 100 miles out, Brock Hager and Phil Blurton just running away with this thing over the rest of the field. I mean, it's two of the best in the world, and they are just running away with things. Young gun Ethan Groom, got to give this young kid a lot of credit, though. He's hanging tight in third place. A little bit off the pace of the leaders here, but when you're talking about Phil Blurton and Brock Hager, all of us would be off the pace. Got another one going to bring it home to the finish. There is a right-hand corner. So we're going to take a break here in about a minute. Just going to give you the rundown. It's Hardin, Guthrie, Whetstone, your top three. Graff, Poole, Dave Mason Jr., Cameron Steele up to 6th. Then we've got Brian in the Rally Raid two-wheel drive, Cole Hardin, Connor McMullen, and R.J. Anderson currently sitting in your top 10. Steve Oligas finishing up 5th in two-wheel drive. He is 11th overall. David Payne in there as well. Jordan Dean back there in 13th. So 13 drivers have crossed the finish line so far at the 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno. Still got lots more to bring home. Got stock class vehicles, and we still got that side-by-side battle, the absolute slugfest that is Brock Hager and Phil Blurton yet to come. So, Tiffany, we are just getting started with our finishers here, but you and I are going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, I mean, like we said, we've got another podium finisher in spec, and we still have that slugfest in the UTV's division to get through. So we're going to step away for just a few minutes. We'll be back here at the 2026 Casey Folks at Vegas to Reno to bring even more finishers home. The 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno is brought to you by Camberg Racing, MagnaFlow, Ford Racing, Monster Energy, 4-Wheel Parts, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Rugged Radios, Bilstein, Can-Am, iBox Springs, VP Racing, Power Sport Pros.
It starts with a line, a choice, a commitment to the surface beneath you, on the street, track, or way off the map. We don't just build tires, we build an unfair advantage. From short course carnage to the wide open throttle of Baja, we've proven it in places where the weak don't survive. Built for every track, every trail, and the terrain in between. Maxxis tires, tread victoriously.
I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't fed at the top of the throne that you need. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the
Every great adventure starts with confidence. And at CageWorks, confidence is built from the ground up. From roll cages to bumpers and doors, to windshields, roof racks, and tire carriers, CageWorks engineers every product to work seamlessly together and stand up to the toughest terrain. Manufactured in the USA. Built to perform. Built to protect. From the shop to your next adventure, CageWorks.
PCI Race Radio is the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
back to the 2026 Casey Folks at Vegas to Reno. Jim Beaver and Tiffany Stone bringing them home in our unlimited divisions. Tiffany, we got about 10 that have crossed the finish line, and we still got a lot more battles to come. As we see here, we're on board with Robert Campbell in our side-by-side division. Yeah, pro side-by-side yet to be determined. We're less than 100 miles from the finish line in pro side-by-side. Right now, we've got two drivers. It's like there's magnets on their cars. Phil Blurton and Brock Hager, literally within mere seconds of each other, not on corrected time, physically on the track. Like I said earlier, this is the equivalent of Francis Ngannou and John Jones finally fighting. We're 100 miles from the finish, and these two guys, you want to talk about bragging rights? This isn't about a win. This is about I'm the best in the world, and I'm going to prove it today.
Well, you're absolutely correct. And just still looking at it, so Phil started in front of Brock, so there is that small little time split there. Phil's been wanting this. He's been having a few DNFs throughout. He did win 4 in a row, but then had a little bad stream of luck. But this season for AORC, he has just been dominating out there. Then you've got the young gun, Brock Hager. I don't even know if he's a young gun anymore. I just think he's in his own, winning everything under the sun, everything down in Baja to Dakar to King of the Hammers to the Mint 400. I mean, these are some iconic races, and this is his bucket list item that he wants to win. I mean, that says a lot for Brock Hager.
He's checked everything off the bucket list. There's nothing left.
I guess so. If you've won everything and you haven't won this one, this is still the bucket list.
Vegas to Reno and probably Crandon, I think, are about the only two things. And he doesn't even race short course.
And he doesn't, but don't put that past him.
No, he's going to be one of those, he wins this. I'm like, we're going to go to Crandon here in a month.
Well, we talk about some of the best. Let's talk about that for Crandon. You got CJ Greaves out there in a side-by-side. I bet you if you put Brock Hager and CJ Greaves together, bring him out to Crandon, even though CJ knows that, I think Brock might be able to still walk away with that win.
I'm telling you, the short course community does not want Brock Hager to show up. They do not want that smoke.
No.
They're going, stay on the West Coast, stay in Dakar, go to Saudi, go to Baja.
Just fly straight over us. Don't even come over here. But I want to put that out there. I think Brock Hager, if he goes out there, would be able to win at Crandon.
Polaris, I know you're listening. Jim Beaver and Tiffany Stone are saying, take Brock Hager to Crandon, please.
For Labor Day weekend. All right, so now we are back on board. If this was true and if this happened, it should be Robbie Gordon in there. If they're are they past pit 8? Should be, correct? If that's the case, it should be Robbie out there right now.
This should be Robbie, and yeah, I think he took over from Max, and honestly, he's getting pretty close to the finish. I need to look and see where he's at, but I know they got that back up and running. Obviously, they had that fitting issue, and it looks like he's about race mile 470, so he's about 35 miles from the finish, about 10 miles out of Amargosa Valley. So yeah, he's going to bring it home, and honestly, this is going to be in the four-wheel drive division, probably a podium spot.
So right now, looking at this, Jim, is there somebody that is stopped on that right side coming through? So we're seeing a car come through. Who is? I can't tell where they're at or who's stopped right over there.
Yeah, I can't tell. It's too dark in the shade. Maybe it's just a very.
Is this a quad?
That's a quad there.
Okay.
That's a utility type quad.
It's a rancher just coming to join the race out here.
Yeah, you never know. If I was on a utility quad, I'd make use of that rack. I'd have an ice chest. I'd pull over about every 50 miles and think about life.
Think about life. Well, we're back on board right now with Ronnie Anderson. Let's see where he's at, because I know that the front runners right now, we keep talking about Phil Blurt and Brock Hager. Based on this, Ethan Groom is stopped right outside of mile marker 405. Cody Bradbury's right behind him, and Ronnie Anderson is right behind him. So if Ethan still is stopped right there, and we're watching it, because Ronnie's right here, so Ronnie should be catching up based on tracker right now. We're still looking at just the tracker. Cody Bradbury should be in the front, and then both of them should be passing Ethan Groom if Ethan is still stopped. So that means they would move up into technically third and
podium
fourth
spot,
on course right now.
Well, we hadn't talked about Ethan. You talk about the young guns. He's truly a young gun. But Ethan, I mean, 400 miles in to be holding his own. Obviously, we got Brock and Phil that are just superheroes out front. But Ethan to be sitting in third at Vegas to Reno, 400 miles in, this young kid. great run for Ethan Groom. He's got to be really proud of what he's been able to accomplish here today.
Well, last year, 2025, for the Baja 1000, he co-drove with Caden McCachran, and they won that Pro UTV Open. So for the championship down there, so he kind of understands the mentality, he understands what it takes to keep on going. But seeing him. But think about it. You're racing with Joe Tirana, Brock Hager, and Caden McCachran. You're learning so much from those three and how to translate that into your own race program.
We got some more bringing it into the finish. And I'm just kind of looking in here at these side-by-sides. That is Ethan Groom still down.
And this is that one area that the stock trucks are going to make their way through. This is what we were talking about earlier, Jim. Once they crest over here and they start heading down, it's going to kind of open up a little bit. But we keep noticing the shadows are getting longer. We can see some rain, some other weather happening in the distance. The clouds are getting a little bit darker. The sun is starting to set. This is that one spot we were talking about. I mean, they're not going super fast through here, but you cannot make those mistakes.
Yeah, as I'm looking here at the tracker, we're going to try and get this on the screen for those of you tuning in at home. I'll do a little zoom in, but here we are, race mile 420. We're zooming in here, and this is Brock Hager and Phil Blurton. Last I heard, Hager was leading Blurton on course, but I don't know if there's been a pass. I doubt it, but they are. I mean, this is so close. That's as close as it gets, within mere seconds of each other. Then we're going to zoom out, go all the way up here to the remainder, and it looks like, did Ethan Groom, did he get back going again? That's Bradbury there. We've got so many stacked on top of each other here. This is going to be Ronnie Anderson and Ethan Groom. So the red dot is off Ethan Groom, so he might be back up and running there. But this shows the gap. They're at just past mile 405. There's 410, 415. 420, so I mean some 15 miles ahead is the breakout pack of Phil Blurton and Brock Hager, and these guys are just on a burner out here.
Well, looking at mile marker 415, that's when it starts to get twisty. The rough trails came in, so Brock and Phil are already out of it. We've got Ethan, Ronnie, and then we've also got Cody Bradbury, who are starting to get into that section. It's really tight, it's rocky, it's going to be a little bit, there's not a lot of places to pass right there, so Ethan's being stopped at losing 2 positions. He's got a lot to make up once he gets out of there.
This, I believe, this is the Honda. That would be Andrew Shapiro, I believe. I just glanced at the screen. I was looking at some of the tracking info, but that would have been Andrew Shapiro in the stock class Honda there out of Columbus, Ohio, one of the Honda engineers.
And getting a little bit more update. So this is what's happening right now. So it looks like Brock may be physical first. The 74 truck of Shane Lewis is between him and Phil Blurton.
And that is what Brock Hager likes.
Very much so.
That is definitely a benefit to Brock. Anytime you can have a little separation from Phil, Phil's still got to worry about getting around that 74 truck before he can attack Brock. So Brock right now, he's got a little bit of a breathing room. I hate to say that when they're so close, but
still, it's one of those things. Once again, we already saw that with RJ Anderson and the bike. We saw it with Ronnie Anderson and the open wheel car. We're starting to see this. It does give a little bit of momentum for Brock, but then that burns that fire underneath Phil to be like, what is happening? Move, move, move. I've got some time to make up here. But Phil did start in front of Brock, so that takes away any of those corrected times too. That gives him that little edge.
Yeah, that one's going to be close. Like we said, less than 100 miles from the finish now. Getting close to Beatty is Brock and Phil. See Phil dropping back just a hair with that traffic in between. You're around between 420, 425 here, so about 90 miles left to the finish.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit more. The one that's kind of sneaking up on corrected time that we haven't mentioned, Cody Bradbury, started 91st. So We have Phil Blurton 78, Brock Hager 79, Cody Bradbury 91st, and Cody is the one who lost to Mitch Guthrie last year by a little under 11 seconds. So he does know how to run at that pace.
Well, and I know at the midway point, Cody Bradbury had popped in there to the top 3 overall. So he may be pulling an Eric Harden there on corrected time, just sneaking in there. So we'll see how things factor out. You know, he's obviously dealing with some dust and some stuff, you know, being where he's at in the pack. Trevor Burrier here, Pro Turbo class. First time we're catching up here with Pro Turbo class. Trevor and Lucretia out of Lake Havasu. Been around UTV racing for a very long time.
And this is the time too, the sun's starting to set, temperatures are getting a little bit cooler, you're getting a little bit of reprieve from what we've been racing in all day long, the temperatures, but you are getting a little bit closer to Vegas, so it's still warm out there compared to where we started outside of Dayton. This is a fast section, we're starting to see the power lines on the left side. This is where you can make up some momentum as well.
Look at that dust just kind of sticking all over the camera there.
All right, Jim, if we're going back now to two-wheel drive, four-wheel drive spec, we've got some more that just finished. 17th overall, Eric Husted. 18th overall, Joseph Hurling, but that's actually Cole Mamer. So looking like Cole's 8th in class. And then 19th overall right now, 9th in class for two-wheel drive is going to be John Bowers.
With a couple other drivers, Christian Bass out of Hurricane, Utah, UTV Pro. Look at the ruts and how rocky and chopped up it is now.
Well, if Christian's in this and he lives in Hurricane, this is where Sand Hollow is. This is where all the trails are. Bunch of a plethora of things that you can do for side-by-side, dirt bikes, rock crawlers, purpose-built Jeeps. They have Trail Hero there as well. So he's used to all of this type of terrain right outside of Hurricane. You got Tokerville Falls as well that you can drive to. Beautiful spot. Have you ever been there?
Yeah, I love Sand Hollow. It's a great place to ride. Only problem with Sand Hollow is your RV, you're getting red sand out of it for the next month.
I'm a little bougie and I stand in Airbnb, but yes, I have that in the Jeep. I wonder who he's behind right now in that truck.
That's getting quite a bit of dust too. That is a big dust cloud.
Well, if you're looking at his speed right here, he's kicking it up to about 50, 55, and then he's got to drop it down to about mid-30s, low 40s in those silt beds. You know, you've got to check up. Now we're sitting 35, 36. There's that truck that's just kicking up so much dust in it. Luckily, right now, he's in this canyon and he's driving away from the sun. You're not really looking at it, but pockets like this right here, if you hit that correctly with the sun coming through the canyon, it's really hard.
I couldn't tell if that was a stock class vehicle or if that was just a wounded unlimited class vehicle.
I did like the high, though.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So you see that now all of a sudden cranked up 61, 62, 65 miles an hour, 66, 68, 72. You got to back down. Oh, thank you. It's when they're because the crews are all watching the live stream, they're radioing, hey, wipe the thing.
They're talking about you. Make it look clear.
Yeah. Well, they're all watching this, the Star Stream also, the onboard. It's been great because the crews know exactly what's happening, in the cockpit of the car at any given time.
Well, and it's really good to see that because we saw the speed get up, high 60s, the low 70s a little bit. If you're still behind that truck, you got to hit that speed. You're still over in the mid 40s, high 40s a little bit. So now having this a little bit clean air. Did he catch up on somebody else? It looks like we've got some dust. So we've got another vehicle right in front. Is this person going to also do the same thing? Is this person going to let them by? Because now he was dropping it back down to mid-40s.
Yeah, it's another. Oh, starting to lose the star stream here. Starting a little laggy.
Things are just going so fast, Jim. So.
Yep.
What's
another
happening?
quad bringing her home to the finish. Russell, stock mod UTV. On board with him earlier out of York, South Carolina. Another one I want to look into here who was really going crazy fast early on. We haven't heard much from him lately was Dustin Jones. Where Dustin Jones is in the picture. Dustin Jones, he is sitting back there. I cleared Bonnie Claire's. He's about almost a mile 400, 395. So he's running 6th or 7th overall at this point. So he's factoring into things. Somebody's trying to get around Brian Russell here. You hear the sirens in that. That is definitely no reason for Russell to be hitting his sirens.
Maybe he likes to party.
Well, maybe he does.
Maybe he's just like, we're doing this thing. I got to keep myself up a little bit. We've been going for hours and hours.
Pumping himself up.
It's pumping us up, Jim.
Yeah.
My heart rate, I told you, was at 108 earlier.
I was going to say, Cedar Sinai, you're going to be inserted on a stretcher.
Well, it's nice to see for the Pro UTVs. It looks like about almost 10 of our drivers have made it through Bonnie Claire. We've got some coming up to the Omni Pit. Brock Hager looks like he's coming up to the Omni Pit. Phil Blurton's right behind him. I'm wondering if 74, let's see if 74 is still in between both of them.
Looks like 74's dropped back a little bit.
Okay.
But
so I'm wondering if the truck let Phil around.
Yeah, it may have.
Okay, let's talk about this scenario. You're coming up to here, you've got pit 10, you've only got this pit and pit 11 before you're bringing it on home. You've got less than 100 miles, not sure how big all of those, each individual fuel cell is, but do you stop here? Do you get fuel to make it all the way there? Do you get a new set of tires or anything like that?
And I don't know pit strategy on these cars. I would think probably going to have to pit. Nobody wants to pit there at the last one right before the finish. I would say Omni Station, if they need to take a splash, probably going to happen here. But it also depends on that 74 truck, because you don't want, if you're Phil Blurton, you don't want something to get in between you and Brock. And if you're Brock, you don't want that truck to get around. So you really got to time it, because you want to be re-released onto the course, the same spot you physically were before. And if you're Phil, for whatever reason, you want to get around that truck if you haven't yet. It's hard to tell on the trackers just because they're updating at different times. But I do believe that both Hager and Phil have been around that truck. As Hager now is right on top of Omni Station, pit number 10.
He's going through it. That's 25-mile zone right there. So we see it. Brock's dropped down to about 21. Phil was still doing about 96. He's got to bring that down. We've got that speed zone coming in right before pit 10. So that is the question. Do you stop? Are we going to see anybody stop?
I would think Omni Station may be a pit that they've got planned, unless they decide to take a splash there right at Amargosa Valley. But I don't think anybody wants to do that, 20-some miles from the finish. So.
No, they still got about more than 20, because they're at 435.
No, Amargosa Valley.
Amargosa.
Yeah, you don't want to stop there that close to the finish.
I would take it here.
Yeah.
My personal thought on it is I would take that, because you would hate to get so close and run out. Not saying that team, that factory team, has everything dialed, but imagine not taking enough fuel because you're trying to save on weight.
Yeah, and now I'm looking at Hager. He's completely cleared Omni Station. He's way down the course as it just pinged almost a 4:35. Gosh, they're running such a blistering pace, Hager and Phil are. Hager's starting to stretch it out on Phil just a bit. As Phil now at Omni Station going to clear this one, but what a blistering place these two are going as we go on with Alex Fleming. Rock 600 stock class vehicle. This one's a little bit rough in there.
Now, Alex spent about 5 years rock racing. He kind of perfected the technical side of that. Now he's transitioned into the high speed that we see in desert. Moving forward, as we see this progress and we start seeing the different evolutions of the vehicle, how important is it to have that knowledge of being able to drive in some of the rocks? Because we're starting to see some different terrain. We're starting to see some bigger things. If you've got a little bit of that rock knowledge like we see from some of the Ultra 4 guys and bringing that over here, so that help. Oh, somebody else has stopped over here.
That's one of our stock class vehicles out. Looks like maybe pulling over to. Oh, this is the course workers here.
Oh, it's Andrew Shapiro.
Yeah, so that is that Honda production vehicle. I'm gonna need a tow here.
Oh, tough break for him.
Yeah, I don't quite know what happened here.
Just dropped the rope. He's going back to get something a little bit different.
Try and get that truck out of the way. Honda using this as a test ground for engineering.
Pulling out the soft shackles right there.
You know, it's funny too when Honda has some of these projects. I saw they did this in stage rally for quite a while as well. At a extremely stock class vehicle in stage rally, they put an engineer behind the wheel. As they're doing with Andrew Shapiro here, they've done the same thing in stage rally, and it's quite interesting because these are extremely stock cars, and they really want to test the components.
Let's see if we can hear.
Going to jump back on board with one of our side-by-sides. Brian Russell again. And clicking off some miles, making some time up. Yeah, there he goes. They're just partying in there, Tiffany.
I see. That's what I thought. After all those miles, the hour, the time's coming down, you're trying to keep yourself pumped up.
Is that what what you would do? Is that getting bored, or is that pumping you up?
That's pumping me up. I think I would start listening. I don't know. I think I'd start listening to some songs in there.
You'd have the Vegas to Reno mix on?
Probably, or my millennial mix.
Millennial mix.
The crunk music.
Crunk music.
Some Lil Wayne. I don't know, 50. Throw some Eminem.
Oh, I like angry rap. We're gonna get some DMX.
Oh, I do like Crime Mob.
All right, look at that shot. It's just beautiful coming across there. And, you know, it's just funny. We haven't had much wind today. That dust is just lingering there. If we had, you know, even 10-mile-an-hour breeze, it'd be blowing it off the course quite a bit. But just not to be had today out here in the Nevada desert. But it has been a beautiful day. Beautiful conditions.
All right.
Golden hour sun.
Yeah, looking at this officially now in the unlimited class, we've had 22 finishers.
Wow. I know our leaders in side-by-side, Heger and Phil Blurton, they're looking at about a mile, I don't know, 437, 438, somewhere in that neighborhood. So they're getting close to the finish as well. About 65 miles out. Gonna have them cross the finish line within the next hour.
Oh, wow. Well, we haven't been talking about this, but Raul, being a two-time king, he finished 18th overall right now, first obviously in Class 1 and Limited, so it's cool to see Raul come out here taking another one. You know, he's been out here with his brothers before, and I keep talking about them. The Gomez brothers are absolutely amazing. Took second place last year for Vegas to Reno, or I'm sorry, in 2024, 6th place in 2021, 16th place in 2020, 7th place in 2019, and those are all in unlimited trucks. But second place in Class 44, it's cool to see him take that top spot now for 2026.
It definitely is, and you know, like you said, the Gomez family, Gomez brothers, fun to be around. The guys are hilarious. You love the family rivalry, but the guys are bad fast behind the wheel of off-road cars.
It is, and the amount of setup they have for their pit, it's fabulous. That is a well-oiled machine out there.
This is Shapiro again.
Maybe he's stuck.
Why are we over there?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Andrew Shapiro in that stock class Honda.
This is what we were talking about. The ruts are getting so much deeper. Did they hit something down there? Are they just simply
I don't know what
stuck?
size tires are on that truck. You got to think maybe max of 35s, maybe 37s if we're lucky, but I'm thinking 35s.
I think 35s.
All right, well, we're going to see what's going on here with Andrew Shapiro in return. We've also got that shootout between Brock Hager and Phil Blurton in pro side-by-side. So lots of stories. We still have a lot more to come here from the 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno, the 30th annual Vegas to Reno, and we're doing it the other way. The 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno is brought to you by Camberg Racing, MagnaFlow, Ford Racing, Monster Energy, 4-Wheel Parts, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Rugged Radios, Bilstein, Can-Am, iBox Springs, VP Racing, Power Sport Pros.
From the brutal sands of Reno to the high-stakes finish in Vegas, true off-road performance demands one thing: traction, power, reliability. That's why Simple Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the iconic Vegas to Reno the other way. Simple Tire makes finding, buying, and installing the ultimate tires for your rig easier than ever.
Simple Tire, your destination for every road and everywhere the road ends. Shop simpletire.com today.
Because I'll get it done. And it's not gonna. I'm gonna make this happen for kids, and it's one kid at a time, and one step at a time. And I'm a fighter.
There's only one place to go to do your rig right, and that's at 4-Wheel Parts. Now is the time for bigger tires and larger wheels. Now is the time to lift your truck at 4-Wheel Parts. Learn more, shop current deals, and find your local 4-Wheel Parts location at 4wheelparts.com.
The The next era of desert racing is here. BITD and UNLTD unite to form the American Off-Road Racing Championship, the premier North American off-road league. One rule book, one championship, and the country's most iconic races. Parker, Mint, Silver State, Vegas to Reno, and Laughlin. No split fields, just the best racing head-to-head. The American Off-Road Racing Championship. This is where champions are decided.
They say you can't be in two places at once. Clearly, they have never been here. Reno Tahoe is the ultimate base camp for those who choose to live life to its fullest. This is a land of extremes where world-class adventure is fused with 24-hour energy. Go ahead, have it both ways. That's the point. From the heights of the Sierras to the soul of the city, it's all you. No limits. Get going at visitrenotahoe.com.
And welcome back here to Nevada. Jim Beaver, Matt Martelli. We're going to be calling the action here for the 2026 KC Folks Vegas to Reno 30th annual edition of the event. Tiffany Stone stepping out for a few minutes, and Matt filling the seat here. And I don't know, Matt, what do you make of this? I mean, we haven't had you on in a while. We got Kristen Matlock, who, yeah, you got to love Kristen. She just so much fun to be around, and she can wheel.
I mean, what do I think? This has been a crazy race. I mean, it just came down to the very end, and you know, we're going through all the penalties and assessing all the time returns. So we're going to have to get back like to Cameron, and we should have some results momentarily. But man, the Hardens, it's the day of the Hardens. Both Cole and his uncle Eric, just on a burner. I mean, crazy fast, you know. Super stoked for those guys. It looks like both of them got their class wins in overall.
Well, and, you know, what a redemption story for Eric Harden after what happened at the Mint, and you come back and win. And he just didn't win. I mean, he won in commanding fashion.
Yeah, it just shows you how good he is. You know, when he got his first big win at the Mint 400, that was kind of his coming out party. And I think that ever since then, he had the confidence of like, hey, not only can I hang with all these guys, but I can beat them. So, yeah, it's nice to see him back on top.
Got to look at some of the drivers coming down through canyon here. Shadows starting to get really heavy over this canyon.
Yeah, what a great shot. It really illustrates, you know, some of the terrain here that the racers are going through.
Well, I think that's what's special about Vegas to Reno is, you know, when you're going 505 miles across an entire state, you are going to get various types of terrain. And, you know, you drive down the highway, you go, oh, it's dirt, it's dirt, it's dirt. It's Nevada, it's dirt. You get behind the wheel, and I think, especially with a live stream today, a lot of people at home haven't seen some of this terrain before because, you know, outside of a few videos and stuff like that, we've never had this kind of coverage of this event. And they've got to see the vastness of what these drivers are coming across. I mean, mountains, rocks, you know, water, moisture, trees, forests, silt beds, washes. I mean, there really is such a diversity in this 505-mile race, Matt.
Yeah, it's a really good course, you know, and there's even more stuff out there that we want to add to it in the future. Some loops kind of out of the main line, right? So yeah, it's really beautiful, really diverse terrain, and yeah, like a lot of these areas, like they've never been shot by anybody because they're too deep. You wouldn't normally go in there. Now we got Adam Householder coming into the finish line.
Yeah, I haven't talked much about Adam Householder today, but you know, he's just been putting in some miles there. 224. He is looks like about a mile out from the finish, so gonna bring this one home. Not gonna have a shot at the victory, but I believe it's a top 5 run there for Adam Householder.
Yeah, I believe they had some issues earlier in the day, but regardless, Adam's a tremendous driver. It must be a little weird going from full unlimited truck all the way, and especially now because he has a 4-wheel drive with Mason, all the way back to spec, and you're probably going like, hey, where's the rest of the horsepower?
Keeps him honest.
But for sure. For sure. I mean, obviously, when you have a controlled class like spec, It's more about the driver, right? It's less about, you know, what you can buy for an engine, you know, and what all the wazoo contraptions are that you can add to your truck.
Well, that's the thing, and I think that's why, you know, you guys one of the first to split 2- and 4-wheel drive apart, because, you know, on the unlimited side, there's a vast financial difference between running an unlimited 2-wheel drive and an unlimited 4-wheel drive truck.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a lot of 2-wheel drive unlimited trucks out there. We want them racing with us. Great shot coming in the finish line.
All right, so it sounds like we're going to check back in with our Honda team, Andrew Shapiro, here in just a few moments. It looks like he is back underway.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's good to see them out here in Honda proving things. And, you know, I talked about, you know, Shapiro family, Emily Stats, Shapiro, Will Stats, Greg Shapiro. I mean, they're so involved in desert racing between Class 11s, his Honda program. We've seen them in unlimited trucks before, Matt. I mean, you know, 1,600 cars.
Yep, really good, knowledgeable race family. Another cool shot coming through that canyon.
That's the thing, you know, we've got so many different divisions and things like that. You know, we've crowned some winners here in a few of our unlimited divisions, but we're going to have a lot of drivers finishing well into the evening tonight to secure class victories.
Yes, well, people finishing into tomorrow day, but that's part of off-road racing. I spent many a late night or early morning hanging out with Casey Folks. And, you know, this is pre-tracking, but we knew people were out there, and he'd go, hey, we'll keep the finish line for 1 more hour. And about 6 hours later,
just one more.
He kept going, and I'm like, okay, Casey, I'm going to bed. But
it's Andrew Shapiro again in the Honda. You can tell by the big H on the steering wheel. I will say, that truck's been knocked around a little bit, because when he's going straight, he's holding the steering wheel to the right.
Yeah. Yeah, I know before that, you know, they were having some issue with the shock mounts, right? Which is a, you know, normal thing that breaks and really in all vehicles. So, you know, they were doing a little bit of fabrication and improving those, but they're moving.
Continue to push on.
Yeah, a lot of rattling going on in there, so maybe they have something going on. They're trying to make it to the next pit to do some repairs.
Well, and I know that's a stock class vehicle, but he looked pretty off the pace there, too, just like he was limping it to get to the finish.
Yep. Nate Hale, UTV Pro Class.
Look at the sun in the background.
Yeah, that's where you want it. You don't want to be driving into it.
Well, there was earlier, we were looking at some of the shots of Ronnie Anderson, and he was going into the sun, and there was that dust there, and it's just blinding in front of the car. You just can't see anything.
Yeah.
Love seeing him get on the gas, just blow that roost right out the back.
Starting to get into the good light here.
When you want to get the cameras out and start taking some shots.
That's right. Golden hour. Let's go, baby. There you go. That's what we're talking about. Look at that. That's just beautiful.
Driver's got some of the lights on now.
Yeah, this is definitely a race where, especially towards the end, you're going to have to pull your lights out.
Speaking of Ronnie Anderson, go back on board with him.
So how many miles out are they right now? 50?
Let's go
maybe?
Take a peek here at where our drivers are. So it's looking like Brock Hager is approaching 495.
Oh.
No, excuse me, 455. My bad, 455. So about 50 miles out. Still going to go through Amargosa Valley Pit, around that Big Dune area. I've always wanted to stop at Big Dune, and I just never have.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff out there. I mean, again, you know, just the whole principle of being an off-roader, we get to see stuff that nobody else sees. I mean, it's basically us, maybe some minors sometimes. You know, some BLM people go out deep, but...
It's one thing I've always thought, you know, was special about things like Vegas to Reno, things like Baja, about, because there'll be some times when you'll be out there and you go, you know, there's only a handful of people in the world that have ever seen where I'm at.
Yeah, 100%. It's awesome. It's one of the things I love about it the most is, you know, getting out there and going to places and you're like, yeah, sure, theoretically you could hike out there, but I just drove 150 miles out in the middle of, you know, the Mojave Desert.
So Vito Renulio, we're on board with him, and I want to talk a little bit about Vito. Tiffany and I had talked about him earlier, but here's a guy, you know, he's running a Phil Blurton car. You know, it's a quick car, and, you know, he's not a big flashy driver, but you start looking over the last 3-4 years, Vito's always a factor in these races.
Oh, he's a gamer, you know, like he's just one of those guys who doesn't speak a lot and proves it in his results, so.
Yeah, you go look up the results. It's like, well, there's Vito in the top 5 or 10. There's Vito in the top 5 or 10. There's Vito in the top 5 or 10. Guy just puts in the work, and he's got really, really quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Higger and Blurton still leading in pro side by side. Cody Bradbury now up into the 3rd spot.
Nice.
So it's Higger, Blurton, Bradbury. You go back and Ronnie Anderson and Ethan Groom kind of in a battle there for that 4th spot.
What do you know what happened to Corbin Leverton? Is he still going?
He was still going. Last I checked, he was just a little bit back. So there's Vito. Vito's going to be in 6th spot. Travis Sally 7th. Dustin Jones in 8th. Chase Carr in 9th. Corbin Leverton is 10th.
Okay, good.
So yeah, Corbin's still moving. Must have had some kind of issue at some point. He and Bradbury actually share a race shop, I believe.
Yeah, they're family. He got into racing by getting Bradbury's hand-me-down cars, right?
Yeah, I know Corbin was just on your podcast recently, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was great. You know, we were talking about his career and how he, you know, got on the Red Bull program and the opportunity to go to Dakar and race there. Really cool.
I will say, too, I'm going to go out on a limb and say, you know, in certain regards, Shelby Anderson can hold her own against her husband, too. Oh. Well, I guess it's Shelby Leverton now, but, you know, before they got married, she's obviously got a great job in, you know, with Kawasaki, did some marketing stuff and things like that. But you throw Shelby behind the wheel of an off-road car, that girl can flat fly.
Well, look at who her brothers are, right?
Yeah, cousins, yeah.
Cousins, sorry. You know, it's like having 2 brothers as well, you know. But no, the whole Anderson family. I saw Randy real briefly. I didn't get to say hello, but
yeah, and I love her dad Rod. She calls him Hot Rod, but Hot Rod, he's a good guy. But man, when Shelby's behind the wheel, Rod can get real serious real quick.
Another finisher coming in there. Beautiful shot.
That's just blowing off the back there. Just lingering. That's the thing. There's not very little wind.
Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully the wind starts moving as the sun sets. But this weather's been outstanding for us race week. Not too hot. Honestly, it's probably the coolest in terms of weather of any Vegas Reno I've ever been to.
No, it is, and we were talking about that, you know, and obviously things started at Reno. Oh, this is going to be one of the Matlocks here.
Kristen stopped. That's not good.
The car's still running, so that generally means it's probably hot tire.
Yeah.
But no, you know, we talked about that when things started at Vegas. And I mean, I've done this race. It was well over 100-degree temps and stuff like that in Beatty. And, you know, the high, I think, today was going to be 95 at the hottest in Crystal and Amargosa Valley. That would have been midday, and drivers not getting into that. But I mean, vapor lock, things like that have always been a constant issue at Vegas to Reno. And today, because of the weather, helmet's off. That's not good.
What is it? I'll be able to fix it. I just want to know what it is. You want to be done? Well, yeah.
Why?
Because it's Vegas to Reno, and we're not in it for anything but winning.
That's Kristen for
I
you.
mean, you fixed it so we can get out of here, but... How do you fix a trailing arm, Joe?
What?
You usually can't fix a trailing arm.
We've got these right here.
A trailing arm?
Right here.
Or a radius rod?
Oh, sorry, not a trailing arm.
Yeah.
My bad.
A radius rod?
Yeah, that's great. I mean, Kristen's so knowledgeable.
Yeah. She goes, hey, we're done. I can't win. I don't want to play. I love that.
Yeah.
She's a gamer.
You see all this?
What?
We fucked up everything.
Yeah. I got a couple of trucks here.
That's the beauty of this racing is like, okay, cool, the top finishers are in, but there's still dozens and dozens of battles going on, and they'll be going on through the night.
So just kind of checking in on our tracker here with Phil Blurton and Brock Hager. Brock writes, it's about mile 462, 463 for Brock Hager, and Phil Blurton some 2 or 3 miles back. So a little bit of separation now between Hager and Blurton. Blurton slowly starting to creep out, or Hager starting to creep out a little bit of a lead over Blurton.
Great etiquette there, pulling over. Yeah, this is a real interesting time of the day, too, because, you know, the dust is hanging. You can see the light glowing in it, so it definitely affects your vision.
This is Hunter Miller here.
Oh, that's great. See the Miller brothers still going.
It's great to see them out here racing in the desert.
Yep. They got a little bit of a drive out here from Texas.
No kidding, right?
Yep. The other night I was at dinner with them, and we were talking about, you know, their ranch in Texas, and you know how they want to see some more long distance off-road races in Texas. So it's a big truck market, big UTV market. We'd love to do something out there.
Now Texas is a weird one too, because there's a lot of land there, but most of it's like privately owned. So then you start dealing with ranchers and get approvals. Not dealing with government agencies, you're dealing with private landowners.
Jim, I hate to break it to you, we're dealing with ranchers and private landowners here, and the government. So,
and the government.
so it's probably easier. You just shake one dude's hand and get it done. But
Cowboys can be bought off with beer a lot of times.
Well, they're actually a lot like us. You know, once you convince them that you're not going to run over their cattle, and then it's usually a pretty easy deal.
Yeah, I think Texas would be a phenomenal place for a race.
Absolutely.
Now, there has been some races in Texas. I mean, you start looking back at, you know, where races have been in the United States, desert race. I mean, Colorado Springs. I remember my dad as a kid going to race in Colorado Springs, up in that area.
There's been races in Oregon, Washington.
I do know there's a regional series that puts some stuff on in northern Utah as well. I believe in Boar, possibly.
Yep. Yeah, I love seeing the grassroots stuff, you know, because it reminds me of, you know, when we were growing up and trying to be professional skateboarders, and we're going around doing all these little tours and demos everywhere. And I remember specifically doing them in Denver, and there's probably like 8 kids at this demo, right? Now Denver has 4 or 5 really nice skate parks and a whole skateboard culture. So it's got to start with something. That's what's great about the you know, all the grassroots races.
Back on board with this is Dan Fisher. Haven't seen him in a bit, but he's owner there, Lone Star Racing. Been around for a long time.
Builds really good race cars.
Very good race cars.
You're right.
Done a lot. You know, Lone Star started out as a, you know, building, you know, race quad parts.
Yeah.
You know, and a lot of the top desert racers used to be on, you know, Lone Star, you know, parts for their, you know, open class, you know, quads, and then they slowly shifted into the side-by-side stuff.
Yeah. Yes, Brandon Sims was their poster boy for a while. I think Guthrie had a
my Mona Lisa car was a Guthrie's was a Lone Star car.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yep.
still develop a lot of parts for not only racing, but just recreational off-roaders as well. But Dan, a good guy, and it's great to see him behind the wheel once in a while.
Yeah, that's one of the things I love about our culture is, like, you know, we got owners of companies out here racing with us, you know, Dan Fisher, Greg Adler, handful of other guys too. I remember when Robbie Pierce was alive, he was out racing as well, so that was...
Yeah, what did he say? He was his best test dummy?
Yeah, exactly.
A little harder, just a little bit. Straight.
He's moving along here, Matt. I mean, I'm just looking at this going, Dan Fisher is moving.
Yeah, Dan's fast.
Kind of looking at our tracker as we're on board with Dan Fisher, but our lead UTV pro, Brock Higger, he's about 5 miles out of Amargosa Valley.
You saw that little wobble there, right? I wanted to point that out because you dump into these silt beds, and there's a little bit of silt right there, and you jam into a pocket, and it wags the car, and sometimes that'll throw you off.
A little washout. Not that bad. Stand it.
This is Lake Adler here.
Yep.
Speaking of Greg Adler, here's Lake Adler.
That's right. Greg's son.
Good to see this young kid out here.
Yeah. Still going, man. So rad.
The last time we were on with Lake Adler, he ordered a turkey sandwich.
Yep. Well, you know, what I really love about this is I'm not going to tell people how to raise your kids. However, if you want them to put the cell phone down and stop worrying about everything going on in the world, I would highly suggest putting them in some sort of race vehicle, because all they can do is pay attention to this. And I think it really teaches them to focus, you know?
And I think that's the truth, whether it just be in race conditions or recreationally. My daughter, anytime we're out camping, she, you know, with a side-by-side, she definitely doesn't have her phone on.
Right.
She's out wheeling cars and having a good time.
Here it is, 20. It's really tight. And then we're going full speed after.
No, and I love seeing the evolution with the young people, right? Like, they start out, and I'll use Mitchie as a perfect example of, like, him starting out racing, I think 570s, if I remember right. And, you know, and then moving up into full 1,000 cc's, and, you know, look at him now. I mean, he damn near won the race.
One of the top drivers in the world, you know. It's funny, you talk about that in the ladder system. When I was a kid, there was no ladder system in off-road. You raced dirt bikes and quads, and you just moved into a full-size vehicle. It just was what it was. Maybe a buggy or something like that, 1600 car. But now, you know, you look at RJ, you look at Ronnie, you look at Seth Quintero, you look at Mitch Guthrie Jr. I mean, we're talking about some of the top drivers in the world, and they started out in those youth divisions, and now, you know, especially with like Seth and Mitch, they're the superstars.
Careful, tightens up. 40 right 3.
Totally agree.
40 left 3, maybe 30.
Looks the sun really starting to set here.
Yep. So our UTVs may be coming in the dark.
Yeah, going looking at our lead UTV, Brock Hager. He is at 470, so that's going to be about he's 10 miles out of Amargosa Valley. Amargosa Valley is about 25 out from the finish, so 35 miles out is our lead UTV currently.
We're back in on 10 car. Yeah, it's interesting, you know, we talk about the evolution of vehicles, and 10 cars are an interesting one because obviously they came from smaller buggies, like really a VW first, then, you know, 1600s, half 1600s, and then all the way up to class 10, and then the next evolution or the next step would be class 1, right? UTVs really kind of disrupted that path and have become faster for the most part than class 10 cars. Yeah. That might be one of the Gomez brothers.
A little squirrely there.
Wagging the tail.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like an Ultra 4 car of sorts.
Yep. Back on the mountain.
Carving into the side of that mountain. Tiffany had said it's deceiving here because she goes, there is a little bit of a cliff there off the side. It just doesn't look quite as bad from the aerial view.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, lots of rocks lining each side.
Just no run out whatsoever in a lot of these spots.
Yeah, even in these areas when it's getting dusk or when it's hitting dusk, your eyes start to kind of readjust, and it takes a minute, so it becomes even more of a challenge. You're not quite dark, making it hard to see obstacles sometimes.
Yes, this driver's got the yellow lights down low.
Yeah, it's interesting. I love seeing everybody's different style of lighting setup.
Emily Gonzalez in a Class 10. Well, and you know, everybody likes the look of an upper light bar. It looks cool, but the problem with upper light bars in desert racing is unless you have completely clear air like this, it doesn't work. You get any kind of dust, and it's like a blinding wall in front of the car. So those lower lights are crucially important for racing at night.
Yeah, totally.
So looking back to our leader in pro side-by-side, it is Brock Hager. He is about 5 miles out of Amargosa Valley, which is pit 11 in the final pit. So he's now within about 30 miles of the finish. So this is big storyline. Who is going to be the top spot in UTV? Phil Blurton a few miles back of Brock. Looks like about 5 miles back. So he's dropped back just a hair to Brock Hager. So Brock with a little bit of breathing room, trying to notch that Vegas to Reno spot on his belt, one of the ones that has eluded him. So we're going to take a short break. We're going to come back. We're going to have our lead UTVs about 20-25 minutes from the finish line here at the 30th annual Casey Folks Vegas to Reno. The 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno is brought to you by Camberg Racing, MagnaFlow, Ford Racing, Monster Energy, 4-Wheel Parts, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Rugged Radios, Bilstein, Can-Am, iBox Springs, VP Racing, Power Sport Pros.
Race you. Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching, this guy watching. Race you to the summit, maybe not that summit, to sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
There's only one real question. How bad do you want it? Every challenge, every setback, your gut checks, testing your will. The road ahead is rough. No excuses. Built to do it all. Unstoppable.
on the radio? Yeah, I got you. Hey, Nick, can you hear me? Oh, yeah. I might have to pay the rear socket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Oh, this is beautiful. Still rides really good.
I'll follow you.
Crossing the road now.
Copy that.
Everybody getting ready for more ride? We are.
At Power Sport Pros, we don't just sell parts, we race them. Every suspension kit, every light bar, every performance upgrade we offer has been pushed in the dirt, the rocks, and the desert at full throttle. Because when you line up at the start line or hit the trail with your family, failure isn't an option. With locations in Lake Havasu City, Arizona, and Murrieta, California, our experienced techs deliver race-proven installs, expert service, and real-world advice. No guesswork, no gimmicks. Power Sport Pros.
Welcome back to the 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno. Jim Beaver, Tiffany Stone rejoining me in the booth. We still got winners yet to be determined. I mean, they're going to be determined all night long, but the big one we're waiting on right now is our lead pro side-by-side racer. Right now, currently on course, that is Brock Hager. He is currently in pit 11, or just clearing pit 11, the final pit on this course, about 25 miles from the finish. Phil Blurton currently sitting in the second spot, some 5 miles back. So we are going to have a shootout. It is two of the best drivers in the world, Can-Am versus Polaris. We're going to see who can bring it home here in less than a half an hour here at Vegas to Reno. So looking to crown a champion in side-by-sides. Already crowned some champions in some of the unlimited truck divisions.
Half mile will be out of it, I think, hopefully. All good.
Eric Harden walking away with top honors in unlimited truck two-wheel drive. Mitch Guthrie Jr. in the Rally Raid vehicle, finishing up in second overall. Nick Whetstone, two-wheel drive. He was third overall, second in class, and Tracy Graff, fourth overall, and he was your winner in unlimited truck four-wheel drive. So let's take a look here at another unlimited truck two-wheel drive. This is Shane Lewis trying to get her to the finish line.
And I can't tell right now if it is that dusty outside right now with a lot of lingering silt, or if it's a little bit of the camera. I can kind of see where he's making his way through, but if this is what, I'm assuming this is the camera now because it's getting less and less visibility. There's no way you could drive through this, but this is kind of what I feel like they've been driving through all day long though, Jim, no matter what. I mean, a little wipe of the visor and then you're back to clear, but this is what they were seeing at some points in the day.
Vito Renulio in the Can-Am. He is moving. Currently at a top 5 pace here in pro side-by-side.
So Vito actually won this back in 2022, taking that top spot in UTV Turbo Pro. He won this by 5 minutes and 49 seconds over Phil Blurton. So that was one of the times that Phil did not get that. That's when Phil got that second.
Yeah, that's when the prodigy, the prodigy takes down the teacher.
Well, there's that time for when we were looking at Phil in just a little bit. You know, Phil, like we keep talking about, he had that run for a little bit. He had it where he got the 4 in a row. In 2021, we got a DNF. That second place in 2022 behind Vito. And then 23, 24, some more DNFs. And then 2025, 39th place. So not sure what really happened to Phil in 2025, but it looks like he was able to bring it back home.
Well, Phil, definitely, like we said, one of the top in the business. We've got quite the shootout going on between Phil Blurton and Brock Hager for top honors here at Vegas Reno. We're less than a half hour out from determining that. Right now, it's looking like it's going to be Brock Hager, but we will see. There's still a lot of racing yet to come here from Vegas to Reno. One of the drivers there's no racing left for, and that's because he was our top overall finisher, Mr. Eric Harden, and we were able to catch up with him at the finish line.
Eric Harden, oh my goodness. First overall, first in class in two-wheel drive. What a day. How are you feeling?
Oh my gosh, I'm in shock a little bit. It was crazy out there today. I mean, I got a flat tire in qualifying on Wednesday, and honestly, I just wanted to curl up and cry in a corner and quit. But we've had a little bit of a rough run. I got a flat tire in qualifying at Parker, had a rough race there. I hit a pile of concrete qualifying at the Mint, didn't start that race, and then to get another flat tire here, I was just like, man, I don't know. I need to like figure this out. And so yesterday when it was raining at Tech, though, I'm checking the radar the whole time to see where the rain was hitting. I'm like, I don't know if it's gonna hit the course or how this is gonna be or what's gonna happen. But to start 21st or whatever, almost second to last in the class, it's like we might get a little lucky and be able to see it, and this could be really fun. And sure as shit, that's exactly what happened. You know, I mean, we were able to see at the beginning, and the whole thing was we were just gonna protect our tires because I'm so sick of changing flats. And Chase, I don't know where Chase is, but this is his first race riding with me. He did a great job. But I didn't want him to have to get out of the truck for anything, and I didn't want him to do anything besides call the corners, which he did perfect at. And we took care of the corners. We were really slow in the rocks, and it literally felt like we were barely moving, especially this style race. I raced this once like in 2003. I turned 21. My 21st birthday was at Vegas to Reno, and I celebrated it in Reno. That was the last time we did it. I'm 44 now, so yeah, getting old. But that was the last time we did this race. And once they announced that they were going to do it backwards, we're like, you know what? All these guys who've been doing this race forever might not have as big of an advantage if they're doing it backwards, because everything's different when you're going the opposite direction. So that's why we did it, and we came here, did the pre-run, which was really fun for 3 days a couple weeks ago, and learned a lot. And it was really cool to have some notes to know, when to hold them and when to fold them. So, but you still can't drive the pace like you would at like a Mint or a Parker or King of the Hammers or one of these sprint races, because you don't know where you're going. Every corner you have an idea, but there's no way to remember it, but only seeing it once. And so it felt like we were not moving very fast, but then we just started passing all these people. The first 115 miles, I don't know how many. I think we passed like 9 cars or something, or 9 trucks. I gotta watch the footage, and I don't know if I made a lot of friends on the way up, but or maybe lost a few, but it was a lot of fun, and here we are. So I can't even believe it. I didn't think we were going to win this race. We didn't ask. We were doing exactly all we could do during the race, and that was not stop, have quick pit stops, and not get any flats, and just drive as fast as we could without flying off the road too much and crashing. So I can't believe the way it shook out. You know what I mean?
That is so incredible. Were there any moments today where you felt like maybe things were gonna get a little uneasy?
Oh yeah, I mean we got stuck behind 3 or 4 guys for like 180 miles for one, and I followed another guy for. I was stuck in the dust. The only time I had clean air was at the beginning of the race, and that's basically when it kind of fell into our hands. The rest of it, we had to pass everybody in the pits or when they were getting flats, or we weren't passing anybody on the run after that. After we couldn't see, that was it. So it was stressful, and the whole time you're going, oh my gosh, these guys are gone, because you're going so below the pace when you're sitting in the dust. You're like this is not the pace that it takes to win one of these races, but apparently it is. So so it's kind of cool. I'm pretty stoked. And then it sounds like my nephew Cole got his first win in spec truck, so we're super thrilled about that. I mean, he's been trying for a couple years, and we've been doing everything we could to get that. So to be able to get them both, a double hit like that, I mean, we want to come back. I hope it does. I hope it starts from Reno every year and comes to Vegas, because it was a lot of fun.
Well, I can't wait to hear what other people say about it too. Yeah. Is there anybody that you would like to thank?
Oh yeah, of course. I got to thank my wife Diana for supporting me and my boys, Jet and Steele, my parents. my mom and dad, my brother, all my family for making this possible. My team, Nick, Caden, Matthew, PJ at the shop, everybody else who comes and supports us. I mean, it takes a village to get this done. They've been busting their butts. I mean, this thing was, I trashed it pretty good at the mint, and it was a little bit of a thrash getting it ready, right, Nick? Yeah. So they put together a great truck. We tested it, had some transmission problems. That turned it into more of a last-second thing than we wanted it to be. So the truck ran great. The Dugan's motor ran great. Not one flat tire with the BFG tires. The transmission ran flawless. The Weddle Albin's transmission. King shocks, perfect. Handled great. I mean, this truck is a rocket. I mean, it handles really, really good. So, but we couldn't do it without Baja Designs, Gibson exhaust, obviously BF Goodrich tires, KMC wheels. Well, Anaheim Hills Auto Body. I got to look at this thing. I can't even read it all. Maximo oils. There's a bunch more that I'm missing, but.
Well, although it is unofficial, congratulations, you earned it.
Thanks so much. Thanks for having us.
Great to see Eric Harden there at the finish line. I mean, the smile, especially after what happened to the mint, it's pretty remarkable. As we're continuing to finish cars here, obviously we're about 15 miles out from crowning a UTV winner, but we did have another finisher that won his division while we were at break. David Ziegler, Unlimited Legends winner. So yet another victor here at Vegas Reno.
Well, it's really cool to see, especially because we did see him right by those Joshua trees, get that flat. So being able to come back, persevere through, do everything that you need to do to get that, that's got to be a great feeling, because you never know what's going to happen. If you're going to have a flat, are you going to have another mistake? Is something else going to happen? Is something else going to happen to the truck? So it's really cool to see that. And I do want to say another big congratulations to Eric Harden over there, adding another win. Obviously, he had the overall for the 2023 Mint 400. He got the California 300 win in 2024. So having this for 2026, especially after the disaster he said he had at the Mint this year, it's really nice to see that.
Well, and speaking of winners, we had another winner, Mitch Guthrie Jr. in the Rally Raid four-wheel drive, the Raptor T1 Plus, also second overall. We were able to catch up with him at the finish line.
We are here with Mitch Guthrie Jr. He is our unofficial second place overall winner and the first place finisher for the Rally Raid four-wheel drive class. Dude, what a day! I'm not sure anybody saw this coming, and I think it's just the best surprise. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. It was fun. I love this race. I love Vegas to Reno. I've done it in the UTV so many times, and pumped that Ford and the guys at M Sport brought this truck out, and we've been wanting to race it in this thing for a while. We knew it would do good here, and but we didn't know how well. So, you know, partway through the race, we were getting some split times, and we knew we were going fast for sure, and we knew we were up there in the overall. So, really cool. And you know, it's one of those races where we just have no idea going into it where we're going to be at, and to get to the finish line and unofficially P2 overall, I think we surprised some people for sure that thought we might not do as well. But this truck's amazing. It does we had zero issues other than a flat tire right at the end that I did, and yeah, it was a great day.
That's so incredible. So did you have any moments today that were, you know, maybe a little threw you for a little bit of a loop, or was it just clean air, fun day driving?
Yeah, it was a fun day driving. The truck is awesome out here, so really no issues. It's full Dakar spec, so we don't have any like speed limiters out of it. We don't have any dry brakes, so in Tonopah I got out, ate a sandwich, and got back in and kept going. So I think if we have a dry brake on this thing and some speed limiters off, everyone will be in trouble.
I love to hear that. Well, congratulations again. This is incredible. This is this vehicle's debut, and to come out and get second overall, impressive.
Yeah, pumped with the result, and thank you guys and everyone for watching.
Well, Mitch is absolutely just stoked on that. That's so awesome to see that out here and to finish where it did here at Vegas Reno. And you know, obviously Mitch knows what it takes to win here, and I don't know, special story. That was fun.
That was fun, especially since Mitch took the UTV last year and won it in that, and taking this. And Jim, did you see that little smirk that Mitchie gave when he said, at Tonopah, I got out, I ate a sandwich, and I got back in? And he said it so nonchalantly, like, I understand what we did. And it's kind of cool to see this because last year for 25, he, finished 5th place overall in Dakar with the debut of that T1 Plus out there. So it's cool to see a year later how much he's learned, what he's really learned from it, and bring it out here. Like I said, and I'll stand by this, those ones, they might be the future going forward towards it.
Well, yeah, and I mean, I think we're going to see something special at Dakar with Ford, M Sport, and Mitch Guthrie Jr., and I'm really excited for that. But, speaking of excitement, it's been an exciting day for the Harden family, and, we caught up with Eric Harden earlier, and we were able to catch up with Cole Harden at the finish line, winner in the spec class.
Cole Harden, our unofficial spec truck winner. I talked to you after qualifying. You didn't feel like you had the best run. You showed up on race day, and here you are. How you feeling?
Feeling great. It's unofficial, but we're super stoked, especially stoked for my uncle. So Harden boys 1-1. Can't wait to go to Vegas, but it was awesome. I mean, it was a rough qualifying, but as soon as I saw Connor in front of me, I knew I was in a good position, and no one really slow was in front of us. So everyone fell off, and it was just me and Connor for like 300 miles just going. So
so you didn't have a lot of dust to fight, or
I'd say for the first 200 it was dust free because of the water and everyone was spread out, and then later in the race I was running him down and got in him, and depending on what direction we turned, I got a bunch of dust, had to slow down a bunch of times, but it got real interesting coming 10 miles in to go because this guy, Connor, passed him, and then he was sandwiched in between us, and then he wouldn't pull over, so we had to nerf his ass out of the way to actually finish and try to win a race, but
well, rubbing is racing, right?
Yeah, but see blue lights, please get out of the way.
So how was the course? Obviously, we had some rain, there was hail, there was lightning. Was there a lot of water on the course?
Yeah, in the beginning, it was all moisturized, so there was no dust, which was awesome. And then, like, lake beds, there would be huge water spots. I almost spun out a couple times. I mean, I blew a corner because I went to turn, and we just went straight. But there were a couple sketchy moments, but it was cool. Adds to the thrill.
Does. Well, congratulations, man. Well earned. I hope you have a blast celebrating in Vegas tonight.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, guys.
Woo!
Now what?
Well, yeah, I mean, great day for the Harden family. They're definitely going to be celebrating in Vegas. Cole Harden, Eric Harden, both walking away with top honors in Unlimited Spec and Unlimited, as well as the overall great run by them. But speaking of great runs, we still have more drivers yet to crown. Polaris Factory Racing's Brock Hager is about 3 miles out from the finish. So we're waiting to see who our official first finisher is in Pro UTV. Looks like it's going to be Brock Hager. Phil Blurton still within striking distance, some 5 miles back, as here we go on board with Reno one of Phil Blurton's teammates in the Can-Am.
I got to throw it back to Cole Harden, though, real quick. He did mention after qualifying that he could not wait to get to Vegas. That young man is not shy of mentioning how he feels about the rest of the class, and especially if you see some blue lights. But with Cole Harden right now, it's amazing to see him get that very, very first win in Spec Truck. Parker this year, he took a second. The mid-400, he took a third in Spec. And so to add that to round out your season, closing the gap a little bit, especially because Kyle Jurgensen was sitting out there. Cole Harden was sitting a little bit back in the standings for the Spec class. He was sitting at 7th. So the fact that he got this this win right there for him is shortening up that gap as we head into Laughlin.
Oh, it's definitely shortening up the gap, and you got to love him. He's pull no punches type of guy. The smirks again, the smirks and the smiles on these young men that are so excited. But like he said, I can't wait to get to Vegas and party. So I think that's what's going to happen with him and his uncle this evening. Oh, it's definitely going to be a party for the Harden family. As looks like we've got Brock Hager coming into the finish, making that hard right-hand corner. He's going to try and bring it home here for Polaris Factory Racing. So we're just moments away from crowning a UTV Pro Class victor here. About a quarter mile for the finish. Brock, we're going to see where he stacks Backs up in the overall when he crosses the stripe. Don't think he's going to have a shot there at Eric Harden, but he's going to be in the mix. You're in a stock class car, so you're still going for a podium finish here, but it gets really lonely out in the Nevada desert when it's just you and your co-driver. Well, I guess they've got 3 in the truck on this one, but it does at times get a little bit lonely out there.
I wonder if they've got a playlist too that they're listening to.
I guarantee you they got a playlist going on there.
Well, when we're still looking at the Pro UTV class, obviously on the tracker right now, we've got Phil Blurton, Cody Bradbury, Ethan Groom, Ronnie Anderson, right behind there, Vita Renuo, behind there, Dustin Jones, and then we've got Chase Carr, Corbin Leverton. Those are what we're still looking for. You know, Corbin right now should be able to hit the 455-mile marker, but we've got a bunch of UTVs coming in. Hunter Miller sitting right there. Sean Sexton is kind of moving in. And then Wayne Matlock is still making his way. I saw earlier that Kristen had to retire from that. Helmet was off, but Wayne's still moving around.
Yeah, there's lots to be determined yet, and it looks like currently 3rd is Cody Bradbury, still in pro side-by-side as well. So he's about 15 miles out. So we got a couple of UTVs. Oh, look at this in unlimited spec. Going to get a finish here at some point too is Ruslan Yankovic. Gotta love Ruslan. That kid, quite the stunt driver, but really trying to carve out his name for himself as a race car driver as well.
Well, we were talking about Ruslan earlier. Matt was in here with me, and he's in that Roar Tribe truck. He is a part of CODA, which is Children of Deaf America. So with that, his father and his mother are both deaf, so they signed, and he was letting me know that they're trying to show and bring awareness and then showcase motorsports to that community. So his father was going to jump in. his father's co-driver was also deaf, but Ruslan's co-driver was going to sign to the live stream the entire time to let them kind of know what was going on. The entire pit crew was deaf, so it's really cool to see them bring this awareness to that community. And, you know, when he was talking about it, he had his heart, it seemed like it was so full, because he was really, it's something near and dear to him, and he's able to showcase what he loves to the community that he's a part of.
Yeah, you know, and it's funny, I've spent some time around his family, and, you know, and it's just super nice people. They're
Very
just,
nice.
They're stoked on life, and it's just really fun, and they're so proud of Ruslan and what he's been able to accomplish, and it's just fun to be around people who are that excited about things.
Well, and when we're talking about family, we're seeing this family right here. They're still going. Love this, you know, it's just because sometimes when you're in there, you're no longer my dad. You're my co-driver. You help me get there, showcase, give me a turkey sandwich once again.
Yeah. So, yeah, that was Lake Adler there, son of Greg Adler of 4 Wheel Parts, ORW fame. We're back here with Chris Wu. Look at that. Got the trees going on. A little tight, technical. Looks like we're trying to bring Phil Blurton home as well. So it looks like he's about 2 miles out from the finish. So we are going to have, unless something drastic happens, going to have our second finisher in pro side-by-side. Phil and Brock had that shootout earlier in the day, and Phil obviously dropping back a little bit. Don't know what the full story is there, but going to end up with a second-place finish here at Vegas Reno. Uh-oh, I got Woo's pulling off there, big tree.
The bush rock trees. I think that was a tree though.
That was a tree. That was not a bush rock tree.
It's getting late, Jim.
Yeah, it's getting late.
It was a tree.
All right, so Phil Blurton looks like he is almost to the finish line here at Vegas to Reno. Going to try and bring things home. We're going to get a time split once he does finish. Should be Mr. Blurton here coming across the finish line. Making that final corner, and it looks like he is going to cross the stripe, obviously in second position. It's going to put him back, though, at about 11th overall. So Phil Blurton finishing up 11th overall.
Yes, second class.
So great effort by him. RJ Stidham, do you want to mention, he took home the third and final podium spot in Spec Truck as well. Back on here with Lake Adler, who's trying to get that UTV in the NA class to the finish line.
Yeah, maybe the air filter is just plugged up a little bit or something.
So we still got another podium finisher to crown here in side-by-side and pro side-by-side. Right now, Cody Bradbury about 10 miles out. He is in that position, so we'll see if he can hang on to things.
That we've had lately. Like, it's been rough in this car, and it ain't horrible. I mean, not being a lap race
It's that
probably really
fourth and pro side-by-side. Ethan Groom,
Yeah.
that factory racing car. Ronnie Anderson in the mix, too, in the top 5. Vito Ranullo just outside of the top 5 and 6. They're both around Amargosa Valley, some 25 miles out from the finish.
And let's take a moment to talk about this, Jim, because when we started this earlier, I was making that note that I think that we would have finishers underneath the 8-hour mark. Obviously, Eric Harden did that, surpassed that 7 hours and 37, but we had 11 drivers throughout all the different classes make it underneath that 8-hour mark. You know, and then when we're looking, RJ Anderson right on the dot at 8 hours, Brady Fox 8 hours 1 minute. So this is showing, like we kept talking about, how fast this course was going to be. And, you know, with Eric getting that, he did mention he got that option to pre-run. Do you think that also separated him just a little bit, gave him those extra notes that he needed over Nick Whetstone, over RJ Anderson?
It definitely didn't hurt. That's for sure. You know, able to take some notes. Said that's why we came out here. Everybody else had an advantage running the other way. We hadn't done it in years, and you know, said we wanted to you know, wanted a shot at the overall, and man, they got it. It was great run there for Eric Harden and the Harden family. Obviously Cole Harden as well. It's quite humorous to listen to him. But here's Vito Ranullo, currently running 6th in UTV Pro. Trying to get it to the finish line. He's about 20-25 miles out.
So when we're looking at this, is the next one that we're expected to see Cody Bradbury?
Yeah, it should be Cody Bradbury. to the finish line, and it looks like Ruslan, pretty close to Cody. Shane Lewis in the limited truck two-wheel drive in the mix as well. But Cody Bradbury, he's probably 6-7 minutes out at this point, almost a mile 500.
And then we still got Ethan Groom and Ronnie Anderson that's coming down that long stretch with all that rock right before they get into the wash and right before they really get into the fast sections through here. So kudos to both of them. I know Ronnie Anderson had that little bit of a hiccup. He was waiting for somebody to get out of the way. You know, Ethan Groom was stopped for a little bit, but they're keep on pushing on.
There's Dan Fisher, the Lone Star vehicle, UTV Pro as well. Trying to bring it home to the finish line. Look at that sun setting behind him off to the side. Here's out the front of Dan Fisher's vehicle.
Is this where certain shadows and certain rocks start popping out, Jim, that we've been talking about all day?
Yeah, you know, it's pretty set here in front of him. So, yeah, the biggest thing is you start seeing things at this point. Joshua trees start looking like chupacabras, and rocks start looking like horses. You never quite know what's happening.
You might hit a tree.
Might hit a tree. You might hit a rock bush. Don't know who this is or what pit this is.
Looks like they're getting some fuel at least.
Yeah, they were monitoring how much fuel they put in there, gave them a thumbs up. We're good. All right, they're going to get back on the road there and try and bring that one home to the finish. And we still have a few more finishers to crown. We are going to step away for a short commercial break. We're going to be back to bring a few more across the finish line and at some point wrap this one up at the 30th annual Casey Folks Vegas to Reno. Here, doing it the other way. The 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno is brought to you by Camberg Racing, MagnaFlow, Ford Racing, Monster Energy, 4-Wheel Parts, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Rugged Radios, Bill Stein, Can-Am, iBox Springs, VP Racing, Power Sport Pros.
From the brutal sands of Reno to the high-stakes finish in Vegas, true off-road performance demands one thing: traction, power, reliability. That's why Simple Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the iconic Vegas to Reno the other way. Simple Tire makes finding, buying, and installing the ultimate tires for your rig easier than ever.
Simple Tire, your destination for every road and everywhere the road ends. Shop simpletire.com today.
Because I'll get it done. And it's not gonna. I'm gonna make this happen for kids, and it's one kid at a time, and one step at a time. And I'm a fighter.
There's only one place to go to do your rig right, and that's at 4 Wheel Parts. Now is the time for bigger tires and larger wheels. Now is the time to lift your truck at 4 Wheel Parts. Learn more, shop current deals, and find your local 4 Wheel Parts location at 4wheelparts.com.
The next era of desert racing is here. BITD and UNLTD unite to form the American Off-Road Racing Championship, the premier North American off-road league. One rule book, one championship, and the country's most iconic races. Parker, Mint, Silver State, Vegas to Reno, and Laughlin. No split fields, just the best racing head-to-head. The American Off-Road Racing Championship. This is where champions are decided.
They say you can't be in 2 places at once. Clearly, they have never been here. Reno Tahoe is the ultimate base camp for those who choose to live life to its fullest. This is a land of extremes where world-class adventure is fused with 24-hour energy. Go ahead, have it both ways. That's the point. From the heights of the Sierras to the soul of the city, it's all you. No limits. Get going at visitrenotahoe.com.
Welcome back here to Vegas to Reno, the 30th annual Casey Folks Vegas to Reno. Jim Beaver and Tiffany Stone, we're going to be bringing it home for you. Obviously waiting on one more UTV podium finisher. Looks like that's going to be Cody Bradbury here in just a few moments. Also got the 290 of Ruslan Yankovic coming in as well. So he's going to be bringing it home for a finish in the spec class. Looking here for official results to see where these drivers end up slotting in.
And look at that dust, Jim, still lingering.
Oh, look at that. Cody Bradbury clipping Phil Blurton for the 2nd spot. Wow.
3 minutes, 15 seconds ahead of Phil. And that's what we were talking about. Everybody was saying, don't sleep on Cody because he had that corrected time because he started a little bit back. Let's see where Cody, oh, he started 91.
Oh, 91. 91. We are creating things here in the booth at Vegas to Reno.
91st he did that. Excuse me, guys. It's been a long day. Phil Blurton started 78th. 91st for Cody Bradbury, so he did have some of that time.
Wow, that one, I mean, for those of you still continue to tune in here at Vegas to Reno, I don't know that that's going to sit well with Phil Blurton, who got caught up with some traffic there in that shootout with Brock Hager, but Phil thought he had 2nd in the bag, and Cody Bradbury sneaking in, taking that 2nd podium spot here. So, you know, you never want to tune out of Vegas to Reno.
No, and if I'm Phil Blurton right now, I am irate knowing that truck would not get over, knowing what's going on, and knowing that you are so close because they were just battling back and forth between Brock and now being knocked down to 3rd because of a truck that there. And if Cole Hardin was here, he would say, if you see those lights, move out of the way.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I mean, that one, Phil Blurton, wow. I knew Cody was going to be quick. I didn't think he had him clipped by that much, but 3 minutes, I mean, that's a substantial amount for Cody Bradbury over Phil Blurton. So big shout out to Cody, kind of a little bit of a sleeper in this thing, but wow, what a great run there. 11th overall. Phil now moved back to 12th overall, but Cody Bradbury 2nd now in side-by-side. Donald Mankey here in UTV Pro.
Let's talk about those lights too that we see right there in the front. I like how these are positioned. It brings it up just a little bit. I'm assuming they've got a light bar down below just to bring that, but you're really seeing, you know, back in the Midwest, we call these ditch lights. You know, we've got deers popping out of everywhere, especially in Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan. So I really like where these lights are sitting right now. You can kind of see everything on the side. You can see if things are starting to creep in, if there's some washes, if rocks are coming into the race line. This is something that I really enjoy, especially when you know you're going into the dark, you know you're going into the night. This is a great placement.
Well, it definitely is. This car's, we've been on board with quite a few cars. This one's definitely got some good lights out in front of it. Yeah, great shot there. And obviously it helps they're not in the dust, so able to see quite a bit. Just a nice wide beam pattern, really not outrunning the light at all. Wayne Matlock. Obviously, Kristen we saw. Probably not going to be able to finish this one, but Wayne Matlock continues to charge here in UTV Pro. Trying to see where Wayne's at. Next finisher should be Ethan Groom. Then it's going to be Ronnie Anderson, Vito Renullo in the mix, and Dustin Jones has cleared Amargosa Valley. Chase Carr.
Looks like Wayne's around 460.
Yeah, Wayne a little ways back. Travis Sally, Corbin Leverton, Hunter Miller, and then we get to Wayne Matlock. So Wayne's still got a little bit of ways to go to the finish. Some probably about 45 miles for Mr. Matlock.
Look at that, Jim, at the top right, at lapse time, 10 hours, 12 minutes, 57 seconds.
Yeah, that was since the green flag. I've been sitting in these chairs for a while, too.
That's why I said 91.
91?
91.
You and I are about 11 hours into this one.
But we do need to say kudos, shout out to Matt Martelli coming in, giving us a little reprieve over here throughout this day. So coming up with new words, new terms.
Yeah. Well, and I'm still looking, and we still got, you know, I mean, we're in the thousands of live watchers still. So big thanks to everybody continuing to tune in and hear the shenanigans from Tiffany Stone and I.
Brad Lovell. This is great to see Brad Lovell out there. He's got his son Adam Lovell right there. They did pre-run this. We've seen them many of times. Brad is a stock winner in multiple different classes, multiple different facets of racing, and seeing that next generation come up, especially because we really see Brad right now only out here, but Brad did race short course, so it's cool to see him out there. He's an AMSOIL backed. He's Ford Racing back as well, and he's bringing these stock vehicles, full-size stock truck through this entire race course too.
Easy.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Brad Lovell. He does a lot behind the scenes for Ford and this off-road program and a lot of the testing and development work. And Brad, I mean, obviously he's an off-road Hall of Famer, but the guy really does a lot behind the scenes. And one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. I mean, I just love talking with Brad.
He is such a the entire family, and if you really want to get down to it, the entire Lovell team, the nicest. His brother's out there. He used to race with his brother all the time, and I've spoken to them many times because of some of the same events that we're at, obviously with KOH, AMSOIL, but it's just really cool to see that, and just how he's teaching the next generation with his son. And his son is a great fabricator as well, building this really cool Ranger.
Looking, we're going to have, looks like the next official finisher, it's going to be, he's about 4 or 5 miles out, Ethan Groom. Going to be bringing it home in fourth in the factory racing entry. Ronnie Anderson trying to hunt him down here at the finish line. Actually, Ronnie and Ethan very close on course, and then got Vito Renullo in the mix as well. So a few more pro side-by-sides. Still looking to come across the finish line.
Well, let's look at that. Ethan started 81st. Ronnie Anderson started 82nd. But when we're looking at Vito started 94th. So he's got a little bit on corrected time.
Yeah, so Vito may be able to clip them for that fourth spot. We're going to have to see how that shakes out. So, yeah, still a little bit of a battling here to go at Vegas Reno. Obviously, lots of stock class vehicles yet to come.
Medium right.
We're on board here with Alex Fleming. Look at all that bright yellow light there. Colorado.
And this is what we were talking about with having that yellow. If there was a lot of dust, it would help cut through that so you'd be able to see a little bit better.
Yeah, and I'm a fan of an amber face shield. Yellow lights, I can give or take. I know there's been some lighting companies develop some lights that are a little bit better for amber. I know Ridge has got Amber Pro. I know Baja Designs has got their version of it too. So yeah, I would say yellow and amber light technology has come a long way in the last 5 years. Let me put it that way. Used to not really be a fan of it. Now it's come a long way. That is a lot of light out
Very much
Alex
so.
Fleming's car, though.
And then that makes me wonder what type of visor he has then. If he's got all of these yellow, is he running a clear visor? Is he running an amber visor?
I would assume he's probably in a clear visor.
Okay.
There's a few of us that do run ambers at night. It's not a commonplace thing. I've just never felt it hindered my night driving, so I've always just run it because I like it in the day. And Look at that beautiful sunset off to the right. Clear skies you get in the middle of nowhere, Nevada. All right, so we still got a few more to bring home, and we're going to try and catch up with our UTV winner yet here at Vegas to Reno. So we're going to go to a short commercial break. We come back, a little bit more to come yet from the 30th annual Casey Folks Vegas to Reno. The 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno is brought to you by Camberg Racing, MagnaFlow, Ford Racing, Monster Energy, 4-Wheel Parts, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Rugged Radios, Bill Stein, Can-Am, iBox Springs, VP Racing, Power Sport Pros.
Race you. Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching, this guy watching. Race you to the summit, maybe not that summit, to sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. There's only one real question. How bad do you want it? Every challenge, every setback, your gut checks, testing your will. The road ahead is rough. No excuses. Built to do it all. Unstoppable.
Steve, you got me on the radio? Yeah, I got you. Hey, Nick, can you hear me? Oh, yeah. I might have to pay the rear socket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Oh, this is beautiful. Still rides really good. I'll follow you. Crossing the road now. Copy that. Everybody getting ready for more ride? We are.
At Power Sport Pros, we don't just sell parts, we race them. Every suspension kit, every light bar, every performance upgrade we offer has been pushed in the dirt, the rocks, and the desert at full throttle. Because when you line up at the start line or hit the trail with your family, failure isn't an option. With locations in Lake Havasu City, Arizona, and Murrieta, California, our experienced techs deliver race-proven installs, expert service, and real-world advice. No guesswork, no gimmicks. Power Sport Pros.
All right, welcome back to the 30th anniversary of the Casey Folks Vegas to Reno. Now, Jim, this has been an amazing day. We had some ups, we had some downs, we had some finishers that we didn't think that were going to come all the way from the back. The podium has been stacked. Look at this shot right here. We're just still bringing in quads. We're still bringing in some drivers. And looking at everything, we do have 2 more pro UTV drivers making it through. Sitting 21st overall, 4th in class, Ethan Groom, 8 hours, 13 minutes, 47 seconds. Next up, sitting 23rd overall, 5th in class, Ronnie Anderson, 8 hours, 16 minutes, and 10 seconds. So we've got our 5 in UTV Pro making their way over, taking that checkered flag. It's been a great day.
Yeah, it's definitely been a great day of racing. Looking to see where the next official finishers might come, and looks like Dustin Battleaxe Jones is actually sitting down on the side of the course about race mile 487. He's got the red dot on his, so he's been down for a few minutes. Hopefully it's just a flat for him, and then you got to go some 4 or 5 miles back of him to chase cars. So it's going to be quite some time before we see another finisher here at Vegas to Reno. So probably another 15-20 minutes by my estimation before there's another finisher.
Well, then we've also got at pit 11, Corbin is making his way through there. Coming up next is Travis as well, Hunter Miller, Sean Saxton, Wayne Matlock, Colton Gubler behind that. A lot of UTVs still making their way through.
Yeah, lots of UTVs yet to finish, lots of stock class vehicles yet to finish. I mean, that's the thing about Vegas to Reno. You know, sun goes down doesn't mean the race is over. If people are going to be racing through the night here in this one, some of those stock class vehicles, it's going to be a long evening for them. And, you know, that podium, it's just getting started. We've only got a handful of people that have finished, or a couple handfuls, and that podium's going to be open into the wee hours of the morning.
Well, and what some may not know is that we've been talking about these pits all throughout, the 11 pits that are here, and they do have a closing time. So if you do not make it, no matter what class you're in, into that specific pit before the closing time, unfortunately, that's going to be a DNF on you. You know, we still got to keep the safety of everybody, the volunteers, all the crew, the safety trucks, everybody that's out there. So unfortunately, if you don't make it to those ones, it's nothing on anybody else. It's just you've got to keep the safety moving and going forward. So if you don't make it there, oh, was that a rock or a
he
tree?
ran off the course there. He saw a bunch of stuff blow over the top.
The tree.
The tree. That was a tree. That was a bush. There was not a rock bush.
Yeah, a bush. But yeah, so we were talking about if you don't make it to those ones, unfortunately, your day is over here for Vegas to Reno.
Yeah, it looks like they're cruising through here. It's a good onboard shot. Oh, look at that. Off the course just a bit again. Trying to limp her through to the finish. Yeah, he goes, we're good. He's pulling branches out of his visor.
And these were the things that you were talking about. You're getting into these long hours. Things start popping up. Things start becoming a little bit different. The lines look a little bit different for you when you think you're going here, but you're actually going this way, you know, so.
This on board here, Bailey Campbell, another one of the Ford Racing entries. Rock 600 stock class vehicle.
Check up. Stay left, danger.
Look at her. Look at the eyes. She's just in the zone there.
I don't think I've seen her blink yet, though.
No.
And that means you're just hyper-focused in what's going on. Okay. And we keep talking about this. This is, you know, they're together. Crofts and her, they have children together. You know, the co-driver, keeping everything calm. I don't know if I'd be able to be in that driver's seat and have my significant other on there. You know, you're 11 plus hours into this day.
Yeah, you're saying you don't like Drew that much?
No, I very much love him, but I just think knowing what happened on the Legends Rally and him telling me how to drive and I said I wanted to quit, I don't think I could be in this run right here.
No, this is a very interesting approach to things. Obviously, it works.
It works.
It works phenomenal for them. I'm going to say they're the anomaly, not the rule.
And we're looking at other ones. Maybe this is a reason why Kristen and Wayne drive separate vehicles as well.
I could not imagine it. I love Kristen and I love Wayne dearly. I could not see them in the race car together.
No. There's not many husband-wife teams that you can see together.
Yeah, there's a reason why they race separately. Love them both. both to death, it's the best thing for their marriage. Please never get in a race car together.
Well, we're still looking at the track right now. Unfortunately, Dustin Jones is still down, but that means Chase Carr, Corbin Lieberton, they're gaining a little bit on him right now. Looks like Chase Carr's around 485. They're going to make the crossing. Then Corbin's coming right up there. And if we see that Dustin is just still sitting, he's going to be passed. And this is something that I don't think Dustin obviously wants when you're sitting there just a little bit longer, seeing that those positions are coming further and further away from you.
Have some more finishers here on the podium.
I think this should be Chris Wu's team making their way through. I think so. Yeah, they're in the open phase, so I think that is him. I don't know, Jim, looking over right now for the time that we've gone, we've had 45 official people who have crossed over, taken the checker here for Vegas to Reno. So it's really cool to see all of this. We still got a bunch of drivers still making their way through. All right, so we are still on board right now with Chris Wu. Things are starting to come out a little bit here, like Jim has been talking about. You're starting to see some stuff that they have, you know, still the windshields, the open faces. They've got windows. They've got that third person in the second row.
Yeah, it's definitely, you know, I got to tell you, having three in the vehicle at this point, it's kind of nice at night because you guys are entertaining each other. Hey, conversations get real interesting late at night when you're off-road racing. All right, I've got most of our stuff updated here on the tracker. Let me see where we're at here. What classes am I missing that are getting close to the finish line?
I just heard them. They said, this is fun.
Yeah, so we got Aiden Ford in Class 10 is going to be our next finisher. He's about 10 miles out. Brad Person in Unlimited Truck Legends, he's about 15 miles out. So we do have a few more getting close. Thomas Ways in Class 1. Also have, who is this? Chase Carr in the mix, as Tiffany said earlier. Dustin Battleaxe Jones still sitting on the side of the road. That's really unfortunate for him. He is, man, tough one there for Dustin. He's about 17, 18 miles from the finish. Then moving out, another Class 10 car, Brian Hoare there in the SRT Motorsports car, 1045. He is, he's about 20 miles out. So a few more drivers yet to come. So it'll be Class 10, Aiden Ford will be the next one across the line if they continue to push like they are. He's about 10 miles out. Bailey Campbell there, they on board.
You're entering it hard left for a second. I got it, we're good.
Paisley Bayer, Pro Stock Mod out of Texas. That whining sound from the intercom.
Okay, I was just about to ask what was going on with that. I wasn't sure if it was me getting late into the evening and I was starting to hear things.
No, sometimes when we patch into the cars, things like that, there's little filters you can put to help cure that, but for whatever reason, sometimes you get electric buzzes.
Well, let's keep talking about how much of an accomplishment it is. 505 miles, Jim. We keep telling everybody this is, you know, one of the longer point-to-point races in the States. You get that finisher medal at the end. You get that belching beaver at the end, a nice cold drink after 10 and a half, 11 hours. You know, how are you feeling with those moments?
Well, I think it's definitely an accomplishment. I mean, 500 miles just on the street, you know, on the highway is, you know, I mean, I do it, you do it, but it's a chunk that is a chunk of driving time to go 500 miles on the highway, more or less, through a grueling desert race, especially when you start talking about, being in the car. Our victors were there right around 8 hours, but you start getting in some of the stock class vehicles 10, 12 hours in. That's half a day of racing. I mean, that's a substantial amount of time. So I think just finishing Vegas to Reno, everything it throws at you, and not only just as a driver, like, for your body to finish, but to get these race cars to finish and not have an issue that actually takes you out. I mean, that's something substantial, and so I've always thought, finishing desert racing, regardless of where you finish, is definitely an accomplishment.
Well, then how do you really kind of turn your mentality? Because obviously they started in the daylight. You're going through everything. You've got the hot sun beating above you. Then you're driving into the sunset, and now you're into the dark. Because I know even when I'm just driving on the street, just a normal vehicle, that as soon as that sun starts setting, I start getting a little bit tired. I start kind of letting my mind wander a little bit. I try to listen to the radio or do something a little bit different to keep that here. Now, are you just really relying on your co-driver to keep you kind of focused? Because if I'm getting tired and I'm not going through all of this different terrain, they've got to be exhausted by this time.
Oh, they're definitely exhausted, and I've seen, especially when you start getting into things like this, you got to have a good co-driver that keeps you honest and keeps you on point. But sometimes the best thing, we talked about a co-driver being a therapist. When you start getting into the wee hours of the night, in the morning, you're going a little bit slower. If you're finishing at that point, you probably had some downtime. So it's not quite as precise as far as calls go because you're not going quite as quick. And sometimes the co-driver being a therapist means they're just having a random conversation with you. And you get into some interesting conversations in the wee hours of the morning with your co-driver when you're just trying to get to the finish. And sometimes the best thing they can do to keep you focused on driving is to keep your mind off of it. And they just start talking to you and you have a conversation, and it could be on anything. And like I said, co-driver is a good one, is definitely a therapist, and some very humorous conversations. And sometimes they're conversations you probably don't want aired across the internet.
You're just contemplating life. I think this is the moment, Jim, if you and I were out here driving, obviously you're driving, I'm your co-dog over here. This is the point, Jim, where I say, what's your go-to karaoke song?
My go-to karaoke song, at this point, I don't know. We got into this at Cran, and I still haven't thought of one. I don't know. We'll go with Gangster's Paradise from Coolio or something.
No. That's a good one, actually.
I was going to say, you've got something against Gangster's Paradise?
No, I don't. I'll tell you, the only song I've ever karaoke'd, and it was one time in New York, was Shake Your Tail Feather.
Oh, my gosh.
That was the only one I've ever done.
So you don't really, so that by default is your go-to karaoke song.
I guess so. I guess that is the, actually I think now, oh no, I lied. Now if I'm moving forward, it is Brooks and Dunn, Neon Moon. Because when the sun goes down on my side of town, that lonesome feeling.
Oh gosh. And there's actually a legitimate tie-in with what we're witnessing here in the race.
Right? When the sun goes down in Crystal, Nevada, on that side of town.
It's a Neon Moon. You're still getting the bleed off from Vegas, I guess.
You got the lights. Here we are, Jim.
Yeah. Paisley Bear, save us. Like we said, clicking off miles. Looking next official finisher should be Aiden Ford. Now about 4 miles out from the finish. That'll be followed by Chase Carr. Pushing along here. It's where also as a driver, you're like, I don't want to make a mistake. I really don't want to spend the night out here. Let's just get her to the finish. I know for me, especially when you're in this position and you're really not fighting for a win, and we do have some drivers out here that are fighting for wins yet, but if you're not, you start watching every single mile marker and it becomes a game. You're counting them down and all right, 14 miles left, 13 miles left, 12 miles left. Generally for me as a driver, once you get, in this race, 505 miles in, I'm counting up to 253, and then it's like, we've clipped the midway point, and then you start going down, 254 miles, or 1 mile left, 250 miles left. You just start counting them down, it becomes a little mental game.
Well, and it's got to be hard, like drivers, like we've seen Dustin Jones. He's 30 miles out from the finish, and he's still sitting there. We've just seen Hunter Miller kind of cross by him, pass him. Right after that, we've got Wayne Matlock. So once again, those are going to be those heartbreaking moments, 30 miles out. And usually, like we've talked about at the beginning of the race, Jim, when we were going the normal Vegas to Reno way, those last 40 miles is where it starts happening. Now we're seeing it here where it's the last 30 miles for some of our drivers.
Yeah, I mean, Brent Fox, he was at the last pit there at Amargosa Valley, and, you know, he was running for a podium spot there in two-wheel drive and ended up having an issue there. Kind of like lost a motor, I believe.
Now we're back on board with Brad Lovell.
Brad, great driver, just getting equipment to the finish line.
We're still looking. I can't tell. I didn't know if Adam wears glasses or anything, but I'm assuming Brad's still up there. I don't see that Adam would be moving into the driver's seat, but when we're talking about this, that's another father-son dynamic. Once again, you know, you're taking all of this knowledge from your dad, who's the stock winner, who's won multiple things, short course racing, desert racing, rock racing, and he brings it over here, and you know, you're learning so much from him, and you kind of see where he's kind of coming together. But still going through this, we're still seeing the different types of trees, the terrains, the ups, the downs, the elevation changes, and we're noticing this a little bit right here. It's just got a big beam of light. We're trying to figure out what's going on. We're trying to get to that finish, make it slowly. So I don't know, Jim.
What I know is we got to go to a commercial break right now. We're gonna come back. Hopefully, we're gonna have some podium interviews at some point and bring a few more drivers across the finish line here at the 30th annual Casey Folks Vegas to Reno. The 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno is brought to you by Camberg Racing, MagnaFlow, Ford Racing, Monster Energy, 4-Wheel Parts, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Rugged Radios, Bilstein, Can-Am, iBox Springs, VP Racing, Power Sport Pros.
It starts with a line, a choice, a commitment to the surface beneath you, on the street, track, or way off the map. We don't just build tires, we build an unfair advantage. From short course carnage to the wide open throttle of Baja, we've proven it in places where the weak don't survive. Built for every track, every trail, and the terrain in between. Maxxis tires, tread victoriously.
Every great adventure starts with confidence. And at CageWorks, confidence is built from the ground up. From roll cages to bumpers and doors, to windshields, roof racks, and tire carriers, CageWorks engineers every product to work seamlessly together and stand up to the toughest terrain. Manufactured in the USA. Built to perform. Built to protect. From the shop to your next adventure, CageWorks.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
Welcome back here to the 30th annual Casey Folks Vegas to Reno, brought to you by the American Off-Road Racing Championship. Jim Beaver, Tiffany Stone, we are bringing it home here tonight. We've had finishers, we've had winners, we've had heartbreak, and we've had a whole lot of fun out here in the Nevada desert in a race that's 505 miles long that spanned the entire state of Nevada. And Tiffany, man, this one's been one for the record books.
This has been, and if you told me how much drama was going to happen going the other way, I wouldn't have believed you. If you would have told me that we were going to see some vehicles that we've never seen in the state work their way all the way to take that second overall, that's going to be incredible. You know, Mitchie is such a great driver, and there's so much drama happening still to this moment. I just looked over here one more time to look at our UTV Pro, and our next finisher in that, taking 7th in class, is Chase Carr. So that is a huge heartbreak for Dustin Jones, who was on that. Like we keep talking about, he was 30 miles away, but sitting there, he just kept watching everybody pass him and pass him.
Yeah, it was right there, you know, on the verge of a top 5, and tough break there for Dustin Battle Axe Jones. I'm sure they're trying to get that car together and things like that. But, you know, obviously we're bringing them home here. We've got a lot of stock class racing yet to be determined. But one thing that has been determined was the overall victory in our UTV Pro division went to a man that's won just about everything else on the planet. Now chalk it up to a Vegas to Reno overall victory in UTV. Brock Hager, we were able to catch up with him at the finish line.
Brock Hager, we are at the finish line. You are the overall Pro UTV winner. You did it, man. You got this win for the Factory Polaris team. How does it feel?
Yeah, I mean, we've had a rough go in the Polaris here at Vegas to Reno. So just to be here at the finish line is a win on its own. I think potentially we got first. So overall, super happy for the team. This is, you know, between the four cars, this is the one race that we've, you know, as a group been very close to winning, and I've never been able to do it. So super happy for the team. They worked their butts off. You know, everyone at the shop, Adam, Johnny, all our mechanics, my mechanic, Hunter, they worked their butts off to give us drivers, you know, the best vehicle to come out here and perform. So just stoked to be here, stoked for Polaris Razor, get another win for them, and, you know, just all our sponsors, BFG, Method, all our volunteers that come and help us. It's definitely a huge effort.
Although it is unofficial, I hope you have a great time celebrating tonight, and congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Big thumbs up there from the Iceman, Brock Hager. You know, just goes in, does the work, and look at that. You know, he's just, yep, it's another notch on the belt. Vegas to Reno winner. We'll take it. Move on.
Well, let's talk about Brock for a second. 2025 Baja 500, first place. 2025 San Felipe 250, first place. 2025 Mint 400, first overall. 2025 King of the Hammers, the Hammers champ and Desert Challenge, so he won in the desert, and then he also won for the 4900 class. 2500 Dakar Rally, first overall. Well, now adding this to his list of things that he wanted to win. 2026 30th anniversary. Casey Folks, Vegas to Reno. Checking that one off of the box for Brock Hager. Congrats to him, the entire Polaris Razor factory team. Jim, if you're Brock Hager and you now got that win, I mean, we determined the word for him today. It's stoic. Yeah. It's a mini Rob Mack. Both of them are stoic gentlemen. And what do you think he's feeling right now?
It's hard to tell with Brock because there's not a lot of emotion. I'm sure he's stoked. I mean, you know Brock Hager's got to be stoked on this, but it's just funny. He's won so many races. It's like it's surgical. Brock comes in and it's like, I'm going to win and then rinse, repeat. Win, rinse, repeat. You know, it's crazy how good he is. I mean, and what they've got going in that Polaris factory program, and him is I hate to say flagship driver, but he's become the flagship driver of the program that they built around. I mean, it's just, the guy is so ridiculously good, Tiffany.
Well, and when we talk about that and we talk about the future, we talk about the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame, he's done so much in such a short amount of time, and I know to really be considered for the Hall of Fame, you've got to spend 15, 20 plus years really in this industry working for that. But do you think in these last 18 months that he's kind of solidified him making sure that he gets into the Off-Road the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame?
Well, the funny thing is, you know, you could go back 3-4 years, people knew who Brock Hager was, but, you know, we didn't know how good he was. And to see what he's done now, I mean, like I said, I'm a fan of Brock Hager. I want to see what this guy's doing 5-10 years down the road. I mean, he could rewrite every record book we've got in off-road desert racing. And I mean, even on a global scale, Dakar winner already. I mean, this is some massive, massive stuff for Brock Hager. And, you know, color me interested. I'm a fan of Brock Hager. I'm on board. Let's see what this guy can do globally. I mean, I want more Dakar wins. I want more off-road wins. I want to see the guy in an unlimited truck. I want to see him in an Ultra 4 car. I want to see him at Crandon. I mean, I want to see what this guy's got up his sleeve.
Let's talk about that before we wrap all this up. There's only a few weeks to Crandon, Labor Day weekend. We keep saying this. We would love to see what Brock could do in short course.
Oh, I absolutely would love
right
to see
now, you know, he could do. Crandon is the best of the best for Labor Day weekend for short course. We always see the Anderson brothers out there, so this is it, Brock. Jim and I want to see you at Crandon.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to see you at Crandon. But you know what? We've had a lot of winners today. Obviously, big weekend for the Harden family. First overall, first inspect, Mitch Guthrie Jr. Nick Whetstone with a great run as well. Tracy Graff, got to give credit to him. Ran up front all day, took home the unlimited four-wheel drive win. Big thanks to all the people tuning in at home. Big shout out to all of our winners. Everybody that's going to get a finish, that's got a finish already. This one was a grueling one. On behalf of Tiffany Stone, I am Jim Beaver. This has been a great one here at the 2026 Casey Folks Vegas to Reno, the 30th annual Vegas to Reno the other way. We'll see you in 2027.